In an unforeseen twist of fate, Yu Yang finds himself transported to a foreign realm, one where elves have recently emerged. Here, humanity perceives them as invaders, and hatred and misunderstanding proliferate. Fortuitously awakening the Arceus Pokemon Encyclopedia system, he resolves to amend this situation. From dismantling stereotypes to promoting a culture of battling, and ultimately unearthing the boundless potential of Pokemon, Yu Yang shall wield knowledge as his weapon to resolve conflicts and usher in a new era of coexistence between humans and Pokemon. This is a journey brimming with fervor, camaraderie, and grow the testament to the dawn of a new age. Chapter 1. The System Bestowed by Arceus. In July 2018, in the city of Shanming, Xia Country, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth. Yu Yang reclined on a bamboo couch, his left hand serving as a pillow while his right grasped his phone, his thumb scrolling. A surge of unidentified giant bee attacks on humans in the Dianchi region played alongside a somber background score, and he attentively scrutinized the footage. In midair, dozens of bee-like creatures, nearly a meter in length, with crimson eyes and four limbs, were launching incessant assaults on the humans below. Monsters, monsters! The video trembled and blurred, punctuated by chilling cries, evidently captured amidst chaos. A gentle breeze wafted through the doorway, alleviating some of the sweltering summer heat. These are Beedrills. Yu Yang sat upright, his expression grave. He instinctively glanced at a massive rhinoceros beetle with a deep blue exoskeleton, resting at the entrance of his old family courtyard. Indeed, I have been transported to a world besieged by Pokemon. This realization dawned on him earlier that morning when he awoke to find himself in a parallel universe remarkably similar to his previous life. However, unlike his former existence, this world had been abruptly invaded 3 months prior by a plethora of monsters unknown to humanity. The creatures they referred to as monsters were, in fact, Pokemon that Yu Yang recognized from his past. Yet, the people here had no knowledge of Pokemon, nor were there any related games or animated works. Fear stemmed from the unknown, and faced with a multitude of unfamiliar creatures endowed with astonishing abilities, humanity resorted to ruthless expulsion of these intruding monsters to safeguard their territories. Nations began deploying military forces to combat the monsters. However, it soon became apparent that conventional firearms proved inadequate against these creatures. While some smaller monsters were manageable, others, clad in formidable armor, could even withstand bullets. As firearms faltered, the response escalated to rockets, grenades, tanks, and missiles. Initially, this strategy yielded promising results, successfully driving a significant number of monsters from human territories. However, not long after, particularly terrifying entities inexplicably emerged among the monsters. They possessed the ability to withstand human missiles and artillery. Under the leadership of these frightful creatures, humanity faced relentless defeats, with each battle resulting in significant casualties. As time passed, some humans gradually discerned that these monsters were not entirely hostile towards mankind. By the time Yu Yang traversed into this world, humanity had split into 2 factions, one advocating for the extenseful coexistence with them, leading to endless debates. In simple terms, there were the pro-emanation of the monsters, and the other promoting the notion of poor and pro-peace factions. For Yu Yang, who understood the destructive potential of both human technology and Pokemon, peaceful coexistence with Pokemon was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Most Pokemon were innately gentle and would not initiate invasions. Once conflict arose, the outcome was uncertain. However, humanity would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions, making war an unwise endeavor. It is worth noting that in the Pokemon realm, certain legendary beings could obliterate worlds with ease, and some even possessed the ability to reverse time. It would be exceedingly foolish for humanity to launch an offensive against them. That being said, I am merely a powerless traveler, gasping for breath after running a mere 1,000 meters, lacking even the physical prowess of Jiga. What concern do I have regarding matters of the survival of races? Yu Yang self-deprecatingly shook his head, then stroked his chin and pondered. However, it would be advantageous to exploit the information gap to earn a bit of money, thus enriching my life. Just as this thought emerged, he noticed a dazzling flash of colors before him. The light gradually expanded, transforming into 17 radiant stone tablets. These tablets flickered erratically before finally merging into a shimmering golden interface. In the upper right corner, an image resembling a llama was sketched. In the center, a line of text in Xia language appeared: Arceus Pokemon Science Popularization System. This system is dedicated to enhancing the amicable relationship between the indigenous inhabitants of this parallel world and Pokémon. For information on how to utilize this system, please explore independently. As Yu Yang finished reading this line, a golden llama specter dashed across the screen and new text materialized. Task: choose any online platform to conduct positive popularization about Pokémon, accumulating at least 1 million followers. Task reward: a faint strand of eternal power. Note: you have a beginner's gift package that has yet to be claimed. Would you like to claim it? System: could it be the creation of the deity Arceus? Yu Yang gazed at the llama specter on the screen, his expression somewhat peculiar. As a traveler familiar with numerous novels and anime, he was well acquainted with the concept of a system. Thus, he focused his thoughts on the line regarding the beginner's gift package and silently affirmed, "Yes, rewards are being distributed. The rewards have been successfully granted." A resplendent book, adorned with a shimmering cover featuring a charming alpaca, flutters open incessantly. Within the pages of the Pokémon Encyclopedia, a comprehensive record of 905 Pokémon is meticulously detailed. A Pokédex? What a splendid treasure! Exclaimed Yu Yang, his face alight with joy. As a novice Pokémon enthusiast, he struggled to memorize the myriad species, let alone their intricate details. This Pokédex would undoubtedly facilitate his efforts in popular science. With this thought, he directed his gaze toward the deep blue beetle in the yard. The golden screen shimmered slightly, revealing the relevant data. Heracross. Gender: male 50, female 50. Type: bug, fighting. Classification: single-horn Pokémon. Abilities: Swarm or Guts. Base stats: 500. Description: Heracross is fond of sweet tree, sap, and honey, possessing a gentle temperament and remarkable strength. Note: the above data pertains to the Heracross species as a whole, not to an individual specimen. Yu Yang, a recent university graduate, returned to his grandfather's countryside home to alleviate his worries after struggling to secure employment. Perhaps due to the profusion of vibrant flowers in his grandfather's garden, a Heracross was drawn to the fragrant blossoms one morning. After indulging in the nectar, it lay down in the grass, unwilling to depart. Fortunately, his grandparents were away, for their surprise at encountering a Heracross might have prompted a call to the authorities. Gentle nature of Heracross, perhaps I can befriend it, Yu Yang mused. He hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a jar of organic honey from the refrigerator. He scooped a few spoonfuls into a small bowl and cautiously approached Heracross, maintaining a respectful distance. Jackaru, the Heracross, its eyes closed, sensed the presence of another being and opened its large, oval eyes. Chapter 2. The live broadcast begins. Heracross blinked its adorable eyes, instantly captivated by the honey Yu Yang held. Would you like a taste? Go ahead. Maintaining a safe distance, Yu Yang placed the bowl before the creature. Jackaru, Jackaru. Heracross chirped happily, embracing the bowl and eagerly licking the sweet substance. Seeing no sign of hostility, Yu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he cautiously edged closer to Heracross. This little creature certainly exhibited a bold spirit. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the warm, sunlit shell of Heracross. Although Heracross typically despised being disturbed during its honey feast, a light touch should not be considered an intrusion, he reasoned. Jackaru. Heracross glanced at him without protest, continuing to indulge in its delightful meal. Delve into the realm of Pokémon. One must undoubtedly embark on adventures deep within the mountains and forests. After all, how can one manage without a companion of the mystical kind? Heracross, a most suitable ally, may not excel in comparison to ice types, yet with its fighting type enhancements, it proves itself adequate as a guardian. Furthermore, its base stats are commendable. It possesses an endearing appearance, capable of mega evolution indeed. The original Bug King holds a certain prestige. Yu Yang sat a short distance from Heracross, observing it as it feasted on honey, while pondering the intricacies of popularizing this knowledge. The internet has burgeoned with various platforms, particularly video streaming services, which are ideal for showcasing Pokémon. By broadcasting live or creating videos to capture their movements, one could amass followers at an impressive rate. Prominent platforms like Kilikili, Seafood Channel, and Douyin boast substantial traffic. Well, Kilikili's users are relatively youthful and quick to embrace new trends, so I shall opt for Kilikili. Of course, there was another reason Yu Yang had previously experimented with being a cosplayer streamer and already possessed a streaming account on Kilikili. In this parallel world, it was quite reasonable for the account to still exist. As for the subject of the stream, there was already a captivating creature right before him. Thus, he activated his streaming account, choosing a catchy room title. Hello? Anyone there? Come witness the monster. He snapped a picture of himself, gently stroking Heracross to use as the cover image. Perhaps due to the recent surge in interest surrounding monster-related streams, combined with Yu Yang's striking high-definition close-up of the creature, even with only a handful of followers, viewers began to flock to his stream. Where's the host? Just clickbait? Another streamer chasing clout? What a fool. Coming. As he had just been adjusting the camera, Yu Yang inadvertently pointed it at the grass, leaving the stream devoid of any presence. Noticing the increasing barrage of comments, he quickly shifted the camera to focus on Heracross. Whoa, is this real? What a massive stag beetle. Huh, the surroundings look like a backyard. Is the host not afraid for their life? What type of monster is this? I find it rather adorable. Hurry, let me see the host's face. Be cautious. Host, there have been numerous incidents of monsters injuring people lately. Yu Yang glanced at the comments, recognizing that most viewers were merely spectators, while a few well-meaning individuals cautioned him about safety. Do you all think it looks quite adorable? Yu Yang softly spoke into the microphone of his phone. Adorable indeed, I want. Adorable? All I see are those antennae on its head, thicker than my arm, one good jab, and it could send me flying. I meant the host's voice is cute. A user named Just Call Me Old Egg sent a prominent message. Let that stag beetle poke your backside, and I'll pledge allegiance. A cold, emotionless female mechanical voice echoed in response. What a peculiar form of entertainment this barrage of comments presents. Heracross is being coaxed to nudge its posterior, truth be told. Yu Yang feels a twinge of apprehension. The two are still unfamiliar with one another. Such playful gestures seem rather inappropriate at this stage. At this moment, Heracross has licked the bowl clean of the scant honey within. It raises its head, gazing blankly at Yu Yang, who is pointing his phone camera towards it. Hello there, little one, Yu Yang says, switching to a selfie mode, capturing both himself and Heracross within the frame, reaching out to gently stroke its head. Jiakalu. Heracross appears to sense the benevolence emanating from the human before it, exhibiting no signs of resistance. Has the host perhaps administered some sort of enchantment? Let us rationally analyze. There may be a gun aimed at this creature's head just off camera, deterring any reckless movements. The nature of these beings is capricious even if they seem amiable now. Who can predict if they will turn aggressive at the next moment? The little critter is so adorable, I wish to have one too. In light of the viewer's skepticism, Yu Yang smiles faintly, first pivoting the camera to provide a panoramic view of the courtyard, ensuring no one else is present, and then explains, as you can see, many of these creatures possess rather docile dispositions and do not initiate attacks on humans. Of course, not every creature is gentle and friendly. Some exhibit quite volatile temperaments and prefer to keep their distance from humans. To be candid, I am an enthusiast of these beings. Ever since I discovered the first creature within the borders of Xia, I have been observing them and risking my safety to gather information. Over the past 3 months, I have compiled certain characteristics of these beings. Should you find this intriguing, do follow me, as I shall periodically broadcast various content related to these creatures. Upon uttering this, Yu Yang watched as his follower count soared rapidly, leaping from single digits to triple figures in an instant. Next, I shall share my research findings on this stag beetle. I will step away for a moment. If my friends find this fascinating, please feel free to share the live stream so that more may witness. Having said this, Yu Yang secured his phone to the stool and dashed to the kitchen to retrieve the remaining honey. Upon returning and patiently awaiting 3 minutes while observing the viewer count swell to over 1,000, he leisurely approached the camera. Thank you for your patience. Now, I shall present its details. These creatures possess a remarkably high level of intelligence, capable of discerning the emotions intertwined within human speech, grasping their meanings. Observe. Yu Yang moved to the corner of the courtyard, picking up a worn-out ball from his childhood. After weighing it in his hand, he winked at Heracross and proposed, "Shall we play?" He then gently tossed the ball towards its antennae. Heracross, sensing that the ball posed no threat, approached it inquisitively, giving it a gentle nudge. The ball ricocheted away, heading towards Yu Yang, who struck it back with his elbow. Jiakalu. Heracross immediately took to this playful interaction, happily engaging in a game of ball with Yu Yang. Chapter 3. A simple scientific explanation under the scorching sun. After playing for a mere 10 minutes, the frail Yu Yang, drenched in sweat, set the ball aside and said to Heracross, "Let us take a short break." Jackaloo. Heracross pointed its claw at the ball. Understanding the cue, Yu Yang tossed the ball to it, allowing it to play freely. Did you all witness that? Its intelligence is remarkable. You might think I have trained it previously. But does this not illustrate a crucial point? Monsters can coexist harmoniously with humans. Indeed, if these creatures were as docile as dogs, why shouldn't humanity choose to live peacefully alongside them? Let us maintain a skeptical perspective. I acknowledge that there may be a few monsters that are friendly towards humans, but the majority harbor deep animosity. After all, how do we account for the stories of harm? The broadcaster claims this, but unless incidents of monsters harming humans significantly decrease, I remain unconvinced by your scientific assertions. I even suspect ulterior motives. Are you intentionally promoting the notion of monsters being affectionate? Foreign influences? A walking 50? Let us report this. A quiet aside, the broadcaster seems rather insincere. Perhaps a checkup on renal function is in order. Noticing a shift in the attitude of some viewers, Yu Yang felt a flicker of encouragement. The fact that his words could sway a few opinions, however slightly, was a modest triumph. He continued his educational discourse. Through my research, I have discovered that this stag beetle possesses extraordinary strength. The large horn atop its head can unleash astonishing power, which is why I have aptly named it Heracross, after the legendary demigod of immense strength in Western mythology. Just how strong is it, you ask? Allow me to demonstrate. He called out to Heracross, which promptly turned its head towards him. Yu Yang picked up his phone and a jar of honey, waving it at Heracross as he walked to the base of a grand tree at the entrance of the yard. Heracross understood and set aside the ball, choosing to follow him. Heracross, strike the trunk. He stood behind the tree, waving the honey in his hand. The bond between them was still insufficient. Enticing these sprites with food is one method to foster closeness. Jackalope. Heracross immediately raised its horn and charged at the sturdy trunk. Bang! The camera on his phone captured the moment with clarity. A large fissure opened in the dark brown trunk, though it did not penetrate through. From this, Yu Yang deduced that its power level was not overly high. However, the visual spectacle was impressive enough. Did you all see that? Its strength is formidable, which is precisely why I did not acquiesce to the request made by that viewer earlier. Moreover, in contrast to referring to them as monsters, I prefer to call them sprites. 6666, incredible. I am a 14-year-old middle school student. After watching the broadcaster's stream, I also wish to venture into the wild to seek a Heracross. User, Call Me Old Egg, has become the captain in this live stream. Gratitude to the esteemed elder for boarding the ship. Yu Yang expressed his thanks for the gift, and upon noticing a comment from a 14-year-old middle school student, he promptly clarified, currently, the wilderness remains exceedingly perilous. I advise everyone against venturing forth lightly. It is prudent to wait until the general populace alters their attitude towards spirits, and cities become hospitable to some docile beings, before contemplating the adoption of such creatures. While I endeavor to enlighten everyone on the positive aspects of these fantastical beings, I must also caution, as a saying in Xia country aptly puts it, even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone creatures endowed with peculiar abilities. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged around the corner of the house. Yu Yang glanced at his follower count, which had surged to 3,000, switched to a selfie mode, and with a gentle smile to the viewers in the live stream, he remarked, today's broadcast will come to a temporary close. If you wish to learn more about spirits, please follow me and stay tuned to this live stream. Is that all? Too short. This streamer is intriguing. It's my first time encountering someone who offers close-up insights into spirits. Oh no, I mean, the fantastical beings. Spirits, whimsical and clever. I adore that name. Indeed, other streamers either film from afar or simply play videos. Just for this audacity, I've clicked follow. After shutting off the live stream, the follower count continued to rise steadily, and the viewers remaining in the chat were still discussing Heracross. Yu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction with his inaugural broadcast. It was not that he wished to cease streaming. Rather, grandfather. Yu Yang jogged forward and grasped his grandfather's arm. Oh, it's little Foam. I bought you your favorite duck necks, his grandfather said, and you must promise not to wander into the mountains these days. The village committee has just issued a notice. Just as Yu Yang's grandfather was speaking, he suddenly spotted a gigantic stag beetle happily licking honey behind a large tree, causing him to halt in his tracks, gripping his grandson's arm, ready to flee. Do not be afraid, grandfather. He is a benevolent spirit. Yu Yang pried his grandfather's hand away, and under his astonished gaze, he dashed to Heracross, affectionately stroking its smooth forehead. Heracross, is the honey delicious? Chukru, chukru. Heracross nodded repeatedly, joyfully sampling the honey, its large eyes squinting with delight. Yang, is this stag beetle the spirit mentioned in the news? Yu Yang's grandfather, not relaxing his vigilance despite his grandson's actions, merely observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. Yes, it is very docile, not as dangerous as described in the news. Grandfather, may I allow it to reside in our yard? No, no. Grandfather shook his head vigorously, resolutely refusing. After several minutes of persuasion, Yuyang finally secured his grandfather's consent for Heracross to inhabit the yard, albeit with the stipulation that it must not enter the house. This was already a significant concession, and Yuyang understood that acceptance of spirits by others would require a lengthy period of acclimatization. Enticed by a bottle of honey and playful antics, Heracross began to tentatively accept the human known as Yuyang. To cultivate their relationship, he inquired with his grandfather about a local beekeeper, subsequently visiting their home to purchase a full 20 pounds of honey. Upon returning to his grandfather's house, Yuyang opened a fresh jar of honey for Heracross and sat beside it, contemplating the upcoming live broadcast. Since he intended to educate viewers about Pokémon, it was imperative not only to showcase gentle-natured Pokémon, but also to introduce those with tempestuous temperaments that might clash with humans. It was essential to highlight both the virtues and shortcomings of these creatures. This balanced approach would enhance the persuasiveness of his presentation and attract a broader audience. Thus, he devised a plan to search for news regarding Pokémon disturbances in the vicinity or the same city, intending to educate at the sites of these incidents. He would begin by introducing several common Pokémon before delving into the concept of Pokémon battles. Chapter 4. Arbok Yuyang opened the Douyin short video platform and navigated to the local page, scrolling through to see if any incidents of Pokémon harassing humans had occurred nearby. Due to the rural setting, his village was surrounded by towering mountains, and reports of wild Pokémon encroaching upon human territory were not uncommon. Each day, he could find a plethora of videos, often showcasing harmless little Pokémon. With a bit of effort, humans could easily drive them away, which was quite a burden. One video depicted an unidentified avian species wreaking havoc in the agricultural community of Kinka village, frequently pilfering grains from local farmers. The footage revealed dozens of small birds, measuring around 30 centimeters, with creamy feathers on their bellies and brownish backs, happily pecking at the golden rice spread across a quaint farmyard. These were Pidgeys. Without needing a Pokédex, even Yuyang, a devoted Pokémon enthusiast, could instantly recognize the creatures in the video. Pidgey, known for its gentle disposition, poses no threat to humans and is exceedingly abundant in the Pokémon realm, often encountered in the wild. Given the vast number of Pidgeys that had likely invaded this world, it was reasonable to assume that others had already analyzed them, thus diminishing their educational value. Apart from Pidgey, other innocuous Pokémon such as Caterpie and Metapod were the first with which humans interacted, but presenting them in a live stream would likely garner less excitement. What video content captivates attention the most? Undoubtedly, it is the portrayal of rare and potentially dangerous Pokémon. Classic starters like Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle would certainly pique interest. However, after perusing numerous videos, Yuyang discovered that only a scant few featured these iconic Pokémon, let alone captured them up close. As he scrolled, several purple figures materialized before him. "Someone help me," exclaimed a voice, accompanied by melancholic background music, as a poultry farm, having invested millions, found itself utterly devastated overnight. In a modernized small-scale poultry farm, rows of hens lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies devoid of any apparent wounds. Surrounding the deceased fowl are shattered eggshells, their contents completely drained, leaving not a trace behind. The camera's perspective wobbles, revealing another coop where several serpentine figures of a purplish hue gather, brazenly devouring a plethora of intact eggs scattered across the floor. These are the ASP snakes. In contrast to the docile Bobo, the ASP poses a far greater threat, silently maneuvering behind its prey to launch a swift attack. Their favored delicacies include the eggs of the fiery sparrows and Bobo. While these birds are absent here, an abundance of eggs remains. Yuyang's gaze shifts downward, noticing that this short video was uploaded merely 3 hours prior and is located just a few kilometers from his village. Xiago, the ASP snake, serves as an excellent subject for scientific exploration. Its inherent danger likely deters many from approaching it for study, at least among the general populace. With this thought, he notes the location from the video and switches to another platform, announcing a new live stream. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the host will delve into the study of this new species, urging viewers to spread the word. Attached below the announcement is an image of the ASP snake. After securing his phone, he observes that his companion, Heracross, has devoured an entire bottle of honey, a look of fulfillment gracing its deep blue insectoid visage. Was it delicious? Yuyang smiles softly, stroking Heracross's exoskeleton. Heracross, the creature affectionately nuzzles against Yuyang's arm, conveying its goodwill. Amused, he asks, "Heracross, would you like to be my partner?" Heracross? The creature scratches its head with a claw, its large eyes filled with confusion. The concept of companionship is too abstract for it to grasp. For a moment, Yang finds himself at a loss for words to explain. Perhaps this Heracross is still too young to understand the complexities of human language. For now, he resolves to cultivate their bond gradually. With this thought in mind, he says to Heracross, "Shall we go out and play this afternoon?" Heracross. At the mention of play, Heracross immediately displays an expression of excitement. Not a game of ball, but rather a venture into the realm of snakes. Yang silently muses. Indeed, he plans to have Heracross serve as his bodyguard. The ASP snake is highly aggressive, and it would be unwise to embark on a scientific exploration without protection. After lunch, Yang packs a portable charger, a phone stand, and, of course, a generous supply of honey, Heracross's favorite, into a travel bag. Once everything is prepared, he informs his grandfather, slings the bag over his shoulder, and takes the keys to his grandfather's electric scooter. Approaching the entrance of their small courtyard, he calls out, "Heracross, come here," summoning the creature as it flits among the blooming flowers. Jackaloo Hercules obediently approached. He settled onto the electric vehicle and gestured toward the back seat, inviting, "Hop on." "Jackaloo?" Hercules scratched his head, glancing at this peculiar contraption with an expression of curiosity as he complied with Yu Yang's instructions and took a seat in the rear. "Are you comfortably seated?" Yu Yang felt a warm, elongated object pressing against his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was Hercules' prominent horn. Beneath the horn, Hercules peered curiously over Yu Yang's shoulder with his round, bulging eyes, an amusing sight indeed. "All right, now wrap your claws around my waist." Yu Yang extended his hand, positioning Hercules' forelimbs at his sides. Like a well-behaved child, Hercules snugly nestled against Yu Yang's back, daring not to move. "All set. Let's south hit the road," he announced, activating the navigation system and pressing the throttle of the electric vehicle. The vehicle roared to life, and a wave of warm wind greeted them. "Whoosh, Jackaloo!" Hercules exclaimed at the exhilarating sensation of speeding forward in such a unique manner, his eyes wide with excitement as he waved his claws. The horn atop his head wobbled, poking Yu Yang's back painfully. "Haha, still a child at heart," Yu Yang thought, enduring the discomfort to avoid dampening Hercules' joy. "Is it fun, Hercules?" "Jackaloo, Jackaloo," came the delighted sounds from behind. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." "Jackaloo." The electric vehicle surged faster along the smooth country road. Along the way, numerous villagers from Xiaogo observed the astonishing sight. On a road flanked by vibrant green rice seedlings, a young man's straw hat swayed in the warm breeze. Behind him sat an enormous rhinoceros beetle, cautiously clinging to the young man's waist, curiously surveying the surroundings. Chapter 5. The overbearing ABO snake Yu Yang navigated the electric vehicle and soon arrived at Shangqing Village, located 5 kilometers from Xiaogo Village. Following the navigation, he circled through Shangqing and finally spotted a sign reading a Kun poultry farm at the northern edge of the village, nestled against the mountains. The poultry farm was modest in size, enclosed by wooden fences surrounding a plot of land exceeding 1,000 square meters. Within the enclosure stood a large single-story building measuring 500 to 600 square meters. The iron gate at the entrance was firmly shut, adorned with a wooden plaque bearing the manufacturer's contact information. Just as Yu Yang prepared to call the manufacturer using the contact details on the plaque, Hercules gently tugged at his clothing beside him. "What's the matter?" he inquired, puzzled, while holding his phone. "Jackaloo." Hercules pointed at the iron lock on the gate with his claws, aligning his horn toward it and striking a charging pose. No, you just stay close to me," Yu Yang quickly reassured him. He was taken aback by Heracross's actions, surprised to find that the creature possessed quite a violent temperament. Heracross obediently approached Yu Yang, yet its gaze was captivated by the wildflowers in the distance. At that moment, the phone call connected. "Hello? Who is this?" A weary male voice echoed from the other end. "Greetings, I am a university student majoring in biological research, and I have a solution for your poultry farm issues." Without preamble, Yu Yang stated his intent as soon as the call was established. "Is that for real?" The man's tone elevated several decibels upon hearing that Yu Yang could assist him. "Where are you, young man?" "I am right at the entrance of your poultry farm. Would you kindly open the door?" "On my way." The man promptly ended the call. Before long, hurried footsteps resonated within the yard. The iron gate creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with a fatigued expression. Observing Yu Yang's youthful appearance, the man exhibited a hint of skepticism. His gaze then swept over to the imposing Heracross beside Yu Yang. "My goodness, a monster!" Startled, the man nearly slammed the door shut, but Yu Yang swiftly intervened, hastening to clarify, "It's a friendly creature. It won't harm you, right, Heracross?" He patted Heracross's shell, producing a resonant sound. "Heracross." The creature complied, raising its claws high to indicate its harmlessness. "Sir, I can assist you with your troubles. Please allow me to enter." Seeing that Heracross genuinely responded to Yu Yang, the middle-aged man, albeit hesitantly, opened the iron gate and stepped aside, muttering, "It truly won't harm anyone? Come in." Once Yu Yang and Heracross stepped into the yard, the man introduced himself. "I am Lin Kuan, the owner of this poultry farm." "Young man, may I ask your name?" "I am Yu Yang. By the way, Uncle Lin, would it be possible for me to host a live stream, broadcasting the events occurring at your poultry farm to online viewers?" "Feel free. As long as you can help me resolve this issue, you may live stream from my home," Lin Kuan replied, his voice feeble. It was evident that he had been severely tormented by the ABO snake. Yu Yang retrieved his phone stand and activated the live streaming application. The time was 12:57, and the commencement of the live stream was imminent. After initiating the broadcast, he sent out a notification. With the summer holidays in full swing, the online viewer count surged rapidly within just a couple of minutes. Here we come, Sofa," the snake mentioned in the livestream preview. "I encountered it in the wild. It was significantly larger than a cobra, with a rattlesnake-like tail, truly terrifying." After patiently waiting for a few minutes, the viewer count exceeded 500. Yu Yang switched the camera to the front-facing mode, aimed it at himself, and greeted the audience in the livestream. "Hello, everyone. Today, I will take you to a chicken farm that has been invaded by a monstrous serpent. I believe many of you have seen the preview of that snake online. Shortly, I will share my insights regarding this species. But first, let us hear the unfortunate tale of the farm owner." Yu Yang shifted the focus to Lin Kuan, courteously avoiding his face and instead capturing his chest, inquiring, "Uncle Lin, when did that purple serpent arrive at your chicken farm?" "It was last night. This morning. As per my usual routine, I arrived at the farm to check on the chickens, only to find that out of the 4,000 broilers, several hundred had perished overnight. More than half of the chicks were lost, and while I did not count the eggs, I estimate that at least several hundred are gone," Lin Kuan lamented, revealing the extent of his loss. "Oh, how tragic. Those monsters are indeed despicable," exclaimed the viewers. "Can you assist Uncle Lin with his troubles, streamer? I will support the channel. Have you taken any protective measures?" Yu Yang probed further. "Of course. I immediately went to the village to buy realgar powder and snake repellent. I also called upon the villagers to help relocate the live chickens." However, Lin Kuan sighed helplessly. Though the powder and repellent had some effect, it was minimal. "These serpents are quite clever. Initially, they avoided the area, but after a few hours, they seemed to realize the ineffectiveness of the deterrents and returned to linger near my farm. I even called the county and city offices, seeking help from the military and forestry personnel. They informed me that similar situations are prevalent throughout the city, and their resources are prioritized for critical emergencies. In cases without immediate danger to life, I must wait patiently for assistance." Yu Yang displayed a sympathetic expression. "Have you managed to relocate the chickens? Most have been moved. But without the farm, how can I earn a living? Young man, you must help me. My entire family relies on the income from this chicken farm. If you can resolve this issue, cost is not a concern," Lin Kuan implored, gesturing towards a purple figure that intermittently emerged from the grass. "You see, I scattered the snake repellent around the farm, but it was utterly ineffective." "I understand, Uncle Lin. Please, lead me into the farm," Yu Yang replied. Lin Kuan then opened the gate to the chicken farm, and they both entered, with Heracross trailing closely behind. Inside, rows of modern automated chicken-raising equipment stretched across the premises. As most of the chickens had been relocated, the coop appeared desolate. Numerous metal chicken cages had been gnawed open by an unknown creature, with fresh crimson blood lingering within. The conveyor belt designated for egg collection was strewn with shattered shells and desiccated egg remnants. Amidst the crevices between the ground and the equipment, and within the corners, a fleeting glimpse of a purple figure occasionally appeared. Chapter 6. Fantasies of Raising Elves. So many snakes, how revolting. Dear broadcaster, I truly appreciate it. My skin is crawling. My heart aches for the old man at the chicken farm for 3 seconds. Yu Yang casually swept the camera, capturing several slithering ABO snakes nestled in the nooks and crannies. User 100, the doll brother, sent a prominent message. Broadcaster, please commence your performance. Grateful for this viewer's paid comment. Let us begin. Yu Yang expressed his gratitude for the gifts and turned to the Heracross standing beside him, saying, "Heracross, could you please help me catch a snake?" He pointed to an ABO snake hiding beneath the equipment, with half of its tail visible. "Oh, it's the lovely Heracross. Is the broadcaster sending it to battle the snake monster? Using an elf to combat another elf? Quite intriguing. Hoping for Heracross to triumph, I pray. Heracross." Immediately, Heracross patted its chest with its claws, exuding an air of confidence. It then strutted towards the location of the ABO snake. aligning its large horn with a row of metal chicken cages, and gave it a powerful shove. Clang! The chicken cage was sent flying, revealing the ABO snake, which hurriedly attempted to escape. Quick as a flash, Heracross extended its claws towards the snake's tail. Gotcha! Realizing it could not evade capture. The ABO snake swiftly turned its head, opening its mouth to emit a hissing sound of intimidation. Its eyes instantly became piercingly sharp. Heracross? Startled by the ABO snake's fierce gaze, Heracross hesitated, its outstretched claw pausing midair, a look of fear crossing its face. The fact that Heracross could be intimidated was remarkable. Was it due to its intimidate ability, or merely a glare? Observing this scene, Yu Yang pondered thoughtfully before encouraging Heracross. Do not fear. It is not your match. Use your horn to knock it out. Regardless of the move, the ABO snake's base stats stood at a mere 288, while Heracross boasted an impressive 500 points. And with no type disadvantage between them, it could be said that the latter would overwhelmingly surpass the former. Although this was merely game data, it symbolized the vast disparity between the two species. Heracross. Regaining its composure, Heracross didn't even need to use its horn. It raised its claw and delivered a resounding slap to the ABO snake. Slap. The audience in the live stream clearly witnessed the ABO snake's face abruptly concaving, its over a meter-long body crashing against the adjacent wall, slowly sliding down. If this were animated, the ABO snake's eyes would now be swirling in circles. With a proud demeanor, Heracross dragged the ABO snake's body to Yu Yang, gazing at him with anticipation. Well done, you've worked hard. Yu Yang, with an understanding demeanor, gently patted Heracross on the head, and then tossed it a jar of honey. Heracross, with a beaming smile, eagerly embraced the honey and began to lick it joyfully. Heracross is truly remarkable. It defeated the ugly snake monster in one move. Oh, how Harababy adores honey. So adorable, I want to raise one. Having a Pokémon as a guardian seems like a splendid choice. Not only the viewers, but even Lin Kuan, who was present, was astonished by Heracross's performance. Young man, where did you find this unicorn beetle? May I also have one? Witnessing Heracross's harmlessness, combined with its victory over his most despised foe, Lin Kuan's perspective on Pokémon began to shift. Whether you can raise one, I cannot say at this moment. Allow me to see if I can assist you with the chicken farm issue first, Yu Yang replied with a smile, then approached the Arbok, taking a close-up shot for the livestream audience. Everyone, observe. This snake species actually lacks venomous fangs. It relies solely on its powerful jaws to consume prey, swallowing small victims whole, akin to certain non-venomous snakes. I refer to them as Arbok. As Yu Yang casually elaborated on the name, he continued, from a physical standpoint, it is no different from ordinary non-venomous snakes, yet the disparity between the two is immense. As a wondrous Pokémon, it possesses not only heightened intelligence akin to legendary creatures, but can also execute various incredible moves. In the vernacular of our summer country, Pokémon absorb and utilize an energy akin to the spirit of heaven and earth, which encompasses diverse attributes, resulting in different types of Pokémon possessing distinct characteristics. According to the information I have gathered, the Arbok is of the poison type, and once it reaches a certain size, it can shoot poisonous needles, making it quite dangerous. Therefore, I urge everyone to maintain a safe distance from particularly large Arbok encountered in the wild. Their temperament can be likened to that of most venomous snakes. A user, Jelly Superman, sent a prominent message. Host, I have a question. If what you say is true, do Pokémon grow stronger like the monsters in novels, eventually acquiring world-destroying powers? Though I have yet to witness a Pokémon with world-destroying capabilities, I can assure you that with nurturing and training, Pokémon can indeed become quite formidable. Upon hearing this, the livestream erupted with excitement. The notion of having a powerful, gentle, and obedient Pokémon companion seemed an extraordinarily delightful prospect. Even training one's dog to fetch or open a door brings immense satisfaction to its owner. Not to mention the prospect of capturing a creature of extraordinary intellect, far superior in strength to a mere dog. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Observing the steadily increasing number of viewers and the barrage of comments in the live stream, Yu Yang cleared his throat and addressed the audience. Please remain calm. I understand your eagerness to capture a creature. Do you recall what I mentioned this morning? At present, I do not recommend impulsive attempts at nurturing a creature. Should you wish to take one under your care, it is imperative to report to the local authorities and adhere to their approval. Yu Yang was cautious about encouraging the public to nurture creatures, as the implications could be substantial. Take my Heracross, for instance. It came to my home from the wild, and I did not raise it. Moreover, without official consent, I would never bring it into the urban areas. The matter of nurturing creatures cannot be taken lightly. Without official sanction, it is certainly inadvisable to release them into the city, At best, they can only be kept on the outskirts of rural areas. Yu Yang believed that as long as he continued his educational efforts, the day when officials would approach him would not be far off. At which point both parties could sit down for a proper discussion to secure a special permit for creature nurturing. Chapter 7. Preparing to capture the groundhog before the authorities issue related policies. Viewers can continue to watch my live stream. I have been stationed in the wild for an extended duration, providing various educational insights about creatures. Interested viewers may click the follow button in the upper right corner. Yu Yang seized the opportunity to promote himself and then coughed to regain focus. Returning to the matter at hand. Let us discuss how to assist the uncle in resolving the challenges faced by his poultry farm. Regarding how to expel the Arbok and alleviate the poultry farm's predicament, Yu Yang was not entirely confident. Having Heracross clear out the Arbok one by one was certainly not the most effective method, setting aside the sheer number of Arbok present. What if they returned shortly after being driven away? He believed that the optimal solution would be for the poultry farm owner to raise a few creatures that could counter the Arbok. This would not only prevent further invasions, but also provide a security measure. The creatures could not be rare or gluttonous. Rather, they should be common creatures that possess the ability to counter Arbok. The Arbok's type is poison, which is countered by psychic and ground types. However, psychic types are all exceedingly rare. Thus, we are left with ground types. Among common ground creatures in the world of creatures, we have Sandshrew, Geodude, and Diglett. Sandshrew inhabits arid desert regions, and it is uncertain if it can be found in the mountainous areas of Minhwa province. Geodude has a notoriously irritable temperament. What if it were to injure the farm owner in a fit of rage? After much contemplation, Yu Yang concluded that raising a few Diglett would indeed be a commendable choice. Although snakes typically prey on rodents in nature, Digletts are unique. They can burrow underground, moving faster than the Arbok, thus evading its grasp entirely. The species value of the mole is 265, with a sole attribute of ground, while the Arbok stands at 288. In terms of species value, they are quite comparable. However, one wonders how such creatures would fare in the realm of reality. Moles prefer to dwell in the shadowy depths of the earth, savoring tree roots, and one can imagine that quite a number of them exist in the forests. With this thought in mind, Yu Yang turned to Lin Kuan and inquired, "Uncle Lin, could you assist me in gathering some tree roots?" "Tree roots? What do you need those for?" Lin Kuan responded, taken aback and perplexed by the boy's request. Yu Yang elucidated, "They can aid us in driving away the Arbok." Upon hearing that they could dispel the Arbok, Lin Kuan was immediately invigorated, hastily preparing to venture outside. "Wait, don't rush. It would be best to collect several different varieties of tree roots. The more, the better," Yu Yang called out, offering his instructions. "Not a problem. This place isn't safe. You should come to my home and rest for a while," Lin Kuan suggested, guiding Yu Yang out of the chicken farm. Ultimately, Yu Yang did not proceed to Lin Kuan's house. Instead, he found a shaded spot in the village to sit and engage in casual conversation with his online friends while awaiting Lin Kuan's return. Lin Kuan acted swiftly. In less than an hour, Yu Yang spotted him approaching with a sack slung over his shoulder. "Thank you for your efforts. I apologize for the trouble. But we need to head up the mountain again," Yu Yang stated. "We're going up the mountain again?" Lin Kuan asked. "Indeed, these tree roots are intended for the ascent," Yu Yang replied mysteriously. "Oh, well, what are we waiting for? Let us set off," Lin Kuan declared, not pausing for breath as he readied himself to trek into the mountains once more. Yu Yang assisted him with the sack, adding, "Very well, you lead the way. Preferably through a forested area." "Leave it to me," Lin Kuan affirmed. Just as the two were about to embark on their journey, Heracross, who had been following closely, suddenly stepped in their path, gesturing with its claws towards the sack on Lin Kuan's back. "Do you wish to help Uncle Lin carry the sack?" Yu Yang surmised its intent. Heracross nodded vigorously, demonstrating an impressively strong pose. "Well then, you can take it," Yu Yang signaled to Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan set the sack down and stepped aside. Heracross effortlessly lifted the sack onto its back, presenting a sturdy silhouette for all to admire. "Oh, little Heracross is so understanding. I adore it. Is the streamer heading into the mountains? Wow, I can't wait to see what Pokémon await us within. It's been ages since I last ventured into the mountains. Streamer, please be cautious." "I will indeed. Thank you all for your concern." As the chicken farm is situated quite close to the forest, it took them merely a few minutes to arrive amidst a lush grove under the blazing sun. The towering trees shielded them from the harsh rays above, while a gentle breeze wafted through the foliage, offering a refreshing respite. This location is not far from the chicken farm, essentially marking the entryway to the Grand Mountains. Yu Yang had no intention of delving too deeply into the woods. He halted Lin Kuan here and began to scrutinize the surrounding environment with earnest attention. particularly in the areas adorned with trees. A few green caterpillars and armored pupae lay concealed amidst the foliage. When Yu Yang's camera swept over them, it ignited a flurry of discussions in the comments. These two enchanting creatures are undoubtedly familiar to many. I refer to them as the green caterpillar and the armored pupa. Those well-versed in biology understand their intricate life cycle, the transformation from caterpillar to pupa, and subsequently to butterfly. The green caterpillar and armored pupa are prevalent. They can be found wherever greenery thrives. Over the past 3 months, humanity has conducted countless studies on them, rendering the viewer's reactions rather typical. Yu Yang directed the camera towards a green caterpillar resting on a branch, his gaze wandering across the grass in search of something. According to the field guide, the ground that has been excavated by moles tends to rise, making it relatively easy to spot. Under the protection of Heracross, Yu Yang and Lin Kuan strolled along. And before long, he spotted a small mound of earth beneath a rather diminutive tree. Could this be it? Yu Yang's eyes brightened as he approached the mound, brushed aside the soil, and peered inside. A round hole led straight underground, and upon illuminating it with his phone's flashlight, he discovered that this small tunnel was nearly a meter deep. It was undoubtedly a mole's burrow. He had found the entrance. Now, the challenge was to lure the moles out. He instructed Heracross to set down the burlap sack and to place several varieties of tree roots around the burrow's entrance, forming a circle before stepping back a short distance. He then directed Heracross, no matter what emerges from the hole, you must knock it out with a single strike. But remember, don't use too much force. Heracross thumped its chest, signaling its commitment to the task. The speed of the moles was too swift for humans to capture. The only method Yu Yang could conceive was akin to a whack-a-mole game. Wait for the mole to surface and allow Heracross to deliver a knockout blow. Although the approach was somewhat violent, it was the only solution he could devise. The moles would have to endure the indignity. Chapter 8. Whack-a-mole with Heracross guarding the burrow. Yu Yang felt at ease. Waiting for the moles to emerge required patience. He enlisted Lin Kuan to assist Heracross while he positioned himself nearby, continuing to educate the audience about the green caterpillar, ensuring his voice remained low enough not to startle the moles. A user named Xiao Juju sent a striking comment. Host. Since the green caterpillar can evolve into the armored pupa, do other creatures also have evolutionary pathways? This question hit the mark. Based on the current circumstances, my response is affirmative, although the exact number of creatures invading the human realm remains unclear. My recent interactions with various easily encountered creatures suggest that most of them do possess multiple stages of evolution. In the pursuit of evolution, the creatures inhabiting our blue planet typically require extensive periods for transformation. However, these formidable spirits can undergo evolution in a matter of days. And while the exact duration remains uncertain, it is significantly shorter than the hundreds of thousands of years often associated with dragon-type Pokémon. After uttering this statement, Yu Yang felt a pang of apprehension. He had nearly divulged that dragon-type Pokémon could take decades or even centuries to evolve. Given that the Pokémon invasion had only begun a few months prior, revealing such details would surely raise suspicions among the observant viewers. Should inquiries arise, he would have to fabricate explanations to cover his misstep. Take, for instance, the Arbok, which possesses a secondary evolutionary stage. Once evolved, the Arbok's size can swell to over 3 meters, resembling the king cobra that one may have seen in the animal kingdom. During the novice village phase, the Arbok is already a formidable creature. Encountering one in the wild, even a Heracross would likely find itself at a disadvantage. The Arbok requires level 22 to evolve into its next form, while Yu Yang's Heracross stands at less than a meter tall, hardly reaching maturity. I have seen the towering peaks at my grandmother's countryside home. They were quite intimidating, he mused. I suspect they are even more formidable, as Pokémon possess a higher intelligence than ordinary creatures, enabling them to wield remarkable abilities. A timid viewer inquired, can our adorable little Heracross evolve? Yu Yang recalled that Heracross did not have a typical evolutionary stage, only one singular evolution. With a contemplative expression, he responded, as for Heracross, I am uncertain. Further observation is necessary for this particular Pokémon. This query served as a reminder for him. After the stream concluded, he must allocate time to train Heracross. Reality is not a game, and he remained unsure whether battling would facilitate its growth. To educate others about more elusive Pokémon, he needed to enhance Heracross's strength to explore more perilous territories. Moreover, considering the dietary needs of Pokémon, the recent invasion likely brought forth an abundance of berry seeds from grass-type Pokémon. Relying on ordinary human food may yield limited results. It would be prudent to feed them energy-rich berries. Alternatively, nurturing a few grass-type Pokémon capable of producing honey would allow them to consume soil and engage in photosynthesis, generating high-energy honey to nourish Heracross. Yu Yang's mind instantly conjured an image of Heracross embracing a Bulbasaur, sipping the sweet nectar from the large seed on its back. However, utilizing Bulbasaur for honey production seemed rather extravagant. Meanwhile, as Yu Yang engaged in light-hearted banter with the viewers in the livestream, on another side, Heracross, who had been gently sipping from an open jar of honey, suddenly perked up its antennae, quietly setting down the honey jar and directing all its attention towards a nearby pit. What is happening? Lin Kuan, observing Heracross's unusual behavior, felt a wave of tension wash over his face. Hercules paid him no mind, silently inching closer to the cave's entrance, hardly daring to breathe as he intently observed the situation within. Lin Kuan tightened his grip on the sickle and leaned in as well. Under the breathless gaze of the man and the creature, the soil within the tunnel quivered slightly, and soon, an oval, glossy brown head emerged from the depths of the burrow. A dainty mole, with black eyes and a rosy snout, suddenly popped its head out from the tunnel. It twitched its nose, preparing to crawl toward the tree root that emanated a sweet aroma. However, before it could fully comprehend its surroundings, a shadow loomed above its head. Instantly, it felt a thud in its brain and fell into oblivion. With a swift motion, Hercules seized the mole's body and pointed towards the sack in Lin Kuan's hand. Understanding the cue, Lin Kuan promptly opened the sack. Hercules tossed the unconscious mole inside with a flick of his claw. After completing this task, he moved his antennae again, bringing his head back to the edge of the pit. A bounty? Yu Yang, who was chatting with his viewers, noticed the unusual activity and excused himself from the livestream under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, rushing over to Hercules' side. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring his phone along. Rather, the act of catching moles seemed a tad too violent, and he feared that his viewers might be inspired to follow suit and capture creatures in the wild, which would not align with a positive message. While Yu Yang could assure that the creatures he caught would not be sold or harmed, he could not guarantee that the mixed audience would uphold the same principles. Hush! As Yu Yang approached, eager to inquire about the situation, Lin Kuan, with a serious expression, gestured for silence. Hercules lay patiently at the cave's edge, preventing the mole from spotting him while carefully observing the interior through his insect eyes. The other two humans stood 2 paces away, their faces filled with anticipation as they watched his actions. Before long, another bewildered mole poked its head out from the tunnel, emitting soft, murmuring sounds, seemingly calling for its recently vanished companion. Poor little creature, barely having emerged halfway, met the same fate as its sibling, falling victim to Hercules' powerful paw and being tossed into the sack. With a swift motion, Hercules sensed the ground with his antennae, indicating that more moles remained below. 1, 2, 3, 4. Within a mere 10 minutes, Hercules had incapacitated 6 moles using the same method before finally straightening up to signify that the underground was devoid of further moles. It was evident that these moles were quite weak, likely just recently born. If they possessed any significant strength, their instincts would have alerted them to the danger. Yu Yang felt fortunate for their good fortune, pondering how long they might have had to wait otherwise. Chapter 9. Soothing the Gophers. 6 gophers should suffice. Next, we must return to ascertain whether these gophers can indeed drive away the ABO snake. Did you observe which tree roots piqued the gophers' interest? The guidebook mentions that gophers enjoy consuming tree roots, yet it does not specify which variety. That one. Lin Kuan and Heracross simultaneously pointed towards a slightly pale tree root. It was the root of a metasequoia, which Lin Kuan recognized immediately. Could Uncle Lin procure a bit more of the metasequoia roots? It would facilitate our efforts to win over the gophers. If Lin Kuan wished to keep the gophers at his poultry farm, he must treat them with the utmost care and hospitality. Otherwise, why would they choose to stay? All right, I will call my wife to purchase some. Lin Kuan retrieved his phone. Yu Yang instructed Heracross to keep an eye on the burlap sack while he dashed back to the phone stand, shifting the camera to a selfie mode, and addressed the viewers in the live stream. Apologies for the delay, everyone. Let us descend the mountain now. What just happened? I really want to hear little Hehe's call. Is the host secretly up to no good? Yes. I heard their conversation, but it was too distant to catch the words. Nothing of consequence occurred. Heracross merely called for its companions. As for who those companions might be, allow me to maintain an air of mystery until we reach the poultry farm, where everyone shall discover the truth. To prevent the viewers from noticing anything amiss, Yu Yang feigned an enigmatic demeanor. In reality, he wished to shield them from witnessing the fainted gophers. After gathering their belongings, the trio, accompanied by Heracross, made their way down the mountain. What on earth could it be? I'm so anxious. Little Hehe's companion? Could it be another Heracross? It might also be a natural predator, like an eagle or a cat-like spirit. A little over 10 minutes later, at Akun's poultry farm, Lin Kuan's wife was remarkably swift. Upon their arrival at the farm's entrance, they encountered several burlap sacks filled with metasequoia roots. However, his wife was nowhere in sight. "My wife is afraid of snakes and did not dare approach," Lin Kuan chuckled, explaining to Yu Yang. Yu Yang nodded in understanding, took the burlap sack from Heracross's claws, opened the bag, and carefully poured the gophers onto the cement floor, surrounding the other 3 escape routes with stones, leaving only a single opening for the gatekeeper, Heracross, to guard. Concerned that the gophers might burrow directly into the ground if placed on the mud, he instructed Heracross, "Keep a watchful eye on them. Be cautious of their escape." Due to Heracross's gentle handling, the gophers awoke within moments, their eyes fluttering open. They were startled by the unfamiliar surroundings, vastly different from their burrow, and screamed in terror, attempting to burrow into the ground. But the hard cement proved impenetrable. They sought to flee in all directions, only to find themselves surrounded by towering stone walls. The towering figure of Heracross loomed ominously at the sole exit. 6 little moles huddled together, their round bodies trembling with fear, presenting a pitiful and helpless sight. Indeed, they were mere newborns, not daring to resist. Yu Yang retrieved the phone stand and directed the camera towards the moles. "Wow, look at the moles, how adorable they are." "Moles? Can they really drive away snakes?" The appearance of the moles instantly sparked lively discussions among the viewers in the livestream. "Little ones, do not be alarmed, we mean no harm." Holding a root from a water cedar, Yu Yang cautiously placed it in front of the moles, then stepped back a few paces, laying his palm flat and slowly pressing down, signaling a gesture of reassurance. "I know you can understand me. I have summoned you here to ask for a favor." After uttering these words, he awaited the mole's response. The reactions of the 6 moles varied. Some were drawn to the root before them, others remained on guard. A few appeared bewildered, while others stared blankly at Yu Yang. "I suppose you must be hungry. Let's fill our bellies first." Yu Yang produced several more roots and placed them down. The food available to wild spirits is limited, leaving many of them in a constant state of hunger. Thus, enticing the spirits with food is a remarkably effective method. He then momentarily disregarded the mole's reactions and turned his attention to the phone screen, sharing information about moles with the viewers. "Do you remember when I mentioned that spirits possess different attributes? With attributes come the natural interactions of mutual growth and conflict. Through my observations in the wild, I discovered that the Arbok, a type of spirit, detests sandy and barren environments, preferring to dwell among grass and tree trunks. The moles, which I refer to as ground moles due to their burrowing habits, will throw sand or mud at their enemies when threatened. Therefore, I surmise that moles possess attributes associated with the earth, akin to the soil attribute." What transpired when a mole with earth attributes encountered a poison-type Arbok? Yu Yang spoke in an enticing tone, hoping to ignite a fervent discussion in the livestream's comments. "But isn't it true that snakes eat mice? Can these tiny creatures really stand a chance against an Arbok? Attributes have interactions? This is intriguing. It feels like playing a game. What are you waiting for, streamer? Hurry up and give it a try." Encouraged by Yu Yang's remarks, the viewers' enthusiasm surged, eager for him to place the moles before the Arbok to witness the unfolding battle. Now, let us not rush. They are still adjusting to this new environment. If we seek their assistance, we should at least offer them a warm welcome and a hearty meal. Yu Yang first made a jest, then, as per usual, promoted his live streaming room. During the moment when the gophers were acclimatizing to their surroundings, he urged those who had yet to follow to lend their support by sharing the stream, allowing more people to witness the event. "Thank you all. Haha, indeed, gophers. Do indulge. I directly shared it in the group of loving families. I've done the triple action of sharing, following, and tipping, so hurry up." User Xiao Jujua activated the captain feature in this live stream. User Yang Buyu generously donated a gift named Dimension City. At that moment, a grand castle radiating a resplendent purple glow filled the screen. "Wow, thank you to the generous benefactor for the gift, much appreciated." The gift, named Dimension City, was valued at over 1,000 xia currency, a rather substantial donation indeed, prompting Yu Yang to express his gratitude to the benefactor. Ahem, let us continue discussing the gophers. Gophers have a penchant for consuming tree roots and prefer to dwell in the dimly lit upper layers of soil. Due to their habit of aerating the earth and their natural waste, the soil in areas they inhabit tends to be quite fertile, suitable for cultivating various plants. Chapter 10. United efforts to expel the aber snake. Ultimately, we must observe whether the gophers can effectively drive away the aber snake. Otherwise, the live stream's quality would be significantly diminished. While Yu Yang engaged with the comments, Lin Kuan was intently watching the bewildered little gophers. One gopher, unable to resist the allure of the tree roots, moved its body and scurried to the roots, eagerly gnawing at them. This action prompted its companions to follow suit. Soon, 6 gophers were gathered around the water cypress roots, feasting heartily. Wow, the gophers have started eating the tree roots. Ha! These gophers are simply adorable, with their round, glimmering eyes and comical red noses. Thank you, host, for introducing me to 3 kinds of sprites I've never seen before. Haha, if everyone enjoys this, please follow, as the host will bring even more exciting live content in the future. Much love. Noticing the lively atmosphere in the live room, Yu Yang seized the moment. The gophers devoured 6 or 7 tree roots in an instant, leaving only a few hard branches scattered about. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. After enjoying the roots provided by Yu Yang, the little gophers appeared less tense, gradually becoming tranquil. Little ones, how do the roots taste? Yu Yang rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. Daegu. The gophers exchanged glances, and one particularly lively gopher let out a small chirp. There's potential. Yu Yang signaled to Lin Kuan, gesturing towards bags of tree roots nearby. Lin Kuan understood immediately and brought over an entire sack of roots, scattering them before the gophers. Daegu. Upon seeing the fresh, glistening roots, the gopher's small eyes sparkled with delight. This time, I have summoned you all with a request. Yu Yang, disregarding whether the ground squirrels understood him, continued speaking. This chicken farm is home to numerous arbok snakes. Might I trouble you to assist us in expelling them? Afterward, he winked at Heracross, instructing, Heracross, go catch an arbok for us. And remember, it should be one that is weaker. With steady strides, Heracross made its way toward the grass. Before long, it returned, holding an arbok that measured merely a few dozen centimeters in length. Yu Yang directed Heracross to place the arbok within the stone circle that encircled the ground squirrels, addressing them. Defeat this arbok, and the roots shall be plentiful. Though the arbok was no match for Heracross, it exhibited no fear before the diminutive ground squirrels, opening its mouth and flicking its forked tongue, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The ground squirrels trembled, forming a circle around the creature. Yu Yang laughed. I told you. How could the little rodents possibly prevail against a snake? As the viewer count in the livestream surged, so too did the influx of malicious comments. Oh dear, has the streamer met their match? Their theory holds until actual practice reveals the truth, doesn't it? Iron Clown. Lies, report them. Yu Yang's nephew, Lin Kuan, looked to him for help, perhaps feeling the effects of the arbok's intimidation trait, which could instill fear in opposing Pokémon, diminishing their aggression. Yu Yang stroked his chin, picked up a root from a dawn redwood, and waved it before the ground squirrels, commanding, use Sand Attack, and launch your assault on the arbok. Sand Attack was a move known to every ground squirrel, so there should be no issue with its execution. Just as Yu Yang pondered this, 6 ground squirrels, drawn by the root in his hand, turned to face the arbok and began digging with their tiny claws. Their diminutive bodies and claws made the task appear futile. Yet somehow, the seemingly barren concrete ground was transformed, yielding heaps of vibrant yellow sand that they hurled at the arbok. The sight of 6 ground squirrels unleashing Sand Attack was overwhelming for the arbok, which found itself engulfed in a storm of yellow sand, leaving it with nowhere to seek refuge. Incredibly, the once menacing arbok, upon being showered in sand, abandoned its offensive intentions and attempted to flee the stone circle. Despite being uninjured, its serpentine movements were erratic, clearly hindered by its impaired vision. Excellent, press on. You scratch. Yu Yang's voice seemed to embolden them, and the ground squirrels, filled with newfound courage, extended their tiny claws in pursuit of the arbok. The glint of their silvery claws flashed as they struck, leaving numerous bloody gashes upon the arbok's body. The mice can indeed triumph over the arbok. Where are those who just criticized the streamer? Why are they silent now? Keyboard warriors are amusing, as they dare not act, but only point fingers. That aside, Yu Yang timely intervened before the mice, tossing down a root as a reward. He was not yet prepared for the demise of the arbok. Firstly, he feared it might provoke the wrath of the nearby arbok population, should a formidable arbok appear. It would spell disaster. Secondly, slaying a Pokémon in front of the vast audience in the livestream could yield adverse consequences. Heracross, incapacitate the arbok. With a swift strike, Heracross brought the arbok to silence, its eyes rolling back. Since the mice posed a threat to the arbok, the next step was to eliminate the arbok in the poultry farm. Yu Yang's plan was to first incapacitate all the arbok within the farm, bag them, and then take them into the mountains to release them. He also intended to cultivate a good rapport between Lin Kuan and the mice, training them to serve as patrols, ready to repel any approaching arbok. Uncle Lin, Heracross, mice, follow me. Yu Yang gestured, leading them into the expansive poultry barn. The diminutive mice could slip through the gaps in the equipment and ground, driving away the Arbok, while Heracross would handle those Arbok that the mice could not overpower. The two humans, Yu Yang and Lin Kuan, followed behind, collecting the unconscious serpents and depositing them into bags. Thus, through the collaborative efforts of humans and Pokémon, an entire afternoon was spent, culminating in the incapacitation of 57 Arbok, all bagged and ready for transport. Perhaps due to the previous months of humans relentlessly using firearms against Pokémon, these invading Arbok at the edge of human territory were not particularly formidable. However, strength was relative to Heracross and the mice. Yu Yang noted that during the afternoon's battles, an Arbok strike missed and crashed against a metal panel, denting it significantly. This illustrated that even juvenile Pokémon possessed formidable power, not easily outmatched by the average human. Chapter 11. 3 mice in the dimly lit forest. Several figures moved slowly. As Yu Yang held his phone on a selfie stick, he aimed the camera at Heracross, who was laboriously shouldering 2 bags filled with dozens of aggressive Arbok. He dared not allow his frail self or Uncle Lin to carry the bags, fearing that if an Arbok awoke midway, it might deliver a nasty surprise, potentially sending him to the hospital. Heracross, with its great strength and tough hide, was the ideal candidate for such labor. Along the path into the mountains, sporadic Arbok would awaken, only to be swiftly subdued by Heracross with a single paw. The moles followed closely behind them, now seemingly reluctant to flee. Let's release them here, Lin Kuan said, halting his steps and surveying the surroundings. We are sufficiently distanced from the village, so there's no need to worry about the serpent harming the villagers. Heracross, put down the sacks, he added. With a casual toss, Heracross let the 2 heavy bags fall into the grass. After walking a bit further down the mountain, Yu Yang addressed the moles. So, dear moles, would you like to accompany us back to the chicken farm? There's an abundance of food, and you need not fear being bullied by other sprites. You can roam freely. Upon hearing his words, the moles huddled together, murmuring among themselves. Eventually, the most spirited of the moles emerged, waving its claws towards the direction of the village, signaling their willingness to go to the chicken farm. Oh, I have one more request. If you have any other companions who wish to join us at the chicken farm, you may call for them as well. In his plans, 6 moles seemed insufficient for managing a chicken farm of over 1,000 square meters. Ideally, he hoped to gather a dozen or so. The moles once again gathered to converse in hushed tones. After a while, Yu Yang noticed 3 moles burrowing into the soil, disappearing from sight. The remaining 3 moles stayed close by. After approximately 10 minutes, the ground trembled slightly. Soon, 7 or 8 figures of varying sizes emerged from the earth. One particular figure instantly captured Yu Yang's attention. It had 3 heads of varying heights, each shining with a metallic luster. To his delight, it was the Trimole. Yu Yang excitedly directed his camera towards the Trimole. Oh, are these 3 moles? Why are they so closely huddled together? Perhaps the one in front is a parent, while the smaller ones are the offspring, another voice chimed in. How can the mother not be the largest? You must be mistaken. These 3 moles are undoubtedly larger than the previous ones, and look at their foreheads, glistening like boiled eggs. Haha, viewers, you have sharp eyes. This is the Trimole, an evolved form of the mole, typically a set of triplets. Yu Yang quickly explained to his audience and turned to the Trimole. Trimole, would you also like to join us at the chicken farm? The little moles gathered around the Trimole, looking up at it in admiration. Da-da-da-da. The 3 round heads nodded in unison, responding in a comical manner. Wonderful, Uncle Lin. With the help of the Trimole, you need no longer worry about the invasion of the ABO serpent, nor any other sprites. They will assist in your defense, Yu Yang said joyfully to Lin Kuan. I am profoundly grateful to you, Yu. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss, Lin Kuan exclaimed, his face aglow with emotion as he grasped Yu Yang's hand, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Yu Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Let us descend, for the forest harbors certain dangers. As they returned to the poultry farm, dusk had already begun to settle. Lin Kuan had instructed his wife to prepare a dozen burlap sacks filled with water fur roots, awaiting the arrival of the family of voles. The 3 voles and the little ones gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the pile of roots before them. At Yu Yang's prompting, they rushed forward, eagerly gnawing at the roots. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with excitement at the sight of the voles feasting with delight. How wonderful it is for humans and spirits to coexist harmoniously. I once harbored hostility towards spirits, but after witnessing today's stream, my perspective has shifted. Could it be that the host is orchestrating a performance merely to gain followers? I refuse to believe that these creatures are so obedient. To the naysayer, Why not try directing your own show? Yu Yang swiftly sought to diffuse the tension in the live chat. Let us refrain from insults. Let the critics entertain themselves. Also, I wish to mention that it is getting late, so we shall conclude today's stream for now. I kindly ask those who have not yet followed to consider doing so and to share the stream. Thank you all. He promised to announce the specific time for the next broadcast. Is it over? I wanted to watch Xiao Hehe and Shu Shu for a little longer. 88,888. I hope the host streams again tomorrow. I'm left wanting more. I've realized I have fallen in love with this live stream. User Lao Kai Niao has become the ship captain in this stream. User Jiang Shi Wang has gifted the host with a celebratory moment. Observing the screen filled with gifts and the lingering comments, Yu Yang felt a warm glow within, invigorated by the support. Of course, there were also some disparaging remarks, which he chose to ignore completely. After spending several minutes expressing gratitude to the generous viewers, he shut down the live stream. Analyzing the data, he noted that this broadcast extended over 7 hours, with the audience swelling from a few thousand to a staggering 91, nearing the level of 10. In a single afternoon, achieving 10 followers was nothing short of miraculous. With the current rate of follower growth, it seemed likely that he would meet the system's requirements in less than 10 days. Yu Yang mused with satisfaction. With the influence of the power of the evergreens, his communication with insect and plant-type spirits would become even more seamless. Cultivating good relations with the plant spirits meant they could assist in nurturing fruit trees, tending to the garden, and producing nectar, thereby alleviating some of the food concerns for the spirits. Moreover, with the enhancement of the evergreen power, the lifespan of the insect-type spirits would be prolonged. An exceptionally beneficial circumstance for Heracross. Dear nephew, you must be hungry. Come to my house for a meal, and allow your uncle to treat you well. And Heracross, thank you for your hard work. Lin Kuan warmly embraced Yu Yang's shoulders, not forgetting the contributions of the diligent Heracross. The moment Lin uncle mentioned food, Yu Yang's stomach began to rumble with hunger. All right, I won't refuse your invitation. Heracross expressed that as long as there was honey, he was willing to go anywhere. Before leaving, Yu Yang turned to the cheerful gophers munching on roots and said, You all continue enjoying your meal. We'll be off to eat now. The gophers looked up, nodding their heads amicably at the two humans. Chapter 12. Uncle Lin's Reward in the Village of Shonking. Within a 3-story house built by the villagers themselves, a large round table laden with a sumptuous feast filled the hall on the first floor. The delightful aromas wafting from the dishes tantalized Yu Yang's senses, stirring the cravings within his belly. Come, nephew, take a seat. Lin Kuan cheerfully guided Yu Yang to the table. Oh, and Heracross, I wonder if you will find human food to your liking. If not, no worries. I just sent my wife to the village to fetch some premium farmhouse honey, royal jelly, and the like for you to try. He retrieved an entire box of assorted honey products from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Heracross. Heracross's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sweet-smelling jars of honey, unable to move from the sheer delight of it all. Despite consuming 10 jars of honey that day, his appetite remained insatiable, reminiscent of a bottomless pit. Ordinary honey simply did not provide the energy he required. Only nectar or food cultivated by fairies would suffice. Yu Yang had recently desired to befriend fairies such as those that produced sweet honey, the milk-producing Miltank, and fruit-bearing Trevenant. Miltank thrived on high-quality pasture, and he wished for a shaman or perhaps a Chikorita to aid in producing such grass. To befriend grass-type Pokémon, the power of the evergreen was essential. Ultimately, Yu Yang aimed to attract enough followers to reach 100, awakening the power of the evergreen thereafter. As he indulged in the feast and let his thoughts wander, Lin Kuan approached with a small paper bag, placing it on the table with a smile. Nephew, this is your reward for your hard work. A casual glance revealed at least 5 red Chinese yuan notes within the bag. Yu Yang quickly shook his head in refusal. Uncle Lin, you are giving too much. I merely lent a hand. No need to be modest. Take it. Without allowing for any further discussion, Lin Kuan firmly stuffed the paper bag into Yu Yang's embrace. Without you, my losses would not merely amount to tens of thousands, but rather hundreds of millions. If the chicken farm goes under, my entire family will be left to beg on the streets, Lin Kuan stated in an unwavering tone. Observing Uncle Lin's grave expression, Yu Yang ceased his objections and rose to express his gratitude profusely. The reason for his cessation of resistance lay in his current financial plight. Having just graduated from university without a job, his pockets were empty, rendering him incapable of pursuing any endeavors. Continuing to decline would have seemed somewhat pretentious. Yu Yang accepted the money bag, prompting a noticeable relaxation in Lin Kuan's demeanor, who then joined him at the dining table to share a meal and engage in casual conversation. Where's Andy? What about the others in Uncle Lin's household? Why aren't they joining us for dinner? Yu Yang inquired. It's quite late. They've already dined. Let's not concern ourselves with them. We shall enjoy our meal," was Lin Kuan's reply. The dinner unfolded with joy for both host and guest. After the meal, Yu Yang and Lin Kuan set off once more towards the chicken farm, while Heracles cheerfully trailed behind them, cradling a box of honey products and mumbling to himself in a lively manner. At that moment, the chicken farm appeared desolate, with only the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze and the distant chorus of cicadas creating a harmonious backdrop. The ground bore remnants of tree roots, while the gophers had long since vanished from sight. Upon noticing their absence, Lin Kuan grew anxious, his eyes widening as he scanned the surroundings, his expression increasingly fraught with worry. "Uncle Lin, do not panic. The gophers are generally quite honorable in keeping their promises. It is entirely normal for them to remain underground," Yu Yang reassured him, gently tapping the ground. Within moments, a series of small holes began to appear in the soil, and a row of yellow-brown, round heads emerged. "You startled me." Lin Kuan exhaled deeply in relief. After greeting the gophers, Yu Yang turned to Lin Kuan with earnestness. "Uncle Lin, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Upon our return, I will send you a memorandum. If you follow the instructions therein, we should no longer face any incursions from the apophis snakes. First, it would be prudent to build a small earthen wall reinforced with sand and stones around the perimeter of the chicken farm, and then procure some of the gophers' droppings to spread along this wall. As ground-dwelling spirits, their excrement is likely to repel the apophis snakes. I cannot guarantee results, but it is worth a try. Second, gophers have a penchant for tree roots. If you find the time, gather a variety of roots for them to sample, and plant their favorites near the chicken farm. This point requires little elaboration, I trust, by tending to them and ensuring they thrive. Your chicken farm will be rendered considerably safer. Third, manage their diet carefully to prevent overpopulation. Cultivating a small population of about 20 to 30 should suffice. Should you wish to expand your farm, then I shall refrain from commenting further. That is about all I have to convey. Let us exchange contact information via WeChat. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Certainly, I have noted your preferences. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. My understanding is limited to nurturing these little ones." Lin Kuan retrieved his mobile phone and exchanged friend requests with Yu Yang. "That's the gist of it, Uncle Lin. Any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave." As the hour grew late, Yu Yang prepared to return home. "All is well, thank you." After bidding farewell to the groundhogs, Yu Yang mounted his electric scooter alongside Heracross and journeyed back to his grandfather's residence. Earlier, he had already informed his grandparents about dining out, so they did not await his return. After a quick shower, Yu Yang brought a lounge chair to the courtyard, where he sat with Heracross, opening his phone to edit the content from today's livestream. Moments of battling with Heracross, footage of the groundhogs, and educational snippets about them could all serve as material for several short videos, which he planned to upload to his personal page. After dedicating over an hour to editing, he utilized the time while uploading the video to check his private messages from fans. The messages varied widely. Some were laced with malicious insults. Others were mundane attempts from Nantong to befriend him, but the majority were inquiries regarding Pokémon information. Given the recent influx of Pokémon, numerous conflicts between these creatures and humans had arisen across Ya country. As a Pokémon educational streamer, it was no surprise that such queries were abundant. Many inquiries consisted of blurred images or poorly drawn sketches, asking him to identify the Pokémon. He chose to disregard these. However, a small portion of messages marked as urgent caught Yu Yang's attention. Chapter 13. The Injured Little Fuku Egg Streamer. Help. We are besieged by a rodent infestation. These mice are utterly rampant. Accompanying the message were images of several large, light purple mice, some either dead or unconscious, with notably large front teeth. It was evident that these creatures were Rattata, a fact Yu Yang recognized at once. The invasion of Rattata had become a significant societal issue, causing considerable distress even among humans in the Pokémon world due to their rapid reproduction and indiscriminate eating habits. They would gnaw through anything in their relentless pursuit of food. Truthfully, in an urban setting, Yu Yang found it challenging to propose any particularly effective solutions. Perhaps acquiring a fighting-type Pokémon like Machoke or Monferno could help, or he could simply refrain from storing food at home. It was likely that traditional rat poison had been overlooked. In response, he could only advise, they are fond of stealing food. Resolve any food issues on the same day and avoid leaving food at home. Alternatively, you might consider applying to the authorities to adopt one of these Pokémon. He then found an image of Machoke taken by a fellow netizen and sent it to his fan, while deciding against mentioning Monferno. Fearing that the plight of the little Rattata remained unresolved, fans had suffered at the hands of the irascible monkey monster. As for whether the authorities would permit residents to nurture a Mach-Hop, that was of little concern to him for the moment, unless summoned to the city to promote Pokémon. Closing the chat window, Yu Yang turned his attention to the next private message. Upon opening the chat window, his gaze was immediately captivated by the Pokémon displayed on the screen. It was a somewhat blurry image, indicating that the photographer had maintained a considerable distance from the creature, clearly apprehensive. Despite the lack of clarity, Yu Yang could discern a small, pink Pokémon nestled in the corner of the picture. Its skin was entirely pink, adorned with a tiny pink braid atop its head, while its lower half resembled either a large pair of trousers or a petite bowl in shades of pink and white. To his astonishment, it was a rare Happiny. Name: Happiny. Gender: female. Type: normal. Category: baby. Pokémon ability: natural cure or serene grace. Base stats: 220 due to the side-angle perspective. Yu Yang could not ascertain Happiny's expression. However, he could see it curled up in the corner of an alley, its body marred by dirt and scattered scars. A fan commented, "Streamer, what Pokémon is this? It looks as if it might perish." Yu Yang glanced at the timestamp. It had been sent merely 10 minutes prior, and the sender was still online. He hastily replied, "Dear viewer, could you send me its location?" A few minutes later, the fan responded, "It's at 301 Lane, Shinrong Street, Lianqing County, Rongzhou City. I often see it being pelted with stones by passing kids, and it never fights back. But I'm hesitant to approach it myself since, after all, the authorities have stated that all Pokémon carry a certain degree of danger." Rongzhou City? Yu Yang pondered. It was only an hour's journey by high-speed rail from his current location in Shanming City, making the trip quite manageable. He had no interest in troublesome Pokémon like Rattatas, but this was a gentle and kind-hearted Happiny, known for never troubling humans or launching attacks. Its evolved form, Chansey, was even a healing angel for injured Pokémon. To prevent the untimely demise of such a benevolent life, he resolved to visit Rongzhou. Why had this Happiny wandered into human territory? Such questions eluded him. For now, his priority was to book a ticket, securing a seat on the first high-speed train to Rongzhou the following morning. Having completed the booking, he replied to his fan, "This is a very gentle Pokémon. I've arranged to travel to Rongzhou tomorrow morning to personally assist it. Could you please keep an eye on it and ensure it isn't bullied by others?" "Sure. I'll keep watch for you." Currently, the inhabitants of the city harbor a profound wariness towards the fairies, possessing scant knowledge about the various kinds of these mystical beings. Even gentle creatures like the Happiny evoke an aura of danger in their eyes, leaving them too fearful to approach. "Heracross, I must venture out tomorrow. You must stay home and not wander, understand?" "Jackru." Heracross's expression faltered, revealing a glimmer of sorrow. "Oh, no. No, I do not wish to abandon you. I merely need to step out briefly. I shall return by afternoon or evening." "Jackru." Heracross clutched Yu Yang's arm, indicating a desire to accompany him. "That may not be possible. I am heading to a place bustling with humans, and they are not yet ready to accept the existence of fairies. Please stay home and enjoy some honey while I am away." After Yu Yang's explanations, Heracross finally grasped his intent. The following day, after clarifying the situation to his grandparents, Yu Yang boarded the earliest bus from the village to the high-speed railway station in Shanming City. After an hour's journey, he disembarked at the Rongzhou high-speed railway station, emerging onto the platform where he promptly hired a taxi, directing it towards Lianqing County, under the jurisdiction of Rongzhou City. Upon arriving in Lianqing County, Yu Yang finally comprehended why the Happiny had inexplicably wandered to this place. Enclosed by mountains and lakes, Lianqing County was likely a place the fairy inadvertently stumbled upon while seeking refuge among humans. "Thank you, driver." The taxi halted at the entrance of Shinhong Street, Alley 301, where he paid the fare and stepped out, gazing into the dimly lit alley ahead. This narrow passageway lay between two self-built houses, characterized by its cramped, shadowy ambience, littered with refuse and sewage. Through the boxes, he could discern rows of self-constructed homes across the way. The fan's filming perspective must have originated from one of those houses. Activating his phone's flashlight, Yu Yang ventured into the alley, circumventing the obstructive garbage. After walking a few meters, he was greeted by the distant sound of children's laughter. In a dark, filthy corner, a pink figure raised its tiny hands over its head, emitting low, plaintive whimpers. A few meters away, several mischievous children, around 7 or 8 years old, brandished stones, laughing and pointing at the Happiny while chattering in an incomprehensible dialect. "Go away, you little rascals." At that moment, another human voice echoed. The Happiny instinctively tightened its grip on its head. However, after a prolonged silence, it sensed a calm presence behind it. Hesitating for a moment, it cautiously turned around, peering back with timid eyes. To its surprise, it beheld a tall figure quietly bending down before it, wearing a gentle smile. "GWORLDVIEW." Startled, the Happiny trembled and attempted to scurry away on its short legs. In the next moment, it felt as though it had fallen into a warm embrace. Chapter 14. The Aggrieved Little Foodon. Suddenly being scooped into someone's arms startled the little Foodon, causing it to thrash its short limbs in a desperate attempt to escape Yu Yang's grasp. "Be good, don't be afraid, I mean you no harm." Yu Yang gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through him, nearly toppled over by the little Foodon's vigorous kicks. Despite its diminutive stature, barely reaching 50 centimeters, this small creature possessed an extraordinary strength that rivaled that of an adult woman. Perhaps it was due to its reluctance to exert itself. Yu Yang recalled that Xiao Gang's little Foodon could even lift a frozen lake surface. As he spoke, he gently stroked the little Foodon's back with his palm, hoping to soothe the creature into calmness. Having endured human malice, even the most affable Foodon could not escape a lingering fear of humanity. Its body was indeed filthy, covered in dark stains, and the once adorable pink skin was largely obscured by muck, emanating a foul odor. Feeling the warmth emanating from the gentle touch on its back and hearing the soothing voice, the little Foodon gradually surrendered its resistance, its limbs growing limp. It was primarily exhaustion that had drained its will to fight. No wonder it had not left this alleyway. Its feet were injured, holding the little Foodon in his arms. Yu Yang could clearly see the numerous lacerations on its short legs. Moreover, its entire body bore various shallow wounds, some of which, lacking timely attention, had begun to fester. The immediate priority was to find a place to clean and bandage its injuries. Just as Yu Yang was preparing to search for a suitable location to treat the little Foodon, a weak voice suddenly called out from beside him, "Excuse me, are you the streamer Yu Yang?" Yu Yang's streaming name was indeed his real name. Turning his head, he spotted a lean youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, standing not far away. Upon hearing another human voice, the little Foodon visibly flinched, curling up into a tight ball, its body trembling involuntarily in fear. Yu Yang cradled the little Foodon like a baby, soothingly stroking its back, and addressed the youth. "Yes, you must be the friend who contacted me online yesterday?" "Yes. Streamer Big Brother, you arrived quite early. I just got out of bed and opened the curtains to see you driving away the troublesome kids." The youth nodded apologetically. He had promised the streamer to take good care of this sprite, yet it had still fallen victim to the bullying. "It's all right. Could I trouble you with a favor? Would you mind purchasing some medical iodine, alcohol, cotton swabs, and bandages for me?" As he spoke, Yu Yang handed the youth 2 crisp banknotes. "Of course. You can take it to my house to rest for a bit." The young boy pointed towards a self-built residential building across the street. The passage was bustling with people. Certainly not an ideal location. Thus, Yu Yang followed the boy to the entrance of the lobby on his floor. He fetched a basin of clean water from the restroom and took out some tissues he always carried with him, moistening them to wipe away the grime from the little creature, Xiao Fudan. "Do not be afraid, little one. I shall first cleanse your body." Yu Yang spoke gently as he began to wipe the pink, curly tufts atop Xiao Fudan's head. The little one resembled a well-behaved child, sitting quietly on Yu Yang's lap, allowing him to erase the dirt. Apart from his fondness for the collected round pebbles, Xiao Fudan was most concerned about the pink braids atop his head. Moments later, the boy who had gone out to procure medical supplies returned, carrying a large white bag. Xiao Fudan was small, measuring merely over 40 centimeters, and the dirt was swiftly wiped clean by Yu Yang, revealing unsightly scars etched upon his skin. He was still too young to grasp the healing techniques. "Brother Yu Yang, here is the change. Please take it back." The boy offered several banknotes. "No need. Keep it to buy some snacks," Yu Yang replied, retrieving the medical alcohol from the bag and smiling at the boy. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Lin Dingwei." The boy responded promptly before shaking his head vigorously. "No, this is too much. There are still over 100 left." "Very well, I shall take 100. The youth's modesty was evident as Yu Yang took 100 yuan but left the remaining change behind. Subsequently, he paid no further heed to Lin Dingwei. Focusing intently on the alcohol bottle, he gently addressed Xiao Fudan. "This may sting a bit. You must brace yourself, little one." Xiao Fudan, in a state of innocent bewilderment, responded with a soft sound. Yu Yang slowly poured some alcohol over the wounds. While using alcohol to cleanse the wounds effectively removes dirt, dust, and most bacteria, the pain was undeniably acute. Xiao Fudan nearly jumped 3 feet high at the sting, his adorable face contorting in distress. Yet, he understood that the human behind him intended to help heal his wounds, so he did not stifle his discomfort, emitting soft, plaintive sounds. Once all the wounds on his body were treated with alcohol, Yu Yang took a cotton swab dipped in iodine to carefully apply it to each injury, completing the dressing with gauze. Finally, he accepted the clean, wet towel handed to him by Lin Dingwei. Applying a layer of fragrant shower gel to Xiao Fudan before wiping his skin clean with the moist cloth. Before them appeared a delightful, fragrant, and charming pink Xiao Fudan. "How do you feel, little one? Is it a bit better?" Yu Yang asked, embracing him with a smile. As the little creature, Gu Li, wiggled its nose, it caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from itself. Its tiny mouth pouted, and its round, glistening eyes transformed into the shape of fried eggs. Tears welled up in its eyes, unable to be restrained any longer. With a soft whimper, drops of tear the size of beans fell incessantly onto Yu Yang's pant leg. It cried, holding onto his chest with all its might, refusing to let go. Yu Yang could discern that the little creature was releasing the pent-up grievances it had accumulated. Observing the heart-wrenching sight of Gu Li sobbing, his heart softened immensely as he gently stroked its back, offering comfort. "Let it all out, dear little one. You must have endured so much hardship these days. Brother Yu Yang, is this little sprite truly harmless?" Lin Dingwei inquired, gazing at the weeping Gu Li with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "Look at all the grievances it has faced. Has it ever attacked a human? It is perhaps the most amiable and gentle sprite I have encountered." Gu Li's first evolutionary form is the widely recognized Chansey among Pokémon enthusiasts. In the realm of sprites, Chansey is a rare sight, typically found only within Pokémon centers. Chapter 15. The joy of sharing while Yu Yang conversed with Lin Dingwei. The crying Gu Li gradually quieted down. Perhaps after days of maintaining a high state of vigilance, it suddenly relaxed. A wave of drowsiness washing over it as its eyelids grew heavier, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber in Yu Yang's embrace. Even in sleep, the little one mumbled softly, clutching onto his clothing with its tiny hands, reflecting its deep dependence on Yu Yang. He tenderly cradled Gu Li, pulling out his phone to check the time. Realizing it was nearly noon, he had promised Heracross to return before nightfall. With Gu Li in tow, taking the high-speed train was out of the question. He would have to consider the costly option of hiring a private car to his grandfather's home. The journey would take at least 4 to 5 hours. And it was nearly time to head back. "Dingwei, do you know where there are any KFCs or Golden Arches nearby? I'd like to treat you to lunch," Yu Yang asked. Lin Dingwei's eyes brightened at the mention of the Golden Arches. "There's one nearby. I'll take you there." Seeing his enthusiasm, Yu Yang was suddenly reminded of his own youthful days, when he too relished KFC and the likes of Golden Arches. Indulging in such high-calorie delights once or twice a month was a great source of satisfaction. Children, after all, possess an inexplicable fondness for fried foods. Before long, Lin Dingwei led him to a restaurant just a few hundred meters away. The reason for dining there was the abundance of calories in fried chicken, ideal for replenishing Gu Li's energy. The little creature had been wandering for many days and surely had not enjoyed anything substantial. Currently, there are no specialized foods for Pokémon, but substituting them with human food poses no significant issue. After all, Pokémon are robust and resilient, untroubled by gastrointestinal discomfort. Moreover, Yu Yang had previously watched Pokémon animations, where the creatures often expressed a fondness for human cuisine. For instance, the macaroon-loving Harlock and the sweet-toothed Bugeman. After indulging in fast food for over half an hour, Yu Yang, having spent several thousand yuan, finally persuaded a private car owner to transport him and his companion, the little Fudan, back to Shanming City. Before departing, he exchanged contact information with the adoring Lin Dingwei and boarded the vehicle heading home. Upon returning to Shankou Village in Shanming City, twilight descended. The car came to a smooth halt at the entrance of his grandfather's yard. From within the modest abode wafted the mouth-watering aroma of delectable dishes. At that moment, Heracross, who had been idly waiting in the yard, perked up at the sound of activity at the gate. With a curious rumble, it sat up and scampered over, just in time to see Yu Yang descend from the vehicle, cradling a pink little creature. "Heracross," it exclaimed, excitedly flinging open the yard gate and rushing toward Yu Yang. "Stop, stop, stop! I cannot endure your enthusiastic embrace." Yu Yang deftly spun away, dodging the bear-like hug, for a collision would undoubtedly land him in the hospital for the night. Heracross, it adjusted its stance and affectionately grasped Yu Yang's arm with its claws. Then, it finally noticed the little Pokémon nestled in Yu Yang's arms. Heracross, it tilted its head, pointing a claw at the little Fudan, displaying a puzzled expression. "This is Fudan. It will be your companion from now on," Yu Yang replied with a gentle smile, stroking Fudan's head. At that moment, the slumbering Fudan, seemingly stirred by Heracross's exuberant cries, kicked its short legs, let out a soft grunt, and rubbed its eyes open. Upon awakening, it was greeted by the sight of a deep blue bug face curiously staring at it, which startled it into instinctively burrowing back into Yu Yang's embrace. "Fear not. It is just like you," A Pokémon, Yang reassured, patting Fudon's back to soothe its little anxieties as he stepped into the yard. He placed the 7 or 8 hamburgers he had brought from the fast food restaurant, along with a bucket of fried chicken and several bottles of milk, before Fudon, saying, "Little one, you must be hungry." Gulyalu. Fudon sniffed the hamburgers and fried chicken, unable to resist the tantalizing allure of food. It seized a hamburger, tore open the wrapper, and eagerly stuffed it into its mouth. "Quite clever, knowing to unwrap it," Yang remarked. Hercross. A blue bug claw extended toward Fudon, holding a jar of golden honey. Gulyalu. Fudon paused, gulped down the bite of hamburger in its mouth, and looked at Yang for assistance. Observing the scene before him, Yang's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Ha ha, Hercross, you have indeed chosen to share your beloved honey with your companions. Well done." Hercross, a bit bashful, scratched its head in modesty. Good things are meant to be shared, it seemed to convey. After dinner, the little Happiny wobbled about, its eyes wide open, diligently scrutinizing the various stones scattered throughout the yard. It had a fondness for round, white objects. If its cherished round stone were to be taken away, it would cry and throw a tantrum. Being still quite young and unable to lay eggs, it mimicked the behavior of Chansey, searching for white, round pebbles to serve as substitutes. If it lacked a stone in its belly, Happiny would carefully place a similarly round stone into its pouch, often overindulging to the point of immobility. At times, it would entrust its treasured stone eggs to its most beloved human or fairy. Heracross acted like a devoted older brother, vigilantly safeguarding his little sister, anxious about her stumbling. Yang reclined in a chaise lounge, seated in the cool courtyard, contemplating the content for tomorrow's live stream. Just moments ago, his streaming account, which had uploaded several videos, had garnered nearly 20 followers after a day's time. Indeed, even without live broadcasting, the impact of the videos had gradually attracted new fans, albeit at a slower pace than during live sessions. Having received 5 yuan from Uncle Lin, Yang contemplated renting a relatively secluded location in a nearby village, close to the mountains, to establish a small live streaming base. Ideally, it would feature a vast lawn to cultivate the gathered berries, providing a playful and restful space for the fairies. If he were to find a large milk can in the future, he could enter a self-sustaining mode, allowing him to both stream and supply the fairies with high-energy food while also earning money, a win-win situation. Whether nurturing the large milk can or tending to the berry trees, he would require a grass-type gardener fairy. Its inclination towards battle was of little consequence. What mattered was its ability to help nurture the flowers and plants effectively. With this thought in mind, Yang immediately envisioned several potential fairy candidates. Naturally, those with the overgrow trait were his first choice, as this ability would enhance the power of grass-type moves. Correspondingly, plants under its influence would thrive robustly and healthily. However, grass-type fairies possessing the overgrow trait were typically among the rarest of the starter Pokémon from various generations, often found deep within forests, making their discovery quite perilous. Candidates like Bulbasaur, Turtwig, Trico, Snivy, and Chasebin came to mind. Securing their friendship would be ideal. If that proved impossible, he would have to settle for a secondary target. Yang pondered his options. In close proximity to human habitats, one can commonly encounter grass-type Pokémon such as Budew, Oddish, Tangela, Bounsweet, and Sunflora. While Budew, Bounsweet, and Sunflora may be dismissed due to their frailty or lack of agility, Oddish stands out as a commendable choice. Its charming appearance and nimble legs make it a suitable candidate for a gardener. Although the first stage evolution of Oddish, Gloom, finds itself in an awkward phase, its second stage evolutions, Vileplume and Bellossom, are visually appealing. Furthermore, Oddish possesses sufficient strength to safeguard the grasslands and fend off wild Pokémon incursions. In contrast, Budew and Tangela are somewhat lacking in aesthetic appeal. Thus, the decision is made. Tomorrow, Yang will venture into the mountains with Heracross and Happiny, aiming to procure an Oddish. The selection of Pokémon companions is not aimed at battling in gyms or forming strategic teams, but rather for the purpose of educational streaming and establishing a quaint little farm. Therefore, the choice of attributes is entirely practical, focusing on Pokémon that can resolve issues rather than constructing a weather team. Having finalized his plans, Yang composed a livestream announcement and posted it on his personal homepage. At 10 a.m. the following morning, he will be conducting a livestream focused on grass-type Pokémon, inviting viewers to join him. He appended a picture of Oddish sourced from the internet. With the rapid advancement of technology, it is unsurprising that, 3 months into the Pokémon invasion, numerous familiar species have been photographed and shared online. On the subsequent morning, Yang rose early. To prepare for the livestream, he needed to gather mosquito repellent, lunch provisions, and head into the mountains ahead of time. The chosen destination for this educational excursion was a secluded area in the mountains north of Xiago Village. The northern expanse, stretching for dozens of kilometers, is adorned with towering peaks devoid of human presence, suggesting a thriving population of wild Pokémon. At 9 a.m., Heracross, laden with a backpack filled with various provisions and a power bank, set off along the mountain trail alongside Yuyang, who carried a large bamboo basket. Due to a foot injury, Happiny could only manage a few steps in the yard, necessitating Yuyang to carry it in the bamboo basket for the long trek. The little creature, fearful of humans, could not be left behind at its grandfather's house. Curled up in Yuyang's embrace, Happiny clutched a large, round pebble, its curious eyes flitting about, observing the surrounding environment. The bamboo basket also contained a small pile of pebbles collected along the way, adding to Yuyang's burden. However, the happiness of his little treasure was paramount. At 9:50 a.m., they entered the forest and arrived at a relatively spacious meadow. Yuyang gently set down Happiny, retrieved his phone, attached it to a selfie stick, and initiated the live stream, sending out a notification to herald the commencement of the broadcast. Then, sitting on the lawn, he quietly awaited the increase in viewers within the live stream. Watching the host stream is akin to binge-watching a series. Missing just one day leaves one feeling restless. Good morning, Yeog. Looking forward to today's live broadcast. Good morning, everyone. Let's chat for a bit before we officially commence the live stream at 10. Yuyang switched to a selfie mode, smiling gently at the viewers in the chat. Has the host gotten darker after just a day apart? Host, did you heed my advice and get your kidney function checked? You seem to be sweating profusely. Where's Xiaohihi? I want to see Xiaohihi, not the host. Upon seeing the comment about checking kidney function, Yuyang couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. He turned to Heracross and said, Heracross, come here and greet everyone. Having endured a day of streaming, the clever Heracross had learned some streaming techniques. It waved its claws at the camera, striking a remarkably muscular pose. Xiaohihi remains adorably clumsy, exuding a charming innocence. Xiaohihi, mommy loves you. User Shitty sent an eye-catching message. I seem to hear a sound beside the host that differs from Heracross. Show us quickly. What's next to you? The viewers were indeed sharp-eared. Yuyang moved his phone to capture the little fortune egg that was rummaging through the bamboo basket. To his astonishment, the moment the little fortune egg appeared, the chat exploded with comments. So adorable. What is this little angel? Too cute, especially those rosy cheeks on its face. Where's the host? I'm booking a ticket to come over right now. The chat was filled with praises for the little fortune egg. Ghoulie? The little fortune egg crawled up Yuyang's back and onto his shoulder, its innocent big eyes fixated on the screen. What's that pebble it's holding? How amusing. So pink and utterly adorable. Look everyone. It seems to cherish that pebble like a mother protecting her unborn child. User I want to sleep with you sent a festive moment, while user Ming Goose My Matey sent a super sensory motorcycle. The screen continually displayed effects of gifts being sent. Yuyang had never anticipated that the little fortune egg would be so popular, garnering such an abundance of gifts. Clearing his throat, he gently coughed, positioned the selfie stick before him, cradled the little fortune egg in his arms, and waved its small hand at the viewers. The little fortune egg obediently complied, resembling a charming toy as Yuyang playfully waved its tiny arms. Beside Jialu, Heracross stared blankly at the content on the screen, his gaze drifting down to his rotund form. He glanced at the small Happiny beside him and realized he could not possibly fit into Yuyang's embrace. Heracross, please be vigilant of your surroundings to ensure our safety. Allow me to introduce Happiny to everyone. Jialu. Heracross immediately widened his eyes, his expression earnest as he observed the vicinity. Meanwhile, Yuyang began to elucidate the identity of Happiny to the audience. Chapter 17. The cabin in the woods. Happiny gazed at its image on the screen, a bewildered expression crossing its face as it unconsciously caressed the small round egg nestled in its arms. Its name is Happiny, and it holds a fondness for white spherical objects, often placing oval-shaped stones in its pouch to bestow upon those it cherishes. Is Happiny its species name, or merely a nickname bestowed by the streamer? What type of Pokémon is it? It appears delicate and vulnerable, almost begging to be bullied. Why is it wrapped in bandages? Has it been injured? The viewers' inquiries surged forth like a tidal wave. Yuyang patiently addressed each one. Happiny is a name I chose for it, as I fortuitously discovered a 100 yuan bill when I encountered it. I believed it would bring me blessings and good fortune, hence the name Happiny. Admittedly, the rationale is somewhat tenuous, but it suffices as an explanation. I can't very well say that Happiny's first evolutionary form is the ever-present Chansey, which I have yet to come across online. As for its attributes, I have not discerned any remarkable qualities. It appears rather ordinary, so we shall categorize it as a normal type for now. Indeed, it has sustained injuries, likely inflicted by other creatures, but it has been promptly attended to and is not in grave danger. Yu Yang chose not to elaborate on Happany's injuries, casting a glance at the time before shifting the topic. It is now 10 o'clock. Let us proceed to the true essence of today's live stream. In truth, the scars on Happany were most likely the result of human harm. Yet as a positive, energy-focused Pokémon educator, he would not disclose the harsh reality, as doing so might incite discord among the viewers. It was best to gloss over such matters. At this juncture, after 10 minutes of warm-up, the viewership had surged to an unprecedented 1 person, setting a historical record. The barrage of comments was astonishing, with lines of text cascading like a waterfall, overwhelming Yu Yang. He rose, placing Happany into a bamboo basket upon his back, beckoning her across to venture deeper into the dense forest. The density of Pokémon within the mountainous terrain remains undefined. Yu Yang surmised it parallels the distribution of ordinary wildlife, necessitating active searching and discovery. It is not akin to animated shows or games, where one merely stumbles upon a Pokémon after a few steps. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding sounds gradually became more intricate. Sunlight filtered through the thick layers of foliage, resulting in a dimly lit woodland, accompanied by the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze, and the unique sounds emitted by certain sprites. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. Yu Yang's expression grew serious. He ceased his frequent glances at the barrage of comments on the screen and devoted himself entirely to observing his surroundings. Hercross, resembling a diligent bodyguard, maintained a vigilant presence a few paces away, its antennae occasionally quivering as if sensing shifts in the environment. The host suddenly fell silent. In the live stream, the viewers, previously enchanted by the adorable appearance of the little creature, snapped back to reality. They began to immerse themselves in the experience, discussing the potential sprites or dangers that lay ahead. It feels like the light has dimmed. I have the eerie impression that if we take a few more steps, we might encounter a haunted castle. I wonder if anyone has seen a film called The Village of the Damned. This place gives off a similar vibe. Do you think we might encounter sprites akin to ghosts or spirits? I came across some recent reports of hauntings from various parts of the country on the forum. Although Yu Yang did not glance at his phone screen, some conspicuous messages, which required spending virtual currency, were automatically read aloud by the streaming software. The comment regarding the Village of the Damned was one such notable remark, instantly invoking chilling memories of terrifying scenes, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Stay calm. Just keep moving forward. There are no ghosts, at most, just a few elusive spectral sprites. Besides, such sprites are quite rare. It's unlikely we would encounter one. Yu Yang shook his head and continued onward. Curiously, after traversing at least 200 or 300 meters into the forest from the grassy expanse, he had yet to encounter a single grass-type sprite. Only a few bopos occasionally leaped among the treetops, offering him no opportunity for education. As he navigated through the dense trees, he was suddenly greeted by an expansive view. A distinctive terraced field, characteristic of southern mountainous regions, appeared before him. However, the terraces were overgrown with weeds and accumulated mud, indicative of prolonged neglect. At the top of the terraces stood a 2-story wooden cabin, self-built, exuding rustic charm. To the west of the cabin, a muddy path wound down the mountain. Upon sighting the cabin, the live stream's viewers erupted with excitement in the comments. Host, venture into the cabin. I'll send a guardian angel. User Lao Kai sent a prominent message. Enter the cabin. There might be a special sprite in there. Within mere seconds, the viewers showered the stream with virtual gifts worth thousands. Yu Yang hesitated momentarily. The atmosphere had reached such a level that the prominent figures in the live stream had contributed a plethora of gifts. To feign ignorance at this point would be rather indefensible. As Yu Yang pondered, he realized this was not some bizarre fantasy realm. There were no ancient corpses or vengeful spirits lurking about, so what was there to fear? Thus, he addressed his audience, expressing gratitude for their generous gifts and declaring, "Fear not, dear friends, the host shall venture forth." He ascended the rugged, muddy path to the west and soon found himself before a quaint wooden cabin. The steps were strewn with withered twigs and leaves, the dilapidated couplets swayed in the wind. And the wooden door, its paint peeling, was secured by a single rusted wire, indicating that this abode was devoid of inhabitants. I did not come here to seek out grass-type Pokémon merely to indulge in a lesson on them, Yu Yang mused, sensing that events were taking an unforeseen turn. Influenced by the allure of monetary gain, he pushed aside the seemingly ineffective wire, allowing Heracross to enter first. The creaking door emitted a jarring sound as it opened, revealing a desolate courtyard overrun with an array of nameless weeds, a verdant thicket that offered no firm footing. Suddenly, from the dense underbrush ahead, Yu heard the rustling of grass. What could it be? Alarmed, he instinctively stepped back several paces and whispered, "Heracross, prepare for battle." At that moment, the rustling intensified, and a serpentine head with a pointed snout emerged from the foliage. Chapter 18, Vine Snake. Upon seeing the sharp snout, elongated body, green back, and yellow underbelly, adorned with 4 limbs and a tail resembling a trifoliate leaf, Yu Yang's heart raced with shock, quickly followed by exhilaration. It was indeed the Vine Snake. Name: Vine Snake. Gender: male 875, female 125. Type: grass. Classification: grass snake. Pokémon ability: overgrow. Base stats: 308. The Vine Snake, one of the starter Pokémon from the Unova region, displayed a wary demeanor upon spotting Yu Yang and Heracross, its brownish-yellow eyes betraying its vigilance. Its mouth curled back, and in an instant, it unleashed 2 slender green vines from behind, striking at the vigilant Heracross. Crack! The vines sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. Heracross dodge. Without needing further prompting, Heracross's antennae twitched as it leaped backward, narrowly evading the assault of the vines. This vine snake seemed to possess a rather irritable temperament, demonstrating considerable strength. Yu Yang furrowed his brow. With a missed strike, the vine snake did not relent. It swung its vines again, launching another attack at Heracross. Wait for an opportunity to seize its vines and pull it closer. Heracross's defense, speed, and attack capabilities far exceed those of the unevolved Snivy. In the absence of type advantages, and with comparable strength, the former possesses a significant edge. Moreover, bug-type Pokémon have an advantage over grass types. However, according to Yu Yang's knowledge of Heracross, it has yet to master any bug-type moves, relying solely on basic normal-type moves such as Tackle and Leer. Upon hearing Yu Yang's command, Heracross, leveraging its speed, deftly evaded the rapidly approaching vine whip and seized it with a claw. The green vine was firmly grasped in its grip. Snivy, thrashing its limbs furiously, attempted to break free from the clutches of Heracross. The agile movements of Heracross nearly caused Snivy to stumble. Yet, in a contest of strength, Heracross faced no rival. It emitted a low growl and yanked the vine backward. Snivy, unable to withstand the force, tumbled forward, being dragged along by Heracross. Release it, Heracross, do not harm it. Just as Snivy was a mere few steps from Heracross, Yu Yang halted its intention to knock Snivy out with force. Obediently, Heracross released its grip. Snivy rose from the ground, quickly retracting its vine whip. Glaring at Heracross with indignation, Yu Yang cautiously positioned himself behind Heracross, peering out to address Snivy gently. "Little Snivy, do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm." To his surprise, Snivy had no intention of engaging in conversation, hissing threateningly before suddenly darting into the grass with astonishing speed. Before Yu Yang could react, it vanished into the foliage. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving 1 person and 2 Pokémon standing bewildered in the wind. The abruptness of the event was so swift that Yu Yang had no time to attend to the viewers in the livestream. Once Snivy had disappeared, he finally turned his attention to the screen. Did it run away? Host, you must chase it down. That snake-like Pokémon was stunning, completely devoid of the usual repulsion associated with serpents. Pokémon are so fascinating. Despite its serpentine body, it has limbs resembling plants. Let me make a prediction. If it can whip out vines, it must be a grass-type Pokémon. The more Pokémon the host encounters, the more I believe little Heracross is incredibly strong, effortlessly handling any foe. Did anyone notice how exhilarating the battles between Pokémon are? It feels like a scene from a novel. Given that this snake-like Pokémon continuously called out Snivy, and considering its ability to utilize grass-type moves, it would be fitting to refer to it as Snivy. Observing the viewers in the livestream engaging in their own deductions, Yu Yang went along with the flow. Snivy? A delightful name, both pleasant to hear and fitting for its appearance. Having observed the live broadcasts over the past few days, I increasingly perceive that Pokémon can indeed be commanded to engage in battle. Indeed, if one could capture a Pokémon and train it to assist us in combating invading creatures, would that not be a splendid prospect? Utilizing the strengths of Pokémon to vanquish others. Within the chat room, many astute viewers have already begun to contemplate the potential of training Pokémon for combat. This aligns with one of Yu Yang's objectives in disseminating knowledge, subtly shifting their perceptions through the battles of Heracross. Until there is an official stance, he refrains from promoting the concept of Pokémon battles, relying instead on the community to grasp it independently. When confronted with a query about why he did not pursue the Frosmoth, he replied, "Since the Frosmoth harbors hostility towards us, It would be prudent to refrain from provoking it for the time being and continue with the broadcast. The Frosmoth is notoriously difficult to tame, and Yu Yang does not wish to force its submission through her across. Having learned of the Frosmoth's territory, he plans to visit frequently, bringing along food favored by grass-type Pokémon to gradually foster a better relationship. Until he secures the friendship of the Frosmoth, plans to seek out Mewtwo remain unchanged. As Mewtwo generally possesses a more amiable disposition, Yu Yang and Heracross circumvented the dense underbrush, approaching the entrance of the two-story building to the north. The wooden door of the main hall on the first floor was not locked, serving as little more than a formality. A gentle push opened it with a creak. A musty, decayed odor wafted forth. In self-built structures in the south, it is customary to erect a thin wall in the central area of the first-floor hall as a partition between the front and back halls. Before this wall, an ancestral altar is typically displayed, adorned with the portraits of deceased relatives, offerings, and incense. In the absence of deceased ancestors, one might find a shrine or images of revered figures among various items. This building was no exception. Not far ahead, the altar was thick with dust, littered with some dilapidated incense burners, electric candles, and assorted debris. A mundane plastic landscape painting, evidently purchased at a rural market for 10 yuan, was affixed to the wall. Although the scene before him appeared no different from an ordinary farmhouse, Yu Yang felt an inexplicable chill lingering around him. "See, there is nothing particularly remarkable here," he remarked, directing his phone camera to capture a 360-degree view of the hall's decor, smiling as he spoke. "I'm getting a bit of a feeling. It's these dilapidated wooden houses that are most prone to harboring dark entities." "Mom, I'm scared," exclaimed user Xiao Nung Mao in a prominent comment, urging, "Let us search the second floor to uncover why this family moved away and see if we can find any clues." Just as Yu Yang opened his mouth to respond, he paused. User Xiao Nung Mao cast a vote for the streamer in the Dimension City. Watching the exquisite castle effects rise, he quickly changed his tone. "All right. Chapter 19. The doll after all. One cannot afford to be at odds with money." The first floor was rather unremarkable. Aside from a pile of agricultural tools in the hall, the adjacent rooms were either kitchens or storage spaces, completely devoid of items, indicating that the owners had long vacated. Yu Yang instructed Heracross to lead the way upstairs. He feared that some wild sprites might inhabit the abandoned house, and a moment's negligence could provoke their attack. The earlier encounter with the vine snake was a testament to this concern. Meanwhile, he carried the little egg spirit, Xiaofudan, following closely behind her across. "Gulyalu." Xiaofudan picked up a bottle of mineral water from the bamboo basket, standing on tiptoes, and gently rubbed its body against Yu Yang's cheek. "Oh, are you trying to offer me water?" Yu Yang felt the cool touch on his face and smiled. "Gulyalu." Xiaofudan nodded vigorously. Once Yu Yang accepted the bottle, it stretched out its tiny hands to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This tender scene was captured clearly by the viewers in the live stream. "I'm truly moved. Xiaofudan is just too gentle. I wish I could raise such a well-behaved little spirit. Oh, my egg. Mommy really adores you. It seems like the streamer has a sweet daughter, so soft and adorable. Thank you, Xiaofudan." Yu Yang, with a face full of gratitude, allowed the little egg spirit to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling a warmth in his heart. Xiaofudan truly was a gentle little angel. Having spent those few precious seconds, Heracross had already ascended to the second floor. Yu Yang hurriedly switched his phone camera to the front view and swiftly climbed the stairs. As he stepped on the old wooden stairs, the creaking sound suggested they might collapse at any moment, leading him to the second floor. Before him lay a small living room, with what appeared to be an external balcony at the forefront. However, the path to the balcony was barred by a weathered door. The furnishings in the hall were quite simple, with a few dust-covered sofas scattered about. Upon reaching the second floor, Yu Yang noticed an even greater chill in the air. Such was the nature of a farmhouse. Warm in winter and cool in summer, one would need a blanket to sleep comfortably at night in the countryside. Not giving it much thought, he scanned the room with his phone and said, "Everyone, please take a look. There are no bizarre phenomena on the second floor as you might have imagined. Everything appears quite ordinary." User Xiao Nungmao sent a prominent message. "Could the streamer please check the adjacent room? Thank you to this viewer for their generous gift. Let us explore the room." He felt as though he had transformed from a sprite education streamer into an outdoor exploration host. Nevertheless, to educate about sprites, outdoor adventures were indeed indispensable. Adjacent to the living room on the second floor are 3 interconnected chambers. In his exploration of the first 2 rooms, Yu Yang discovered them to be utterly devoid of belongings, save for a mere bed frame, suggesting that the owners had removed all movable possessions. Only the final room remained unexamined. This was indeed the last chamber. Upon its inspection, they would descend and continue their search for the grass-type spirit. Standing at the threshold, Yu spoke into his phone and summoned her across to push the door open. As the door swung ajar, a chilling draft assailed him. The windows were tightly sealed, casting a dim light within, with only the faintest rays of sunlight filtering through the thin curtains. Unlike the preceding 2 rooms, this one was replete with various items. The walls, adorned with cobwebs, displayed several posters of popular animated characters and Hong Kong Taiwanese pop stars from the last century. Beside the bed stood a large desk accompanied by a modest bookshelf, both cluttered with an assortment of papers and books haphazardly strewn about, creating a disheveled appearance. Yu approached and picked up a sheet of paper, revealing it to be an examination paper, inscribed with the words, Qining County, Shanmingshi, 6th grade, 2nd semester final exam. 2008. The remaining items primarily consisted of reference books and practice tests. Curious, he opened a notebook. The inscription read, Name, Zhao Jing, grade, 8th grade. Today, I went to the town market with my grandmother. It turned out to be a diary. Upon perusing its contents, Yu understood the need for privacy and refrained from directing the live stream toward the diary, casually flipping to a random page instead. 2009, 12. 7. Overcast. Today is the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. It is very cold. Other children are joyfully celebrating with their families, while I can only watch from a distance. For this morning, my parents returned to the city for work, leaving just my grandmother and me at home. I want to cry. I know they are busy. But why can't they take me to the city to live together? I long to be with them. Watching other children with their parents makes me truly envious. 2009. 2. 7. Overcast. Grandmother is ill, and the sky remains gloomy, mirroring my own melancholy. As he absorbed the diary's poignant entries, Yu let out a soft sigh and fell into silence. In that era, and even today, there remain many children in rural areas who endure similar hardships as the diary's author. Life is indeed arduous, and he wished to shield his audience from such negative emotions. After a few moments, he composed himself, closed the diary, and shifted his focus away from the desk's contents. His attention turned to a small cabinet beneath the desk. He crouched down and pulled open its door. Inside lay a tattered cloth doll, its fabric appearing exceedingly cheap, reminiscent of the low-end toys available at a market for a mere 99 yuan. The chestnut-colored wig framed the cartoonish cheeks, adorned by a diminutive floral dress that appeared tattered, revealing gray cotton stuffing through its frayed edges. The doll rested quietly against the cabinet, its plastic eyes glimmering with reflected light. Yu observed the doll intently for a few moments, one hand grasping a selfie stick, the other reaching towards the doll. Just as he was about to make contact, Heracross, nearby, vibrantly twitched its antennae and suddenly exclaimed, Claw. It propelled Yu's body away from the cabinet. A pair of insect-like eyes vigilantly fixated on the doll. What transpired? Had little Hee discovered something? Are the host and Xiafudang all right? I'm fine. At this juncture, Yu too sensed that the doll might harbor some anomaly. He, along with the equally bewildered Xiafudang, stepped back several paces, seeking refuge behind Heracross. While directing the camera's focus upon the doll, Heracross extended its claw towards the doll. In an instant, the previously motionless doll erupted with a faint blue glow along its edges. A mesmerizing shadow emerged from within the doll's form, bursting forth from the cabinet and hovering before Heracross. Chapter 20. The cursed body. This shadow, cloaked in shades of gray and black, boasted pointed horns atop its head, with eyes that nearly consumed half its visage, displaying a swirling blend of yellow and blue. Its lower half lacked feet, instead manifesting as a billowing skirt in the wind. I truly have stumbled upon a ghostly sprite. Upon witnessing the true visage of this sprite, Yu felt a slight sigh of relief. At last, he understood the pervasive chill that lingered within the small building. It was home to a ghost-type sprite. This form resembled that of a mourning doll. Though Yu could not be certain, he activated the system's sprite encyclopedia. Name, mourning doll. Gender, male 50. Female 50. Type, ghost classification, doll. Pokémon ability, insomnia or perception-based stats, 295. Goodness. There truly is a ghost. A movie has come to life. A cursed ghost doll? Is this really a sprite? It looks more adorable than frightening. With the emergence of the mourning doll, the livestream's chat exploded with fervor. The number of viewers surged at a remarkable pace, skyrocketing from just over 1 to nearly 8. The chat refresh rate accelerated to such an extent that Yu could scarcely decipher the comments from viewers, only catching the highlighted messages from paying participants. This is a ghost-type sprite. Surely, many have encountered various accounts of supernatural events shared on forums recently. What I wish to convey is that a considerable number of events may indeed be instigated by entities akin to the specter before us. I have long been attentive to these creatures and have categorized their attributes within the realm of ghostly beings. Yu Yang eloquently articulated the concept of the ghostly category, noting that certain spirits are more amiable towards humans, while others are considerably more challenging to engage with. The spirits of the ghostly classification belong to the latter group. Through my observations and research, I have discerned that ghostly spirits typically exhibit malevolent traits, reveling in mischief and feeding on human negativity. Should anyone encounter such spirits, it is imperative to maintain a safe distance, whether it be Jangars, Dusknoirs, or Mimikyus, including the ominous Yamask before us. All pose significant threats to the average person. Consider the Yamask. It thrives on the resentment emanating from humanity, irresistibly drawn to jealousy and hatred. If an individual harbors intense feelings of animosity, the Yamask will stealthily approach. Akin to a hound catching a scent, the horns atop its head can sense human emotions, consuming this negativity to augment its own strength. Upon thorough analysis, the Yamask could be regarded as one of the less perilous entities within the ghostly domain, as it only feeds on jealousy and resentment. However, once it evolves into a cursed doll, it becomes exceedingly dangerous. Novice trainers within the Pokémon world are ill-suited to select ghostly spirits as their first companions, especially in a world recently invaded by these entities. Suddenly, upon the emergence of the Yamask, a flicker of malice illuminated its large, expressive eyes. It fixated intently on Heracross, as well as on Yu Yang and Happiny behind him, its eyes glowing with a purple radiance. A magnified specter of the Yamask materialized behind it, casting a gaze of animosity towards them, two bolts of violet lightning shooting forth from the specter's pupils. As this apparition manifested, Yu Yang discerned the situation and swiftly commanded Heracross, "Beware, it's a shadowy phantom." Heracross interrupted at once. Just as Heracross prepared to spring into action against the Yamask, it found itself immobilized in an instant. Not only was Heracross rendered motionless, but Yu Yang too realized he was unable to move. His mind issued commands, yet his body remained rigid and unresponsive. As the shadowy phantom bore down upon Heracross, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Yang's forehead. Could it be the curse body ability? Is it not a hidden trait? Why would a mere encounter with a Yamask invoke such a power? Affected by the curse body, Heracross was struck directly by the shadowy phantom, crashing into the rickety bed frame behind it, causing the already dilapidated structure to collapse. Its insectoid form became ensconced in splintered wood, emitting a cry of agony. Trembling, Heracross struggled to free itself from the constraints of the curse body. The vengeful doll's gaze shifted towards Yu Yang and the small Pokémon, with a renewed violet glow emanating from its eyes. This is bad, Yu Yang thought to himself, sensing the impending danger. The Heracross, with its tough skin and robust physique, might withstand a blow and only suffer minor injuries. But if he were to be struck, he would likely face severe harm, if not death. He exerted every effort to restore normalcy to his body, yet despite his brain's frantic commands, his physique remained unresponsive. The tense atmosphere was palpable, even to the viewers behind the screen. What the hell? Even little Hee was sent flying. This Pokémon is formidable. Streamer, move quickly. Oh my, caution is paramount. One's life is at stake. Does anyone know where the streamer is now? Quickly, contact the local authorities. I'm ready for a feast. I'll sit at the table with the female viewers. Among the barrage of comments, there were both worried voices and those reveling in the chaos. As the violet glow in the doll's eyes deepened, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. At that critical moment, he and the viewers in the live stream suddenly heard an angry yet childlike cry. Gulu. It was the voice of the small Pokémon. I hear the small Pokémon calling. What is wrong with Gulu? The small Pokémon emerged from its bamboo basket and leaped down from the edge. It stumbled forward, running towards Yu Yang, spreading its tiny arms wide, akin to a hen shielding her chicks, positioning itself protectively behind him while glaring fiercely at the vengeful doll. Don't Gulu. Yu Yang tried to shout, but his mouth would not obey. Gulu. In a moment of astonishment, the viewers beheld as the small Pokémon altered its stance, clasping its round pebble-like body. Its pink little hands radiated a warm golden glow. In an instant, the entire egg-shaped figure transformed into a shimmering, warm golden orb. The light expanded, brushing over Yu Yang and Heracross. At that moment, both Yu Yang and Heracross discovered they could move again. At the same time, the shadowy figure of the doll unleashed its attack. Almost in unison, Yu Yang dropped the selfie stick, stepped forward to embrace the small Pokémon, and rolled onto the ground. Heracross charged forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Yu Yang. Smack! The shadowy doll struck Heracross with pinpoint accuracy. Yu Yang, cradling the small Pokémon, rolled behind the bed frame. Finally able to move, Heracross, despite the pain, stood tall and raised its formidable horn, charging furiously at the floating vengeful doll. The doll attempted to evade, but after consecutively unleashing 2 shadowy attacks and utilizing the power of its cursed form, its stamina seemed to wane, slowing its movements. It was this moment of delay that allowed Heracross to collide forcefully with the doll, slamming it against the wall, causing dust to cascade down from the impact. Chapter 21. The energy of insects. Though the momentum of Heracross's charge appeared formidable, however, upon observing the vengeful doll's body resembling that of a mere puppet, one could discern no signs of damage, as if the previous impact had been nothing but a figment of imagination. The vengeful doll quickly regained its composure, glaring with palpable fury at a solitary individual and 2 spirits. Could it be that fighting-type moves are ineffective against ghost types? Is reality akin to this? Or perhaps it is the inadvertent activation of the bug-type energy within Heracross that inflicts harm upon it. Alas, Heracross has yet to grasp any bug-type techniques, relying solely on basic moves like Tackle and Leer. Does this not imply that we are utterly powerless against the vengeful doll? With this thought, Yu Yang began to entertain notions of retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed such an idea. His observations revealed that even after enduring 2 strikes from the Night Shadow, Heracross displayed only minimal signs of damage, remaining remarkably spirited. Yu Yang had always aspired to train Heracross, to unearth its latent bug and fighting potential. Its special defense was notably high, and while the vengeful doll might possess slightly greater strength, it was not overwhelmingly superior, a splendid opportunity for honing skills. Even if bug-type energy inflicted limited damage on ghost types, Heracross's high base stats provided a significant inherent advantage. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his selfie stick in one hand while cradling the small Happiny in the other, shouting to Heracross, "Heracross, calm yourself, attune to the bug energy within, and continue your assault. This is the real world, where, unlike in games, spirits are not confined to using attribute-based moves to inflict multiplied damage against others of opposing types. One should be able to harness attribute energy and infuse it into attacking techniques." The earlier damage Heracross inflicted on the vengeful doll serves as irrefutable proof. Claw Slash. Upon hearing Yu Yang's command, Heracross's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It crouched low, lowering its head slightly as it charged towards the floating vengeful doll. Caw. In response to the oncoming Heracross, the vengeful doll ascended higher, its previously shut mouth suddenly agape, emitting a shrill, piercing cry. Heracross's advance abruptly halted, raising its claws to shield its antennae. Not only it, but Yu Yang, standing a short distance behind, instinctively covered his ears as the vengeful doll unleashed its voice. The sound waves lingered for merely 2 or 3 seconds before dissipating, and seizing the moment while Heracross was still disoriented, the vengeful doll conjured spectral apparitions behind it, its eyes gleaming with a purple light. It was preparing to employ the Night Shadow for a 3rd time. Quick, interrupt it. Heracross shook its head, alleviating the adverse effects of the sound waves. It regarded the vengeful doll, now hovering near the ceiling, and with a powerful stomp of its hind legs, unfurled its bug wings, its formidable horn aimed directly at the vengeful doll. Just as Heracross's horn was about to collide with the vengeful doll, the form of the vengeful doll suddenly became ethereal, seamlessly passing through the ceiling above, leaving behind a completely void silhouette that was coalescing the shadows of the night. Crack! 2 streaks of dark purple lightning struck the body of Heracross, forcefully bringing it crashing down to the ground. The shadowy technique employed by the vengeful doll bore no special effects, dealing only pure attribute damage. The bed frame below shattered into countless fragments, with Heracross lying amidst the debris, emitting pained groans, its deep blue exoskeleton marred by numerous small wounds. Heracross, muster your strength. Upon your return, an unlimited supply of honey awaits. A cheerful voice encouraged. Chime. The little Happiny waved its tiny arms, fervently cheering for it. Go, little Hee-Hee. Defeat that ugly doll. You are the best, little Hee-Hee. The viewers in the live stream incessantly sent vibrant messages of encouragement to Heracross. Upon hearing the supportive chants, Heracross trembled yet rose to its feet, determination flickering in its glossy eyes. With a defiant tilt of its head, it gazed up at the reappearing vengeful doll, spreading its wings once more, ascending into the air. Excellent, such vitality. It endeavored to harness the surging power within, attempting to manifest it upon the surface of its body. As it soared, Heracross unexpectedly closed its eyes, taking a moment to attune to its inner strength. When it reopened its eyes, its form had already approached the vengeful doll. A faint green luminescence shimmered upon its large, deep blue horns. The vengeful doll, intent on employing the same tactic, aimed to pass through the ceiling again. However, in a sudden surge of anger, Heracross emitted a low growl, its speed accelerating dramatically. Just before the doll vanished, it thrust its softly glowing horn into the abdomen of the retreating figure. With a resounding clash, the ethereal silhouette of the vengeful doll solidified, its surface now adorned with delicate green sparkles. Success! Yu Yang, witnessing the doll being pierced by the formidable horn, joyfully waved his arms, promptly directing, "Bring it down. Prevent its escape." Yet, before his command could fully escape his lips, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The vengeful doll, once impaled on Heracross's horn, began to blur and twist, transforming into a wisp of spectral light that projected itself into the doll carelessly tossed onto the table. Alas, the dark energy proved ineffectual against the ghostly entity's binding capabilities. Faced with this predicament, Yu Yang displayed no outward surprise. Heracross had only utilized a fraction of its bug-type energy to inflict harm upon the vengeful doll, and moreover, bug-type damage against ghost-type entities was halved. Strangely, Yu Yang recalled a description from the Pokémon Encyclopedia regarding ghost-type creatures, regardless of speed. Ghost-type Pokémon are always able to evade capture in battle. Heracross glided down to the ground, gazing at the lifeless doll, raising its formidable horn, poised to pierce through the fabric of the doll. "Do not let it linger inside," Yu Yang cautioned, preventing Heracross from taking further action. Without the influence of dark energy, ghost-type Pokémon are challenging to harm. Even if one were to shatter a doll, the vengeful spirit would merely seek another host. Rather than allowing its escape and increasing the risk to humanity, it would be wiser to confine it within the doll. Has the ghost doll been utterly vanquished? I believe I just glimpsed a radiant flash. Little Hehe is truly remarkable, growing even stronger. Not just Little Hehe. Did everyone notice Little Fakuden? It appears that the yellow light emanated from it, aiding us all. The comments from the barrage reminded Yu Yang. The yellow glow released by Little Fakuden likely stemmed from its innate natural recovery ability, which can alleviate the negative effects of curses on allies. Chapter 22. Attracting attention as the conflict between Yu Yang and the vengeful spirit unfolded, a series of similar emergency calls flooded the 110 hotline across the nation. The essence of these calls was uniform. A streamer named Yu Yang on Danmu Network was under attack by a ghostly creature during his live broadcast. Upon receiving this information, police departments across various regions immediately contacted cyber police and the official website to ascertain the precise location of streamer Yu Yang's live broadcast. The location was pinpointed to a mountainous area north of Dagu Village in Shanming City, Minhua Province. Consequently, the relevant authorities in Minhua Province accepted the report. In an office at the police headquarters in the capital of Minhua Province, Rongzhou, a young man with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, had just hung up the phone. Without delay, he pressed the keys on his phone to dial a new number. Shortly thereafter, the call was answered. "Hello? Is this the branch office in Shanming City? We have received a report from the public regarding an incident. Please dispatch personnel to the area immediately to investigate." After relaying the pertinent details about Yu Yang, the young man placed the phone back down, exhaling deeply and muttering to himself, "Another reckless individual." He received dozens of similar calls daily, each from streamers or content creators seeking attention at the risk of their lives, which significantly strained police resources. Despite his disdain, the gravity of human life compelled him to open Danmu Network, search for keywords related to Yu Yang, and enter the live stream to discern the situation within. Upon accessing the live stream, he witnessed the moment Heracross triumphed over the vengeful spirit. "How intriguing," he exclaimed, astonished to see a human commanding a creature to defeat another ghostly entity, and the human appeared unscathed. The young man immediately rewound the live feed, starting from the beginning of Yu Yang's broadcast earlier that morning. As he watched, his expression grew increasingly astonished. Unable to resist any longer, he ventured into Yu Yang's profile, opening each of his scientific videos, simultaneously viewing them in a mosaic of small screens. The subject matter ranged from enchanting creatures to battles, addressing the issue of serpent-like monsters invading chicken farms. The young man's expression transitioned from initial curiosity to a serious contemplation as he fixated on the computer screen. Lost in thought, the invasion of these supernatural beings had persisted for 3 months. Despite some being driven to remote areas, a considerable number continued to inhabit human settlements, frequently disrupting lives and even endangering human safety. For the officials tasked with safeguarding the populace, the situation had become overwhelmingly burdensome, as not a single day had passed in which they could enjoy a restful sleep. Unlike other attention-seeking personalities, this young man appeared genuinely capable of addressing the ghostly entities. perhaps even managing some of the more troublesome incidents. This matter warranted immediate reporting. He picked up the phone once more and dialed. Hello? Is this the team leader? I have discovered something noteworthy. Thus, the situation was escalated unexpectedly, layer upon layer, until it reached the desk of a high-ranking official in the Minhua province. That afternoon, an impromptu meeting convened in a conference room at the provincial headquarters, spurred by Yu Yang's findings. In a quaint mountain cottage, Yu Yang found himself in a quandary regarding how to handle the doll before him. Thankfully, it was not nightfall, for the vengeful doll would surely have fled. The absence of sunlight at night, compounded by Heracross's inability to fly, would have rendered them helpless should the doll attempt to drift away. A creature with wings that could fly, being a fighting-type bug, was indeed a formidable challenge. It was out of the question to bring the vengeful doll into human habitation. Should it act out impulsively and harm someone, he would bear the blame. After much deliberation, Yu Yang concluded that temporarily confining it within the cottage was the wisest course of action. The doll had just endured a severe thrashing from Heracross and had expended considerable energy using its shadowy powers, with the surrounding area being desolate. It would be unlikely to wander off in search of negative energy. Upon returning, he planned to edit and upload relevant footage online, notifying the appropriate authorities to post a warning sign at the entrance. As for how to ultimately deal with the vengeful doll, he decided to wait until he could acquire a coyote or a Dalmatian to assist him. The absence of a Pokeball was indeed troublesome. Heracross, Happiny, let us return. He informed his companions, choosing to leave the seemingly innocuous doll lying quietly on the table as he exited the room. With nothing left to captivate the viewers in the livestream, Yu Yang descended the stairs with Heracross and Happiny, making his way out of the courtyard and onto the muddy path leading down the hillside. As he glanced back, a dark gray figure lingered in the shadows of the cottage's balcony, watching them from a distance. The sun blazed outside, and the vengeful doll despised such an environment. Refusing to emerge, Yu Yang let out a sigh of relief, raising his selfie stick to capture several close-up shots of the vengeful doll. Within the desolate mountain village, a peculiar black-gray fabric doll gazed at the camera with eyes filled with resentment. This sensation resonated deeply. That was quite a thrilling experience. I was utterly breathless when Xiao Hehe battled the doll, he remarked, recalling the tension. My toes were clenched in anxiety. Another chimed in. Host, what is the name of that doll? Unfortunately, the feast was a failure. I have dubbed it the Vengeful Shadow Doll, as its eyes clearly reflect its malevolence. The name suits it well. Having personally faced danger, Yu Yang cautioned his viewers, urging them never to wander into desolate, abandoned homes. You overestimate us. I haven't even ventured to sparsely populated areas lately. I suddenly wish to bring my grandparents from our old home in the countryside to the city. Brother Yang, are you still pursuing the exploration of grass-type spirits? Xiao He had sustained some injuries, and I intended to take it back for treatment, thus pausing the grass-type exploration. He shifted the camera to focus on Heracross, whose shell bore minor dents from attacks by the shadow of the night, marked by several slender scratches. Yes, let us in the stream and tend to Xiao Hehe. There's no rush with the exploration. Go ahead, that's understandable. My emotions are quite tumultuous right now and require calming. Upon deciding to end the broadcast, most viewers exhibited understanding, recognizing that Heracross was injured and unsuitable for continued exploration. Chapter 23. Invitation. After informing the viewers, Yu Yang concluded the live stream. Remarkably, the Vengeful Shadow Doll possessed considerable talent, having awakened the hidden ability, Cursed Body. This ability is typically only obtainable under specific conditions within the game, as most creatures exhibit either their primary or secondary abilities. Unfortunately, ghost-type creatures are notoriously challenging to nurture. Perhaps once Heracross grows stronger, he might consider the ghost type. Moreover, ghost types are primarily raised for battles, making a singular ghost type somewhat lacking in versatility. Shaking his head, Yu Yang redirected his attention to the screen of his phone. Wait, I've gained so many followers? He was momentarily taken aback by the statistics displayed at the conclusion of the live stream. In just a few hours from morning to noon, he had amassed 10 new followers. His follower count rose from just over 20 to 30. It was worth noting that this was merely one live broadcast. Once he edited the battle footage of Heracross and the Vengeful Doll, his follower count might continue to grow. Indeed, my intuition was not misplaced. Educating the public about the lesser-known sprites of humanity has proven to be the most rapid method for garnering followers. Yu Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, murmured to himself, convinced that within a few days, he would attain the remarkable milestone of 1 million followers and unlock the power of permanence. Although this journey did not lead him to discover the walking grass or capture the Shadow Doll, the experience was far from fruitless. In addition to gaining 10 followers, He had also received a modest amount of virtual gifts. Heracross, let me see your wounds, he said, putting away his phone and stepping forward to examine the creature's injuries. Just a few minor scratches. For a manly figure like you, this is hardly an issue. He gently caressed Heracross's back, sincerely expressing his gratitude. You did splendidly this time, Heracross. Thank you for saving me. Cub One, with its tiny hands waving in delight, emitted sounds of appreciation. Heracross, upon hearing Yu Yang and Cub One's praises, displayed an endearing bashfulness, shyly swaying its body. Oh, and Cub One, you were essential too, helping me and Heracross dispel the abnormal status. Yu Yang affectionately rubbed Cub One's rosy cheeks while embracing Heracross as the trio began their descent down the mountain. Upon returning to his grandfather's courtyard, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely, marking the hottest time of day. Yu Yang retrieved the household first aid kit to cleanse Heracross's wounds and apply ointment. He pondered whether human medications would be effective for insect-type sprites, but decided to give it a try. The minor injuries could certainly heal through self-recovery. He felt no significant concern. Over the next couple of days, he would ensure to feed Heracross ample honey to replenish its energy and aid in its healing. Allowing the two little creatures to frolic in the yard, Yu Yang ventured to the kitchen to enjoy the bento he had prepared that morning. As he was eating, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Hello, is anyone home? Who is it? With his grandparents out working, he was alone in the house. He set down his bowl and walked to the courtyard gate, opening it to find 3 police officers clad in blue uniforms standing outside. Taken aback by their appearance, Yu Yang inquired, Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Are you Yu Yang? The senior officer asked gently. Nodding in affirmation, Yu Yang replied, Yes. That's me. Noticing the officer's amiable demeanor, he felt a slight sense of relief, suspecting that their visit was not for any nefarious reasons. The officer introduced himself. Hello, I am a police officer from the Shanming substation. We need to discuss a few matters with you. Certainly, please come in and have a seat. Yu Yang gestured for them to enter the living room. As the officers stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of Heracross and Cub One playing in a corner, their faces lighting up with astonishment. As all eyes turned towards them, 2 sprites stood awkwardly in place, one cradling a ball and the other holding a round pebble. Heracross and Happiny greeted the police officers with a friendly nod, while the duo extended their claws and small hands in a welcoming gesture. How amusing. Greetings to you, officers. The police returned the gesture with smiles. The 4 of them settled into the living room, where a young officer articulated their purpose. Over 3 hours ago, we received reports from the public regarding a situation that essentially mirrors what Yu Yang, encountered with the vengeful doll. Initially, the precinct had dispatched relevant personnel to the scene for assistance, but unexpectedly, just as the rescuers departed, you managed to defeat that creature. After this information was conveyed, the young officer paused and earnestly continued. Following the incident, our superiors deliberated on your case and recognized your profound understanding of these monsters. Consequently, they have decided to extend an invitation for you to visit the headquarters of the Rongzhou Provincial Bureau. Oh, and them too. The young officer gestured towards Heracross and Happiny outside the door. Yu Yang instantly comprehended that the officials had taken note of him and sought to involve him in provincial matters. While he had no qualms about attending himself, the notion that both sprites were also to accompany him gave him pause. Observing Yu Yang's expression, the young officer seemed to anticipate his hesitation and smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. Our superiors specifically instructed us that they would not require them to do anything. It is merely a journey of goodwill and peace. I see. Yu Yang felt reassured by the guarantee, and with a sense of ease, he readily agreed. All right, when shall we depart? If convenient, now would be the best time. Subsequently, Yu Yang called his grandfather to inform him of his 2-day excursion, assuring him not to worry. He then packed 2 sets of clothes and included a jar of honey that Heracross adored, before stepping out with the 2 sprites alongside the officers. At the entrance, a police car was parked. Nearby, a group of villagers had gathered, whispering and pointing towards Yu Yang's grandfather's house. Officers, could you please inform the village? I fear it may lead to misunderstandings, Yu Yang requested. The young officer readily agreed and opened the rear door of the vehicle, inviting them to enter first. Yu Yang signaled Heracross to sit in the innermost seat while he nestled Happiny in his arms in the middle. Heracross, holding a bottle of honey, curiously surveyed the small metal box. Happiny, however, appeared much more timid, curling into Yu Yang's embrace due to the presence of unfamiliar humans. Although it was not trembling, it still seemed quite uneasy. Chapter 24. The journey proceeded without impediment, and by the time they arrived in Rongzhou, dusk had begun to settle. A police car approached a magnificent office building and came to a steady halt. Yu Yang had just alighted with Heracross and Swablu when an enchanting voice greeted them. You must be Yu Yang, Heracross, and Swablu, right? Taken aback, Yu Yang turned to see a young woman in uniform, exuding confidence. Hello, my name is Luo Qing. But you can call me Sister Qing. She extended her hand. Hello. Their hands clasped briefly before separating. After exchanging simple introductions, Luo Qing continued, I apologize for the urgency. But we need to go upstairs for a meeting first before we have a meal. Yu Yang sighed inwardly. It was evident that his summons was not merely a social visit. Embracing the notion of making the best of the situation, he nodded in agreement. Luo Qing led Yu Yang and the two Pokémon into the elevator, ascending to a small conference room on the 7th floor. Throughout the journey, Heracross displayed remarkable enthusiasm and curiosity, completely devoid of any timidity that one might expect in an unfamiliar environment. Perhaps this was due to its bold demeanor from residing with Yu Yang's grandfather. Upon entering the conference room, they were met with the serious expressions of over 10 officers, all clad in immaculate police uniforms. Their arrival immediately captured the attention of the assembly. While Yu Yang was present, it was, in truth, Heracross and Swablu that held their fascination. You've arrived, Yu Yang, correct? Please take a seat. A middle-aged man, exuding authority, gestured towards an empty chair. Luo Qing thoughtfully arranged seats for the two Pokémon behind Yu Yang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a spirit creature, or as you might prefer to call it, a Pokémon. I quite favor that term. The man paused before continuing. I am Liang Tai, the leader of the Special Task Force for Spirit Creature Incursion Events in Minhua Province. This task force was established by the state to respond swiftly to incidents involving Pokémon incursions, operating under the police department. This morning, I observed your live stream and noted your extensive knowledge of ghost-type Pokémon. Could you assist us in identifying the creature projected on the screen? As Liang Tai finished speaking, the previously blank projection displayed a remarkably lifelike sketch. The head resembled a black hat with a pointed top, akin to a lampshade. Above the transparent spherical head, a pair of bright yellow eyes shone, with a faint blue flame flickering within. Below the head was a body reminiscent of a black lamp base, flanked by two elongated, fingerless black arms. That is a lit wick, Yu Yang replied. Liang Tai remained silent as the projection shifted to a second image, which was still a simplistic drawing. The beings depicted in the imagery donned masks reminiscent of human skulls, with sharp peaks atop, deep-set eye sockets below, and three broad, menacing teeth. Behind the masks lies a black form with crimson eyes, its silhouette a haunting shade of gray, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. The scene transitions. In the third sketch, a shadowy orb is illustrated, its surface adorned with a pair of large white eyes and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. The orb is surrounded by a swirling mist of blue and violet gas. Yu Yang exhales deeply. Upon witnessing the appearances of these three spirits, he comprehends the reason for his summons. Liang Tai wears a satisfied expression, inquiring, could you elaborate on their characteristics? Yu Yang responds earnestly. The first, the will-o'-the-wisp, disguises itself as a light, drawing upon souls to illuminate its glow. At times, it wanders through hospitals and alleys in search of the deceased's essence. The will-o'-the-wisp is exceedingly perilous. Any human who approaches it is drained of vitality and spirit. The second, the Night Stalker, prefers to conceal itself in the darkness of night. It possesses the ability to render its body transparent, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to detect. It relishes the sound of children's cries and is immensely tenacious, relentlessly pursuing its prey. As for the third, the ghost, its presence is accompanied by a sweet, fragrant aroma, which is, in fact, a highly toxic and lethal gas. Any creature inhaling this sweet scent will immediately lose consciousness. These three specters represent classic, yet dangerous ethereal entities. After hearing Yu Yang's description, Liang Tai nods in agreement, stating, what you describe aligns closely with the observations made by our personnel on site. I now believe you possess genuine knowledge of these spirits. What transpired? Yu Yang poses the question knowingly. Ethereal spirits lack physical forms. While humans may repel corporeal entities with weaponry, they are largely powerless against the intangible specters. It is reasonable to surmise that most corporeal spirits have been driven into the wilderness, while the formless ethereal ones can hide within the city's shadows, waiting to siphon negative emotions and devour human souls, an alarming level of danger. There are numerous issues. Liang Tai wearily pinches the bridge of his nose, his tone grave. Consider the recent events in our city. They all occurred during the late hours of the night. 5 days ago, outside a large cemetery on the outskirts of Rongzhou, 6 gravekeepers stationed there perished inexplicably. When our team arrived, we could only witness a ghost resembling a lamp slowly dissipating. Moreover, Since the onset of the spirit invasion 3 months ago, there has been a disturbing frequency of children dying unexpectedly, elderly individuals passing away suddenly, and ordinary people succumbing to poisoning. These 3 images were rendered based on eyewitness accounts. Yu Yang's expression was grave. So, you wish for me to assist you in resolving such incidents? Liang Tai gazed at Yu Yang with hopeful anticipation. Indeed. I have watched your live broadcasts and the informative content you provided. I understand that there exists a type of elemental resistance among spirits. Therefore, there must also be spirits that counter ghost types, correct? There are indeed, Yu Yang replied. The primary threat to ghost-type spirits arises from a force known as evil energy. The evil type is essentially synonymous with the darkness type. Moreover, ghost spirits also possess mutual resistances among themselves. However, ghost types are notoriously difficult to capture, rendering the current situation unresolved for the time being. What spirits belong to the evil type? Liang Tai inquired further. It appears you intend to combat spirits with spirits, which is a most astute approach, Yu Yang acknowledged with a nod, continuing, I will describe their morphological characteristics so that the artist can illustrate them for easier identification. Ghost-type spirits pose a constant threat to human lives, and given the urgency of the matter, I shall refrain from stating my own requests and instead prioritize aiding the authorities in overcoming their challenges. Chapter 25. The Search for Drubei regarding the selection of evil-type spirits. The spirits known as Lampent and Nightshade are both ghost types, while Jengar is a ghost and poison dual type. Overall, these 3 ghost spirits, whether considering their primary or secondary attributes, do not possess any resistance to the evil type. The greatest threat to ghost types is undoubtedly the evil ghost dual type. Although reality does not mirror a game, elemental resistances are undeniably present. Yu Yang racked his brain for evil ghost dual type spirits and could only recall 2, Mismagius and Driftbloom. By their names alone, one could infer that these 2 spirits are not much less perilous than the previous 3 ghost types, perhaps even more terrifying. As Yu Yang directly concluded, if dual-type resistance proves inadequate, then the focus must shift to spirits possessing the evil attribute. The candidates include Umbreon, Houndoom, Honchkrow, Drubei, Meowth, Absol, Zoroark, and Darkrai. It seems Umbreon is somewhat rare. Absol and Zoroark are elusive, often seen only momentarily. As for Darkrai, one might only encounter it in dreams. Considering the needs of the police force, Yu Yang selected 3 suitable spirits, Houndoom, Honchkrow, and Drubei. Both Houndoom and Drubei are canine in nature. If their friendship is secured, their loyalty is unquestionable. Particularly, Drubei's evolved form, Houndoom, is quite striking in appearance and possesses the ability to evolve. Subsequently, Yu Yang meticulously detailed the appearances of the 3 spirits to the police artist. The police personnel, displaying great professionalism, promptly projected 3 vivid sketches of the evil-type spirits onto the screen following Yu Yang's description. Priority should be given to the search for Houndoom and Drubei. Should they prove elusive, Honchkrow may also be considered. Please remember, if traces of them are discovered, it is imperative to avoid causing them any harm. To earn a spirit's friendship, the most vital principle is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. He explained the situation to Liang Tai. The power of the authorities is far beyond that of an individual. Yu Yang firmly believed that once the team was mobilized, it would not take long to find the traces of these spirits in the wilderness. Liang Tai bestowed a warm smile upon Yu Yang. Handing a paper depicting 3 spirits to his subordinate, he addressed the dozen or so police officers in the room. Have you all recorded their appearances? Dispatch someone immediately to search the wild. Once any trace is found, notify me at once. As his words echoed, the others in the room rose and made their way outside, leaving only Liang Tai, Yu Yang, Luo Qing, and the 2 spirits in the meeting room. Liang Tai's serious demeanor softened slightly as he smiled at Yu Yang, saying, You must be hungry. I have already arranged for a restaurant. Come, let me treat you to the most authentic cuisine of Rongzhou. The police demonstrated remarkable efficiency, far exceeding Yu Yang's expectations. Just as they were halfway through their meal, barely 2 hours after the meeting concluded, Liang Tai received a phone call. Yes, all right, I will be there immediately. He hung up the phone, offering an apologetic smile to Yu Yang, who was still enjoying his meal, along with the small food wand and her across. The spirits have been located. Would you kindly accompany us for a trip? So soon? Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly wiped his mouth with a damp towel and stood up, saying, Let's go. Hopefully, there will be progress tonight. He picked up the plump food wand and left the restaurant with Liang Tai. By the way, Captain Liang, which spirits have been found? The hyena and the Dratini. Which one do you think we should pursue first? A regular off-road vehicle came to a stop before them. Impressive. No wonder the police are so remarkably efficient. If both have been found, the first choice is naturally Dratini, to ensure simultaneous progress on both fronts. He settled into the vehicle and told Liang Tai, let's head to the Dratini area. However, do not abandon the other side. The hyena is also a canine and likely enjoys dog food and fresh meat. You should seek out such provisions and sincerely communicate with them to see if friendship can be attained. You are the professionals in negotiation and communication. I shall refrain from intruding. Oh, and for the Dratini as well, please have someone procure some premium food to take to the site. Understood. Liang Tai nodded and promptly took out his phone to issue the command. As part of the task force addressing the spirit invasion, Yu Yang believed they must have had some communication with the spirits, albeit temporarily unaware of the elemental weaknesses among them. To form a genuine bond and earn the friendship of ordinary spirits should not be overly difficult. The off-road vehicle swiftly exited the urban area of Rongzhou City, heading towards the northeastern Gushan Forest Park. Once a national-level forest park, Gushan Forest Park used to be bustling with visitors during holidays, but since the spirit invasion, the number of tourists had drastically dwindled. At this moment, in a parking lot located beneath the foothills of Mount Gu, several police cars gleamed with flashing lights. Team leader Yu Yang and his companions had just disembarked when they were immediately approached by a group of individuals. Liang Tai responded with a casual acknowledgement and instructed, let someone guide us to the location where we discovered Dai Lubi. The rest should remain at the base of the mountain. Do not ascend. Understood. His subordinates replied, signaling to a nearby team member, Xiaozeng, come over here. A young, well-equipped and handsome special police officer emerged from the group. After approximately half an hour of traversing the terrain, they gradually distanced themselves from the mountain's base and arrived at a relatively flat and sparsely wooded clearing. A few meters ahead lay a pile of rugged boulders, and further beyond, the precipice loomed. The guiding officer, Xiaozeng, halted and pointed towards the scattered boulders, whispering, not long ago, we traced Dai Lubi's whereabouts right there. Throughout their journey, they had the protection of Heracross, encountering no perilous creatures along the way. Liang Tai was about to inquire of Yu Yang when he turned to find the latter bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Xiaoyu, are you all right? He asked. Gulpy, the fufu egg perched upon Yu Yang's shoulder, tirelessly wiped the sweat from his brow. My goodness, these two can walk a long way. Yu Yang lamented internally, catching his breath before straightening up and replying, I'm fine. Both Liang Tai and Xiaozeng were specially trained officers, adept at navigating mountainous paths with remarkable speed. In contrast, the rather feeble Yu Yang could barely keep pace with the assistance of Heracross, struggling to avoid exhaustion. He exhaled deeply and suggested, Brother Zeng, please place some fresh meat and dog food on the rocks. We can quietly await Dai Lubi's arrival from our hiding spot. Chapter 26. Persuading Hirue Jia Xiaozeng retrieved a bag of fresh, bloody beef and several bags of premium dog food from his backpack, placing them in a ventilated area atop the large boulder. The night breeze stirred, carrying the invigorating scents of flora mingled with faint traces of blood, drifting through the serene mountain woods. After approximately 20 minutes, during which Yu Yang endured numerous mosquito bites on his cheeks and arms, he noticed a subtle rustling sound of paws tread upon the leaves. Clack, clack. Heracross's antennae quivered as it emitted a low growl. They're here. Yu Yang held his breath, gazing toward the boulders. Under the hazy moonlight, 3 furtive purple figures suddenly emerged. With large incisors, prominent ears, and crimson eyes, it was unmistakably a trio of Rattata. How unfortunate. Upon recognizing their appearance, Yu Yang silently cursed. The scent of blood would not only lure Dai Lubi, but also attract these rodents. To prevent the Rattata from devouring the meat, he instructed Heracross, stun those mice and dispose of them. As Heracross crouched low, it waited patiently for the 3 small Rattatas to approach stealthily. Suddenly, with a swift motion, it burst forth from the underbrush, wings flapping, and charged fiercely at the nearest Rattata. The small creature let out a pitiful cry, instantly rendered unconscious by Heracross's formidable strength. The other 2 Rattatas, witnessing this scene, had no intention of avenging their companion. Instead, they scattered in fright, disappearing without a trace. Heracross lifted the unconscious Rattata effortlessly and flung it into the distant forest before returning to Yu Yang's side. The tranquility of the mountain woods was restored. Yu Yang silently hoped no other creatures would appear. Should they encounter an Arbok, with its immense power, they would be in dire straits. Perhaps Yu Yang's prayers were answered. For after waiting 10 more minutes, distant barks echoed from the forest. Soon, 4 dark figures emerged into view, 1 large and 3 small. Leading the group was a canine creature, standing just over a meter tall, with curved horns atop its head, bony structures adorning its back, and a long, sharp tail resembling an inverted triangle. Its name was Houndoom, male, with a 50 male and 50 female ratio, embodying the dark and fire types. Classified as a dark Pokémon with the abilities Early Bird or Flash Fire, boasting a base stat total of 500. To think a Houndoom has arrived. Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise. Isn't Houndoom the evolution of Darumaka? They do bear a striking resemblance, Liang Tai inquired. Indeed, Houndoom possesses considerable strength. I am uncertain if it will be willing to communicate with us. We shall see, Yu Yang replied, his voice tinged with apprehension. If Houndoom has been driven into the mountains by humans and harbors hostility towards us, we may need to retreat. As they conversed, Houndoom, accompanied by 3 Darumaka, gracefully approached, sniffing at the food before indulging in a hearty meal. Little Togepi, you and Heracross should attempt to communicate with them, Yu Yang suggested. As fellow Pokémon, Togepi's gentle nature and adorable appearance may endear them to the other creatures. With a cheerful jump, Togepi leaped from Yu Yang's shoulder, cradled by Heracross. As the 2 Pokémon cautiously approached Houndoom, when they were about 10 meters away, Houndoom's ears perked up, and it turned its head to regard them while eating. Who? Houndoom's back arched slightly, revealing its sharp fangs, seemingly signaling them to maintain their distance. Togepi waved its tiny arms, engaging in a lively exchange with Houndoom. Heracross, it called, with Heracross eagerly echoing its sentiments beside it. Perhaps it was their harmless demeanor that caused Houndoom to lower its guard. Or perhaps it simply deemed the 2 unworthy of concern. Gradually, the wariness in the eyes of Houndoom dissipated, and it turned its gaze toward the grass thicket behind Heracross and Happiny. It had discovered us. We approached. Yu Yang lowered his voice and uttered a few words before rising from the thicket. He strolled toward Heracross while maintaining a focused stare into Houndoom's eyes. Fortunately, as he drew closer, no excessive animosity was reflected in Houndoom's gaze, indicating that it had not been driven away by humans and that there remained room for dialogue. In that moment, Yu Yang wished fervently to possess the ability of Dogeo to capture various Pokémon with a single ball. Houndoom, please disregard us for now. Eat your fill, and we shall converse afterward. Yu Yang spread his arms wide to convey his lack of hostility. Liang Tai and Xiaozheng, standing half a step behind him, mirrored his gesture, palms open. Happiny waved its tiny hands repeatedly, striving to appear endearing. Houndoom lowered its head and began to voraciously tear into the fresh beef. The 3 Diluvi, however, seemed more captivated by the dog food, having already devoured half a bag in a frenzy. In no time, the beef had vanished into Houndoom's belly. It lifted its head once more, surveying the group below. Yu Yang retrieved the remaining beef and dog food from his backpack, holding them up and shaking them before passing them to Heracross, who placed them on the grass before Houndoom. This gesture was meant to signify that the food was provided by them. Houndoom remained still, its gaze fixed upon them. Yu Yang understood that it was time to explain their intentions. Clearing his throat, he articulated their purpose for this visit. Mighty Houndoom, we find ourselves in a predicament and seek your assistance. The situation is as follows. He gestured as he recounted the threat posed by ghost-type Pokémon to the human inhabitants of the city. With the aid of body language and the concurrent explanations from Happiny and Heracross, the intelligent Houndoom displayed a contemplative expression in its eyes. Leader Liang, may I request your input? Yu Yang gently tugged at Liang Tai's sleeve. Liang stepped forward, extending an invitation to Houndoom. Houndoom, we approach you with the principles of equal and amicable dialogue. I assure you that for every instance you assist us in dealing with the ghost-type Pokémon, we humans will provide you with a substantial and sufficient supply of food for your entire clan. He waved his arm, indicating an abundance. Yu Yang grasped Liang Tai's intent. It was not about subjugation or coercion, but rather about a cooperative and mutually beneficial exchange. This approach significantly eased the difficulty of their endeavor. Having conveyed their message, the 3 of them, along with the 2 Pokémon, retreated 10 meters, leaving the food in place as they awaited Houndoom's response. However, before Houndoom could reply, the 3 little Diluvi excitedly dashed to the food, attempting to drag it back. Once the Diluvi had successfully pulled the food closer, Houndoom took several steps forward, stopping 2 meters away from Yu Yang and the others, and gently nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 27. The street lamp, the moon hung high, and the stars were few. In the southern outskirts of Rongzhou, a tranquil cemetery lay quiet. Suddenly, a furtive figure emerged from behind a large tree at the cemetery's entrance. With utmost caution, he directed his phone towards a nearby area encircled by yellow caution tape and a forbidding no-entry sign, whispering, "Dear friends, do you see this? This is the very location where the infamous soul-sucking incident transpired just a few days ago. Let's show some support, complete the 5-star task, and tonight, shall bravely venture into the cemetery for a live exploration, unraveling the mysteries within of what phantoms and demons might lurk. 5 stars. Doesn't tea that requires spending 5 Summer Kingdom coins? Come on, join in. The host truly fears nothing. I heard that 5 gravekeepers mysteriously perished here just days ago. Do you really dare to enter? Truly risking life for wealth. User Ren Lai Feng sends the host a Super Rocket 10. User AI Shang Yijin Feng sends the host a Rocket 10. Ren Lai Feng. Hurry, hurry. Gifts have been sent. Be swift. Thank you for the generous gifts. We shall set off immediately. I exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he glanced at the barrage of rockets on his screen. The platform he was streaming on was notorious for its dubious nature, therefore. He felt little concern about the repercussions of trespassing into restricted areas. With a slight gulp, I observed several staff members wandering near the caution tape. Taking advantage of the night's cover, he stealthily stepped towards an unattended corner of the cemetery's edge. This was a spot he had scouted the previous day, a blind spot for surveillance, and rarely patrolled. The cemetery was surrounded by a sharp iron fence designed to keep intruders at bay. Yet, at the section where I stood, the fence had been inexplicably bent, creating a gap just wide enough for an adult to squeeze through. Come on, dear friends, let us get those gifts flowing. We're just 2 yuan short. If we can raise 2 more, I will enter right away, he said, his voice laced with tension as he peered into the dark abyss of the cemetery. User Ren Lai Feng sends the host a cash red envelope of 20,000. Thank you. Director Feng, I am on my way. IE replied, his excitement palpable as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He first tossed his streaming phone into the gap, then curled his body and squeezed through. As soon as he entered the cemetery, IE was met with an inexplicable chill that brushed against his cheek, sending a shiver through his body. Picking up his phone, he wiped the lens clean and surveyed the serene darkness of the cemetery, stepping cautiously deeper within. The atmosphere is lacking. Could you please play some eerie movie soundtrack? The part from The Corpse of the Mountain Village, sung by Chu Rinmei. I'll send gifts. User Ren Lai Feng sends the host a cash red envelope of 3,000. Alright then. IE was initially inclined to decline, but upon seeing the dazzling gift effects, he quickly changed his mind. He retrieved a spare phone and played a hauntingly melodic tune. Esteemed seniors, I mean no offense. I merely seek to earn my daily bread. I implore your kindness. He knelt down, resembling Doraemon as he produced a stack of paper money from his bosom and scattered it into the air, bowing deeply 3 times before a row of towering tombstones, before rising to his feet. Did you see that, broadcaster? Just as you stood up, there seemed to be a flicker of bluish-purple light in the upper left corner of the screen. Yes, I saw it too. Was it ghostly fire? Or a streetlight? There's no streetlight that emits a bluish-purple glow. It must be phosphorescence. What nonsense. This is a proper cemetery. It wouldn't be like a potter's field with phosphorescent lights. Oh, is that so? I just sent gifts to the female broadcaster and missed it. IE, could you check it out? User Fengzong generously gifted the broadcaster a cash red envelope of 5,000. Thank you, Fengzong. I shall go at once. In just a matter of minutes, Fengzong had gifted nearly 5,000 yuan. As the saying goes, money can move even the most stubborn of spirits. Under the influence of wealth, IE felt a wave of warmth wash over him, filled with bright anticipations for the morrow. He followed the directions provided by the viewers, advancing towards the left front. After walking approximately 50 meters, a flickering blue light gently emerged within their view. See, I told you, it's just an unusually designed streetlight. IE let out a sigh of relief and zoomed in with his phone camera. Before him, 10 meters away, stood a quaintly styled streetlight above a tombstone, within which a bluish-purple flame burned quietly. But why would anyone place a streetlight above a gravestone? It appeared more akin to an alcohol lamp. Puzzled, IE crouched down in front of the streetlight, intending to capture its appearance up close. A streetlight? The design is remarkably antiquated. I believe such styles were popular in the 1930s and 1940s. There had been a murder here. Who would place a streetlight in such a location? Is it the work of humans or some unknown creatures? Could it be the mischief of a monster? It's also possible that this streetlight once had a manual mechanism attached to it. Regardless of who placed it, a streetlight wouldn't leap up to commit murder. He chuckled, preparing to reach out towards it. To his astonishment, before his hand could touch it, the streetlight seemed to come alive, levitating on its own. This eerie spectacle was clearly witnessed by IE and the viewers in the broadcast. IE's eyes widened in terror, and he turned to flee. But in the next instant, a ghostly blue flame silently crept up to his shoulder, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object collapsing to the ground. The viewers in the live stream could only see a starry sky twinkling above, along with the eerie operatic melody that continued to play in a loop. Hello? What just happened? I understand. I will head over immediately. Liang Tai hung up the phone, his expression turning grave and serious. What's wrong, Team Leader Liang? Asked Yu Yang, who was trudging down the mountain path and noticed Liang Tai's troubled countenance. The silent Houndoom followed closely behind them. While the Duskulls had been sent home, there has been another incident at the haunted cemetery. We must bring Houndoom and head directly to the scene, Liang Tai explained hastily, quickening his pace down the slope. How could this be? Wasn't the area already under lockdown? Yu Yang inquired, puzzled. Liang Tai cast him a peculiar glance. The deceased was a streamer. Understanding dawned on Yu Yang in an instant. The world of online streamers is rife with a mix of characters. Some promote positivity, while others tread on the edge of propriety to garner attention. It was highly likely that the deceased streamer had ventured into perilous locales to attract views and entice wealthy patrons to donate gifts. Chapter 28. Lock on. By the time Yu Yang and the others arrived at the suburban cemetery, a dozen uniformed police officers had already gathered outside the cordon. Houndoom gracefully leapt from the back seat of the SUV, its sleek black form and hellish appearance instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. While they had encountered sprites before, it was indeed rare to see such a fierce-looking canine sprite accompanying humans. Moreover, as police officers, they felt an innate camaraderie towards canine creatures. Given that police dogs were their most trusted companions. Team Leader Liang, you're here, a weary middle-aged officer greeted Liang Tai upon his arrival. Liang Tai nodded slightly. Let us hear a brief summary of the situation. The officer spoke rapidly. The deceased was 25 years old, with no legitimate occupation, and typically engaged in live-streaming so-called supernatural explorations online. There are no apparent injuries on the body, and muscle atrophy is consistent with the injuries of the 6 gravekeepers who died 5 days ago. Thus, we suspect this to be yet another case of monster-related homicide. Despite knowing the cemetery is fraught with danger, these officers bravely rushed in to retrieve the body. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Liang Tai nodded, glancing at Yu Yang and the 3 sprites beside him. Xiaoyu, do you have confidence? Yu Yang quickly assessed in his mind. Due to a temporary lack of strength classification in reality, he could only gauge the disparity in power through game data. The Litwick must reach at least level 41 to evolve into a Lampent. Thus, the strength of each Lampent should not be underestimated. In contrast, Duskull merely requires level 24 to evolve into Houndoom. However, according to the Sprite Encyclopedia, a freshly evolved Houndoom typically measures around 1.3 meters. Beside him, the imposing black Houndoom had reached an impressive height of approximately 15 meters, suggesting that its level might well exceed 30. Coupled with Houndoom's significantly higher base stats compared to the Lampent, as well as the type advantages, Yu Yang felt a sense of trepidation mixed with determination. He concluded that it was worth the attempt. After all, as long as they did not encounter the crystal Lampent, retreating would be feasible. Thus, he expressed his thoughts, stating that it would be prudent to limit the number of individuals entering for safety's sake. If they were captured by the Lampent, who could drain their life force and soul, it would certainly lead to dire consequences. Sometimes, having more people did not equate to greater strength. With Houndoom's dark energy sensing abilities, there was no need for an excessive number of hands to search within. Just the 2 of us will suffice. Liang Tai decisively waved his hand, taking the flashlight from a subordinate, and disregarding their repeated objections, he boldly stepped through the cemetery gates. Houndoom, Heracross, and Togepi. Let us proceed as well. Although Heracross was not particularly powerful, its bug-type energy could still assist in distracting the Lampent. Yu Yang called upon his Pokémon companions and followed closely behind. Upon entering the cemetery, a familiar chill enveloped him instantly. Houndoom sensed the cold aura, baring its sharp teeth and casting a watchful gaze into the depths of the surrounding darkness. Heracross, trembling with unease, stood closely beside Yu Yang. He signaled to Liang Tai, pointing to the area behind Houndoom. Captain Liang, let us follow its lead. It can detect the presence of ghost-type Pokémon. He then addressed Houndoom. We entrust you to help us locate any ghost-type Pokémon that may be lurking within the cemetery. Houndoom, while vigilantly surveying its surroundings, flared its nostrils and began to move westward towards the entrance of the cemetery. The cemetery was modest in size, roughly equivalent to an open hillside. The group traversed the narrow, stone-paved path, treading through the eerily silent grounds. Surrounding them were towering gravestones and the black-and-white photographs of the deceased, evoking a chilling sensation. Even in a world devoid of Pokémon, wandering through such a desolate cemetery at night would be unsettling. Ghost-type Pokémon often resided in abandoned structures or desolate areas near human settlements, such as suburban mental hospitals, graveyards, and unfinished buildings. lying in wait to prey on the weak of spirit. To alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, Yu Yang began sharing some common knowledge about ghost-type Pokémon with Liang Tai. Xiao Yu, how do you? Liang Tai was about to speak when suddenly, Houndoom halted in its tracks, raising its forepaws and baring its fangs as it gazed intently ahead. Liang Tai raised the flashlight, illuminating the direction Houndoom was fixated on. Yu Yang followed the beam of light, which brightly revealed a small tree 10 meters away. Its details starkly visible. The branches stood bare, save for a sparse scattering of leaves. There was nothing else upon the tree. Yet, Yu Yang was acutely aware that He Lu Jia would not harbor animosity towards a mere tree without reason. Concealed within its boughs must lie a spirit of the ghostly type. He Lu Jia, do you sense the aura of spectral energy? Yu Yang inquired softly. He Lu Jia nodded gently. Unsure if he could command He Lu Jia, he nonetheless embraced the notion of attempting it. Whispering, force it out. Hey Lu, came He Lu Jia's low response, as a blackish-purple glow enveloped its fangs. With a slight crouch, it leaped ferociously towards the tree. During its ascent, He Lu Jia sank its teeth, infused with a potent dark energy, into an empty space on a branch. Just as He Lu Jia's teeth were about to make contact, a flash of blue-purple flame erupted, forming a blazing lamp-like shield, attempting to thwart He Lu Jia's attack. However, the creature disregarded the fiery barrier entirely, its jaws agape, as the blackish-purple luminescence flickered and bit into the flame shield. Surprisingly, the flames, which could incinerate life itself, were disrupted upon touching He Lu Jia, parting as if repelled by an unseen force. It turned out that He Lu Jia possessed the ability to attract fire, rendering it completely unafraid of the flame ghost. Yu Yang's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Excluding hidden abilities, the flame ghost might possess the traits of fire attraction or flame body. The only attribute capable of inflicting damage to He Lu Jia would be fire, while ghost attacks would be halved in effectiveness. Given that He Lu Jia's ability was indeed fire attraction, the flame ghost would find its capacity to harm limited. As anticipated by Yu Yang, He Lu Jia successfully clamped down on the flame ghost, causing the fire that enveloped it to gradually subside, revealing a rapidly materializing specter in the shape of a street lamp. At that moment, the ghost's form was cloaked in fragmented dark purple energy, and its yellow eyes conveyed a distinctly human-like agony. Chapter 29. The Purpose of Knowledge. Name: Flame Ghost. Gender: Male 50, Female 50. Type: Ghost. Fire Classification: Oil Lamp. Pokémon Ability: Fire Attraction or Flame Body. Base Stats: 370. Truly effective. Liang Tai exclaimed upon witnessing the anguish reflected in the flame ghost's eyes. An uncommon spark of excitement brightening his typically serious countenance. He had urged Yu Yang to come and resolve the issue, initially harboring skepticism based on the latter's live performance. Now, witnessing He Lu Jia's overwhelming dominance in restraining the flame ghost, his doubts evaporated. Meanwhile, despite the flame ghost's relentless attempts to expel the dark energy with fire-type moves, fresh waves of malevolent energy continued to seep from between He Lu Jia's fangs. A chilling wail echoed, accompanied by eerie cries, as wisps of pale grayish-purple mist coiled around the flickering form of the will-o'-the-wisp. In that moment, Black Lugia, affected by the gray mist, could not help but sneeze, instinctively loosening its grip on the wisp's ethereal teeth. Seizing this opportunity, the wisp's body rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a street lamp the size of a mung bean. Darting out of Black Lugia's mouth and soaring into the air, it radiated a ghostly azure glow, as its black, hat-like head instantaneously morphed into a blue fireball, which it hurled into the void above. Upon the explosion of the fireball, a crack appeared at the site of the detonation, less than 2 centimeters wide, seemingly suffused with dense gray mist. The wisp cast a wary glance at the snarling Black Lugia below, momentarily flickered, transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, and plunged into the fissure, vanishing into the hazy mist. Is this the spirit realm? Yu Yang murmured to himself as he beheld the space returning to its original state. What is the spirit realm? Liang Tai was taken aback. The spirit realm is a habitat for ghosts and ghost-type spirits, deemed the afterlife. Generally, once a spirit enters the spirit realm, it is exceedingly difficult to return to the corporeal world, unless summoned by certain ghost-type entities, Yu Yang elucidated. So, you mean it cannot return in the short term? This was Liang Tai's primary concern. Correct, though the possibility of return cannot be entirely dismissed. The immediate issue here has been resolved, Yu Yang replied without making any guarantees. Ghost-type spirits are notoriously difficult to eliminate, unless one possesses overwhelming power to completely disperse their ethereal forms or banish them to the spirit realm. Understood, Liang Tai nodded, then fixed Yu Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. I have another question, young Yu. How do you possess such extensive knowledge about spirits? This was a question Yu Yang had anticipated. After all, how could an ordinary person acquire such knowledge in merely a few months since the invasion of spirits? He smiled slightly, articulating the response he had long prepared. A portion of my knowledge is derived from observations of the spirits themselves, while the other portion has been imparted to me directly by the spirits. Spirits? Liang Tai's tone was incredulous. Yes, it is a spirit named Yushi that has bestowed this knowledge upon me. Team leader Liang, you should be aware that among the spirits invading the human realm, there are not only ordinary spirits, but also those of exceptional strength, unparalleled wisdom, and possessing various extraordinary abilities. Yushi is one such entity, revered as the god of knowledge. A fitting scapegoat. Your assertion is rather difficult to accept, team leader Liang said, his expression skeptical. Yet, as Yu Yang stated, spirits wield an array of astonishing abilities. Perhaps it is indeed plausible. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As the will-o'-the-wisp fled to the spirit realm, Black Lugia strode back to the two. Liang Tai temporarily set aside his concerns regarding Yu Yang, offering a gentle smile to Hey Lugia, his eyes betraying a hint of affection as he remarked, Hey Lugia, you have worked hard. The imposing and handsome canine, characterized by its obedience and high intelligence, captivated him as a police officer. Xiaoyu, Heracross, and Little Buddha, you have all exerted yourselves as well. Now that the issues here have been resolved, let us proceed to the next location where an incident has previously occurred. All right, Yu Yang readily agreed. The night passed in a flurry of activity and fatigue. In the early hours of the morning, Liang Tai, accompanied by Yu Yang and He Lugia, visited 3 significant sites where ghost-type Pokémon had attacked humans. Under the influence of He Lugia's dark energy perception, the Night Stalker and Jengars were effortlessly dealt with, either fleeing to the spirit realm or dissipating entirely. From the perspective of Yu Yang, standing firmly on the side of humanity, there was no compassion for these ghostly creatures that had claimed innocent lives. The following afternoon, within a modest conference room of the provincial office building, only Liang Tai, Yu Yang, and a middle-aged leader of notable rank were present, alongside Heracross and Little Buddha. Naturally, He Lugia had returned to Gushan in a vehicle laden with food. Xiaoyu, I appreciate your efforts this morning. Thank you for your contributions to Rongzhou City. The middle-aged leader remarked, sipping tea and delivering a bland, bureaucratic statement. It was my duty, Yu Yang replied, adopting a humble demeanor. Now, let us discuss matters concerning you. The leader continued, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. I have heard you are a Pokémon science popularization broadcaster? Indeed, Yu Yang affirmed. Could you elaborate on your motivation for choosing to popularize knowledge about Pokémon? The leader asked, his tone gentle. I believe many Pokémon are not as perilous as portrayed in the media. Some are gentle and affectionate, while others may be indeed temperamental. Through my outreach, I aspire to enlighten people about the varying natures of different Pokémon, striving for peaceful coexistence between humans and Pokémon, thereby mitigating the losses wrought by conflict. Additionally, introducing some docile Pokémon into urban settings could enhance our quality of life. For instance, the He Lugia we enlisted yesterday could foster a bridge of friendship between the police force and its species, recruiting dedicated professionals to train Pokémon specifically for urban stability. Not to mention, even its basic form, the Lu Bai, possesses a higher intelligence than that of police dogs, capable of firefighting, narcotics enforcement, apprehending fugitives, and confronting ghost-type Pokémon to safeguard the lives and properties of citizens. Furthermore, He Lugia excels in teamwork, and as a companion, it would be very responsive to its trainer's commands. This is merely one example of a Pokémon. Many others that could peacefully coexist with humans and assist them remain unjustly marginalized. Popularizing knowledge about these beneficial Pokémon is one of my primary objectives. Yu Yang expressed his thoughts to the leader. Chapter 30. Serving as an advisor in the tranquil confines of the meeting room. The only sound that resonated was the scratching of pen on paper as team leader Liang diligently recorded the proceedings. Hilacros and the little Pokeball were engrossed in their own delight, one blissfully savoring a bottle of exquisite wild honey, while the other meticulously licked a colossal cheese stick, entirely oblivious to the discussions unfolding around them. After a brief silence, the leader finally spoke, articulating, it is not to blame the journalists. Humanity remains largely ignorant of the nature of elves. Unable to discern their virtues from vices, they resort to propagating the notion that elves are harmful, urging the public to steer clear of them, thus minimizing potential casualties. Introducing elves into urban settings is a double-edged sword. As you rightly pointed out, it may usher in convenience, yet it could also incite unwarranted criminal activities, factors we must carefully deliberate. Just as Yu Yang anticipated a reprimand to cease his live broadcast, the leader shifted his tone. However, I am supportive of your endeavor to educate the public about elves. This is, on the whole, beneficial for the populace. And you may continue your broadcasts. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances during your streaming, do not hesitate to contact Liang Tai for assistance. Upon receiving official acknowledgement of his educational broadcasts, Yu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Unexpected circumstances? Perhaps it could be the malicious reporting leading to account suspension, or encountering peril during field education. These were the only scenarios he could conceive at that moment. Furthermore, I find your earlier mention of Black Luja joining the police force quite intriguing. I wish to appoint you as a special advisor for our Fujianhua Province Police's elf action team, assisting our officers in understanding and training elves. What are your thoughts on this? As for compensation, you may discuss that with Liang Tai. Absolutely. This was an opportunity to forge a strong relationship with the authorities. How could Yu Yang possibly decline? The leader nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Comrade Xiaoyu, do you have any other requests? Could you grant me a permit allowing the transport of elves into the city? Certainly. You may finalize the details with Liang Tai. After the leader concluded, glancing at his watch, he rose and stated, I have another meeting to attend. Let us conclude here for today. As he departed, the other two promptly stood to see him off. Once the leader had left, Liang Tai, the part-time recorder, finally spoke up. We plan to use Rongzhou City as a pilot for introducing elves, starting internally before gradually expanding to the public. A glimmer of realization crossed Liang's face, accompanied by a faint smile. This morning, I discussed the matter of Black Luja with the leader, who expressed immense interest and entrusted me with the full responsibility of forming an elite elf police unit. With your assistance, this pilot project is bound to shine brightly within the national police community. Yu Yang understood that this endeavor represented a mutually beneficial arrangement for both parties. A successful execution could yield political gains for the leader and elevate their standing. He has the potential to acquire wealth, contribute to the dissemination of knowledge, and accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency. Reflecting on this, Yu Yang felt a rush of excitement. Training Pokémon, nurturing them, developing their sustenance, introducing the concept of battles, and even founding a Pokémon League, soaring freely through the skies on the back of a Charizard. Just the thought of it filled him with fervor. Yu Yang understood that to achieve these aspirations, collaboration with the authorities was imperative, even if it meant allowing them to take the lion's share while he merely reaped the benefits. Liang Tai glanced at the two Pokémon happily munching on snacks and said to Yu Yang, Young Yu, for the time being, you should refrain from returning to Shanming. I will arrange accommodation for you in Rongzhou. The advisor's salary is 2 yuan per month, with benefits comparable to those of civil servants. And working hours are from Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. What do you think? That sounds fantastic. Where could I find such a good job? Although he was merely a contract worker, his ambitions did not lie within the confines of bureaucracy. Yu Yang's thoughts raced, and he nodded eagerly. No problem. By the way, Team Leader Liang, during work hours, if I venture outdoors, may I live stream? Certainly, as long as you avoid capturing sensitive content, live streaming is permissible. In fact, it is considered part of your job to promote Rongzhou and share positive stories. Later, I will assign a member of the publicity team to assist you in managing any unexpected situations in your live stream, he implied, also ensuring that Yu Yang would refrain from any illegal activities. Despite any reservations he might have had, Yu Yang expressed his acquiescence. Liang Tai rose and said, Now, let us proceed to sign the various contracts, and then I'll take you to your new residence. Oh, and when we return, could you please draft a configuration of suitable Pokémon for the police team along with relevant information for internal communication? To allay any concerns Yu Yang might have, he added, Rest assured, this information will remain confidential, and you may disseminate knowledge to the public. Understood. In that moment, Yu Yang felt a surge of joy and relief. Although he had assisted the police in resolving incidents involving ghost Pokémon without any monetary gain, the authorities' agreement to allow him to freely share knowledge without the worry of bringing Pokémon into the city and causing a series of issues was his greatest reward. A legitimate identity was infinitely more valuable than any monetary prize. An hour later, Liang Tai personally drove Yu Yang to a charming apartment in the outskirts of Rongzhou, approximately 80 square meters in size. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, furnished with everything needed for a comfortable living experience, just a matter of unpacking. Liang Tai helped Yu Yang place his luggage on the sofa and explained, The reason for your accommodation in the suburbs is that the special police unit is not far from here, and it is conveniently located near a forest park, facilitating the search for Pokémon. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Quite nice. I have no particular demands regarding my living arrangements, as long as my basic needs are met, Yu Yang replied with a cheerful smile. He approached the sliding door leading to the balcony and gently pushed aside the curtain. In the distance, a continuous expanse of verdant hues graced his vision, occasionally interrupted by the fleeting silhouettes of a few creatures vanishing into the woods. Liang Tai reached the entrance, donning his shoes as he spoke. You rest here for a while. I shall return to escort you when it is time for dinner. Later, we will pay a visit to Heluga to discuss matters of collaboration. All right, team leader Liang, please take your time, came the response. Once Liang Tai departed, Yu Yang, with a beaming smile, observed the little Fudan bouncing exuberantly on the sofa and asked, Fudan, do you enjoy this new environment? Guguri, replied Fudan hastily, clutching a smooth, round pebble and, with its head down, collided softly with the plush sofa, its rosy body rebounding several inches high. Heracross flew to the balcony, inhaling the fresh air deeply, spreading its wings to soar between the forest and the buildings. Meanwhile, Yu Yang seated himself at the desk, retrieving paper and pen, opening the Pokédex, and searching the recesses of his mind for suitable Pokémon for the police force. Thus, he pondered, what Pokémon would be appropriate for the police? Perhaps we could share some insights? Chapter 31. Preliminary combination decisions regarding the selection of suitable Pokémon for the police force. Team leader Liang suggested initially selecting a few appropriate Pokémon for the SWAT team before gradually expanding the roster. The daily tasks of the SWAT team involve counterterrorism and hostage rescue, among others. Given the current invasion of Pokémon, they would likely be dispatched to undertake perilous missions aimed at thwarting the Pokémon's mischief. Yu Yang's notion was to first equip each officer with 3 Pokémon, corresponding to land, sea, and air capabilities, as there were no Pokeball technologies available at present. Ideally, these 3 Pokémon should encompass a range of common attributes. Furthermore, they should be small in size for ease of concealment, possess low training costs, grow rapidly, and be easy to breed. Bug-type Pokémon are straightforward, yet possess weak attributes and short lifespans, their only advantage being their decent abilities. Pokémon like the highly popular Houndour, which requires an evolution stone, were not currently under consideration. After all, where could one find so many fire stones? Houndoom, evolved from Houndour, presents an excellent option. Compared to Houndour, it boasts a dark-type attribute, making it a formidable weapon against ghost-type Pokémon in urban settings. Moreover, ghost-type Pokémon typically lack types that can counteract both dark and fire attributes. The abilities of Houndoom, such as Flash Fire, Early Bird, and the inherent sense of tension, are exceptionally well suited for the police force. Flash Fire, as one might expect, absorbs flames and can prove invaluable in dealing with fires or the ghostly flames of ghost types. Early Bird is advantageous in special operations in the wild, allowing Houndoom to recover to full strength in half the time of other Houndooms. However, this is merely Yu Yang's conjecture. The Early Bird ability may indeed allow quicker awakening from sleep-inducing moves, and its effect on resting time requires further testing. The concealed essence of tension serves to intimidate adversaries, instilling within them a profound sense of fear. In the face of ruthless villains, this is undoubtedly advantageous. Houndoom, akin to Poochyena, embodies loyalty and possesses a strong sense of teamwork, requiring no Firestone for evolution and demonstrating a rapid growth rate, capable of evolving at level 24. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Houndoom surpasses Poochyena. Naturally, it has its drawbacks. It is somewhat fragile and vulnerable to 6 different types. However, its shortcomings do not overshadow its strengths, as these weaknesses can be compensated for by Pokémon of other types. Additionally, Mytiana is a commendable choice, suitable for secondary team roles, particularly in urban areas to combat ghost-type foes. Having considered Houndoom, the next step involves seeking a versatile Pokémon capable of amphibious combat. The ideal target for Yu Yang is the Swampert, one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region, the final evolution of Mudkip. Swampert boasts both water and ground dual typings. Although it lacks fighting-type moves, its enormous fists and robust muscles suggest a formidable presence in battle. Furthermore, it can learn an impressive array of rock and fighting-type techniques. Ground is among the most versatile types, and when combined with its fighting moves, it becomes a formidable amphibious powerhouse. Its Torrent ability enhances the power of water-type moves, while its Damp ability strategically prevents self-destruct moves, adding significant tactical value. Considering the potential rarity of starter Pokémon, Yu Yang contemplated an alternative to Swampert, the Toxicroak. While this creature may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, it serves as an excellent substitute for Swampert, sharing the water and ground dual typings and being capable of learning fighting-type moves, with the added advantage of poison typing. Both Pokémon share the common drawbacks of slow speed and considerable bulk. If team members were to ride Houndoom, they would require Pokeballs. Moreover, Toxicroak's initial phase is that of a tadpole, making it inconvenient to carry. After much deliberation, Yuyang found that other water-type Pokémon often have more restrictive habitats, many being confined to aquatic environments. While Masquerain is an intriguing option, it requires a special evolution stone, and its earlier forms possess only a single typing. Conversely, the Mudfish Pokémon naturally appealed to Yuyang due to its dual water and ground attributes. The reasoning was simple. The alternatives were too sluggish and lacked versatility. The Sea Slug Pokémon, with its incomplete limbs, proved inadequate as well. To address the need for a Pokémon capable of countering aerial threats, Yuyang considered the Exploud. In addition to this, he contemplated several flying-type Pokémon. The cost-effective Pidgey stands out, as does the Zubat, frequently employed by the World Police in the Pokémon realm. Talonflame, with its fire typing, overlaps with Houndoom, while Skarmory's steel typing contrasts with Exploud. Although the Murkrow is somewhat unremarkable, the elite nature of the Special Police suggests that the aforementioned flying types could serve well in secondary roles. Zubat shows promise, but when considering typings, Exploud's electric and steel dual types present a robust resistance profile. In contrast, Zubat is limited to the relatively weaker flying and poison types. Thus, when seeking a Pokémon that can fly without being a flying type, while possessing two advantageous typings, the choice of Exploud becomes compelling. The first form possesses dual attributes, and the strategic significance of the self-detonating magnetic creature is immense. It can control electromagnetism, shield against enemy electromagnetic surveillance, and disrupt their electromagnetic fields and electrical devices, allowing for seamless communication within our ranks. The small magnetic creatures are abundant, often found near power plants, and do not require evolution stones for their advancement. They merely need electricity, which is arguably the most economical energy source, especially with national support ensuring a continuous supply. The evolution into a self-detonating magnetic creature necessitates an electromagnetic field, something that can be readily constructed given the nation's capabilities, rendering it a trivial task. Furthermore, there exists another crucial reason for selecting the self-detonating magnetic creature: its ability to manipulate electromagnetic forces. If I recall correctly, this creature possesses a move known as electromagnetic levitation, enabling it to generate magnetic forces that allow it to float in midair, counterbalancing its weight. Thus, a well-trained self-detonating magnetic creature could indeed accelerate the entire team's movement through electromagnetic propulsion. This combination encompasses the attributes of darkness, fire, ground, water, electricity, and steel. Even without considering the inherent hidden attributes of certain creatures, these 6 types offer a significantly potent range, providing extensive offensive and defensive capabilities. They align with various operational needs such as attack, support, sniping, sabotage, and blockade. In jungle warfare, the Darkhound can track and counter grass-type creatures, while the self-detonating magnetic creature conducts aerial reconnaissance and relays information. Humans are protected by the sturdy giant marsh monster, the Toad King. In aquatic combat, the realm belongs to the giant marsh monster, allowing humans to utilize oxygen tanks and diving suits while maneuvering on its back. In aerial operations, the self-detonating magnetic creature can carry individuals and, with its electric capabilities, counter flying types. In urban combat, the self-detonating magnetic creature disrupts enemy communications. The Darkhound can see through ghostly illusions, and the giant marsh monster fully exploits its ground-type advantages, without considering gym battles. For special police forces tasked with executing various missions, this is a combination that, while not necessarily the best, certainly offers high cost-effectiveness. Regarding the difficulty of acquiring these creatures, the Darkhound has already established a friendship within its lineage, making collaboration relatively straightforward. The small magnetic creatures are plentiful wherever electricity is present. The only significant challenge lies in locating the giant marsh monster and the Toad King. Moreover, I have conceived several practical creatures tailored for various police departments. For instance, the Crossbat aids criminal investigators in tracking and apprehending suspects. The Mosquito Tadpole, Marilu, assists firefighters in extinguishing flames and rescuing individuals, and it can also serve as a lifeguard, preventing drownings. The Meerkat Detective aids civil officers in managing daily tasks, while the Hypnotic Taper is utilized for interrogating offenders. There are countless other creatures that can enhance human quality of life. Chapter 32. Logistics Supply Plan. The Marsh Leap Fish and the Toad King are both inclined towards amphibious living. Corresponding populations should exist in river wetlands and marshes. Fujian Province is situated in the southeastern part of the Xia Kingdom, characterized by a diverse array of wetlands and marshy environments. Yu Yang recalls another major city not far from Rongzhou, Yudai City, which boasts a national-level wetland park. Contemplating this, he diligently records various habitats commonly inhabited by Pokémon on paper. Having devised a combination of combat Pokémon, another pressing concern emerges: logistics. It is foreseeable that the extensive daily training conducted by the police force will lead to a rapid depletion of the Pokémon's stamina and energy. Ordinary human food may prove insufficient to replenish the daily consumption of these creatures. While this does not fall under Team Leader Liang's mandates, Yu Yang feels compelled to consider this aspect, not out of an altruistic spirit, but rather a hint of self-interest. By harnessing the power of the state to gather Pokémon capable of producing sustenance for them, he too could benefit from the bounty. As the saying goes, one finds comfort in the shade of a great tree. Among the various Pokémon, the milk tank is of utmost priority, capable of yielding 20 liters of nutritious milk daily. The milk it produces is rich in energy, satisfying the needs of Pokémon throughout the day. He plans to venture into the wild to gather several common fruits and enlist a few grass-type Pokémon to cultivate a steady supply of quality fodder and fruits. Coupling this with fresh beef, a rudimentary yet nutritious meal can be prepared. As for the high-tech energy cubes, they must await the development by specialized researchers from the state. Yu Yang humbly acknowledges his limitations in this regard. He meticulously details the evolutionary forms and appearances of various Pokémon: Houndoom, Swampert, Exploud, Arcanine, Crobat, Beedrill, Miltank, Oddish, Combi, and common fruits. He also outlines the desired configuration of Pokémon for his envisioned Pokémon farm. Given his current financial constraints, the establishment of the farm can initially be spearheaded by the police force, allowing him to enjoy the benefits once the infrastructure is complete. Lastly, there is the matter of Pokeballs. To enable Pokémon to fulfill their strategic and tactical roles, Pokeballs are indispensable. The absence of Pokeballs would render operations exceedingly inconvenient. It is impractical to carry an array of Pokémon on every excursion. Yu Yang consults the Pokédex provided by the Arceus system and discovers 7 types of berries, one of their primary uses being the crafting of Pokeballs. These berries contain unique energy capable of harboring Pokémon within. He sketches the colors and characteristics of the 7 berries on paper for the police force's convenience. There is an abundance of knowledge regarding Pokémon, and Yu Yang does not mind selflessly contributing to gain favor with the authorities. His initial goal is clear: one person cannot monopolize the majority of premium resources. As long as he can enjoy a small portion of the finest resources afforded by the benefits of being a pioneer, it will suffice to nourish his commitment to advancing public understanding of Pokémon. Moreover, he did not intend to enlist the assistance of the police force to capture the Pokémon known as Black Lugia, Swampert Toad, and Magnemite. His energy was limited, and he wished to devote more of it to training rarer Pokémon. Although these 3 possessed a high cost-performance ratio, Yu Yang believed that, with the advantages afforded by the Arceus Cop system, it was more in line with his aspirations to seek out a few demigod-level or near-demigod powerful Pokémon. After all, a trainer who does not aspire to capture demigods cannot be deemed a good trainer. Just as a businessman invests in luxury cars and lavish storefronts to create an impressive facade, formidable and striking Pokémon can significantly aid in the advancement of scientific endeavors. His plan was to awaken the power of the everlasting oak in due time, enhancing Heracross to mitigate its inherent weaknesses, ultimately training it into a formidable Bug King. With the Bug King Heracross and the adorable Happiny by his side, he would be well equipped to handle typical wild Pokémon. Should that prove insufficient, he could still temporarily borrow trained Pokémon from the police for protection. Of course, these matters were to be addressed later. For now, he needed to establish the necessary infrastructure to nurture powerful Pokémon. As he pondered and wrote, time slipped quietly away. By the time Yu Yang had filled 5 sheets of paper with his initial plans, the sun outside had begun its descent in the west. Heracross and Happiny sat side by side on the sofa, each engrossed in their favorite snacks while watching animated shows. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yu Yang set down his pen, stretched languidly, and rose to answer the door. Standing outside was team leader Liang Tai, accompanied by the strikingly poised policewoman, Luo Qing. Apologies for the delay. I had quite a few matters to attend to. Come, let us dine and converse, Liang Tai said with a smile as he stood at the threshold. Where is Happiny? As a woman, Luo Qing greeted Yu Yang briefly before peering into the room, searching for the little creature that piqued her interest with its adorably naive appearance. Heracross, Happiny, come out. We're off for a grand feast, Yu Yang called into the room. With an excited flurry, the 2 little companions leapt from the sofa, one wrapping around his waist while the other leapt into his arms, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Haha, Happiny. Be gentle. You're going to rub my face off. Yu Yang lamented, covering his sore cheek. A short while later, within a private dining establishment near the apartment complex, Yu Yang presented the Pokémon team assembly plan he had meticulously crafted to Liang Tai. As Liang Tai perused the document, his expression grew increasingly serious and focused. After a lengthy pause, he finished the last page, inhaled deeply, and exhaled, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement illuminating his face. Well done, Yu Yang. I had no idea you had considered so many aspects, even the logistical details. The small magnetic creatures mentioned in the plan are familiar to me. Over a month ago, during a significant power outage in Rongzhou, the Jiangkou power station near the Min River encountered a multitude of these small magnetic beings, alongside some elusive sprites resembling mice and cats. As for the aquatic leap fish and round tadpoles, I have yet to see them. As the leader of the sprite action team, Liang Tai has certainly encountered some common sprites. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yu Yang and inquired, "What do you think about this priority? After our meeting with the Black Lucario tonight, we shall head to Lai Island tomorrow to search for the swamp leap fish. In the meantime, I will dispatch other personnel to the outskirts of Rongzhou to seek out the small magnetic creatures, employing a multifaceted approach." Yu Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds good. However, Leader Liang, you also need to send someone to quickly locate the large milk mentioned in the plan. Its significance is on par with that of the combat sprites, as it serves as one of the primary energy sources for sprite training. Tasks like searching for fruit or cones can be postponed. The large milk must be found. Its milk not only enhances the physical condition of the sprites, but also strengthens the human physique, truly embodying the notion of a daily bottle of milk to fortify the citizens of Xia." Chapter 33. A conversation with Black Lucario after dinner, while traveling to Gu Mountain. Yu Yang took out his phone and crafted a live broadcast announcement for the following day. He planned to stream from the Lai Island Wetland Park, anticipating encounters with various wild sprites along the way, thus providing excellent educational content for his viewers. As for tonight, due to the confidential nature of the discussions, he decided against broadcasting. Once he sent out the live announcement, Yu Yang switched to the back end. Upon reviewing the data from the past few days, his expression turned to one of astonishment. How did my follower count increase so dramatically? It had only been 2 days since he abruptly ended his last broadcast. During this time, he had shared a short video of Heracross battling a shadow doll, accompanied by his commentary, without interrupting his video updates. To his surprise, that brief video had an astonishing effect on attracting followers. Within just 10 minutes of the edited version, there were hundreds of thousands of comments, and in 2 days, the follower count had dramatically surged by 50. Coupled with the original 30, the total had reached 80. He was merely 10 followers away from his target of 100. And he anticipated that after tomorrow's live broadcast, he would achieve his goal of unlocking the power of the everlasting. Yu Yang clenched his fist, his expression brimming with excitement. The car soon came to a halt at the base of Gu Mountain. Nearby, several plainclothes officers were visible, each carrying heavy packs, appearing prepared for action. After exchanging brief greetings, the group ventured into the mountains. After several minutes, they arrived at the cliff where they had encountered Black Lucario the previous day. Liang Tai produced a copper whistle from his pocket and blew it in a rhythmic sequence. This was their agreed-upon method of communication. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated from the nearby forest. A few Dratini and the imposing figure of Black Lucario emerged before them. In contrast to its vigilant demeanor from the previous day, the sight of the black Houndoom rendered its expression somewhat more relaxed. It distanced itself from the small Duskulls, trotting a few steps away from the humans, casting a questioning glance towards Yu Yang and Liang Tai. "Good evening, my friend," Liang Tai greeted it with a smile, gently waving to the surrounding officers. Several officers stepped forward, unveiling packages from behind and laying out bags of fresh, blood-stained beef and mutton, as well as dog food, upon the ground. Upon seeing the bounty of food, Houndoom's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it let out a low growl directed at the Duskulls behind. The small Duskulls promptly scampered over, dragging back the hefty bags of food. "If you don't mind, shall we sit down and converse?" Liang Tai suggested with a warm smile, treating Houndoom as an equal interlocutor. With that, he disregarded the muddy ground and sat down generously opposite Houndoom. Prior to this meeting, Yu Yang and Liang Tai had already conferred, with Liang Tai taking the lead in the conversation while Yu Yang supported him. Given that the police force was representing, Liang Tai, as the spokesperson, was to shoulder the primary conversational responsibilities. Yu Yang settled beside Liang Tai, while the other officers stepped back a few paces, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Heracross and Swablu remained closely nestled against Yu Yang. "Hey there, Houndoom seemed to sense the goodwill emanating from the two humans and squatted down, fixing its keen gaze upon them. Dear Houndoom, we have come to discuss an important matter with you. Liangtai articulated the proposal for collaboration in detail. As Yu Yang listened, he explained to Heracross and Swablu, entrusting them with the task of translating for Houndoom. Once Liangtai concluded, Yu Yang chimed in with a smile. We hope you can send a certain number of Duskulls to train alongside humans, assisting us in overcoming some challenging difficulties. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Houndoom rose abruptly, its expression morphing into a fierce glare, exhaling bursts of fiery embers from its mouth, as if ready to unleash a hellish inferno upon them. Click, click, click. A series of gun chambers being readied echoed from behind. Observing this, Yu Yang quickly raised a hand to signal Houndoom to calm down, explaining, You're misunderstanding us. We do not wish for you to relinquish your Duskulls. Rather, we seek to train together as partners. If you have reservations, you are welcome to inspect our training grounds daily. Liangtai seamlessly added, I assure you. If you agree to send Duskulls, we will bring them back to Gu Mountain every 1 to 2 days during the training period, ensuring that their growth rate will surpass that of their free-range development in the mountains. It's akin to regularly visiting home to see family. After all, training is training, and Gu Mountain is an excellent venue for it. During the period of collaboration, humanity shall assume the responsibility for your sustenance, ensuring an ample supply of food to prevent any hunger. Jackaloo, Jackaloo, exclaimed Heracross and Togepi, waving their arms in agreement. Notably, Heracross struck a particularly robust pose towards Houndoom. This series of explanations gradually softened Houndoom's initially fierce expression, prompting it to return to a seated position on the ground. There is no rush. Take your time to consider this matter. We shall return in a few days, Liangtai remarked, smiling and waving goodbye to Houndoom before signaling for the others to depart. The endeavor to recruit Daru to the police force is not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Further discussion would be futile. In the minds of Yu Yang and Liangtai, multiple visits, akin to Liu Bei's thrice-visit approach to Zhuge Liang, would be required to touch their hearts with genuine emotion. To be candid, the two parties had only met once and collaborated on a singular occasion. Thus, Houndoom would naturally not easily entrust its progeny to humanity. The plan was to first establish a rapport with Houndoom, and subsequently send officers who favored the fairies into the mountainous region of Gushan to attempt communication with Daru, thereby fostering emotional connections. This method would allow for a gradual achievement of their goals. Houndoom remained motionless, silently observing the retreating figures of the humans as they faded into the shadows of the forest. Houndoom had yet to display any overt resistance, suggesting that success was within reach. On the descent from the mountain, Yu Yang articulated his thoughts, noting that fairies, unlike humans, possess simpler emotions and tend not to overthink. Once their initial defenses are lowered, they can quickly embrace human friendship. Liangtai nodded in agreement, stating, I can perceive a softening in its demeanor. Henceforth, Shaozong, you shall daily bring several dozen pounds of fresh beef and lamb to the cliffside, accompanied by the sound of a copper whistle. The quantity should neither be excessive nor insufficient, just enough to entice the little Daru. Yu Yang believed that, with humanity's sweetened tactics and heartfelt sincerity, Houndoom would soon acquiesce to their requests. No matter how astute Houndoom may be, it cannot reach the heights of human cunning, capable of devising such elaborate schemes. Chapter 34. The Enchanting Wetlands. The following morning, under Liangtai's guidance, Yu Yang boarded the earliest high-speed train, destined for Ludao City, located over 200 kilometers from Rongzhou City. Ludao City is a picturesque coastal destination, home to a national wetland park. The traveling party consisted solely of Yu Yang and Liangtai, accompanied by their two charming fairies, Heracross and Togepi. Upon exiting the train station, a modest sedan awaited them, transporting them directly to the Misty Bay Wetland Park. After a half-hour journey, the vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of the park. Similarly, due to the invasion of the sprites, the originally serene wetland park, intended for citizens to relax and cool off, has been overtaken by various perilous creatures. The city has strictly prohibited anyone from entering the park's confines to prevent any potential casualties. At this moment, a heavily armed special police officer is stationed at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. Greetings, Leader Liang. I am a specially assigned officer from the Municipal Bureau, tasked with ensuring your safety. Despite the sweltering heat, the dashing officer remains clad in a deep blue combat uniform, rifle in hand, saluting Liangtai with precision. In the face of ordinary sprites, the firepower of firearms remains formidable, and given Liangtai's elevated rank, it is entirely reasonable for him to have personal protection. Thank you for your hard work. Liangtai stepped forward to shake his hand, introducing Yu Yang's identity before pausing to allow the officer to speak. As the appointed sprite consultant tasked with the exploration of the Misty Bay in search of swamp loach or round tadpoles, it is naturally Yu Yang who will undertake this mission. Yu Yang gestured for them to remain calm and took out his phone, initiating a live broadcast. As soon as the stream commenced, the number of viewers surged into the thousands, and the barrage of comments became increasingly dense. Wow, the streamer has been absent for 2 whole days. I thought the police had invited you in for tea. How is Xiao Hehe's injury? Huh, where's the streamer? This scenery looks so familiar. The moderator, Rain After Sunshine, gifted the streamer with a super sensation motorcycle. Wait, is there a moderator in this stream? The profile picture looks like a girl. Could it be Yang Ji's? Yu Yang chuckled, refraining from addressing the moderator's identity, and instead shifted the camera's focus to her across and Happiny, saying, "Look everyone, Xiao Hehe is doing quite well and has even grown a little." Her across, with a serious expression, winked at the camera, unfurling its wings and gently circling the parking lot with Happiny on its back. Yu Yang then transitioned his perspective, slowly capturing the surrounding scenery, and stated, "All right, back to the main topic. Today, the streamer has arrived at the beautiful Misty Bay Wetland Park on Egret Island. In the upcoming broadcast, I will be educating you about some common sprites found within the park. Based on his estimations, the wetland habitat is likely to house sprites of 5 distinct attributes: water, grass, ground, flying, and bug. It is also possible that poison and normal type sprites may exist here. The environment is more intricate than that of the mountainous forests, suggesting a richer diversity of sprites. Wow, Yanggu has actually come to Egret Island. It's making me want to visit Misty Bay Park in hopes of a chance encounter. Go, go, go. Help us get a picture with Xiao Hehe and Happiny." Noticing that some viewers were eager to rush to Misty Bay, Yu Yang quickly interjected, No. If you wish for a chance encounter, make sure to pay close attention to my broadcast. You cannot have a chance encounter within Misty Bay, but you can at the entrance." With that, he ceased monitoring the comments, nodded to the 2 individuals beside him, and led the way into the park. As Su Yang traversed the wooden walkway for over 100 meters, a verdant expanse of lush aquatic vegetation unfolded before him, revealing a wetland interspersed with grassy patches and small pools of water. At first glance, the scene appeared to be merely a sweeping vista of swaying grasses under the caress of the sea breeze. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the occasional fleeting silhouettes of vibrant blues and greens darting among the tall grasses flourishing on the water's surface. Occasionally, a large red carp adorned with a golden crown and elongated whiskers would leap from the water, creating ripples in its wake. To facilitate visitors, meandering wooden corridors had been constructed above the wetland, allowing for leisurely strolls. The water-leaping fish favored the muddy shallows. Yet Su Yang noted the absence of such sediment in the vicinity, prompting him to beckon his 2 companions to continue onward. "Xiaoyu, the terrain here is rather intricate. Should we send up a drone for a reconnaissance?" Liang Tai suggested, gesturing toward the sizable backpack of the special police officer behind him. "Let us hold off for now. The newly hatched water-leaping fish are quite timid. I fear the drone's noise might startle them into hiding beneath the surface," Su Yang replied. The Wuyuan Bay wetland, situated within the city, was regularly patrolled by humans, ensuring that any elusive spirits had likely been driven away multiple times, making the appearance of higher evolution spirits highly improbable. While humans may struggle against ghost-type entities, they were certainly capable of managing corporeal spirits. Such a small wetland park was unlikely to be the sudden habitat of legendary creatures or mythical spirits. Is there a voice next to the streamer? Who could it be? Could it be the municipal staff from Ludao City? Are they here to invite the streamer for an educational session? It's possible, otherwise. Why would the streamer suddenly venture to Ludao? Surely, they wouldn't leave their local area unexplored without an invitation. The 2 individuals beside him were his friends. Su Yang chuckled and offered a brief explanation, intending to press forward. However, unexpectedly, a sharp cry erupted from beside the wooden corridor, immediately followed by violent ripples disturbing the water's surface. Her across, prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the commotion, his expression turned grave, and he pulled Liang Tai aside, stealthily positioning themselves behind her across. "A spirit is approaching. Geez, just as the stream begins, I can hardly take this. My heart can't withstand such excitement." The special police officer assumed a combat stance, chambering around and aiming at the trembling lake surface. With a cacophony, all eyes were fixated as a grotesque fish. Its body pockmarked like the moon's surface, with bluish fins and a vacant gaze, suddenly leapt from the water, tracing an ungraceful arc through the air before plummeting onto the wooden corridor. Thud, thud, thud. The wretched fish flopped upon landing, its tail slapping against the wood, while it sputtered sporadically, presenting an utterly pitiful sight. Su Yang and his companions, along with the viewers in the live stream, found the atmosphere oddly suspended for a brief moment. Just as Su Yang prepared to approach the wretched fish for an educational moment, the water surface began to churn violently once more. Squeak, squeak. Once again, a figure sprang forth from the water with a splash, glistening under the sunlight, adorned with crystalline droplets, leaping towards the unfortunate, tail-wagging ugly fish lying on the ground. Chapter 35. The Ugly Fish and the Beaver. This figure possessed a brownish body, arc-shaped fur, prominent incisors, short limbs, small eyes, and a rosy snout. To my surprise, it turned out to be a beaver. Yu Yang's expression relaxed slightly as he gestured towards the beaver, which was suspended in midair, its incisors gleaming. Suddenly, a deep blue figure darted through the air, colliding with the beaver and sending it tumbling aside. The beaver rolled its plump body, crashing against a nearby wooden post, its head wobbling, and its tiny eyes transforming into a bewildered shape. Heracross landed gracefully, extending its claws to embrace the beaver, rendering it incapable of further aggression. Heracross, hold on to it for now to prevent it from attacking us, Yu Yang instructed. The beaver was not a fierce creature. Rather, it exuded a certain charm, and Yu Yang did not intend to be overly harsh with it. Perhaps it could prove useful. Ahem, dear viewers, allow me to introduce this adorably peculiar little fish, Yu Yang said, lightly coughing as he petted the incessantly wriggling ugly fish while addressing his audience. Liang Tai stood just beyond the phone's camera, showing great interest in Yu Yang's explanation, seemingly unperturbed by the search for the swamp fish. The ugly fish was one of the few Pokémon Yu Yang dared to touch directly, for it was simply too weak. Haha, the host's taste is truly questionable. How can you describe such an ugly fish as cute? Another viewer remarked. Look at its lifeless eyes. It's honestly pitiful, so utterly pathetic. Is this really a Pokémon? I feel it's not even as fierce as the catfish in the stinky ditch by my house. Shoo! It is quite intelligent and can comprehend my words. It has grown to this state, so I believe we should refrain from further disparagement. Due to its uneven and ordinary appearance, I have named it the ugly fish. Yu Yang covered the phone's microphone with his hand, whispering to avoid the ugly fish overhearing. Name, ugly fish. Gender, male 50, female 50. Type, water classification, fish. Pokémon ability, swift swim or oblivious base stats, 200. As for this Pokémon, there isn't much to elaborate on. Its population is exceedingly abundant. You can find the ugly fish in any river, lake, or even a stinky ditch. They thrive in both freshwater and saltwater, possessing remarkable vitality. Due to their unattractive appearance, predators have little interest in them. As for its capabilities, I have only discovered that it can butt against foes, incessantly slapping them with its tail or leaping into the air. As a water-type Pokémon, the ugly fish cannot even perform the most basic water gun move. The only creature that can be compared to it is the Magikarp. Yet the probability of Magikarp evolving into Gyarados is significantly higher than that of the Feebas. Furthermore, the aesthetic appeal of Magikarp renders it a target for many Pokémon. However, in the grand scheme of things, Feebas possesses an advantage, for it remains largely unnoticed by other Pokémon, allowing it to exist for a longer duration. What, then, is its purpose in this world? To be preyed upon and ridiculed by other Pokémon? Hearing the host say this, I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for it. Sympathy, my foot. I haven't seen any of you express pity for the cleanup crew Pokémon. Isn't this just the Pokémon equivalent of a scavenger? Little do you know about Milotic. Observing the myriad comments, Yu Yang mused silently. Feebas is quite renowned. Yet its evolved form, Milotic, is even more famous. A creature celebrated for its elegance and beauty, juxtaposed with one known for its lack of charm. However, it seems that among a million Feebas, not a single one successfully evolves into Milotic. Information about Milotic appears scarce in this world, and Yu Yang is not inclined to elaborate on it at the moment. The evolution of Feebas into Milotic, driven by beauty, constitutes a valuable research subject. With little else to discuss regarding Feebas, Yu Yang gently cradled the struggling creature, stroked its scales, and whispered, Little one, you must be cautious and strive to survive. Who knows, perhaps you will evolve into Milotic someday. After uttering these words softly, he tossed the Feebas into the water. To Yu Yang's surprise, the Feebas did not immediately swim away but lingered at the water's surface, gazing vacantly at him with its dull fish eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Now, let us proceed to introduce the next Pokémon. Yu Yang wiped the water from his hands, picked up the selfie stick, and crouched before the Bidoof. Everyone, have you noticed its prominent front teeth? This is Bidoof. Do not be fooled by its seemingly foolish demeanor. It possesses remarkable speed. Name, Bidoof. Gender, male 50. Female 50. Type, water. Classification, beaver. Pokémon ability, simple or oblivious. Base stats, 250. Bidoof's appearance aligns with its base stats, appearing somewhat lackluster, giving off an impression of being easily bullied. In reality, Bidoof possesses a degree of combat capability. Its most notable strength arises from its simple ability, which doubles the effectiveness of its stat changes. It is worth noting that Bidoof can learn Swords Dance, which boosts its attack, combined with the simple ability. This elevates Bidoof's offensive potential to a respectable level. However, it is essential to consider that when faced with moves or abilities that lower its stats, its capabilities will also diminish by the same factor. Thus, it can be regarded as a commendable choice for those of limited resources. Yu Yang intends to share his knowledge with those less fortunate, who cannot afford superior Pokémon once competitive battling becomes popular. At present, it is premature to promote. He has yet to even introduce the concept of abilities, let alone develop battles around them. The creature, with its adorably clumsy demeanor, is far cuter than the ugly fish. Upon seeing its prominent front teeth, thoughts of the detestable purple mice cloud my mood immediately. What abilities does it possess? One viewer inquired. Its prowess lies entirely in its formidable pair of large front teeth, which can gnaw through various materials. Furthermore, it can evolve into a Pokémon known as the Big-Tail Raccoon. Once we encounter the Big-Tail Raccoon, I shall elaborate further. Having addressed the viewer's questions, Yu Yang turned to the handsome special police officer and requested, "Could you kindly procure a few fresh frozen fish for me?" The officer glanced at Liang Tai with a questioning look. "Please do," Liang replied. Prior to this, Yu Yang had instructed Liang Tai to bring a box of freshly slaughtered fish to entice the water-leap fish. Instead, they had stumbled upon a clumsy big-tooth raccoon. This little creature is the sovereign of the wetlands, and Yu Yang planned to use food to win its favor in hopes of discovering the water-leap fish's habitat. Why not take advantage of a willing guide? Chapter 36. The subservient big-tooth raccoon. A few freshly slaughtered fish were taken from the refrigerator, still emanating a chill, and placed before the big-tooth raccoon. The creature twitched its nose, snapping back to reality, and gazed longingly at the fresh fish with its beady little eyes. The foodie within it awakened instantly. As it drooled and prepared to reach for the fish, a deep blue claw swiftly swatted its forehead back. Rubbing its head in a pitiful manner, the little fellow looked up at Yu Yang. "Do you recognize the Pokémon in this image?" Yu Yang inquired, presenting a drawing of the water-leap fish to the raccoon's face. "Answer my question, and you shall be rewarded with fish." The big-tooth raccoon glanced at the depiction of the water-leap fish and, without a moment's hesitation, nodded vigorously. "Excellent. 5 fish. And lead us to the area where the water-leap fish frequently appears." Yu Yang held up a crucian carp and personally placed it in the raccoon's mouth, gesturing with his hand to indicate 5. Delightedly, the big-tooth raccoon chewed on the fish while nodding enthusiastically. "Haha, splendid. Heracross, release it," Yu Yang said with a slight smile, signaling to Heracross. With a gentle squeeze, Heracross let go, allowing the big-tooth raccoon to move freely once more. The capybara wiggled its plump rear, shaking off the droplets of water adorning its body, and with a nimbleness that belied its adorably clumsy appearance. It leaped onto the railing of the corridor, gazing toward the distant water's surface. Then, it pointed to a vast expanse of water to the northwest. Following the direction of its paw, Yu Yang discovered a shallow puddle interspersed with muddy grass patches, devoid of any constructed pathways, making it evident that boats could not traverse this area. With no other option, he resolved to approach on foot. He tossed a fresh fish to the capybara once more. "Capybara, please guide us through the normal route." With a delightful yali, 2 plump crucian carp vanished into its belly, and the capybara, now fully committed to its role as a guide, seemed to forget the violent actions of Heracles, bounding down the railing with renewed vigor and darting westward along the artificial walkway. "Haha, the capybara truly possesses the qualities of a capable guide." It was easily swayed by 2 fish. What can we do? Even the sprites must survive. It's quite understandable. Perhaps the survival of the fittest among sprites is even more pronounced than among ordinary beasts, as they too suffer from a lack of food. I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy. It reminds me of my own self at work, when the boss dangles a couple of treats, and I, like a lapdog, merrily do his bidding. I empathize deeply. As the viewers observed the capybara's sycophantic antics, a lively discussion ensued. "Everyone, let us keep up," Yu Yang beckoned, quickening his pace to jog behind the capybara. Unbeknownst to them, mere meters from the wooden corridor, an unsightly fish stared vacantly with its lifeless eyes, watching Yu Yang depart. Only after his figure faded from sight did it plunge back into the water. The wetland park was modest in size, considerably smaller than Gushan. The group maintained their running pace for about 10 minutes until they encountered a muddy shallows, overgrown with aquatic vegetation, before the cemented banks of the artificial river. A row of wooden railings, standing as tall as a person, prevented visitors from falling into the shallow depths. Yali yali. The capybara pointed towards the muddy shallows, squatting down, its vacant gaze fixed on the horizon. What is this silly capybara up to? Is the show about to begin? Is it pretending to be foolish and adorable? So clever, so full of spirit. The viewers in the live stream were baffled by the capybara's behavior. Yet Yu Yang recognized that it was imitating the movement of a jumping fish. He recalled an internet meme. However, the swamp jumping fish has long seen through everything. The swamp jumping fish is an evolved form of the jumping fish, yet retains a naturally daft appearance. Capybara, tell me, how is your relationship with the jumping fish? Yu Yang persisted in his endeavor to unearth the capybara's guiding talents. The capybara scratched its head in a silly manner, pondering for a moment, before ultimately shaking its head. It was indeed known as the little Rada of both land and water, fond of all kinds of food, which would surely lead to conflict with the jumping fish. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yang proposed, let's do this. Take a few fish to the lair of the water-leaping fish to entice them out. If successful, the credit shall be yours. We will dismantle the spirits from within. He patted the entire foam box filled with fish and instructed, Heracross, little Fufuden, please translate. Heracross gently stroked the head of the large beaver, speaking with earnestness, Gyakulu, Gyakulu, Gurili. Little Fufuden perched on Heracross's shoulder, enthusiastically echoing its sentiments. They were attempting to persuade the large beaver. The beaver tilted its head, glancing at the fish emanating a fishy aroma, and could not resist swallowing hard. As if making a momentous decision, nodding vigorously. Excellent. A wise choice, Yu Yang thought, feeling an inclination to recruit this obedient beaver. He decided to observe its performance this time, serving as a test of loyalty. Of course, it wouldn't be positioned as a main battle spirit, but rather as a support spirit, tasked with menial duties such as serving tea, delivering messages, or providing massages. Even so, the beaver would undoubtedly enjoy a more comfortable existence than foraging in the wild. The beaver scurried to the foam box, opened its mouth wide, and gulped down 2 fish. Its cheeks puffing out. It then wagged its plump rear and leaped into the damp shallows, moving with the grace of a nimble fish, easily stirring up the silt as it swam deeper. Ha ha ha, the little actor. I find myself rather fond of it now, Yu Yang chuckled. Do you think it might run off with the fish and abandon the streamer? A user named Moonlight Star left a striking comment. Reward the beaver with fish money. Don't shortchange it, Yu Yang. Grateful for the user's generous comment, Yu Yang assured. To fulfill your wish, I will use all your contributions to feed the beaver. If it runs away, we won't lose much, just a few fish. The live stream will still be entertaining, so no loss there. Yu Yang chuckled at his own jest, gazing across the vast shallows. The only feasible method to locate the water-leaping fish was to have the beaver taunt them out with food. He silently prayed for the beaver to persist in its journey towards them, hoping it wouldn't end up battered by the water-leaping fish. Chapter 37. Water-leaping fish. Perhaps due to the proximity of the leaping fish's lair, the trio did not wait long. Even the ice in the foam box had not yet melted. While Yu Yang engaged in light banter with the viewers in the live stream, he suddenly heard a series of sharp wails emanating from the shallow water ahead. So soon? He paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned toward the sound. A brown figure was leaping about, closely followed by 2 blue forms in pursuit. Yali, accompanied by a piercing scream. 2 streams of azure water jets forcefully struck the posterior of the beaver. The creature was propelled into the air, spinning before colliding with the riverbank. Heracross assisted. Clackaroo. Heracross unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, deftly catching the drenched beaver. Is this the Pokémon that Xiao Yu recommended to the police force? Liang Tai observed the receding water flow from behind the camera, his gaze reflecting scrutiny. Yigya. The 2 agile blue figures, upon witnessing the beaver being caught by Heracross, promptly halted, half of their bodies concealed within the damp mud, revealing their distinctive heads adorned with orange gills. Name, Waterleap Fish. Gender ratio, male 875, female 125. Type, water classification, swamp fish. Pokémon ability, torrent-based stats, 310. Wow. What are these Pokémon? They are so small, so tiny and adorable. Everyone, look at their big eyes. They are known as waterleap fish, a relatively rare species of water-type Pokémon, with their slick blue skin and petite, agile forms. They feature a prominent fin atop their heads and striking orange gill flaps on either side of their faces, culminating in a large white tail fin. Waterleap fish are amphibious creatures, possessing the ability to manipulate water currents. As you may have just witnessed, the beaver was launched skyward by their jets of water, an impressive feat indeed. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 crucian carp from a foam box, waving them enticingly before the water leap fish. Upon sighting the fish, the creature's eyes sparkled with unmistakable longing. Yu Yang surmised that the abundance of Pokémon inhabiting the wetlands had decimated the once ordinary fish population in the human world. This scarcity explained why both the beaver and the water leap fish exhibited such fervent desire upon encountering food. Inherently gentle and somewhat shy, water leap fish are remarkably amiable Pokémon. He tossed the crucian carp several meters away from the water leap fish and continued addressing the viewers in the live stream. Typically, water leap fish rest by burying themselves in the silt at the riverbed, and while submerged, they breathe through the gills on their cheeks. Yigya. The 2 water leap fish joyfully approached, seizing the crucian carp and swiftly devouring it. After finishing, they turned their expectant gazes back to Yu Yang. Oh, look at their eager eyes. Host, please give them more fish. So small, so pitiful, so helpless. Helpless? At this comment, a slight twitch formed at the corner of Yu Yang's eye. Did this viewer not witness the beaver nearly being overwhelmed by the water jets moments ago? He inwardly scoffed, casting a sympathetic glance at the beaver on the bank, savoring its delicious fish meal. Such is the nature of a superficial society. Though they may appear diminutive, even smaller than the unsightly fish, they are anything but weak. The fins atop their heads serve as exquisitely sensitive radars, enabling them to detect their surroundings through the flow of water or air without reliance on sight. When faced with peril, they unleash astonishing strength, capable of shattering rocks larger than their own bodies. With a flick of their tail fins, they can swiftly accelerate. Just observe. Yu Yang lifted the remaining 2 small crucian carp from the foam box, tossed them towards the water leap fish. Yage. In an impressive display, the water leap fish propelled themselves off the muddy ground with powerful leaps, soaring several meters high to snatch the fish in their jaws. According to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, the average height of a water leap fish is 40. The 2 before him, however, appeared to be merely 30, clearly newborns, naive little water leap fish. These inexperienced youngsters are the easiest to befriend. Yu Yang waved at them, pouring the last few crucian carp onto the cement shore. Yage. Yage. Yet, an awkward moment ensued. Being the clever creatures they are, the 2 water leap fish remained hidden in the muck, revealing only half their heads, quietly observing the humans on the shore. I mean you no harm. Yu Yang chuckled, taking a few steps back to distance himself from the crucian carp. He pointed at the large beaver nearby, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you don't eat soon, it will devour all the fish. To his surprise, the beaver approached the crucian carp with an oddly knowing expression, winking at the water leap fish before attempting to shove one into its mouth. Yage. With a sudden burst, a jet of water shot from the mouth of the rightmost water leap fish, sending the unfortunate beaver flipping through the air. Why is it always the beaver that gets hurt? How infuriating. How remarkable. This water jet reminds me of the water boy from the animated series Golden Gourd Warriors. Aside from that time when Yang encountered the vengeful doll releasing ghostly shadows in the forest cabin, this marks my second witnessing of a Pokémon exhibiting such wondrous abilities. Those ahead must be new friends. The first to showcase incredible abilities were the baby moles, who can toss sand on cement. As the comments erupted with fervent discussions about the various powers of the Pokémon, the water leap fish leapt onto the high cement embankment, eagerly devouring the crucian carp. Xiaoyu, are the fish insufficient? Should I call someone to fetch more? Liang Tai whispered as he approached Yu Yang. Yu Yang aimed his phone camera at the munching water leap fish, stepping back to confer with Liang Tai. No need. Let us pause for today. Let them go hungry for a day. Tomorrow we shall return to feed. Water leap fish are more amicable than the black Lucario. I believe it won't take long before we forge a friendship. Today's swift discovery of the water leap fish is already a significant achievement. We will live stream for a while in the wetland park before returning. If you are in a hurry, feel free to come by in the evening. Aside from the gluttonous Heracles, most of the spirits cannot be easily lured away with a mere meal. It is essential to first dissolve their wariness, proceeding gradually. Very well. I shall heed your arrangements. I understand the adage that haste makes waste. Professional matters should be entrusted to experts, and Liang Tai did not interfere with Yu Yang's proposal. In truth, Yu Yang harbored another thought. He wished to await the awakening of the power of J-Band before attempting to communicate with the water-leaping fish. The achievement of 100 fans is to be realized by today at the earliest or by tomorrow at the latest. Chapter 38. The distress of a million follower host. Why is it so unbearably hot? Lin Yao, lost in slumber, inexplicably felt her body engulfed in a stifling heat, as if ensconced within a massive steamer. As she drowsily opened her eyes, She instinctively wiped her forehead, only to find her hand met with a slick sheen of sweat. Her back had already been drenched. She abruptly sat up, tossing aside the lightweight air conditioning blanket that covered her, and glanced at the air conditioning unit mounted on the wall. The wind deflector was partially open, yet the indicator light for the power switch remained ominously dark. Another blackout? She sighed in resignation, reaching for her phone on the bedside table to illuminate the screen. Lin Yao is a renowned figure in the realm of anime and manga, boasting a fanbase of millions. She primarily creates promotional videos for various anime apparel brands, and when her workload permits, she live streams an array of intriguing minigames late into the night. Recently, an inexplicable issue had left Lin Yao utterly exasperated. For reasons unknown, her home had been experiencing frequent power outages for the past week. Initially, she suspected an issue with the wiring and enlisted a professional electrician to investigate. However, the results were even more perplexing. The wiring was found to be perfectly intact. Subsequently, she sought clarification from personnel at the electricity company, only to discover that her electricity bill had skyrocketed to several thousand yuan within the span of just a week. Given that a kilowatt-hour costs less than 70 cents, and considering she lived alone and merely operated the air conditioning without using the computer, it was unfathomable how such a large amount of electricity could have been consumed. She even reviewed the surveillance footage from her home and the power box outside the building, yet no abnormalities were detected. Alas, this is truly maddening. Lin Yao muttered under her breath, hastily tying her hair into a bun, intending to log into her account to vent her frustrations with a post. Just then, a notification popped up, alerting her. Ding. You have a live stream reminder. Host Yu Yang is currently broadcasting. Oh, this elusive host has decided to go live. Yu Yang was recommended to her by a fan, said to be a recently popular streamer who specializes in educating viewers about various dangerous creatures. Initially, Lin Yao held a dismissive attitude towards the so-called popular science streamers, having encountered numerous frivolous and attention-seeking broadcasters who failed to deliver genuine educational content while incessantly soliciting gifts. However, when she stumbled upon a short video sent by a fan, she was instantly captivated by its content. The video showcased a deep blue stag beetle engaged in a confrontation with an eerie doll. The source of the video was none other than the streamer Yu Yang. From that moment onward, she became a devoted follower of Yu Yang, binge-watching all his educational videos. The charming little Fudon, the endearing Heracross, and the scene of helping a chicken farmer chase away the Arbok snake with a mole left a profound impression on her. Gradually, she developed a longing for a delightful sprite to accompany her. Today, she realized she had yet to feed her beloved Fudon. The image of Fudon's adorably rosy cheeks flickered in her mind, and an involuntary smile crept across her face as she entered Yu Yang's live stream. The live stream displayed two adorable creatures with water blue skin against their backdrop, instantly capturing her attention. Isn't this the Wuyuan Bay Wetland Park? Lin Yao exclaimed. Yu Yang is in Luda Island. Could the frequent power outages at home be caused by sprites? A spark ignited in her eyes as she dashed to the bathroom to freshen up and apply her makeup. Meanwhile, Yu Yang and his companions refrained from disturbing the feeding of the water-leap fish. They stood quietly, a good 10 meters away, capturing the moment on their phones. Whenever the fish glanced their way, Yu Yang would return a warm smile. The fish tilted its head, staring curiously at the humans from a distance. Its intelligent gaze fixed on Yu Yang for a few seconds, seemingly trying to memorize his features. Yag. They softly called out to Yu Yang before leaping off the shallow bank. Did the fish just leave? Isn't the streamer going to stop them? A user named Yao Yao the Great sent a conspicuous message. Streamer, shall we meet offline? I'm also on Luda Island. Wow, it's Yao Yao. I didn't expect her to watch Brother Yang's livestream too. Regarding the collaboration between the two streamers I follow, I am ecstatic. Who is Lin Yao? As Yu Yang observed the influx of prominent messages and the enthusiastic barrage of comments in the livestream, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He promptly clicked on the profile of the user, Yao Yao the Great. To his astonishment, the follower count and various official verifications beneath her nickname were staggering. With 500 followers, she far surpassed him, being a prominent figure among streamers. Moreover, noticing her title, it seemed she had even served as a captain in his livestream before, indicating that she had followed him for quite some time. User Yao Yao, the Great Demon King, sent an eye-catching message. Yao Go, I am also in L Island. Let us meet up. I have a question regarding sprites that I need to consult with you. Yao Yao, hello. I am currently at Wuyuan Bay Park, where numerous wild sprites abound, posing a certain level of danger. If you wish to consult me, feel free to send me a private message or find me at the park entrance. Despite the other party being a prominent figure with millions of followers and seemingly a charming young lady, Yu Yang felt it necessary to maintain a composed demeanor, responding in a nonchalant tone. All right, see you later. Wow, is Yao Gu going to meet Yao Yao in person? How thrilling. Has anyone organized a group to intercept them? All right, back to the main topic. Let us continue our exploration of sprites. Yu Yang shook his head, picked up his selfie stick, and walked towards the exit of the wetland park. As the time was still early, he intended to stream for a while longer, discussing some common sprites found in Wuyuan Bay. At that moment, just outside the scenic embankment, a small puddle in the shallows suddenly erupted, and an ugly fish, entirely covered in a dull yellow hue, leaped from the water. The grotesque creature wobbled its blue tail fin, glistening with droplets of water, and precariously landed on the cement ground at the edge of the embankment. This spectacle caught Yu Yang's peripheral vision. Approaching the ugly fish, he observed its familiar, vacant gaze and remarked with an odd expression, "Why are you here again?" The response came in the form of a series of splashes as the fish's fins thrummed against the ground. "I will return you to the water." Yu Yang lifted the ugly fish with one hand, preparing to toss it back. However, the fish thrashed violently, its tail flapping like a fan, and it slipped from his grasp, tumbling back to the ground. "You do not wish to return?" The fish released a small bubble. Chapter 39. Meeting the water friends. It does not want to go back. Perhaps the streamer should keep it. Keep it. Raise it in an aquarium as a pet. I can't continue this narrative. Haha. Keep it. Yu Yang, recalling the graceful demeanor of a Milotic, felt a stir in his heart. He addressed the ugly fish. "What do you wish? Will you come with me?" The fish continued to stare blankly, rhythmically slapping the ground. Yu Yang said, "If you wish for me to take you in, release a couple of bubbles." The fish obediently produced 2 small bubbles in quick succession. Adopting an ugly fish was not out of the question. If it were to evolve into a unique Milotic, the streaming effect would undoubtedly be remarkable. After all, he was probably the only one in the world aware that the fish evolved based on its beauty. "Very well, following the suggestions of my water friends, I shall bring you home." With that, Yu Yang instructed his beaver to fetch a full box of pond water from the puddle. He placed the unappealing fish into the box and inquired of the large-tailed raccoon, "Would you care to accompany me back?" Without a moment's hesitation, the raccoon nodded vigorously. With a smile, Yu Yang pointed at the unappealing fish and declared, "Very well, I entrust you with a task. You shall be responsible for caring for this fish." The large-tailed raccoon, with its front paws cradling the foam box, stood upright and circled around Yu Yang in a playful manner. Huh. The pairing of the charming raccoon and the unappealing fish is truly a match made in heaven. This duo has captured my heart. I can already envision a tale of love and rivalry unfolding. Who would have imagined that these two beings, once engaged in a predator-prey dynamic, would become companions in this moment? With the addition of 2 more formidable allies, Yu Yang was in high spirits as he guided his audience and Liang Tai towards the exit of the wetland park, while sharing insights about the creatures they encountered along the way. The journey from the scenic promenade to the entrance of the wetland park consumed nearly 2 hours. The reason was simple. Yu Yang enlightened his audience about the horned beetles resting in the trees, the elusive Marilou occasionally surfacing in roadside puddles, and the much-despised Rata. These creatures are commonly found in suburban areas near water, especially Marilou, whose adorable appearance elicited a flurry of excited comments from the female viewers when Yu Yang captured it on camera. By the time the group returned to the park's exit, mealtime had arrived. Thus, the morning's broadcast came to a close. As per tradition, Yu Yang announced, "For information regarding the next live stream, please stay tuned to my updates." With a warm smile, he waved goodbye to his viewers, preparing to end the broadcast. Having shared nearly 3 hours of knowledge covering 6 different species, the session was undeniably rich in content. Wait, aren't we still supposed to meet in person? Will that not be streamed? I strongly urge you to stream the meetup. I want to see Yao Yao in real life. User Kira Yashikage sent a gift of Dimensional City. Please continue the broadcast with the Dimensional Castle. Thank you for the gift, but streaming without everyone's consent might be a bit inappropriate. Yu Yang scratched his head. How about this? I will remember the Dimensional City for our next stream and extend the duration then. If you don't stream, I'll unfollow. 888, 888, 8888. Unfollow. Seeing the barrage of unfollowing comments on the screen, Yu Yang wore a troubled expression and proposed, "How about I take a short break before resuming the broadcast? What do you think?" After much persuasion, the viewers reluctantly agreed. "All right, little you, you've become quite the prominent streamer. Your fans are pleading with you not to end the broadcast." Once Yu Yang had closed the live stream, Liang Tai, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, surprisingly made a jest. "Director Liang, please do not mock me. What does it mean to be a prominent streamer?" Yu Yang replied, feeling somewhat bashful. "Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Are you not planning to host a fan gathering? You have the afternoon free. Once dinner time approaches, give me a call, and I shall send someone to collect you. Coincidentally, I will also be meeting with colleagues from Ludo Island. Agreed. After arranging this, the two groups parted ways at the entrance of the wetland park. In the morning, as Yu Yang entered the park, he was accompanied only by Heracross and Swablu. Upon exiting, however, he found himself in the company of two additional Pokémon. Bidoof trailed closely behind Heracross like a loyal companion. Meanwhile, Swablu curiously observed the peculiar fish in the foam box, gently touching the small round egg nestled in its embrace. From now on, you shall be companions, cherish one another, Yu Yang affectionately stated, stroking Bidoof's head with one hand while caressing Heracross's shell with the other. Excited by the term companions, Swablu bounced joyfully in place, and then, under the astonished gazes of Yu Yang and Heracross, it scampered forward, lifting Bidoof along with the peculiar fish perched on its small paws. Dashing around Yu Yang with its tiny legs, Bidoof, lifted by Swablu, looked bewildered, its eyes transforming into tiny beads of confusion. Heracross scratched its smooth forehead, revealing a delighted smile. As Yu Yang and his companions frolicked in happiness, a soft voice called out from a short distance behind him. "Excuse me, are you Yu Yang?" Yu Yang turned around to find 3 young women and 1 young man standing before him. He recognized the girl on the far right, having recently seen her selfie. Despite the heavy makeup in her profile picture, it was evident that she was the popular two-dimensional figure, Yao Yao. In person, Yao Yao was simply dressed in a white shirt adorned with a cute puppy print, paired with hot pants and white shoes. With light makeup, her exquisite features radiated youthful vitality. As for the other 3, Yu Yang inquired, "Are you Yao Yao? And you all are friends from the live stream?" "Yes. We came over as fans after watching your stream," replied the young man among the 4, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Yao Yao nodded in confirmation of her identity. "Perfect timing, it's mealtime now. Allow me to treat you to dinner," Yu Yang suggested, glancing at the screen to check the time. "Oh no, that's not necessary. We only wish to take a photo with you and little Hehe and Swablu," the other 3 fans insisted, appearing quite bashful. "What's the big deal? We can take photos and enjoy a meal together. Come here, little ones," Yu Yang exclaimed cheerfully, eager to extend the time by sharing a meal while fulfilling his promise to continue the live stream with his fans. Thus, he once again commenced a live broadcast, inviting his viewers to gather and call upon Heracross and its companions to stand beside them, striking a pose. The girls widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld the small fooding perched atop Heracross's forehead, their eyes shimmering with adoration. However, the timid fooding, still apprehensive of humans, swiftly retreated behind Heracross's forehead. In Chapter 40, speculating on the thief of electricity, after capturing a photograph with the viewers, Yu Yang promptly searched for a nearby outdoor eatery with a commendable reputation, treating his viewers to a meal. The choice of an outdoor establishment was dictated by the fact that restaurants typically do not permit the entry of Pokémon. Even so, it was only through Yu Yang's additional payment that he managed to persuade the restaurant to prepare their meals. The feast was enjoyable for all, and following the meal, the 3 viewers, recognizing that Yao Yao had further inquiries for Yu Yang, discreetly excused themselves. After bidding farewell to the viewers, Yu Yang fulfilled the requirements of his offline live streaming session and closed the broadcast, attentively listening to Lin Yao Yao's account. Seated on a plastic chair, Lin Yao Yao recounted the peculiar incidents that had recently transpired at her home. "My residence is a self-built house located in the suburbs of Ludo Island, with each household spaced considerably apart. Apart from my family, none of the other neighbors have experienced unexplained power outages. It is quite strange. Do you think it could be the work of a Pokémon? Unexplained power outages?" Yu Yang pondered thoughtfully. Unless someone is maliciously mining, it is indeed plausible that a Pokémon is involved. Certain electric-type Pokémon, like the electric mouse, are notorious for stealing electricity to replenish their energy reserves. For instance, Deden, as well as Magnemite and other electric-type Pokémon, could also be suspects. We will need to investigate further on-site. Lin Yao Yao was eagerly awaiting this response. She sprang from her chair, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Yu Yang. "Could you possibly come to my house and take a look? If the power keeps going out every few days, I truly might lose my mind." Yu Yang empathized. Enduring power outages in the sweltering heat of summer could be exceedingly distressing, as he had no pressing engagements in the afternoon. And given that she had generously gifted him several thousand yuan, it seemed reasonable to assist her. Moreover, forging a friendship with an influencer boasting 1 million followers would undoubtedly aid in building his own fan base. "Certainly. Shall we set off now?" "Yes." After settling the bill, Yu Yang, accompanied by several Pokémon, followed Lin Yao Yao to a nearby parking lot. The young lady drove a car favored by many women. Heracross, lifting a large item, placed it onto the back seat. Oh, the unfortunate beaver, perhaps having never tasted fine delicacies in the wild, indulged voraciously in a seafood feast, consuming 5 fish, each weighing 6 to 7 pounds, until its belly swelled round, rendering it immobile. 3 spirits sat in the back, while Yu Yang, cradling the little fortune egg, occupied the front passenger seat. The car set off towards the outskirts of Ludicity. After an extensive 40-minute journey, the vehicle entered a tranquil villa area shaded by lush trees, coming to a halt before a 3-story Western-style mansion. This was indeed what Lin Yao had described as a self-built residence of exquisite taste. Yu Yang gazed at the quaint, bohemian house, his eyes twitching in silent critique. Parking the car in the garage, Lin Yao opened the small door leading to the house while expressing her concerns. I just recharged the electricity for 10,000 yuan. I wonder how long it will last. 10,000 yuan. Yu Yang wiped away imaginary sweat from his brow. Could you show me your electricity bill? Here you go. The two, along with the spirits, made their way into the living room. Lin Yao handed Yu Yang her mobile device displaying the payment receipt before heading to turn on the air conditioning and bringing an array of fruits and drinks to the table. Yu Yang glanced at the bill and discovered that within just a week, Lin Yao had paid over 5,000 yuan for electricity, consuming nearly 6,000 kilowatt-hours. Such an excessive consumption of electricity in such a short time did not raise any alarms with the power company. The electricity department is overwhelmed, especially during the summer peak. I've heard it's not just my household. Power outages are frequent citywide, and they are utterly swamped. My application for assistance is scheduled for over 10 days later. The repercussions of the spirit invasion are indeed far-reaching. By now, Yu Yang was increasingly convinced that it was the work of the spirits. Even in cases of power theft, it was unlikely that so much electricity could be consumed in such a brief span. He recalled that a mining machine typically consumed only about 1,000 kilowatt-hours per month. Unless there were dozens of mining rigs, such a scenario would be inconceivable in an urban setting. I can deduce that this mischief is orchestrated by spirits, and possibly more than one. Yu Yang pondered, suspecting that the reason only Lin Yao's household suffered was due to her relatively small family. Electric-type spirits, particularly the electric mouse, tend to be timid. They would hesitate to steal electricity if they sensed a larger family presence. Yao Yao, do you live alone? Lin Yao, with a warm smile, handed the little fortune egg a bright red apple, responding, my parents are in another city for business. It's usually just me. The little fortune egg timidly accepted the apple, placing it atop its own round body. The juxtaposition of the two round entities was quite amusing. Given the suspicion of electric-type spirits being involved, Yu Yang settled onto the sofa, contemplating how to unearth these little thieves. Those who have watched the Pokémon animation are well aware that, despite the adorable appearance of the electric mice, they pose a considerable threat to humans. Far more than other Pokémon, Pikachu frequently zaps Ash with electric shocks, while Pikachu unleashes chaotic bursts of electricity whenever it cries. This instability in the emotions of many electric mice, such as Pikachu and Deden, results in unpredictable discharges of electricity. In reality, conductive materials are ubiquitous, making humans susceptible to electric shocks that can cause bodily harm. After all, we are not inhabitants of the Pokémon world, and our physical resilience pales in comparison to that of Ash, who can withstand 100,000 volts unscathed. To put it into perspective, even currents exceeding 40 volts would be intolerable for Iron Man. Therefore, addressing the issue of locating and managing these creatures becomes exceedingly important. In accordance with type advantages, ground-type moves deal double damage to electric types, while electric, grass, and dragon types can resist electric moves. Unfortunately, none of these advantageous types are present in Yu Yang's arsenal. However, the absence of type advantages does not imply that combat is futile. A standard battle would suffice. The immediate priority is to identify their whereabouts. At this moment, Yu Yang found himself nostalgically recalling the Doug trio he had at the chicken farm. With a Doug trio present, the task of searching for electric-type Pokémon would become significantly easier. A single move like Sand Tomb or Earthquake would eliminate them effortlessly. In the absence of a Doug trio, Yu Yang's gaze shifted to the large beaver, who was fervently sucking on a can of Wangzai milk. Chapter 41. The Electric Mouse Trio. The electrical infrastructure in Summer Country has become remarkably advanced and well-established. All power lines are enveloped in insulating materials and buried underground, rendering them nearly impossible for ground-type Pokémon to excavate. Furthermore, external electrical facilities are safeguarded by robust metal enclosures, ensuring that any damage caused by electric-type Pokémon would not go unnoticed by the surrounding residents. In urban areas, the only means of pilfering electricity typically involves accessing distribution boxes or sockets reserved by electricians within homes. Excluding the possibility of Pokémon stealing electricity externally, It is highly probable that these electric types are clandestinely siphoning power through a socket panel in a room of Lin Yao's villa. Deden can extend its tendrils from its electric pouch into the socket to steal electricity, while other electric types would need to pry open the socket panel to directly connect with exposed wires. Given this situation, Yu Yang shifted his attention from the large beaver to Lin Yao and inquired, Yao Yao, can you recall which room in your house you visit the least that also has a socket panel? If the home were equipped with a smart home system, it would be possible to check the electricity consumption of each port through the power control system. However, judging by the semi-new condition of Lin Yao's home renovations, it is highly likely that a smart home system has not been installed. Which room is the least frequented? Lin Yao pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and replied, the rooms in the house are cleaned weekly by the maid, so it is impossible for any to be neglected. If we are to speak of a place that is seldom visited, it would be. She seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands. The storage room in the basement. I haven't been there in ages. All right, lead us there now, Yu Yang instructed Lin Yao, gesturing to her across and diggers by. You too, come with me. Little Fudon, you stay here, enjoy your snacks, and keep an eye on Cho-Cho fish. Gulyuri. Little Fudon was busy breaking a yolk pastry to feed Cho-Cho fish. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, it nodded repeatedly, indicating its understanding. Heracross and Diggersby obediently set down their food and approached Yu Yang. Yu Yang, may I film the entire process of your search for the electric-type Pokémon on my phone? I can edit it later, and we can release a collaborative video that is sure to create quite a stir. Lin Yao, being an experienced host, was remarkably astute regarding attracting followers and generating traffic. Of course, all the credit for this will belong to you, and the revenue from the video will be yours. Agreed. You just need to focus on filming. Lin Yao's words struck a chord with Yu Yang's needs, and he readily consented. A smile graced her face as she promptly retrieved her phone, activated the recording function, and waved her hand. Come, follow me. The basement of Lin Yao's home was located beneath the garage. Yu Yang followed her downstairs, entering the garage, and through a small door at the side, descended into the basement. This basement encompassed approximately 100 square meters, filled with various dusty fishing gear, a diesel generator, carpentry tools, a nearly new treadmill, and a host of miscellaneous items. Within the basement, there was a small compartment of about 20 square meters. The door was unlocked, and Lin Yao pushed it open. Inside the compartment was a simply furnished small bedroom that appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Lin Yao gazed at the dust-laden room and chuckled. Heh, my dad used to come here to rest whenever he argued with my mom. Yu Yang stood at the doorway of the compartment, surveying the conditions of both the basement and the compartment. Then, he noticed a white ventilation grill positioned in the upper right corner of the compartment. Yu Yang approached the grill and discovered a series of indistinct small paw prints leading from the bedside table. The surface of the bedside table, which should have been covered in a light layer of dust, unexpectedly revealed several varying-sized imprints. On the wall behind the bedside table, there were conveniently 2 powered sockets. Indeed, it was not merely one electric-type Pokémon. Judging by the size of the imprints, these creatures were likely not very large, and there was a strong possibility they were electric mice. Yu Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to exit. The electric mouse was astute. We should refrain from disturbing the arrangements here and withdraw quietly, ensuring we are not discovered. Back in the basement, he turned to Lin Yao and inquired, Yao Yao, do you have any extra cameras or phones? Placing a surveillance camera in a discreet location within this bedroom to continually monitor the situation would suffice. We could simply check the footage once we return to the living room. Unfortunately, I don't have any cameras. How about I use 2 spare phones for a video call? She suggested. That works. With Yu Yang's approval, Lin Yao hurried upstairs to retrieve 2 backup phones. She connected them through a video application, securing one phone on a stand, cleverly positioning it to overlap with the coat rack in the corner, ensuring the camera's angle perfectly captured the area from the partition to the bedside table. Thankfully, her home had comprehensive coverage. Otherwise, the situation could have been more complicated. Once these arrangements were completed, everyone returned to the living room upstairs, where Lin Yao turned on the television and cast the phone's display onto the screen. The dim lighting in the basement rendered the footage somewhat blurry, yet it was sufficient to discern a few shadows moving. The subsequent hours were spent in anticipation. During this time, Yu Yang took the opportunity to learn video editing techniques from Lin Yao. Previously, he had only relied on online tutorials for editing, producing haphazard results that, if not for compelling content, would deter many viewers. With a seasoned expert nearby, he seized the moment to seek her guidance. Time passed slowly. After more than an hour, Yu Yang and Lin Yao remained engrossed in their video editing. Suddenly, they heard a low call from Heracross and the beaver responsible for monitoring. The two humans immediately looked up at the television screen. There, three furtive figures appeared. The white plastic partition had been moved aside. Although the lighting was poor, the forms were unmistakably mouse-like. Yu Yang, possessing some knowledge about electric mice, quickly recognized the three sprites. Sneaking about, glancing around cautiously. The foremost figure was a plump mouse-like sprite with two petal-shaped ears atop its round body and antenna-like tendrils on red electric sacs flanking its cheeks. The other two remained at the ventilation opening, cautiously peering out. The one on the left resembled a flying squirrel, predominantly white, with a pair of large, rounded black ears, yellow electric sacs on its face, and a tail shaped like a lightning bolt. The one on the right was the smallest, also mouse-like, with a black and yellow patterned body, pink electric sacs on its cheeks, black markings on its ears, and a black tail. Goodness, the trio of dodo mouse. Electric flying squirrel, Pikachu, and electric mouse, Yu Yang remarked, his expression one of intrigue. Chapter 42. This mouse, you are under arrest. Name, Don mouse. Gender ratio, male 50. Female 50. Type, electric, fairy classification, antenna Pokémon abilities, cheek pouch or pickup base stats. For 31. Name, electric flying mouse. Gender ratio, male 50, female 50. Type, electric. Flying classification, flying mouse Pokémon abilities, static base stats. For 28. Name, Pikachu. Gender ratio, male 50. Female 50. Type, electric classification, mouse Pokémon abilities, static base stats. 205. Don mouse was the first to explore the bedside table, cautiously peering around to ensure there was no danger. Once satisfied, it waved its tiny paws to beckon its companions nearby. Imo, the electric mouse, carried the small Pikachu on its back, spreading its yellow wing membranes and gliding toward the bedside table. Perhaps due to its less than stellar flying skills, they collided with the plump Don mouse upon arrival, causing it to tumble and roll onto the nearby bed. Rubbing its chubby cheeks, it emitted a series of soft murmurs. Imo, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched its head and helped Don mouse back on its feet. At that moment, the little Pikachu pointed toward the wall socket, its cheek pouches emitting delicate sparks of yellow electricity. Don mouse returned to the bedside table, and the three electric mice sat face to face, their cheeks pressed together. 6 pink pouches closely aligned. The closest Don mouse flicked its long tail, inserting it into the socket. In an instant, yellow sparks flickered as a surge of electricity flowed from the socket into Don mouse's body. Utilizing the energy within its cheek pouches, Don mouse shared the electric vitality with its two companions. With the infusion of energy, all three electric mice displayed expressions of pure joy and happiness. The flickering light brightened the dimly lit bedroom, as the mobile phone camera captured the enchanting scene of the three little mice bathed in a warm glow of yellow electricity. This spectacle was keenly observed by Yu Yang and the others upstairs. Yao Yao, Heracross, Bidoof, are you ready? Klaku, Yali Yali. Heracross and Bidoof responded in unison. At that moment, they were donned in a plastic apron taken from Lin Yao's kitchen, with rubber gloves adorning their paws. This was a makeshift preparation devised by Yu Yang for the three electric mice. Yao Yao, noticing Lin Yao was fixated on the television screen and had not replied. Yu Yang couldn't help but remind her once more. With a sudden exclamation, Lin Yao snapped back to reality. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she pointed at the adorable mouse creatures on the television, exclaiming, "Is this the little sprite that pilfered from my home? Round and plump. How utterly charming." In this superficial world, had it been three ordinary rattatas gathered together, she would certainly find them repulsive. Yu Yang internally scoffed at the thought as he rose to his feet, stating, "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed and capture them swiftly." Right? Lin Yao agreed. Together with two accomplices, they stealthily descended into the basement, treading cautiously towards the bedroom door. Standing at the threshold, he signaled to Heracross and Bidoof. The two sprites exchanged knowing glances before darting into the room at lightning speed. Bang! Clang! The bedroom door slammed shut, followed by the terrified shrieks of the three electric mice and the cacophony of collisions, electric discharges, and the peculiar cries of Heracross alongside Bidoof's pained yelps. Outside, Yu Yang and Lin Yao observed through their phones. As soon as Heracross and Bidoof entered the bedroom, they swiftly unfurled their wings before the three mice could react, and hastily closed the vent cover to prevent any escape. Meanwhile, Bidoof brandished its claws and lunged toward the trio of mice, who huddled together in fear, their bodies shimmering with brilliant electric sparks. Despite being clad in insulated plastic aprons and rubber gloves, the sprites could not entirely evade the effects of the electric discharges, emitting a cacophony of startled cries. Nevertheless, they remembered Yu Yang's instructions and bared their teeth, charging toward the three electric mice. Heracross raised its claw, delivering a powerful punch that rendered both the Dedenne and Amalgam momentarily dazed. The first blow left them bewildered and swaying, while the second rendered them completely unconscious. Bidoof, emulating its older counterpart, similarly knocked Pikachu into a stupor. This method of physical hypnosis seemed rather ineffective and potentially damaging to the sprite's cognition. Upon returning, they would need to enlist the aid of a sprite skilled in the hypnosis technique for assistance in their endeavors. Observing the somewhat aggressive actions of Heracross and Bidoof, Yu-Yang couldn't help but reflect. Although he had previously instructed them to temper their strength, each sprite possessed a different threshold for dizziness, making precise strikes challenging and risking unintended harm. Yu-Yang, do you think they'll be injured? Lin Yao inquired, her expression betraying concern as she witnessed the 3 electric mice being subdued. They should be fine. Sprites are tough-skinned and more resilient than the creatures of the human world. Yu-Yang replied, though uncertainty tinged his voice. Just as they were conversing, the door creaked open, and Heracross and Bidoof emerged, carrying the 3 unconscious electric mice. Although their encounter with combat was brief, Heracross bore several charred electric burn marks on its forehead, unprotected by any insulating material. The situation was even more dire for the Pachirisu. Its fur stood on end, its face was scorched black, and it limped as if it had undergone a perm. You've endured quite a lot, Yu-Yang said tenderly, stroking the bodies of the 2 Pokémon. Heracross, it shook its head, raising its paw to display the Pachirisu, striking a pose of great strength to indicate it was unscathed. Yali, the Pachirisu lamented, touching its singed fur atop its head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Upon returning upstairs, Yu-Yang instructed Lin Yao to fetch some readily available first aid supplies and insulating materials to bind the 3 Pachirisu. He found a burn ointment and diligently applied it to the wounded areas of both Heracross and Pachirisu. After observing them closely for a good 10 minutes to ensure no unforeseen complications arose, he allowed them to happily enjoy their treats. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment when the Pachirisu remained unconscious, he donned rubber gloves and securely bound all 3 of them with the enameled wire Lin Yao had brought. Next came the moment of interrogation for these little thieves. Chapter 43. Clumsy acting, yet effective while waiting for the Pachirisu to awaken. Lin Yao had already edited the first short video, presenting it in a collaborative format online. The content featured Lin Yao recounting her recent troubles with power outages, suspecting they were caused by Pokémon, leading to her invitation of the professional Pokémon educator Yu-Yang to assist in resolving the issue. With Lin Yao's superior editing skills, the video heightened suspense surrounding the power outage dilemma, leaving viewers eager to discover how Yu-Yang would address the situation. On the other hand, after Yu-Yang had briefed Lin Yao on the essential information regarding the 3 electric-type Pokémon, he took precautions by surrounding them with a circle of insulating material to prevent any potential electrical discharges upon their awakening. Electricity is notoriously easy to conduct, hence, exercising extra caution was paramount to avoid injury. Yu-Yang, how do you plan to deal with them? Lin Yao inquired hesitantly as she gazed at the 3 unconscious Pachirisu. Whatever you decide to do with them is entirely up to you. I'm merely here to assist, Yu-Yang replied, discerning something from her expression. Lin Yao blinked eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. May I ask you a question? Are these 3 Pokémon good or bad? Are they family? It seemed she wished to adopt the 3 Pachirisu, Yu-Yang surmised. After all, the Pachirisu were undeniably adorable, making it quite difficult for any girl fond of cute little pets to resist their charm. Their nature is not malevolent, nor do they harbor hostility towards humanity. However, Yu-Yang finds himself in a predicament. They are electric-type sprites, and when their emotions become unstable, they are prone to discharging electricity, much like humans losing their tempers. At times, emotions can be exceedingly challenging to control, necessitating long-term training. Moreover, as you have observed, their appetite is insatiable. They consumed thousands of your electricity bills within a week. In the realms of games and anime, which exist in the 2-dimensional world, the comedic effect of shocking humans is inconsequential, yet in reality, being electrocuted is no trivial matter. Well then, I shall simply refrain from touching them and observe from a distance. I'll consider the electricity bill as the cost of their sustenance. Lin Yao remarked with reluctance. Goodness, this girl seems utterly unperturbed by the prospect of a monthly electricity bill amounting to tens of thousands. Oh, let us put this matter aside for now and first gauge their opinions. If the 3 electric mice do not consent, he cannot force them. Since Lin Yao wishes to adopt them, she must first cultivate their fondness for her. After some contemplation, Yu-Yang suggested, let us play a role. One of us will take on the role of the bad cop, while the other plays the good cop, performing a duet to endear them to you. The 2 huddled together, whispering for a while. Shortly after devising their strategy, the three mice let out soft chirps and gradually opened their eyes. Ding! The dodo mouse was the first to awaken. Upon realizing its surroundings and the wires entangled around it, it emitted a high-pitched scream of terror. This frightened cry instantaneously roused its two companions. The electric flying mouse and Pikachu groggily blinked awake. A cacophony of shrieks filled Lin Yao's villa as the three mice stared wide-eyed and trembling at the grinning human before them, along with the two fearsome sprites by his side. Pikachu, terrified, could not contain the electric energy surging within, and yellow sparks began to leap from its pink electric sacs. Crackling and jumping about, Yu feigned a sinister smile and, in an icy tone, commanded the three electric mice, silence. Or else. With that, he exchanged a glance with Heracross. Clang. Heracross swiftly produced a sharp kitchen knife from behind and brought it down upon an apple resting on the floor. Crack. The apple was neatly severed in two. The effect was immediate. The electric mice's sounds diminished, their eyes brimming with tears, trembling in fear. Yu took the knife from Heracross's grasp, stroking it while saying, "Excellent. Now, you will obediently answer my questions. Speak. Aside from you, are there any other sprites stealing electricity? Answer truthfully, or your lives are forfeit." The dodo mouse shook its round body vigorously, adamantly shaking its head. As Yu was about to speak, a voice of unwavering justice suddenly resonated from behind him, declaring, "Do not bully them." What was happening? Yu, taken aback, turned around to find himself confronted by a long bamboo pole. The pole swept through the air, gently striking Yu, Heracross, and Dawa, causing them to tumble to the ground, howling as they rolled away. Ah, Jikalu, Yali. A person and two Pokémon tumbled out of sight from the three electric mice. "Are you all right?" Lin Yao exclaimed, dropping the bamboo pole and clasping her hands together in concern as she gazed worriedly at the electric mice. Dang dang, Imo Pikachu. The electric mice, upon seeing their savior, sparkled with excitement in their eyes. "Promise me you won't use your electric powers. I'm here to rescue you." Lin Yao wore an expression of both fear and determination to save them. Dang dang. The Dunsparce squeaked excitedly, nodding vigorously. At this moment, Lin Yao was fully equipped. Donned in a plastic apron, a gauzy veil over her face, and rubber gloves on her hands, each an insulator. Under the eager gaze of the electric mice, Lin Yao hurried forward to untie the enameled wire binding them. As the electric mice regained their freedom, they were ready to flee outside. However, Lin Yao's voice rang out again. "I'll lead you out. Do you trust me?" Dang dang. Imo. Pikachu. The three little ones responded in unison. "All right, follow me." Lin Yao dashed out, with the three electric mice trailing closely behind. They ran all the way to the bedroom in the basement, where Lin Yao pointed to the ventilation duct above. "Quickly, you must go." This time, the electric mice did not rush to escape, but instead gathered around Lin Yao's feet, affectionately rubbing against her pant leg. Feeling their friendly gesture, Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. She couldn't help but say, "Actually, this is my home. The bad guys have been driven away, and you can come here freely from now on. No need to sneak around anymore." Whether the Pokémon understood her words or not, her sincere emotions were felt by the three electric mice. Seeing them pause in place, Lin Yao, emboldened, crouched down to gently pet the Dunsparce's head. To her joy, it did not resist. "Let us go now. Do come back to play often." Lin Yao withdrew her hand and waved gently at them. Dang dang. The Dunsparce waved back. Then, with the assistance of the electric flying mouse, the three Pokémon soared into the ventilation duct, disappearing within. With the foundation of trust established, could there be any worry that the mice would not return? Chapter 44. Awakening. The power of Evergreen. When Lin Yao returned upstairs, she found Yu comfortably seated on the sofa, sipping on the Wangzai milk handed to him by Xiao Fu Dan. "How did it go? Did they take a liking to you?" Upon her return, Yu straightened his posture and inquired with a smile. Lin Yao nodded gently, her face alight with excitement as she clenched her fists, exclaiming, "They just brushed against me. Moreover, they didn't discharge any electricity. You were right. They truly understand my words. Progress is indeed encouraging. Now, let me share the specific methods for nurturing them." He continued. To elaborate, among the electric mice, aside from the most powerful in Cuteness, in terms of practicality for battles, it is Pikachu's final evolution, Raichu, that stands out as the best. With its lightning rod ability, Raichu is akin to a small rebel of the electric type, shielding its allies from electric-type moves. Furthermore, Yu believes that whether it is the standard Raichu or the Alolan variant, both are exceedingly adorable, perhaps even cuter than the most popular Pokémon, Pikachu, with its round, plump body that is undeniably charming. In the past, every time he beheld a chubby Raichu, He felt an irresistible urge to reach out and fondly pinch its cheeks. Next is Togedemaru, another delightful and fairly practical electric mouse. If Yu Yang were to select an electric-type Pokémon as a companion, he would undoubtedly choose Tapu Koko. However, at this moment, the notion of having Tapu Koko as a partner is merely a fanciful dream. In his understanding, electric-type Pokémon primarily serve supportive roles, with Raichu being the second choice after Tapu Koko. Speaking of which, do Alolan-themed Pokémon exist in this world? Based on regional distinctions, Alolan-themed Pokémon may appear in the Cheongzhou region. If they are not present there, one must venture to Shield Bay for a glimpse. Nevertheless, considering Lin Yao's nurturing intentions, it is clear that her goal is not for battles. Hence, there is no need to emphasize move combinations. The focus should solely be on fostering emotional bonds between them. Returning to the matter at hand, he remarked, I may have exaggerated earlier. Although they enjoy absorbing electricity, given their current small size, they won't absorb much. A significant portion of the electricity bill, amounting to thousands, is wasted. When caring for them, simply provide some sweet fruits and hamster feed, and periodically allow them to absorb electrical energy. As fellow rodents, they should find the hamster food appealing, much like how dog food is irresistibly attractive to Dairubi. While electric-type Pokémon possess the drawback of being potentially harmful, they also have their advantages. They are relatively easy to care for, as electricity is the most readily available energy source, and when combined with other foods, they can thrive. Regarding other aspects, aside from repeatedly emphasizing safety, Yu Yang could not immediately think of additional instructions that required special mention. When you first interact with them, it is advisable to wear complete insulating gear. You can purchase a set of insulating clothing online, and once you both gradually become accustomed to each other, you may consider removing the gear. Caring for Pokémon is generally less troublesome than for ordinary pets. They are intelligent, do not relieve themselves indiscriminately, and those with gentle temperaments will not disturb others. Providing ample food and affection is sufficient. As Yu Yang explained the situation to Lin Yao, his phone recorded his narration nearby. The edited video clips proved to be excellent educational content. Lin Yao, having closed her notebook, was reminded of the 3 adorable electric mice, her face lighting up with anticipation. Glancing at the time, Yu Yang realized it was getting late. Just as he was about to rise and bid farewell to Lin Yao, a line of ethereal golden characters from the Summer Kingdom materialized before him. Congratulations on completing the task. Please enter the system interface to claim your reward. The task was finished? How swiftly. Just this morning, he was still short by over 100,000 followers, yet by afternoon, it was accomplished. Yu Yang, what's wrong? Lin Yao called out, noticing him suddenly frozen mid-sentence, her expression bewildered. Coming to his senses, Yu Yang smiled. Oh, it's nothing. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Shall I see you off? It's inconvenient with such a large group. Are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal. No, my friend is already waiting for me nearby. We can discuss tomorrow when tomorrow comes. Goodbye, Yu Yang quickly replied, ignoring Lin Yao's insistence, and promptly scooped up little Fu Dan, calling for her across, and De Li, along with Cho Cho Yu. As he hurriedly descended the stairs and exited Lin Yao's villa. Once outside, Yu Yang first called team leader Liang, sending him his location to come for a pickup. Then, he sought out a secluded park nearby, opening the system panel. Here it comes, here it comes. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, gazing at the interface. Task: choose any online platform, gain 100 followers. Completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Task reward: a wisp of the weak power of eternity. Yu Yang focused his thoughts on the option to claim the reward, silently affirming, yes. Reward distribution in progress. Reward successfully granted. In an instant, a vibrant jade green light flickered across the pale golden interface. The next moment, Yu Yang felt a refreshing, cool essence enter his body. So, this is the power of eternity? How delightful. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. It felt as if he had just cracked open a can of ice-cold soda on a sweltering day. Every pore in his body rejoicing, muscles relaxing, as if an endless source of strength was flowing within him, as though he were in a naturally pristine oxygen bar. With every breath, he felt utterly at ease, his mind clearing. Opening his eyes and looking down, Yu Yang noticed a faint jade-green glow surrounding the edges of his body. As time passed, the luminescence seeped into his skin, disappearing from sight. At that moment, he realized that the 4 spirits beside him, including Cho Cho Yu, were gazing at him in astonishment. He reached out, gently stroking her across S' deep blue forehead, and with a thought, a gentle azure light emanated from his palm, enveloping her across S' head. Her across? Her across sensed a vital essence emanating from above, a look of profound comfort gracing its visage, as the azure light enveloped it. The creature found itself bathed in its soothing glow in a matter of moments. The burn marks inflicted earlier by 3 electric mice began to mend rapidly. Its form, visibly and gradually, started to grow slightly larger. Meanwhile, Yu Yang, panting heavily and appearing pallid, withdrew his hand and plopped down onto the grass with a thud. Wiping the incessant sweat from his brow, he murmured to himself, "Ah, so channeling the power of nature requires a considerable expenditure of stamina." Chapter 45. A new mission. He surmised that the swift completion of his task was likely aided by the video uploaded by Lin Yao earlier that afternoon, providing the crucial impetus he needed. Is this the fan effect brought by the great leader? Taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Yu Yang attuned himself to the fact that the power within him had dwindled to a mere whisper. Yet, despite its feebleness, it resembled a small fountain, slowly replenishing itself as his physical strength returned. Just then, 3 heads of varying sizes peered down at Yu Yang, their expressions filled with concern. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation. At such close proximity, he could faintly perceive the emotions radiating from the 3 sprites. Heracross, Swablu, and Bidoof, concern. Alongside this concern, Heracross also exuded a hint of joy, likely due to its recent rejuvenation by the power of nature. In contrast, Swablu and Bidoof's emotions were more straightforward and uncomplicated. "I'm fine," Yu Yang replied with a smile, embracing Swablu in his arms while wrapping one arm around Heracross and the other around Bidoof. Bidoof smells a bit off, reminiscent of a muddy pond. I'll need to give it a proper fragrant bath later." Shaking his head, he directed his gaze toward the freshly updated content on the system. Main quest: Acts of Kindness requirements. Utilize the characteristics of Pokémon to assist humanity in solving 5 distinct problems across various fields. Reward: a clue to any Pokémon with a base value between 500 and 550. The greater the social impact, the higher the base value. Side Quest 1. Rising Fame requirements. Achieve 500 followers on any platform and publish over 10 educational videos. Reward: a clue to any Pokémon with a base value below 500. Side Quest 2. Explorer, County, requirements. According to the administrative divisions of the Summer Country, create a distribution map of Pokémon populations within a county-level administrative region. Reward: activation of the Evolution Stone detection feature. When the host approaches within a range of 2 units of the Evolution Stone, the system will issue an alert. Note: the aforementioned reward clues are based on the final evolutionary species values of the Pokémon. If a particular Pokémon's final form exceeds the maximum limit of the reward, no reward will be granted. This final note seems entirely designed to prevent me from selecting a Pokémon with a low species value in its initial form and then gradually evolving it into a demigod with a species value of 600. With a quiet chuckle, I observed the 3 tasks displayed by the system, and I fell into contemplation. I realized that the system rewards clues related to the Pokémon rather than the Pokémon eggs themselves. This implies that even if I complete the tasks, I must subsequently seek out the Pokémon based on these clues and earn their friendship to capture them. This is quite reasonable, as Arceus would not simply conjure an egg for me. I must embark on the quest myself. Moreover, I noticed that the tasks issued by the system seem to be progressively layered, beginning with the awakening of the power of Eternatus, which aids in fostering Pokémon friendships, followed by the refreshing of new tasks that provide clues to find Pokémon. Is all of this under your control, Arceus? Utilizing Pokémon to assist humanity in solving specific problems, I pondered. Assisting the police force in training Pokémon could indeed be considered addressing a significant issue. When Darubii, Shuyu, and Xiaoxiguang complete their initial training and achieve a certain level of cooperative combat capability for their debut, the response would surely be astonishing. Additionally, I contemplated employing Pokémon to tackle issues such as drought and forest fires. What holds the greatest influence? Naturally, it is best to approach matters intricately linked to human necessities, such as food, clothing, and shelter. Yet, the closer one gets to daily life, the more likely conflicts with interest groups arise. After much reflection, I devised several commendable ideas. 1. Guide dogs. In Xia Country, there are many blind individuals or those with severe visual impairments, whose quality of life has significantly diminished due to their inability to see. Pokémon could aid in resolving their daily travel difficulties, though this endeavor would require official approval. The guide Pokémon need not be precious creatures like Ralts, capable of sensing human emotions. Rather, they should simply be gentle beings that can assist the blind and communicate with humans in a straightforward manner. Such Pokémon are not difficult to find. 2. Rain Summoning. Pokémon that possess rain-inducing abilities mostly belong to the water type, capable of alleviating drought conditions, extinguishing forest fires, and even aiding in flood rescues. Common water-type Pokémon like mosquito tadpoles, Maril, and Wooper are easily accessible. 3. Agricultural assistance. Any flying-type Pokémon could perform tasks like sowing seeds and fertilizing crops. Agricultural issues are of paramount importance. Enhancing agricultural productivity can significantly improve the livelihoods of farmers. Should this initiative succeed, its impact would be immense. Furthermore, flying-type Pokémon could utilize their sharp feathers to assist farmers in harvesting crops. Common birds such as Pidgey and Murkrow could fulfill these roles effectively. In today's fast-paced society, urban professionals often grapple with anxiety, insomnia, and even mild depression. The enchanting melodies of certain delightful creatures can provide solace from their worries. Pokémon such as Piplup, Snorlax, and Bidoof not only possess charming aesthetics but also the ability to sing, making them ideal companions for alleviating anxiety. Side Task 1 complements other endeavors. Live streaming during the resolution of these issues can significantly enhance one's following. As for Side Task 2, Yu firmly believes it is imperative to complete, as evolution stones are of utmost importance for many Pokémon evolutions. For instance, in the future, the police force may consider recruiting a herdier, as well as the evolution of Pikachu into Raichu and several variants from the Eevee family. After careful contemplation, Yu devised a preliminary plan. Regardless of the endeavor, establishing a reputation is essential. Only by garnering attention from society and official entities can one foster a sense of trust. Among the concepts he considered, guiding the visually impaired and alleviating anxiety seemed most feasible, as they require only 1 or 2 Pokémon at most to be effectively executed. His strategy involves leveraging the influence of live streaming to showcase several exemplary cases, creating videos to disseminate throughout society, thereby inciting a public uproar. Once society is stirred, others will inevitably attempt to emulate these successes, leading to widespread benefits. With a certain degree of influence, pursuing other ventures becomes significantly more manageable. Moreover, cultivating a strong relationship with the police force is crucial. Aligning with this official entity will facilitate the realization of many ideas. Chapter 46. Charisma. Having established a preliminary plan, Yu revisited the status of Heracross. Based on its displayed strength, speed, and techniques, he estimated its level to be approximately 15. Heracross had recently executed several moves, including Tackle and Reversal. If memory serves him right, Reversal is a move that Heracross can learn only at level 15. However, it does not seem to possess the level 10 move, Endure, which piqued Yu's curiosity about the move acquisition system in this world. It appears that reaching a certain level does not automatically grant the ability to learn new techniques. A more extensive sample testing is needed to understand the specifics. Additionally, Yu pondered the classification of Pokémon strength by level. While he found the current internal calculation satisfactory, a more formal delineation would be necessary for public dissemination. He tentatively categorized Pokémon levels into a commonly recognized hierarchy from anime and literature: Apprentice, 120, Ordinary, 2130, Senior, 3140, Professional, 4170, Elite, 7180, Master, 8190, and Champion, 91100. This classification is provisional. Only after training the police force's Pokémon can a more precise categorization be established. Not long after testing Heracross, Liang Tai's vehicle arrived. With the evening free of obligations, he inquired about the plans for the following day from Yu before sending him back to the hotel room to rest. Upon returning to his room, the first task Yu undertook was to drag the large beaver into the washroom, where he vigorously scrubbed it from head to toe. Only when he had transformed the beaver into a fragrant creature, infused with the essence of floral-scented shower gel, did he cease his efforts. The following morning, at the wetland park of Mist Bay, at the very spot where he had encountered the water-leaping fish the day before, Yu observed the beaver leaping into the pond to interact with the water-leaping fish. He mused to himself that yesterday's bath had been in vain. Soon, the beaver reappeared, accompanied by 2 water-leaping fish of nearly identical stature. However, this time, the fish did not launch an attack on the beaver. Instead, they leaped to the railing of the concrete embankment and began to enjoy the fresh sea fish that Liang Tai had provided. With a desire to test the effects of his recently restored power, Yu focused a small amount of his energy into the palm of his hand and approached the water-leaping fish. The fish paused their meal, lifting their heads in bewilderment as they regarded the approaching human. Inexplicably, the water-leaping fish sensed a strange familiarity emanating from this human. Little ones, is the sea fish delicious? Yu inquired with a gentle smile, squatting next to the water-leaping fish and tenderly stroking their heads, one in each hand. As they felt the soothing touch upon their heads, The two fish displayed expressions of delight, showing no signs of resistance. This individual is truly remarkable. In just one day, he has forged a bond with them. Liang Tai, witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. He could not fathom the existence of such a wondrous energy as the power he possessed. Water-leaping fish. Can you tell me if there are any others like you here? Yu Yang asked while continuing to provide a comforting massage infused with his energy. The two water-leaping fish exchanged glances, and the one on the right, with only 3 claws on its forepaw, counted and extended 2 pairs of forepaws towards Yu Yang. 6. Yu Yang mirrored the gesture, displaying the 6 fingers on his own hands. The fish murmured softly, then made an effort to retract 1 claw, reducing its count from 6 to 5. 5. Yu Yang followed suit, spreading his fingers to match. The water-leaping fish nodded vigorously. Are there any marsh-leaping fish? Yu Yang retrieved his phone, pulling up a simple sketch of a marsh-leaping fish to show the water-leaping fish. The fish shook their heads in response. There are no marsh-leaping fish, just a small and weak community. Yu Yang understood and pointed to the small pile of fresh sea fish nearby, smiling as he asked, "Would you like to come with us? We have plenty of food to ensure you will never go hungry." The two water-leaping fish hesitated, glancing at each other. Beaver. Observing their hesitation, Yu Yang discreetly signaled to the large beaver. Yali yali yali. The beaver, benefiting from Yu Yang's care, instantly transformed into a persuasive advocate, tirelessly attempting to convince the two water-leaping fish. Guya? Yali. During this time, Yu Yang resembled a doting father, gently caressing the backs of the water-leaping fish with his palm, providing them with utmost comfort. Eventually, as if reaching a momentous decision, the two fish exchanged hushed whispers for a brief moment before simultaneously turning and leaping into the pool, swimming away into the distance. The beaver tugged at Yu Yang's trouser leg. "Oh, are you suggesting they have gone to summon their companions?" Yu Yang vaguely grasped the meaning behind its words. Yali. The beaver nodded in affirmation. "Well done." Yu Yang encouraged it by scratching its fluffy chin and offered 2 plump sea fish to fill its mouth. Rising to his feet, he addressed Liang Tai, team leader Liang. "Have we finalized the candidates for our first batch of elite sprite police? How many do we have?" Liang Tai replied without hesitation. "Yes, we have settled on 20 individuals, organized into 5 groups of 4. 20? This wetland park scarcely has 7 water-leaping fish. As for the remainder, do you prefer to select round tadpoles or venture to other wetlands in search of new water-leaping fish?" Yu Yang had previously discussed the distinctions between the giant marsh beast and the Toad King with Liang Tai. The number of water-leaping fish was relatively scarce, while round tadpoles were more abundant, albeit with a longer evolution cycle. Round tadpoles only gain the ability to walk on land during their second evolution stage. In the case of the blue toad, in terms of their ultimate evolutionary forms, assuming no other considerations, they were not significantly different, with the giant marsh beast being somewhat stronger. Additionally, there was another concern. Not all water-leaping fish were inclined towards training or combat, so one could only hope that this batch possessed no character flaws. Liang Tai appeared conflicted, struggling for a moment before finally gritting his teeth. "If we are to search, let us seek the best. Ideally, the initial 20 should all be water-leaping fish. If we cannot find them at Wuyuan Bay, we shall proceed to Tingjiang Wetland. I apologize for the trouble of needing you to accompany me once more. No worries, since I have taken on the role of advisor. I must see it through to the end." Yu Yang had no particular reservations. After all, any place would serve as an opportunity for education. He had heard that Tingjiang Wetland was more expansive, with nearby forest coverage, making it possible to encounter a singing baby ding or a pai pai. Wuyuan Bay Wetland Park was located within the city, relatively safe. However, venturing into a larger wetland park in the wild might reveal more formidable water-leaping fish populations, or even marsh-leaping fish and giant marsh beasts. It was difficult to ascertain whether such encounters would be advantageous or detrimental. In the event of encountering a temperamental giant marsh beast, one might find themselves at its mercy. Chapter 47. The return journey approximately 10 minutes later. Several ripples appeared on the surface of the pool ahead. 7 water-leaping fish of varying sizes emerged from the water, led by the 2 that Yu Yang recognized. Leaping onto the railing. As Yu Yang cast his gaze around, he finally understood why these 2 water-leap fish were acting independently. The remaining leap fish were merely juvenile, measuring only a foot or 2 in height, resembling creatures that had just emerged from their eggs, exuding a delightful charm. He surmised that perhaps the elders of these leap fish had laid their eggs, only to be driven away or exterminated by humans shortly thereafter, leaving the fragile eggs behind. Observing the 7 adorable leap fish, Yu Yang was filled with joy as he pointed towards the pile of sea fish, encouraging them to feast. Team leader Liang, We are fortunate. The other 5 are merely newborns, making it easier for them to form emotional bonds with humans. The situation progressed smoothly, and he felt it necessary to request a transport vehicle for river delicacies. It is well known that the most opportune moment for sprites to develop attachments to humans is during their infancy, when they are vulnerable and unfamiliar with their surroundings. Essentially, they are more easily deceived. Once they evolve to the first or second stage, gaining strength and developing their own understanding of the world, it becomes a different matter entirely. Yu Yang insisted that the police force's sprites must begin their journey from their first evolutionary stage, fostering a significant emotional connection through shared experiences of evolution to ensure a stable development of their training. Team leader Liang was equally pleased with the leapfish, nodding with a smile before stepping aside to contact the relevant departments. The 5 juvenile leapfish were entirely led by the 2 slightly larger ones. Yu Yang chose not to disturb them, instead patiently awaiting the arrival of the transport vehicle. With the leapfish secured, and Liang not wishing to pursue round tadpoles, there was little reason to remain on Egret's Island. Liang's efficiency was remarkable. Within a little over half an hour, he signaled that the transport vehicle had arrived at the park entrance. Come along, leapfish. I shall take you to a more comfortable abode, where food is abundant, and you need not fear harm from other sprites. Yu Yang gently stroked the heads of the 2 leapfish, speaking softly. The leapfish on the right affectionately nudged his palm, showing no sign of resistance. The one on the left appeared somewhat oblivious, taking a second to mimic its companion and nuzzle Yu Yang's hand. Subsequently, Yu Yang walked ahead like a kindergarten teacher, with the 7 leapfish following closely behind. Heracross and Bidoof guarded their flanks, while a small Happiny perched on Yu Yang's shoulder, its innocent eyes fixed on the young leapfish. The kind-hearted Happiny retrieved a few tiny tomatoes from its pink pouch, playfully rubbing them against Yu Yang's cheek. What is it? Yu Yang affectionately nudged the little one's braid with his forehead. Happiny, with its tiny hands, could only hold a few tomatoes, its gaze continually drifting towards the leapfish. Understanding dawned upon Yu Yang. You wish to offer them the tomatoes? Happiny nodded eagerly. Well, then you should personally deliver it, Yu Yang said as he bent down to place the little fortune egg on the ground. The little fortune egg, with its short legs, waddled to the back, beaming as it shared the small tomatoes with the water-leaping fish. Initially, the fish were oblivious to the offering until one of their companions consumed a tomato and emitted a joyful sound. Only then did the others follow suit and eat. The little fortune egg watched this scene with delight, its gaze filled with contentment. The weather was quite warm, and compared to the ground, the water-leaping fish preferred to remain submerged. By the time they reached the park entrance, the 7 little fish appeared quite exhausted. If it weren't for Yu Yang continuously emanating a reassuring aura of vitality to encourage them, these little creatures would have long since fled. At the entrance, a small transport vehicle for river delicacies was parked. The vehicle's compartment housed a miniature nurturing pool, equipped with an oxygenator continuously supplying oxygen, and an air conditioning unit to regulate the temperature, preventing the aquatic treasures from perishing due to excessive heat. Under Yu Yang's direction, the water-leaping fish climbed one by one up the unloading ramp and jumped into the pool. To prevent any panic among the fish, Yu Yang willingly volunteered to stay inside the compartment with them. Having promised the fish a better environment, he felt it was essential to accompany them throughout the journey, ensuring he remained within their line of sight. After obtaining Liang Tai's consent, he procured a folding chair and placed it in a vacant corner of the compartment. You've worked hard. This journey may take over 3 hours. Please bear with it and be cautious of any bumps in the damp compartment. Otherwise, would you prefer to ride in the car with us? Liang Tai, standing below the compartment, offered Yu Yang several bottles of cold drinks, his tone gentle. Not a problem. I'll just play on my phone and engage with the little ones. Time will pass swiftly, Yu Yang replied. Well, I won't pressure you. I'm closing the door now, Liang Tai said as he shut the compartment's door. The space inside was cramped, barely accommodating Yu Yang and Heracross, who had to sit closely together. As for the big-toothed beaver, it had to remain in the pool with the water-leaping fish and the rather unremarkable fish. The pool itself was quite spacious, sufficient to house the 7 little water-leaping fish along with the big-toothed beaver and the unremarkable fish. Speaking of which, the unremarkable fish made no sounds and could not walk on land. It merely bubbled continuously, making it quite inconspicuous. Even Yu Yang would occasionally forget its presence. But the kind and gentle little fortune egg always kept an eye on it, feeding it some treats. Seizing the opportunity during their journey back to Rongzhou, Yu Yang took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Yao, informing her that they had left Luda Island and hoped to gather again next time. Then, he logged in to check the status of their collaborative video uploads. The previous day, Lin Yao had uploaded a teaser that had garnered her tens of thousands of views. Yu Yang noticed that early in the morning, she had also uploaded 2 segments of a video about electric mice. In less than 24 hours, the combined barrage of 3 videos astonishingly exceeded 20, with views soaring into the millions. Through the videos, his follower count had risen to 1165. Yu Yang opened the 3 videos and watched them intently, discovering that the production quality was exceptionally high. They had eliminated the superfluous discussions about strategies, leaving only a brief segment of the surveillance footage featuring the electric mouse's mischievous antics as it stealthily pilfered electricity, along with a few seconds of battle scenes involving her across Bidoof and the electric mouse, thoughtfully omitting the footage of them incapacitating the mouse. Ultimately, Yu Yang sat on the sofa, earnestly narrating the names of the 3 electric mice, their basic habits, the advantages and disadvantages they bring to human life, and how to prevent these electric Pokémon from stealing electricity. Overall, there was suspense, visual appeal, and a positive educational impact, which left Yu Yang quite satisfied. However, Lin Yao did not mention her desire to raise the 3 electric mice in the video. Chapter 48. Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Yu Yang sat in the river fresh transport vehicle, swaying for over 3 hours until he finally arrived near the training ground of the Rongzhou Special Police Team in the afternoon. Regarding the habitat selection for the water-leap fish, Liang Tai had already made arrangements, situating them in a small lake adjacent to the training ground. This unnamed lake was merely 200 meters away from the training site, nestled against the Gushan mountain range, and was home to some harmless small Pokémon, such as Kingler, Tabulb, and Wooper. The environment of the lake was exceptionally safe for the water-leap fish, providing ample space for them. It could comfortably accommodate not only 7 small water-leap fish, but even 20 large swampert. For now, you shall reside here. And remember to come ashore at noon and evening for your fish meals, Yu Yang said, blowing a whistle and gently patting the head of the lead water-leap fish with a smile. The smartest of the water-leap fish affectionately nudged Yu Yang's palm before diving into the lake with its companions to acclimate to their new environment. Watching them swim away, Yu Yang cheerfully remarked to Liang Tai beside him, a splendid environment, pristine and picturesque, they should thrive here. After a brief pause, he continued, Team Leader Liang, in the future, please assign the task of feeding the water-leap fish to selected special police officers. The process of feeding is the most conducive to fostering friendship. It must not be overlooked. The officers chosen by Liang Tai would undoubtedly be the best of the best. Individuals who cherished small creatures and possessed compassion, so Yu Yang was unconcerned about them feeling uncomfortable around the Pokémon. In truth, even without this reasoning, Liang Tai understood it as well, nodding in agreement, understood. Furthermore, regarding the search for pine cones and the large milk you mentioned a couple of days ago, we have made progress. Shall we head to the training ground now? Oh, so soon. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly followed Liang Tai to the training ground. Upon entering the training ground, he immediately spotted 2 figures adorned in a delightful blend of pink and black, encircled by several special police officers, peacefully grazing on fresh grass. The pair hastened to the side of the plump bovine, with Yu Yang squatting down to gently caress its back. The bovine glanced at Yu Yang, emitted a soft sound, and resumed its leisurely feast. Team Leader Liang, how did you come across it? Yu Yang inquired curiously while admiring the corpulent creature. It was discovered near the pastures of Juka Mountain, replied a familiar officer, Xiaozeng. The day before yesterday, a herdsman reported that 2 peculiar cows were invading their pasture, competing for grass with their dairy cows. Based on the description, we confirmed it was this one, and thus dispatched personnel to bring them back. Fortunate indeed, Yu Yang remarked, casting a glance at the bovine's ample belly. Xiaozeng, could you please fetch a clean iron basin? It is noteworthy that the bovine's manner of locomotion and feeding deviated from that of ordinary dairy cows. It stood upright like a human, using its hind limbs to walk while its forelimbs grasped food. At that moment, the bovine sat on the ground, using its paws to gather grass into its mouth. Xiaozeng quickly returned with a washed iron basin and handed it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang positioned the basin beneath the bovine's abdomen and, amid the astonished gazes of the special police officers and team leader Liang, gently squeezed. However, nothing emerged. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Yu Yang scratched his head, preparing for another attempt. Just then, the bovine sensed the pressure on its abdomen and curiously lowered its head, observing the odd human applying peculiar techniques to it. Yu Yang offered an awkward smile and extended his thumb, but despite his efforts, the bovine stubbornly withheld its milk. It was his first attempt at milking a cow, and such unfamiliarity was to be expected. At that moment, a voice emerged beside him. Consultant Yu, may I give it a try? Yu Yang looked up to see a special police officer clad in camouflage, his expression eager to assist. My parents are herdsmen. I've been herding and milking cows since childhood, the officer explained with a smile. Oh, a child of herdsmen, then? You're the expert. Please proceed. Yu Yang graciously stepped aside, believing that professional tasks should be entrusted to skilled individuals. The officer knelt before the bovine's abdomen, employing a technique that was evidently practiced and adept, rhythmically applying pressure with his fingers. In an instant, a stream of creamy milk, tinged with a hint of pink, burst forth, filling the iron basin. It worked, Yu Yang exclaimed in delight, prompting gasps of astonishment from the other officers. Many of the team members are children raised in the city, and upon witnessing the milking process for the first time, they were inevitably filled with wonder. The large milk container displayed an expression of delight, devoid of any signs of resistance, and instead, it was exceedingly cooperative. Observing its joyful demeanor, Yu Yang explained to those around him that failing to milk the large container daily would cause it discomfort, and by milking it, its mood would actually improve. In no time, the iron basin was filled with the fresh milk from the large container. Yu Yang was the first to take out his portable water bottle, emptied its contents, and scooped a small amount of fresh milk into the bottle. He then drank it all in one go. With a satisfying click of his tongue, Yu Yang savored the flavor of the fresh milk from the large container. It was thick and rich, with a subtle milky flavor that was more robust than ordinary milk, though nothing else stood out. However, he merely took a small sip and did not continue tasting. The fresh milk from the large container was high in calories. And given that human bodies in this world may not be suited for moo fresh milk, it was necessary to conduct trials before determining its safety for consumption. Hercross, Cutiefly, and Bidoof, come over and have a taste. Yu Yang waved to summon the three sprites playing on the nearby parallel bars. Oh, and there was the ugly fish swimming in the water tank. Upon arriving in Rongzhou, the ugly fish's living environment had transformed from a rudimentary plastic foam box to a luxurious small aquarium made of acrylic. As the four sprites approached, they were captivated by the enticing aroma of milk emanating from the iron basin. Except for the ugly fish, they all exhibited eager expressions. Chapter 49, Cone's Jigglypuff. Cutiefly nibbled on its tiny hands, staring intently at the moo fresh milk. Bidoof was nearly drooling. Only Heracross displayed the utmost restraint. Perhaps honey was its true favorite. Although all the sprites were eager to drink the fresh milk, none of them acted impulsively. Don't be shy, give it a try. Yu Yang pushed the iron basin towards them. Only then did the three sprites eagerly lean forward, beginning to joyfully lap up the fresh milk. Finding the large milk container lifted Yu Yang's spirits. Not only would the sprites' diet be assured, but humans could also become robust from drinking fresh milk regularly. He proposed to Liang Tai, team leader Liang, it's best to use the fresh milk from the large container on the same day it's milked. Most of the sprites enjoy its flavor, and we can bring some for the water leap fish daily. Naturally, humans can drink it as well. But it's advisable to send some samples to the relevant departments for testing before consumption, and I need to elaborate on sterilization and disinfection. Understood. Liang Tai turned to the team member who had just milked the large container, Wang Jiaping, until the combat sprites arrive. You will temporarily be responsible for the care and milking of these two large containers. Yes, team leader. Let us go, we should check on the cones. Allowing the three sprites to remain on the playground sipping milk, Yu Yang and Liang Tai stepped into the adjacent office building. Liang Tai retrieved a foam box from a safe-like cabinet, within which lay 6 fruits, each slightly larger than a Pokeball and varying in color. Among these fruits, there were 2 red, 3 yellow, and 1 blue, specifically, the red ball fruit, the yellow ball fruit, and the blue ball fruit. Yu Yang picked up a red ball fruit and brought it to his nose, inhaling its pungent aroma, which nearly provoked a sneeze. Next, he examined the yellow ball fruit. Its fragrance refreshing and clean, lacking the sharpness of the red ball fruit. Finally, he turned to the blue ball fruit, which bore a subtle scent reminiscent of fresh grass. The 6 fruits bore a striking resemblance to one another, differing only in color, akin to a smooth billiard ball adorned with an unremoved, brown stem. Where were these fruits discovered? Yu Yang inquired, captivated by their fragrance. This is largely thanks to Houndoom, who guided our team to find them in the mountains. Liang Tai replied. Upon hearing Houndoom's name, Yu Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Oh, how have the team members been faring with Houndoom and the Dratini? Quite well. Actually, several Dratini have forged friendships with our team members, and Houndoom is gradually showing less resistance, Liang Tai remarked. Despite accompanying Yu Yang and Lai Island for the past few days, he remained closely attuned to the developments in Rongzhou. That's reassuring. Yu Yang recalled the animated series, where characters adeptly crafted primitive Pokeballs from these fruits. He grasped the brownish-yellow stem of the red ball fruit, twisting it firmly before pulling it upwards. The lid-like stem was removed, revealing the pale red flesh within. If one were to capture a sprite, would it be necessary to scoop out the fruit's flesh? The Pokédex indicated that the number of ball fruit trees was abundant, a type of fruit suitable for crafting Pokeballs. Yet it did not elaborate on the specifics of their creation or usage. To conduct a comparative experiment, with Liang Tai's consent, he hollowed out one fruit, while leaving another intact, and returned to the playground with both. Approaching Heracross, he positioned the fruit containing flesh towards it and, emulating the characters from the animation, commanded, "Come back, Heracross." Heracross, currently enjoying its milk, turned its head with a perplexed expression. "Heracross?" it queried, scratching its head in confusion. "Not working?" Yu Yang switched to the fruit devoid of flesh and repeated, "Come back, Heracross." "Heracross?" The creature remained bewildered, ambling over to Yu Yang's side and standing there vacantly. "What is going on?" Yu Yang scratched his face in confusion, ultimately offering both fruits to Heracross. "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can enter the ball?" Logically, entering a Pokeball should depend on the sprite's own willingness. If the Pokemon does not consent, it cannot be captured within a Pokeball. This implies that if a Pokemon is drawn into a Pokeball and does not resist, it signifies that the Pokemon has been successfully captured. Thus, Pokemon are capable of voluntarily entering Pokeballs. For instance, Misty's Psyduck and Ash's Pikachu both exhibit the tendency to open their Pokeballs willingly. Heracross, clutching a berry, glanced around curiously. Then, its antennae twitched as if it had made a discovery. It sniffed at the hollowed-out Pokeball. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Heracross transformed into a beam of red light and dove into the empty berry. The berry fell to the ground with a thud, wobbling incessantly. "How remarkable!" Yu Yang exclaimed, picking up the berry and peering inside. However, it was pitch black, devoid of any contents. He turned the berry upside down, the opening facing downward, and gave it a shake. Suddenly, a flash of red light dropped straight down, materializing into a Heracross. "Back you go," Yu Yang said, aligning the opening towards Heracross. Reminiscent of how Silverhorn King directed the golden gourd at the monkey. Familiarity breeds ease. Heracross transformed into red light and entered the berry once more. It dawned on him that the stem served to seal the berry. If it remained unsealed, the Pokemon would spill out. Reflecting on the animated series he had watched and combining it with the current experiment, Yu Yang concluded that Pokeballs operate via a button mechanism. Pressing it causes the Pokeball to automatically open, allowing the Pokemon to escape. Furthermore, after a Pokemon is captured, the ball closes itself, making it exceedingly convenient. The original berry, however, lacked such functionality, requiring trainers to manually operate the stem for the Pokemon to enter or exit. Even so, this had elicited exclamations of wonder from Liang Tai beside him. "Incredible! What is this? Spatial technology? Or some form of contraction technique?" Witnessing a creature far larger than the berry transform into light and dive inside created a striking visual impact. Yu Yang pondered the berry thoughtfully, shaking his head. "I do not know. Perhaps it is the remarkable nature of the Pokemon itself. Or maybe this berry contains a peculiar energy." He decided to leave the research to the specialists and focus on utilizing it effectively. He leaned towards the former possibility, believing that the Pokemon's unique structure allowed it to transform into magical light and be stored within the berry Pokeball. By the way, Team Leader Liang, with this berry, we need not worry about the size of our Pokemon in the future. The Special Police Team's mobility will be significantly enhanced. Yu Yang summoned Heracross once again, handing it the empty berry. "Thank you for the generous gift of 100 coins from a reader." Chapter 50, Hungry. "Oh, and there's something else I must discuss with you," Liang Tai remarked, playing with the berry in his hands. "I regret to inform you that I may not be able to accompany you on the trip to the Tingjiang wetlands. There have been some issues with the team searching for Magnemite." Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is the matter?" He had previously mentioned that the Jiangkou power station had experienced a blackout due to a large congregation of Magnemites. To ensure the unimpeded flow of electricity, the local military had violently expelled the Magnemites, resulting in a natural fear of humans among the ones lingering near the power station, thus making communication exceedingly difficult. It was, indeed, a conflict between humans and sprites. Understanding this, Yu Yang suggested, "Shall I pay a visit?" Liang Tai waved his hand dismissively, "No need. We have already pinpointed the Magnemites' activity area. I am confident that with persistent persuasion and a generous display of goodwill, they will reconsider their stance. However, the task of locating the habitat of the water-leap fish requires your personal involvement. After all, one cannot manage every matter alone. One must reserve their finest efforts for the most crucial tasks." "Very well. If any issues arise, feel free to call me." After resting in Rongzhou for half a day, the following day, Yu Yang embarked on his journey to the Tingjiang National Wetland Park. This time, he was accompanied not by Liang Tai, but by the special police officer, Xiao Zeng, who was responsible for handling various minor affairs. Xiao Zeng, whose full name was Zeng Ling, was a capable aide under Captain Liang, and he would undoubtedly be a member of the future Sprite Special Police Team. With a companion of similar age, Yu Yang felt considerably more at ease. It wasn't that Captain Liang was inadequate. It was just that his higher rank often bore a stern demeanor, which could be somewhat intimidating. The drive to the Tingzheng wetlands from Rongzhou took over 5 hours. By the time they arrived at the small village near the wetlands, it was already afternoon. Zeng Ling parked the vehicle in a temporary parking area within the village. Brother Yu, I've heard that the cuisine here in Tingzhou is quite distinct from that of Rongzhou and exceptionally spicy. How about we grab a bite first? Zeng Ling, dressed in casual attire and sporting sunglasses, showcased his robust physique acquired through rigorous training, making him appear both tall and handsome. All right, Brother Zeng, lead the way. Yu Yang took out his phone, opened a live streaming application, and began broadcasting. Upon arriving at a new location, how could one not share their scientific insights? Dad, you're finally live. Come on, fellow viewers, let us not exaggerate. We're here, as per tradition, let us share the live stream. Wow, look at Brother Yang's backdrop. It seems today is yet another new place. Where are Xiao He, Xiao Fudan, and Chou Li Li? I'm currently in a small village, and to avoid frightening the villagers, I've temporarily hidden them away, but I'll keep you in suspense about where. The 3 sprites were all stored within the fruit ball gifted by Liang Tai, while the Cho-Cho fish was temporarily released into a small lake, under the watchful eye of the water-leap fish. While chatting with the viewers in the comments, Yu Yang followed Zeng Ling into a quaint stir-fry restaurant that boasted local specialties. It was just past mealtime, and the establishment was rather quiet with few diners present. What would you 2 handsome gentlemen like to eat? The young proprietress of a small restaurant, who also serves as a waitress, approached with a small notebook in hand. Zeng Ling picked up the menu, glanced at it, and asked, "You, can you handle spicy food?" "Just a little," came the reply. "Then let's have a plate of boiled Hetian frog, a bowl of stone grease local pork soup, stir-fried Tingzhou tofu, and a dish of greens." "That should suffice, Brother Zeng. It's merely a casual meal." Noticing Zeng Ling's intent to continue ordering, Yu Yang quickly interjected, "All right, that's enough. Just make sure to keep the spice to a minimum." "Haha, our dishes are all Hakka cuisine, not spicy at all." The proprietress repeated the order to confirm its accuracy before departing. "Would you prefer a drink or some milk?" Zeng Ling inquired as he rose and approached the refrigerator. "Since we have business to attend to later, we can't indulge in alcohol. Just a cola will do." Judging by the dishes, "Yang, you must be near Tingzhou? Tingzhou tofu is a delicacy. You absolutely must try it." "Tingzhou? Are you heading to the Tingzhou Wetland Park?" "Broadcaster? The official invitation is confirmed. It seems Yang has been traveling throughout Minhua province these days." "Broadcaster, please show us the handsome fellow opposite you." From his voice and attire, he seems quite dashing. Given Zeng Ling's identity, it was inconvenient for him to reveal himself, so Yu Yang politely declined. "My friend prefers not to be on camera, my apologies. I indeed am at the Tingzhou wetlands. After our meal, I'll take everyone to explore the wonders of the wetlands. Today's live stream will be quite lengthy, so prepare your snacks and beverages and focus on the show. Yay. I beg you, broadcaster, don't make me endure this." Users were throwing gifts at the broadcaster due to their beauty, and one user, Yao Yao, sent a special gift. "Thank you to the generous benefactor for the gifts. Thank you, Yao Yao." Suddenly, Yao Yao sent a prominent message. "Just woke up. I played too late with friends yesterday and only slept at dawn." "Oh really? A boyfriend?" "Goodness, does Yao Yao have a boyfriend?" Yu Yang knew that the friends Yao Yao referred to were the 3 electric mice. It seemed her bond with them was deepening. While Yu Yang was engaged in chat with the comments, Zeng Ling took out his phone, activated the camera, and stepped to the entrance of the restaurant, aiming at the ancient village street outside, searching for a suitable spot to shoot. As he was filming, he suddenly noticed a filthy deep blue figure fleetingly appear from a garbage bin outside a nearby small stir-fry shop on his phone screen. What could that be? A cat? Zeng Ling lowered his phone for a closer look. He saw the trash can shaking, and moments later, a pair of upright deep blue ears emerged from within. "Get out of here. It stinks. Disgusting creature, don't linger at my restaurant's entrance." The owner of the stir-fry shop also noticed the commotion outside. Armed with a mop, attempting to drive the creature away with the dirty mop head, repeatedly striking its body in an effort to shoo it away. The creature, known as Kabika, a deep blue monster, let out a pitiful cry, quickly embracing its head with its filthy paws, covered in a repugnant stench of refuse, and dashed towards a nearby shop. However, the owner of the shop, having already heard the commotion, wielded a stout wooden stick. relentlessly striking at the fleeing creature to prevent its entry. What a foul smell. Away with you, don't come near. A chorus of disdainful shouts erupted. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers gathered on the narrow street, some even picking up stones to hurl at the fleeing monster. Kabika, tears glistening in its eyes, aimlessly scurried about the street, clutching its head in confusion. It was then that a tall figure suddenly appeared before it, blocking its path. The blue creature's nostrils flared as it looked up to behold a fragrant, red sausage. Xingling, holding the sausage, extended it towards the creature with a gentle smile. Are you hungry? Chapter 51. The Gluttonous Kabika. The little blue monster gazed at the delicious sausage, one claw raised to its mouth, its eyes shining with intense longing. Go ahead and eat, Xingling encouraged, handing over the sausage. To his astonishment, the seemingly small creature devoured the sausage whole, without even chewing, swallowing it along with the stick. After finishing, Kabika licked its dirty paws and gazed longingly at Xingling. Come with me, little one. Xingling began to extend his hand to pet its head, but hesitated halfway, withdrawing his hand upon noticing the greasy stains atop its head. He turned and walked towards the restaurant, with the little blue sprite dutifully following in his wake. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted and instructed the creature. Wait here for a moment while I fetch some food for you. The little one was filthy, emanating a foul odor. Entering the establishment would disturb the patrons. Xingu, you arrived just in time. The dishes are ready. Yu Yang, seated at a table, gestured towards the food laid out before him. You Lao Di, can you tell me what kind of sprite this is? Xingling smiled gently at Yu Yang, stepping aside to provide a better view. Yu Yang leaned in and beheld a creature standing at the restaurant's entrance, its skin a deep blue with a pale white belly, and its lower body resembling a tattered little skirt. At that moment, the sprite stood on its tiptoes, gazing longingly at the food on the table. Isn't that the gluttonous little cabby beast? He aimed his phone's camera at the little cabby beast. Cabby beast? Xingling mused, repeating its name. Title, Little Snorlax, gender ratio, male 875. Female 125 type. Normal classification, gluttonous Pokémon abilities. Pickup or thick fat base stats, 390. Behold, a new Pokémon has appeared. Indeed, the stream by Brother Yang is filled with valuable content. Yet another creature I have never encountered before. Its appearance is reminiscent of the previous Shadow Doll, draped in what appears to be a tattered gown. Oh dear, it looks quite filthy. As the viewers in the live stream witnessed the emergence of a new Pokémon, the barrage of comments surged wildly. Begone, foul creature. Seek your meals elsewhere. The young proprietress of the restaurant noticed little Snorlax and promptly seized a broom, preparing to chase it away. Seeing this, Xingling hurriedly intervened. No, proprietress. Let it remain at the entrance. I shall order more dishes. With a reluctant sigh, the proprietress set down the broom and remarked, Oh, handsome sir, you have no idea. This creature is an insatiable glutton. Previously, a kind-hearted restaurant owner attempted to feed it, and do you know the outcome? It devoured all the ingredients in the establishment. Yu Yang's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, not only the fresh ingredients, but even the offerings placed on the altar were consumed by it. As the proprietress spoke, she cast a disparaging glance at little Snorlax. So voracious? It appears so small. Could it possibly possess a pocket dimension within its belly? What on earth? Is it the illegitimate offspring of a glutton? Yu Yang cleared his throat. Ahem, proprietress, could you kindly bring out a larger portion of rice? If there is not enough, any leftover food from today, even flour, would suffice. You may charge me at the regular prices. Furrowing her brow, the proprietress muttered, I can accommodate that, but I must caution you, it will not be satisfied. No matter how much you feed it, it will only waste your money. Also, may I trouble you gentlemen to settle your bill first? Settle the bill, settle the bill. Quick-witted, Yu Yang swiftly scanned the QR code and transferred 1,000 yuan, advising. In addition to our regular meals, you may prepare 1,000 yuan worth of food. It need not be cooked, raw will do. Since the restaurant is not busy, could you allow it to come inside? I will add an extra 100 yuan for cleaning. Tempted by the offer, the proprietress, though still frowning, acquiesced to their request. Oh, brother Yu, it was I who brought it here. How can I let you pay? Xingling produced his phone, insistent on transferring the money to Yu Yang. No. Yu Yang grasped his hand, whispering into his ear, I am streaming. With the engaging content, I will earn money. Brother Zeng, rest assured, it will not be a loss. Without waiting for a response, Yu Yang approached the entrance, opening the sliding door and beckoning little Snorlax to enter. The timid little cabby cautiously glanced at the fierce-looking proprietress behind the counter, hesitating to step into the shop. How pitiable. Its gaze resembled that of a frail and helpless kitten, evoking a sense of compassion. Streamer, quickly feed it something. We can crowdfund a meal for it. I'll contribute 10 yuan. I'll give 1 yuan. User Yao Yao the Great Demon King offered to the streamer, Yao Go. Please ensure it gets fed with 3 portions from the Dimension City. Come in, Yu Yang gently urged. Cabby shook its head, casting a pleading look towards Zheng Ling. Zheng Ling beckoned. Come in, no one will chase you away. Upon hearing Zheng Ling's resonant and just tone, Cabby's south eyes curved into crescent moons, and it cautiously stepped into the restaurant. At that moment, the proprietress approached with 2 large plastic buckets, their surfaces gleaming with a thick sheen of oil. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she said, "This is today's leftover food. It's still good, so go ahead and eat." "I understand," someone remarked. "It looks a bit unappetizing. Can it really eat that?" Zheng Ling pondered, glancing at Yu Yang. Yet, Cabby harbored no such reservations. Upon catching a whiff of the food emanating from the buckets, it immediately buried its head inside and began to devour the contents voraciously. "Allow me to educate everyone about this Pokémon." Yu Yang cleared his throat and explained. Cabby is a normal-type Pokémon that often frequents villages, scavenging for discarded food scraps, leftovers, and even slop. It consumes an amount equivalent to its own weight daily, showing no concern for taste, swallowing its food whole without chewing. It possesses an impressive digestive system, akin to the voracious gluttony mentioned earlier. No matter what it consumes, it can digest it without issue. Thus, there's no need to be astonished that I'm feeding it leftovers. In fact, those scraps are quite a delicacy for it. Even spoiled or foul-smelling slop would be relished by it. Cabby's appetite is manageable, but once it evolves into its next form, Snorlax, that appetite becomes truly alarming. As Yu Yang spoke, an image of a Snorlax lying on the ground, soundly asleep, floated into his mind. Chapter 52, The Dilemma. How many have fantasized about joyfully rolling on the soft belly of a Snorlax during their youth? At least Yu Yang had contemplated such a scenario before his transmigration. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a few Pidgeys soared across the horizon. Snorlax lay peacefully asleep on the verdant grass. Trainers would find themselves nestled within Snorlax's belly, playing with adorable Eevee and Pikachu. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing the essence of summer. Everything was so idyllic. I don't believe it. Just how frightening can it be? Having consumed such copious amounts of food, might it exhibit a strength akin to that of a voracious beast? Yu Yang returned from his reverie, addressing the inquiries of his viewers one by one. The minimum standard for satiating a Snorlax's appetite is a staggering 400 kilograms of food. However, the precise quantity required to fully satisfy it remains unclear. In contrast, a young Snorlax requires merely dozens of kilograms daily to meet its basic needs. On the subject of strength, allow me to digress. Pokémon, much like humans, possess a multitude of personalities, diligent, brave, gentle, timid, and lazy among them. It is indeed apparent that a courageous Pokémon can unleash its full potential in battle, perhaps even surpassing its usual capabilities. Conversely, a timid Pokémon lacks the fervor for combat, often proving adept at fleeing. There is a saying in Xia country, fond of eating yet lazy, which aptly describes the evolution from a young Snorlax to a full-grown one. As it consumes more food, it grows increasingly rotund and, consequently, less inclined to move. Thus, it is fair to assert that, while not universally applicable, a significant majority of Snorlax exhibit a rather indolent disposition. Their insatiable hunger is a primal instinct deeply ingrained in their genes, rendering it difficult to resist. Therefore, rather than chastising them as gluttons, one must understand their struggle to control their appetites. It seems I comprehend, akin to how my genes respond upon seeing a beautiful woman. Indeed, I find myself unable to resist the allure of indulgence. Speaking of indulgence, could you share a few links in private? System notification: Wang Kai has been muted by the moderator due to previous infractions. As for strength, a portion of it is influenced by personality. I can only affirm that a Snorlax, when not in a lazy state, is exceedingly powerful. Should it find motivation, it can unleash astonishing strength, capable of demolishing several buildings with ease. Reflecting on this, I recall the Dynamax Snorlax from the Galar region, which is akin to a mobile island. A single strike from its fighting-type move could potentially obliterate a small mountain. However, Dynamaxing is exclusive to the Galar region within the realm of the games, a phenomenon caused by the legendary Pokémon Eternatus drawing energy from Galar. As of now, such a state does not exist in our world. Who knows what the future may hold? Isn't that comparable to a Gundam? Seeing the landlady chase it away, I suddenly pondered. What if it evolves and seeks revenge against the villagers? Indeed, if we heed the host's words, this Snorlax could pose a significant threat. However, it is highly unlikely. Snorlax is inherently lazy and gentle. Although it may sometimes feel ravenous, it poses no harm to other living beings, preferring instead to seek out lifeless sources of food. Even when provoked or bullied by other Pokémon or humans, it is challenging to incite its wrath, plants being the sole exception. In summary, young Snorlax are not ideally suited for human care, as training them presents considerable difficulty and expense. Yu Yang's remarks were directed not only at the viewers in the live stream, but also at Zheng Ling, who was visibly captivated by the adorable little Snorlax. Goodness. Handsome fellow, I have heard you are still single. Do ensure that your wallet is not drained by this little creature. Yu Yang silently mused. Ahem. The host is feeling a bit peckish. Dear viewers, why not observe the little Snorlax as it enjoys its meal? Speaking of which, it could certainly host an eating broadcast with exceptional appeal. He angled the camera towards the Snorlax, which was heartily devouring a bowl of rice. Look at it eat. It's quite appetizing. Why not keep it, Yu Yang? You could create a channel dedicated to Snorlax eating. But it's rather messy. Yu Yang, you should wash it up afterward. The two consumed their meals with great speed. In a short span, Yu Yang polished off 3 bowls of rice, leaving his belly round and full. They ate quickly, but the Snorlax devoured its food even faster, clearing 2 large buckets of leftovers in mere minutes. Later, the proprietress returned with more leftovers from nearby establishments, supplemented by over 100 pounds of rice and flour, after which the Snorlax contentedly burped and sat on the ground, patting its round belly. Having satisfied their hunger, it was time to attend to business. With the afternoon still young, returning to the hotel for rest was not an option. They needed to head to the Tingzhou wetlands in search of the water-leaping fish. After packing their belongings, they exited the restaurant with the Snorlax in tow. Little Snorlax, we have matters to attend to. It's time to part ways here, Zheng Ling said with a smile, leaning down to speak to the Snorlax. Snorlax. Upon hearing Zheng Ling's words, tears welled up in the Snorlax's eyes, and its mouth pouted in sorrow. Considering the substantial costs associated with caring for a Snorlax, Zheng Ling gritted his teeth, feigning ignorance, and turned to leave. Wah, Snorlax. Brother Zheng, what do you plan to do about it? As they walked out of the village, Yu Yang halted in front of a resting pavilion at the village entrance, calling out to the brooding Zheng Ling and gesturing towards the little Snorlax, which had been quietly following them from a distance. Oh dear, the little Snorlax is truly pitiable. Without your assistance, it might face severe mistreatment from the villagers. The viewers lamented. Please, host, take it in. You speak so easily. Did you not hear what Yu Yang said earlier? It requires hundreds of pounds of food daily. Who can afford that? At this moment, the viewers were also moved by the Snorlax's forlorn expression. Although they encouraged the idea, Yu Yang had no intention of adopting the Snorlax. While he had accepted Arceus's task and prided himself on his compassion for Pokémon, he was not a saint, and he couldn't simply take in every creature he encountered. After all, his wallet had its limits. If Zheng Ling truly wished to adopt the small Snorlax, it was indeed possible. By providing the least expensive food, such as leftovers from the unit, and spending a modest amount, it could be feasible to care for it. This was the very reason he inquired with Zheng Ling. As a member of the police force, contract worker Yu Yang could not overstep his bounds. Chapter 53. Bathing. Noticing Zheng Ling's hesitation, Yu Yang shared his thoughts with him. He had already offered advice. If Zheng Ling truly cherished the creature, it would be better to adopt it outright. While an individual might struggle to provide for a Snorlax, having it officially registered under the unit would ensure its needs were met without worry. Clearly, Zheng Ling was intrigued. He took out his phone and softly remarked, I will consult with team leader Liang. Hello? The call was quickly answered, and Liang Tai's somewhat serious voice came through. Team leader Liang, I have something to discuss with you. Zheng Ling conveyed the basic information about the small Snorlax and Yu Yang's suggestion. After a brief silence, Liang Tai responded slowly. How shall you take the call? Brother Yu, it's team leader Liang. Yu Yang placed his selfie stick on the ground and took the phone from Zheng Ling, smiling as he greeted, Hello, team leader Liang. Liang Tai cut to the chase without unnecessary pleasantries. Given the Snorlax's substantial appetite, can it yield any tangible benefits for the police force? There would indeed be advantages. Although Snorlaxes are known for their laziness, with strict training from a trainer, its lethargic nature could be somewhat controlled. On land, it would serve as a small mobile fortress, capable of attracting significant firepower. The thick layer of fat on a Snorlax provides protection, granting it immunity to poisoning. Furthermore, this fatty characteristic reduces damage from fire and ice-type moves by half. Snorlaxes are also proficient swimmers, easily accommodating a small team of special forces on their broad backs. Considering its capabilities as a vessel and artillery platform, the investment is hardly considerable. Yu Yang detailed his points thoroughly. Bring it back for evaluation. Once you return to Rongzhou, I will assess it further. I have other matters to attend to. I will hang up now. Liang Tai offered a few parting remarks before ending the call. What did team leader Liang say? He mentioned that you may keep the small Snorlax with you. Yu Yang handed the phone back to Xing Ling with a beaming smile. Joy flickered across Xing Ling's face as he turned around and waved to the small Snorlax, which was secretly observing from behind a large tree not far away. Come here, Snorlax. The small Snorlax perked up its straight ears, its round eyes sparkling with joy, and its previous sadness vanished in an instant. With a wide grin, it bounded toward Xing Ling. Its smile resonated with the vast audience in the live stream. Oh no, I'm crying. It seems the handsome guy next to Brother Yang has adopted it. So heartwarming. The little Snorlax's eyes instantly filled with light. Little Snorlax, do you wish to come with me? As the little Snorlax was about to leap into Xing Ling's embrace, the latter swiftly extended his hand to avert this perilous action. Kabika. The little Snorlax clenched its paws, incessantly bobbing its head. Xing Ling scrutinized its grimy form, his expression decidedly grave. Well, if you wish to accompany us, you'll need to wash up first. The two individuals, having reached the village entrance, turned back to procure 2 bottles of shower gel and several toilet brushes. Eventually finding a spot beside a flowing creek at the village's edge. Heracross, Happiny, Bidoof, come forth. Yu Yang retrieved 3 Pokeballs from his bag and unscrewed the caps. In an instant, 3 adorable Pokemon materialized on the ground, distributing a brush to each Pokemon. He gestured towards the little Snorlax. I entrust you with a task. Give it a thorough scrubbing from head to toe. Garuri, Plucklu, yay. Xing Ling signaled for the little Snorlax to jump into the creek. He squeezed a generous amount of shower gel into his hands, pressing down on the little Snorlax's head to submerge the entire creature in the water, thoroughly drenching it. Then, he rubbed his hands across its forehead and began to scrub vigorously. Yu Yang and the 3 Pokemon busied themselves, applying shower gel to the little Snorlax's arms, belly, and legs, vigorously scrubbing with their brushes. Garuri Garuri. The diminutive Happiny, clutching a pink brush nearly as tall as itself, directed its efforts towards the little Snorlax's rear, swiping with abandon. Kabika. Even as the powerful Heracross scrubbed with relentless strength, the little Snorlax merely grunted in discomfort, but suddenly let out a pained wail. A large tuft of deep blue fur was forcibly removed by Happiny, drifting gracefully into the creek, carried away by the current. An evident disparity in color appeared on the little Snorlax's rear, revealing a small patch where the fur was particularly sparse. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. I never imagined our petite Happiny would wield such strength. The entertainment value is off the charts. Friends, let us be honest. Does a deeper pink hue equate to greater power? Happiny might just be the true powerhouse of our team. I can picture it now, a feeble Happiny sending both Heracross and Bidoof flying with a single strike. Witnessing this scene, Yu Yang broke into a slight sweat, relieved that the little Snorlax was merely holding back tears and did not blame Happiny. Happiny, be gentler. Look, you've made it cry. Garuri. Happiny realized its strength was excessive and, feeling guilty, gently poked the little Snorlax's thigh, retrieving its cherished round egg and offering it to the creature. Kabika? The little Snorlax gazed at the smooth pebble with a bewildered expression. This was Happiny's most treasured round egg, shared only with those it held dear, a gesture of apology. Yu Yang gently rubbed the head of the little Fakudama, explaining to the small Snorlax. The Snorlax, confused, accepted the round pebble and examined it for a while, only to realize it was inedible. Gulu. The little Fakudama, seeing the Snorlax take the pebble, joyfully picked up a brush and began to scrub the latter's body. Bathing was typically a leisurely affair. However, washing the Snorlax proved to be quite a challenge. After an hour's toil, with nearly 2 bottles of shower gel nearly depleted, the grime and oil on the Snorlax had finally been thoroughly cleansed through the combined efforts of 2 humans and 3 Pokemon. Around the creek, a collection of decaying fruits, insect remains, and even foul-smelling chicken, duck, and fish carcasses floated on the water's surface. The Snorlax's body had slimmed down considerably. Its once deep blue, almost black hue lightening slightly. How could so much filth emerge? Is the Snorlax a hamster, hoarding food for winter? It certainly looks much more refreshed and adorable after the bath, but the sheer amount of dirt somewhat detracts from the environment. Indeed, with so much waste, could it pose a nuisance to the villagers? In response to the viewers' inquiries, Yu Yang explained, the Snorlax has a habit of storing food within its fluffy fur. And when it indulges in eating, it often forgets about its hidden provisions, sometimes even resulting in unpleasant odors. As for the environmental pollution, we will gather the waste and bury it in the ground, and we ask for everyone's supervision. Chapter 54. Warm-up exercises live streaming is such that every word and action is under the vigilant scrutiny of online viewers. Even the slightest deviation will inevitably lead to reports. Under the watchful eyes of the viewers, Yu Yang and his companions collected the unsightly debris floating on the creek's surface and dug a hole to bury it, with the hope that the Snorlax might possess some knowledge of the surrounding environment. Yu Yang took out a spare phone and displayed an image of a water-splashing fish before it, asking, "Snorlax, have you seen this Pokémon?" This action was conducted entirely in secrecy from the viewers. Should they discover that he was searching for the water-splashing fish, it could potentially arouse suspicion among the more observant. He planned to turn off the live stream once they neared their destination. The Snorlax tilted its head, pondering for a few seconds, then pointed towards the northwest with a somewhat uncertain expression. "Have you seen the water-splashing fish in that direction?" Yu Yang inquired further. The Snorlax shook its head, raising its short arms above its head, mimicking the motion of a fish swimming. A thought struck Yu Yang, and he swiped the image on his phone, shifting the display to that of a marsh fish. "Are you referring to this one, Snorlax?" The little creature nodded decisively. Indeed, the strength of wild Pokémon populations was entirely different from those in the city, he murmured to himself, gazing towards the northwest. A dense forest obstructed his path, obscuring any trace of waterways. Upon opening the mobile map, he discovered an unnamed small lake located 20 kilometers to the northwest. The Tingjiang Wetland Park lies along the banks of the Tingjiang River, surrounded by a few small villages. Before the invasion of the sprites, it was a paradise for wildlife, making it a rather secluded area. "What do you think, brother Yu? Should we return to rest, or set off directly and camp in the wild tonight?" Xingling inquired after comparing the distance. "It's only afternoon. Let us go," Yu Yang exclaimed, gesturing enthusiastically. He picked up a selfie stick and beckoned Xingling and the little sprites to embark towards the northwest. Suddenly, he recalled that he had not left the city in quite some time, perhaps 2 or 3 months. He could not remember clearly. The Tingjiang wetland differs from the Wiyuan Bay wetland, as it is located in the wild where fierce sprites may lurk. Be cautious, dear streamer. I will be careful. Thank you all for your concern. Without the power of J-Ban, he would have felt apprehensive, but now that he had awakened the J-Ban power, the grass-type and insect-type sprites within the forest would harbor affection for him, significantly reducing the danger. "Heracross, scout ahead." "Kakru," Heracross replied, flapping its wings and leaping forward, gliding about 10 meters ahead of the two. "Bigger Beaver, stay by our side and keep watch." "Yali." Bigger Beaver closely followed Yu Yang, its bright, beady eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Goyulu?" Little Blessing sat in Yu Yang's arms, clutching a newly found pebble, looking up with an inquisitive gaze. Why wasn't he assigned a task? Faced with its hopeful expression, Yu Yang smiled slightly. "Little Blessing, your role is to ensure my safety." "Goyulu." Little Blessing chirped happily and began to diligently observe the environment around them. Soon, they gradually distanced themselves from the stream and ventured deeper into the dense forest. The blazing sun cast intense rays, filtering through the thick foliage to create a patchwork of light on the forest floor. The woods were tranquil, filled only with the faint calls of birds, the chirping of cicadas, and the rustling sounds of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. A few Pidgeys flitted among the lush branches, startling the green caterpillars in the underbrush below, rendering them motionless. Since this area was relatively close to human settlements, numerous paths had been carved out within the forest. Yu Yang and Xingling treaded carefully along the rugged muddy trail, their gazes ever vigilant. After walking peacefully for approximately 2 kilometers, Heracross, who led the way, suddenly emitted a sharp chirp. "What is happening?" Yu Yang's expression grew serious. In response, a resounding bird call echoed through the air. 3 pink figures swooped past overhead, forming a triangular formation as they charged towards Heracross. "What is that?" At last, the moment I have long awaited. The exhilarating battle segment featuring the spirited Pokémon. Observe the movements. The incoming foe is formidable. It is the fiery Spearow. Heracross. Execute a bug buzz. With a swift leap, Heracross, unfazed by the oncoming Spearow, arches its legs and takes to the air, unfurling its insect wings. Just as this maneuver is completed, 3 Spearows dive towards it, their sharp beaks aimed at its head. Heracross deftly evades one Spearow's assault, its claws gleaming with a radiant light as it strikes at the other 2. The brilliance slices through the air. In the next instant, Heracross lands gracefully on the ground, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. 2 Spearows, their heads concave from the impact, fall straight to the earth. The last remaining Spearow, witnessing its comrade's defeat, shows no intention of fleeing. With a piercing cry, it turns midair and accelerates towards Heracross. Heracross's eyes widen in determination as it raises its formidable horn and charges forward. With a resounding thud, the Spearow is sent flying, crashing against the trunk of a tree, slowly sliding down, its fate uncertain. Heracross has swiftly dispatched 3 Spearows, proudly lifting its horn and raising its forelimbs, casting a triumphant gaze into the distance. Impressive. Little Heracross has grown stronger. Those fleeting bursts of white light must be a new ability. Indeed, the last time I witnessed it battling the Shadow Doll, it did not employ such a technique. The streamer has been secretly training Heracross without informing us. These 3 avian creatures are clearly no match for the Shadow Doll. They are mere fodder, serving as a warm-up for Heracross. The viewers, captivated by Heracross's swift and decisive victory, inundate the chat with enthusiastic comments, expressing their awe. Remarkable. However, Heracross, do not get too full of yourself. Kindly bring me a Spearow. The interruption from Yu Yang halted Heracross's moment of pride. With an endearing scratch of its head, Heracross retrieves an unconscious Spearow and presents it before Yu Yang. He casually picks up a twig and pokes the Spearow's belly, addressing the viewers. This is a Spearow. You may not have encountered it in the city. I haven't seen one. Only what the streamer referred to as Pidgey. Its wings are so short, akin to a chicken. Can it truly fly? I've seen them. 3 months ago, they were frequently spotted in the city. I recall they enjoyed pecking at passers-by, and many were injured by their attacks. Not particularly cool or cute, it is undoubtedly a low-tier Pokémon. Spearows are known for their aggressive temperament, having long been driven out of urban areas by our forces, thus they are seldom seen. Chapter 55, The Blue Carrot. The Spearow, indeed, epitomizes the archetype of a lowly Pokémon. Their appearance is quite unsightly. Even after evolving into the larger-mouthed Sparrow, they remain even more grotesque. Their handsomeness pales in comparison to that of the magnificent eagle. In the wild, they are as commonplace as the common sparrow, so it is advisable for everyone to keep their distance upon encountering them. After a brief introduction, Yu Yang tossed the unconscious fiery sparrow into a nearby thicket, stood up, and declared, "The call of the fiery sparrow can be heard from a kilometer away. I fear these 3 have already alerted their companions, so we must depart swiftly to prevent more fiery sparrows from arriving." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a piercing bird call resonated from the distant thicket to the right. Oh, this call is entirely different from that of the fiery sparrow. It is more resounding and possesses remarkable clarity. This is bad. It could be the larger-mouthed sparrow. Everyone, retreat quickly. Heracross, lead the way. Daitari, Xiaofujuan, and Xiaocabaman. You are responsible for scouting the surroundings. Upon witnessing Yu Yang's serious expression, Xingling was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. He snatched up the backpack from the ground and slung it over his shoulders, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, running while keeping a vigilant eye on the front right. What is happening? From Yu Gue's voice, it seems something serious has occurred. Did you not hear that bird call? Gue, for the first time, I understand what shattering rocks and piercing the clouds means. I could feel the volume, even through the phone. The wilderness is truly perilous. We have barely been in the forest for 2 hours, and so much has already transpired. I pray for Yuji's safety. Hooray! Time to feast. I'm sitting at Yao Yao's table. You, which Pokémon is calling? Should we temporarily withdraw? Xingling sliced through a blocking branch and marked a nearby tree with a scratch as a sign. No need. The fiery sparrow has a strong territorial instinct. We only need to run a distance beyond their territory. He was not afraid of the larger-mouthed sparrow, for with Heracross by his side, bolstered by his steadfast power, he was certainly capable of a fight. Rather, he preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible, as the fiery sparrows often traveled in flocks. It would be foolish to confront an entire family of sparrows head-on. The 2, along with several Pokémon, sprinted until Yu Yang felt he could run no more and finally halted. Phew, he gasped, sensing the absence of any pursuit. Let us stop. Enriched by the steadfast power, Yu Yang felt a slight enhancement in his physical capabilities. At least he wasn't out of breath after just a few steps. He took several deep breaths, calming his heaving chest, straightened up, and surveyed the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed from their intended path. Through the gaps in the trees, a sizable pond came into view not far ahead. Xingling retrieved his mobile phone and glanced at the map. We currently find ourselves at the edge of the Tingjiang wetland. The water pool ahead is part of the wetland, and if we proceed approximately 17 kilometers further, we will arrive at the largest freshwater lake within the Tingjiang wetland, known as Egret's Lake. If the small cabby beast had spotted a marsh jump fish within the wetland, it signifies that the entire area is likely to harbor traces of the aquatic creature. After all, the expanse of the Tingjiang wetland is not particularly vast. traversing from one end to the other spans merely 20 kilometers. Judging by the activity trajectory of the small cabby beast near the village, it is highly probable that it encountered the marsh jump fish at the wetland's perimeter. At this moment, the small cabby beast suddenly tugged at Zheng Ling's pant leg, its paw pointing towards the northeast while emitting a soft sound. Are you indicating that you previously saw the marsh jump fish in that direction? Cabby cabby. The small cabby beast nodded in affirmation. Understood. Let us take a brief respite and set forth again in 10 minutes. After a high-intensity run of 1 or 2 kilometers, everyone's stamina had waned. Yu Yang found a patch of clean grass to sit upon, leaning against a robust tree while sipping on the mineral water he had brought along. In contrast to Yu Yang, who was panting heavily, Zheng Ling appeared considerably more composed, merely exhibiting slight rises and falls in his chest, as though he had only just completed a leisurely jog. He too settled on the ground, cradling the small cabby beast in his arms, providing it with water while gently stroking its fluffy chin. Cabby cabby. The small cabby beast contentedly patted its round belly, its eyes brimming with joy. The considerate little foodwan waved its short arms incessantly, wiping the sweat off Yu Yang. Daily crouched beside Yu Yang, keenly surveying the surroundings. At this moment, the vigilant Heracross, maintaining its watchful demeanor, suddenly sensed something as its antennae twitched slightly, directing its gaze towards a thicket of lush grass nearby. Gyakulu. It seemed to have discovered something, its eyes widening in surprise as it stepped forward, reaching into the foliage. A deep blue radish was lifted triumphantly. Nana. The large radish wobbled its body, emitting faint sounds as it attempted to wriggle free from Heracross's grasp. Gyakulu. Observing the radish's seemingly harmless demeanor, Heracross appeared to relax its vigilance, lifting its small foot to inspect it closely. Suddenly, a cloud of shimmering purple powder erupted from the green leaves of the radish, showering Heracross's face. Gyakulu. Heracross's eyes spun in confusion as it collapsed to the ground. Yu Yang, seated over 10 meters away, immediately noticed the commotion. What is happening? Daily, restrain it. Yali. Daily dashed towards the fleeing radish with the speed of a hunting dog. Nana. Regardless of how the blue radish valiantly attempted to move its short legs, it was ultimately pounced upon and brought to the ground by the large beaver. Be careful, don't harm it. Upon hearing the commotion, 2 individuals hastily approached. Oh, what a surprise to find a walking grass, truly a case of serendipity. Yu Yang crouched down, his gaze fixated on the radish beneath the beaver, a glimmer of delight illuminating his face. Another unfamiliar sprite, resembling a long-legged radish, he mused. It appears delicate and fragile, not particularly formidable. Streamer a tree. Let us swiftly transition to the educational segment. Everyone, please remain calm. I will first soothe it. Yu Yang gestured for the beaver to move aside, a faint jade green light materializing in his palm as he gently caressed the forehead of the walking grass. The once thrashing walking grass gradually calmed under his soothing touch, even displaying a hint of joy on its countenance. Chapter 56. A heartless rejection. How extraordinary. How did the streamer accomplish that? The radish has become obedient. Could it possess a connection to the wood element? Is it a natural empath? Upon careful analysis, could it be that the streamer has familiarized himself with the radish's habits and possesses something it adores? The water friends, renowned for their imaginative leaps, had grasped the essence of the fundamental abilities with mere playful banter. Quite impressive. Clearing his throat, Yu Yang began the educational segment. This is called walking grass. As the water friends have aptly noted, it resembles a walking radish, its physical form akin to that of a round radish. Name, walking grass. Gender ratio, male 50, female 50. Type, grass. Poison classification, weed. Pokémon ability, chlorophyll-based stats. 320. Walking grass is a relatively common sprite, typically inhabiting fertile soil. While it bears a resemblance to a plant, it is distinct from ordinary flora as it possesses the ability to move like an animal, thriving at night by absorbing moonlight for growth. Although walking grass flourishes during the night, it exhibits remarkable speed during the day, owing to its chlorophyll ability. Through my research, I have determined that walking grass possesses dual attributes, grass and poison. Dual attributes. I recall that the sprites previously featured in Yang Ji's streams were all single type. Could this be the first with dual attributes? If it has dual attributes, does that imply it is stronger than other sprites? I can't discern any difference. How formidable can a little grass that was toppled by the ugly beaver truly be? Upon reading the comments from the water friends, Yu Yang paused momentarily. He had not previously provided insights into the black houndoom or the swamp leap fish. Aside from Heracross, walking grass was indeed the first dual attribute sprite he had introduced. During his earlier discussion of Heracross, he had yet to introduce the concept of attributes, and subsequently had never revisited the topic. The dual attributes may not necessarily surpass the singular ones in strength. However, they do provide a broader scope of impact. Naturally, this also renders them susceptible to a greater variety of counter-attributes. As he spoke, Yu gestured towards the drowsy Heracross beside him. Did you all see that? Little Hehe just fell victim to a poison powder attack from Oddish. I reckon he is currently seeing little figures darting about. Has little Hehe been poisoned? Is he alright? Nonetheless, it's quite amusing. With those speckles of purple powder on his face, he truly resembles a figure adorned with deathly makeup. Ha. He should be fine. If there were any real danger, the host wouldn't be so composed. With the strength of the everlasting tree, Yu could sense Heracross's emotions from a close distance. Presently, it was feeling bewildered, perceiving numerous Oddish scurrying around. The dosage of poison was minimal and posed no harm to Heracross. It merely induced a brief state of disorientation. Yu feigned an effort to rouse it, gently patting its forehead with his palm imbued with the power of the everlasting tree. Placru? Heracross, still in a daze, scratched its head as it stood up. Heracross, please continue to monitor the surroundings, Yu instructed the little one, cradling the now quiet Oddish in his arms and tenderly massaging the 5 leaves atop its head. Its foliage was as dexterous as a human hand. If you doubt it, just watch. A remarkable scene unfolded as the Oddish, seemingly delighted by his ministrations, gently patted his arm with its leaves, as if urging him to be more vigorous in his actions. By the way, the Diglett can drive away Arbok. The Psyduck can shoot water, little Hehe possesses great strength, the Togepi can be adorable, the Dunsparce can act as a minion, and little Snorlax has an impressive appetite. What can this little Oddish do, or what characteristics does it possess? Dunsparce, I truly shall thank you, please. Does Oddish have an evolved form? A commendable inquiry from this viewer. Yu acknowledged the question posed about Oddish's characteristics and responded, Oddish possesses a grass attribute, inherently harboring the energy of the plant type. This energy can be utilized to promote plant growth, cultivate crops, fertilize fruit trees, and so forth. Its utility is undeniably significant. As for Oddish's evolutionary form, I once observed one in the woods near my childhood home. It was rather unsightly and emitted a foul odor. At that time, that stinking flower was accompanied by several Oddish, and their appearances bore some resemblance. I surmise that it must be its evolved form. Much like how something beautiful in its youth may become less so in adulthood, I shall provide a detailed account of my observations when I have the opportunity to encounter it again. Regarding the evolved forms of the stinky flower, such as Vileplume or Gloom, I do not intend to elaborate on them just yet. It is premature. We have yet to discover any evolution stones. Can it assist farmers in cultivating crops? That is indeed highly practical. My grandfather is a fruit farmer, and after listening to the streamer, I find myself eager to assist him in managing his orchard with a walking grass. It has come to my attention that his orchard has recently been plagued by mysterious spirits. The term practicality seems rather blunt. It would be more fitting to describe it as a reliable helper, a steadfast companion. Now that Yu has received official approval and is under the protection of a powerful ally, he has become less reserved about adopting spirits. The walking grass has long been a coveted companion for him, as it plays a significant role in nurturing fruit trees and enriching pastures. His team requires such a gardener. He ceased to gently rub the leaves of the walking grass, cradling its face like a basketball, lifting it up to his own and inquiring, "Does that feel nice?" The walking grass, akin to a human waving an arm or a dog unconsciously wagging its tail, swayed its leafy head, its bright red eyes narrowing in delight as it emitted a sweet sound. Oh, how delightful! Such a charming little treasure. However, the thought of what Yu had mentioned about it possibly becoming unattractive in the future sent a chill through my heart. Would you come with me? Yu playfully tugged at its small face, speaking in a half-joking manner. Much to his surprise, the walking grass slowly shook its head. Haha, a delightful twist of fate. Does the streamer truly believe his charm is that potent? It seems it has its own opinions, Yu said, a tinge of reluctance in his voice as he asked. Why not? I can provide you with utmost comfort. The walking grass wiggled its blue feet, producing a series of bewildering sounds that left the viewers perplexed. Mana duo. Yili yili. The observant big tooth stood nearby, gesturing with its claws to form a peculiar arc. As Yu contemplated their gestures and attuned himself to their emotions, he finally arrived at a plausible conclusion. Are you suggesting that you have other companions in the forest? The walking grass vigorously nodded its leafy head. Are your companions also walking grass? It shook its head in response. Could it be? Perhaps it's a stinky flower? This fleeting thought crossed Yu's mind. Chapter 57, An Egg? At that moment, Yu felt much like a heartbroken girl who had been deceived by a scoundrel. filled with disappointment and a hint of resentment. The sting of rejection is always unpleasant. Understanding and empathetic, the little lucky egg gently nudged its face against his cheek, signaling him not to feel disheartened. The walking grass in his hands seemed to sense his emotions, extending its 2 leaves to softly brush against his arm. Naduo. Naduo. It swayed its body, eager to descend. Yu-Yang gently placed it on the grass. Naduo. The walking grass took 2 steps forward, gesturing with its leaves toward the left side of the forest, then advanced a few more steps before turning back to indicate the same direction once more. Yu-Yang understood. Do you wish to guide us to a certain location? The walking grass nodded affirmatively. He then turned to Xingling, who was listening to the science popularization while attending to a small Snorlax nearby, and spoke in a hushed, deliberative tone. Brother Zeng, the walking grass likely has a limited range. Shall we follow it for a while to see what it has in store? It shouldn't hinder our quest for the water-leap fish. Team leader Liang stated that all actions would be at Yu Yang's discretion, as long as the mission proceeded smoothly. Xingling, playfully rubbing the belly of the small Snorlax, responded with a smile. Very well. Yu Yang picked up the selfie stick, waved to the nearby Pokémon, and addressed his audience. All right, let us follow the walking grass and discover where it intends to lead us. Let me think. Perhaps it's leading the streamer into an environment teeming with danger, where a horde of fierce Pokémon eagerly awaits fresh human prey. Seriously, are you too imaginative? Have you read too many novels? I bet it's taking the streamer to a hidden forest filled with treasures. Streamer, hurry. Follow the walking grass. We're so anxious. The viewers exhibited an eagerness for exploration that surpassed even Yu Yang's own, showing immense enthusiasm for the walking grass that had taken the initiative to lead the way. I understand your urgency, but please be patient. The walking grass is moving at its own leisurely pace. What can I do? Under the leisurely guidance of the walking grass, the group traversed approximately a kilometer to the left. Before them appeared a dense thicket surrounded by towering trees. Yu Yang surveyed the surroundings. There were no treasures, no menacing Pokémon, and aside from the lush greenery, nothing particularly noteworthy. Even the presence of dangerous Pokémon was absent. Only a few yellow horned worms crawled slowly along the branches, while a handful of armored pupae dangled from the twigs, their lifeless eyes staring blankly. The walking grass stood at the edge of the thicket, flicking its leaves back toward Yu Yang before disappearing into the underbrush. The grass is quite tall, streamer. Be cautious of snakes lurking within. Suddenly, a giant brain axe might leap out and take your head off. The viewer's comments served as a reminder to Yu Yang. Observing the grass that reached up to knee height, he worried about the potential presence of treacherous Pokémon like Arbok and signaled for Heracross and Bidoof to enter first. The small Snorlax, unwilling to be left behind, detached itself from Xingling's side and joined the other 2 Pokémon in venturing into the thicket. The 3 Pokémon navigated through the grass, creating a gentle rustling sound. Jiggly, Jigglypuff. After a short while, they emerged from the thicket, signaling that all was well. Once assured of their safety, Yu Yang and Xingling dared to step into the thicket themselves. Amidst the rustling sounds, Xingling took the lead, wielding a dagger to clear away the obstructive thorns for Yu Yang. With each tentative step, they ventured deeper into the dense thicket, disappearing from view. The elusive walking grass, small and round like a radish, struggled to peek out from the foliage, vigorously shaking its leafy crown, emitting a series of chirps to signal its presence. Its diminutive form was concealed by the towering grasses, shrouded in an air of mystery. Yu Yang pondered quietly, inching closer to the direction of the sounds. Upon reaching the vicinity of the walking grass, they parted the surrounding blades of grass and beheld the creature carefully cradling an oval-shaped egg within its embrace, resting atop a bed of tender green grass. An egg? Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Is this the companion of the walking grass? Perhaps he was mistaken. Instead of a partner, this entity required nurturing, which could explain the walking grass's refusal of his invitation. Wow, an egg? What creature does it belong to? Could it be a fairy egg? It must be a fairy egg. The walking grass is so protective. Could it possibly be its offspring? But wait, the walking grass is a plant. How could it lay an egg? Fear not, for most fairies emerge from eggs. Even those that closely resemble mammals adhere to this truth. What kind of egg is this? At that moment, Yu Yang, much like the multitude of onlookers, was filled with questions, utterly unaware of the intricacies surrounding fairy eggs. Thus, he had no inkling of what this particular egg might be. Gui, the little Fakudama, enamored with round eggs, leaped from Yu Yang's shoulder and approached the fairy egg, appearing eager to touch it yet hesitant. Gui, it gazed longingly at the walking grass, seemingly inquiring if it could be permitted to caress the egg. To its surprise, the walking grass decisively shifted, positioning itself protectively in front of the fairy egg, denying the little Fukudima's request. "Don't be disheartened, little Fukudima," Yang chuckled, gently ruffling its head to offer solace. The Fukudima, understanding the sentiment, returned to Yu Yang's side, tugging at his pant leg with hopeful eyes fixed on the fairy egg. The other fairies gathered around, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "So, Walking Grass, what is the meaning of your gesture in bringing us here?" Although Yu Yang posed the question, he sensed an underlying answer, channeling the power of eternity as he reached out to touch the fairy egg. This time, the Walking Grass did not obstruct him as it had done with the Fukudima. Instead, it parted, allowing him to caress the fairy egg. As the essence of eternal power enveloped the egg, it gently swayed, responding to the nurturing energy within. "Pray tell, dear host, whose egg is this? I'm so anxious. It's impossible for a Walking Grass to lay an egg. That would contradict my entire understanding of life. Oh, come now. With all the miraculous abilities of various Pokémon emerging, what is truly impossible?" When asked, Yu Yang candidly admitted to his viewers, "Honestly, I have no idea whose egg this is. Without a detection device and not being an expert in Pokémon eggs, we can only wait for it to hatch to discover the Pokémon within." Chapter 58. A diligent and responsible mother. Is there Pokémon knowledge that the host is unaware of? Naturally, if the host knew which Pokémon's egg this was, I would suspect he was an extraterrestrial. The egg before him had a pale blue base adorned with light green speckles. With the aid of the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Yu Yang ascertained that the Walking Grass belonged to the plant egg group. The blue and green hues suggested it could very well be the egg of a Walking Grass. Could it be that it is also guarding the eggs of other Pokémon? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Yu Yang chuckled, "I am not omniscient. It is perfectly normal not to know certain Pokémon facts." Just then, he felt the gentle caress of tender leaves brushing against his arm. What was that? The Walking Grass swayed its leafy head, cradling the Pokémon egg within its leaves and placing it atop its own head. It then approached Yu Yang, staring at him with its bright red eyes, filled with anticipation. "Do you wish for me to accompany you along with the Pokémon egg?" Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed." The Walking Grass softly chirped, causing the egg atop its head to sway slightly. What? Could it be that the host possesses the legendary ability to attract all kinds of Pokémon with just a slight tremor of his majestic form? How infuriating. Today, I attempted to communicate with the Pidgey by my doorstep, yet it completely ignored me, leaving me vexed. The live stream was rife with a palpable sense of envy. How fortunate. It seems I have captured the attention of my beloved Tokiwa power. Yu Yang did not attribute the Walking Grass's affections to his personal charm. Rather, he believed it was the life energy of the Tokiwa power that captivated them. Nevertheless, this was indeed a fortuitous development. With the Walking Grass by his side, he would have assistance in cultivating berry trees. It is worth noting that nurturing quasi-divine or near-divine Pokémon requires an immense amount of resources. Without a substantial supply of berries, it would be impossible to sustain them. Even if the Arceus system were to conjure a quasi-divine Pokémon from thin air, he could not maintain it without the support of the police force. His relationship with the police was merely a cooperative one. The ownership of Pokémon was of the utmost importance. For instance, since the milk tank was discovered by the police, it logically belonged to them for nurturing, leaving Yu Yang with only the opportunity to sip a bit of fresh milk. Under the leadership of Yu Yang, the waterleap fish is being sought after, with the police force providing financial resources for its nurturing. This grants him the privilege to select waterleap fish as his partners. Depending on the effort expended, he will enjoy varying benefits. Given this scenario, he intends to establish a team entirely of his own, ensuring that he is not beholden to the police force in case of future complications. Moreover, the Walking Grass possesses hypnotic powder, which eliminates the need to rely on Heracross for physical hypnosis when required. In due course, he plans to acquire a few moles from Uncle Lin's chicken farm, thereby enriching the soil with gardeners and moles to enhance the fertility of the land. He now only requires a piece of land and some fruit trees to call his own. If the opportunity arises, he hopes to acquire a few more honeybees. And having a tropical dragon would be even better. Yu Yang mused contentedly. "Welcome to our big family, Walking Grass," he said with a smile, extending his hand. The Walking Grass responded by extending one of its leaves to touch his palm. Despite previous discord with the Walking Grass, Little Luck Egg happily reached out its tiny hand to greet the new addition. Heracross, somewhat awkward in expressing emotions, scratched its head to convey that its earlier attack on the Walking Grass was unintentional. Meanwhile, the bold big-tooth raccoon began to extend its claws, eager to touch the leaves of the Walking Grass. "Congratulations. The streaming team has gained a new member. I'm itching to pack my bags and venture into the wild to capture a delightful Pokémon." TSK, the The raccoon is truly a professional brown-noser. It does seem a bit cheeky, doesn't he? Observing the eager viewers in the live chat, Yuyong quickly reassured them. Dear friends in the city, do not rush. I believe that day will come. Upon returning, he plans to compile a guidebook featuring the Pokémon he has recently studied, presenting it to the officials to gauge their attitude and prepare for future tasks. Brother Yu, to be honest, I envy you a bit, traveling freely in the wild, encountering various fascinating Pokémon, and befriending them. Zheng Ling sighed, his tone tinged with longing. Yuyong waved his hands in protest. I envy you too. At such a young age, you hold a significant position. This is a dream for many young people. Zheng Ling, a special police officer directly under the provincial department, truly stands out among ordinary individuals. As long as you offer sincerity and food, befriending Pokémon is not difficult. Little Snorlax is the best proof of that. Yuyong affectionately ruffled little Snorlax's head. Right, little Snorlax? Snore. Little Snorlax perked up at the mention of food, its eyes wide with anticipation as it searched Yuyong for any hidden treats, due to the rather sluggish pace of the walking grass. Despite its chlorophyll properties allowing it to hasten during daylight, the insufficient light in the forest coupled with its short little legs hindered its speed. Yuyong rearranged the contents of his bag, allocating a portion for Heracross to carry, and stowed both the walking grass and the Pokémon egg into his backpack. Were it not for the walking grass's insistence on staying close to the egg, he would have considered putting it into a Pokeball. After spending some time, they returned to the spot where they first encountered the walking grass. Approximately 50 to 60 meters ahead lay a sizable pond. You've worked hard, Heracross. Why not have a snack? Yuyong retrieved a jar of honey, opened it for Heracross, and offered it to him. Heracross's eyes instantly brightened as he began to joyfully lick the honey. Scanning the grass, Yuyong suddenly pondered a question and inquired of the walking grass behind him. Why have you wandered so far? According to the Pokédex, your usual range of activity is merely 300 to 400 meters. The walking grass leapt from the backpack and burrowed into the nearby grass, emerging with a handful of tender green leaves. Upon seeing them, Yuyong recognized that they resembled the soft grass laid beneath the Pokémon egg moments ago. Are you planning to use these tender leaves as a cushion for the egg? The walking grass nodded and then shook its head, placing the leaves atop the egg. Oh, you intend to wrap the egg entirely in these leaves. Witnessing the walking grass's affirmative expression, he quietly acknowledged that he had indeed found the right grass. With such a dedicated and caring maternal figure as the walking grass, he was certain that his future orchard would flourish splendidly. Having resolved the question in his mind, Yuyong and Zheng Ling briefly checked their luggage. Just as he was about to signal everyone to depart, a sudden movement caught his eye. In the sparse woods ahead, a brown figure darted past. Chapter 59. The shady encounter. This figure possessed a pair of large horns adorned with sharp spikes, triangular eyes, and a mouth that could not fully close. On either side, a row of toothbrush-like teeth grew horizontally, and it had 4 limbs, each ending in 3 claws. The ominous triangular eyes, combined with the imposing horns and dense teeth, rendered this creature rather grotesque. Kabutops. Yuyong's expression turned peculiar as he observed the creature charging directly towards them. Its target, however, was not the 2 humans, but rather Heracross. Meanwhile, Heracross, blissfully licking honey, sensed the approaching footsteps with his antennae and cautiously lifted his gaze. What on earth is this Pokémon? It looks absolutely hideous. I might just cry, seeing that mouth. I fear I shall have nightmares tonight. So ugly, it must surely be a villainous Pokémon. The approaching figure exuded an aggressive aura, far from a friendly exchange. Yuyong promptly advised Heracross, prepare for battle. With a determined cry, Heracross discarded the honey it held, raising its formidable horn and charging at the colossal beetle. The opposing beetle, without a moment's hesitation, slightly lowered its head while maintaining its running momentum. A resounding thud echoed through the forest as Heracross's horn collided fiercely with the beetle's sharp horn. In the next instant, a peculiar sound escaped Heracross, revealing a shallow dent on its deep blue horn. However, the beetle was not without its own afflictions. A network of cracks emerged at the tip of its horn, where the impact had struck. As Heracross attempted to withdraw, the beetle's horn firmly ensnared its horn, restricting its movement. This beetle displayed commendable strength. Yuyong raised an eyebrow and instructed the observing Diggerby, lend it a hand. With a spirited cry, Diggersby sprang into action, racing forward with all its might. Seizing the moment when Heracross and the beetle were entangled, it leaped into the air, delivering a vigorous blow to the beetle. The impact caused the beetle to stagger, momentarily loosening its grip. Diggersby, ever cunning, took advantage of its success and swiftly retreated, circling around the beetle to disrupt its line of sight. Use quick attack. On the other side, upon hearing Yu Yang's command, Heracross seized the opportunity, retracting its horn and stepping back several paces. It unfurled its wings, ascending gracefully, while its pincers glimmered with a faint white light, tracing an elegant arc in the air. In an unexpected turn, the beetle remained stationary, merely waving its pincers to signal its lack of hostility as Heracross charged forth. What is happening? Heracross, cease your assault. Just as Yu Yang's words left his lips, Heracross had already soared close to the beetle, forcing it to hastily alter its course, narrowly avoiding contact with the side of the beetle's face. The beetle, relieved to have escaped the attack, exhaled deeply, its gaze shifting towards the jar of honey that Heracross had discarded onto the grass. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted and Heracross was stabilizing itself, it dashed forward with lightning speed, snatching the jar and swiftly changing direction, bolting deep into the forest. Heracross, Yu Yang, Zheng Ling, and the other Pokémon. Wow, this crafty one. Its true aim was the honey. I can't stop laughing. It's truly sly, feigning one intention while pursuing another. Who would have thought that it looks so fierce, yet is rather timid at heart? Originally, its aim was that jar of honey. It must have caught the scent while Heracross was indulging in it and rushed over. Only Heracross felt offended in that moment, glaring furiously at the large beetle that was retreating into the forest, casting a pleading look towards Yu Yang. Oh well, it merely desired a jar of honey. Let it have it. Yu Yang discerned that this large beetle had no intention of attacking anyone else. Its motives were not malicious, and there was no need to pursue it relentlessly for just a jar of honey. Feeling disheartened, Heracross sat on the ground, staring blankly at the grass where the honey had vanished. That detestable brown beetle was truly infuriating. Calm down, calm down. I shall retrieve another jar for you, Yu Yang reassured, pulling another jar of honey from his bag and presenting it to Heracross. Upon seeing the honey, Heracross's expression brightened. So, what was that unsightly beetle? It bore a faint resemblance to a relative of little Heracross, albeit far less attractive. Their sizes are similar, and their attacking methods akin. Could their attributes also be the same? Though the large beetle had disappeared, Yu Yang seized the opportunity to enlighten others. He took out another phone, accessed his homepage, and discovered that some fans had already shared screenshots of the large beetle in the comments. He opened the screenshot, pointed at the image, and said, "You have not guessed incorrectly. Its name is Dagia, and like little Heracross, it is also a bug-type Pokémon with an affinity for honey. Compared to Kabutops, I prefer to call it Dagia, as it is quite illustrative, a larger beetle, in fact, a stag beetle. Dagia, like Heracross, can evolve, gaining an additional flying attribute, with both having their own advantages. However, what perplexes Yu Yang is why Dagia can only learn 2 or 3 bug-type moves while the rest are normal or fighting types, yet lacks the aforementioned dual attributes. While many might presume it has a fierce appearance and, consequently, a fierce disposition, the truth is that their temperament is not as malign as one might imagine. Judging by appearances is unwise, whether it concerns individuals or Pokémon." As Yu Yang spoke, his mind involuntarily conjured an image from the animation of the Heracross pursuing Ash, alongside a gentle Dagia. Well, it might be best to keep my distance from such a Pokémon if I encounter it. I apologize, but its appearance really does induce nightmares. Dagia's looks resonate with my fears. The appearance of Dagia was merely a minor interlude. Due to its overwhelming unattractiveness, the fans showed little enthusiasm for it, prompting Yu Yang to refrain from further elaboration and instead approach to assess Heracross's injuries. After all, their encounter had been brief, and the dent on Heracross's horn was not deep. In fact, it was hardly noticeable in the footage captured by the phone's camera. Yu Yang channeled his healing power and gently stroked the dent, watching as it gradually began to mend. Afterward, everyone continued their journey towards the pond. Chapter 60, Enchanting Tales. Fluffy Fur. As they approached the pond, the surrounding forest gradually thinned, eventually vanishing entirely. Before them lay a pond, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. Its banks adorned with lush aquatic vegetation swaying gently in the cool breeze. In the distance, a verdant meadow was dotted with ponds, both large and small, scattered like stars in the night sky. Unique birds of various sizes circled above, while a dozen small creatures gathered near the water plants, intently drinking from the crystal-clear pond. The arrival of Yu Yang and his companions startled them, causing them to pause their drinking, raising their heads in unison, their expressions wary as they focused on the newcomers. What a beautiful scene, so many fairies. Rem, it has been ages since I ventured into the wild. I am grateful to the host for bringing us to witness such breathtaking beauty. Indeed, it was splendid. Yu Yang felt the refreshing breeze against his face, inhaling deeply and marveling at the sight. However, Their purpose for this excursion was not merely to admire the scenery. With a glance at the scattered fairies flitting around the pond, a smile of delight graced his face. Another opportunity for educational material had presented itself. The brown-furred Eevee, with its tail erect, and the rosy-skinned Togepi were all harmless and adorable little sprites. With a cheerful demeanor, Yu retrieved some food from his backpack, tore open the packaging, and sat down, awaiting the fairy's response. The little Snorlax standing nearby displayed a longing in its eyes, eager to rush over for a bite, but was firmly restrained by Zhongling. The gentle breeze carried the aroma of the food, and soon, a few audacious fairies, lured by the scent, cautiously approached the source of the delicacies. A fairy, mostly brown-furred with a fluffy cream-colored mane around its neck and tail, resembling a cute rabbit, arrived at the food, sniffed it, and then opened its mouth to nibble on a biscuit, savoring it delicately. Realizing the delightful flavor of the biscuit, its eyes sparkled, and it continued to feast with abandon. With the first brave fairy leading the charge, the others, who had hesitated, could no longer resist the temptation of the food, one after another scurrying over to sample the various treats. In a short span of time, 5 fairies had gathered around the spot where Yu had laid out the food, 3 Eevees and 2 Togepis, with some of their kin too timid to approach. The sole Togepi remained hidden behind the water plants, watching longingly as the others indulged. Yu could easily surmise that the chat room was likely abuzz with excitement at that moment. Glancing at the screen, he confirmed his suspicion. Ah, these fairies are so adorable. Dear little ones, come to Auntie's embrace. There are endless snacks at my home, and Auntie loves you dearly. Oh my, their eyes are so large and filled with spirit. How adorable. Streamer, quickly enlighten us about these creatures. Yu directed the camera towards the eating Eevee. This is Eevee, a relatively rare Pokémon, typically of the normal type. Its demeanor is childlike, innocent, and playful. He intended to provide only a brief overview of Eevee, for its most distinctive trait lies in its unstable genes, which pertain to various evolutionary forms and evolution stones. To delve into the multitude of evolutionary forms would require an entire day of discussion. After discussing Eevee, he turned the camera towards Tylo. These 2 Pokémon are known as Tylo, also of the normal type. Tylo possesses a strong sense of vigilance and an exceedingly nervous disposition. They elevate themselves with their tails to gain a better view of their surroundings. While sleeping, they take turns keeping watch, and the one on guard will alert its companions to danger by screeching loudly or thumping the ground with its tail. Observing the Tylo that were boldly feasting, Yu added with a slight chuckle, these 2 Tylo are quite peculiar. It's normal for a group to have a few unique individuals. Look at the Tylo in the back. Raising the camera, one could see 7 or 8 Tylo lingering amidst the aquatic plants, their gazes alertly observing the scene. Meanwhile, the timid Bounsweet remained hidden in the grass, showing no inclination to emerge. This particular Bounsweet seems quite shy. Well, Bounsweet sings beautifully, but it's not the ideal Pokémon for alleviating human anxiety. It sings incessantly throughout the day, only ceasing when its throat is sore. Occasionally, it's pleasant to listen to, but if it continues without pause, even the sweetest melody becomes a nuisance. Yu shook his head, not fixating on the desire to befriend the Bounsweet, since it did not wish to approach. He thought it best to let it be. After introducing the 2 types of Pokémon, the food before them had been entirely consumed. Yu currently had no intention of capturing the Eevee. It wasn't he that he lacked interest. In fact, he was quite fascinated by fairy-type Pokémon. However, there were more pressing tasks at hand. The time spent capturing the walking grass had already delayed them significantly, and as dusk approached, they needed to hurry, aiming to locate the water-jump fish before nightfall. Bidding farewell to Eevee and Tylo, the 2 continued along the edge where the wetland meets the forest. As night descended, after traversing over 10 kilometers, they had yet to catch sight of the water-jump fish. With no other options, they retreated to a drier area at the forest's edge, preparing to set up camp and endure a simple night in the wilderness. The campfire illuminated the dark surroundings as Yu addressed the viewers in the livestream. Dear friends, we have been broadcasting for nearly 8 hours today, and I am feeling quite exhausted. I believe it is time for me to sign off. Civil servant, right? 8 hours and off work on time. Don't end the stream. How about taking us on an outdoor adventure tonight? Unsubscribing. 888888888. He lamented. As you can see, I have trekked dozens of kilometers today, and I am utterly drained. Please spare me, and my phone is almost out of battery. With that, he concluded the stream without further banter, decisively shutting it down. Brother Yu, the provisions we have barely suffice for tonight and tomorrow morning. If we do not locate the water leap fish before nightfall, we shall have to return to the village for supplies and rethink our strategy, Zhongling remarked. seated in front of the tent, tending to the fire. Sai understood. If all else fails, we can seek guidance from another sprite, Yuyang replied. Initially, they had hoped that the small Snorlax would lead them swiftly to the waterleap fish. But they found no clues at the spot where the Snorlax had first encountered it. They now had no choice but to seek another sprite residing in the wetlands for information. Chapter 61. You have been enhanced. The relentless travel during the day, despite Yuyang's enhanced physical capabilities, left him feeling fatigued. After dinner and assigning watch duties to the sprites, he crawled into the tent and fell asleep early. A few sprites took turns keeping watch outside, and the night passed with remarkable tranquility. The next day, as dawn broke, the two of them, along with their sprites, set off once again towards the wetlands. Today, we shall traverse the wetlands and visit the largest egret lake, Yuyang announced, pulling out his phone to recalibrate their direction and heading northeast into the marshes. After walking for approximately 100 meters, they returned to the location where the small Snorlax had encountered the waterleap fish. It was a small pool, its edges lined with thick mud. Though they did not find the waterleap fish, neither of them expressed any doubts about the small Snorlax. Yet, it still seemed somewhat discontent, scurrying into the mud to dig with its claws, desperately attempting to uncover the waterleap fish. Little Snorlax, stop searching. The waterleap fish is constantly on the move. It is entirely normal not to find it here, Zhengling gently reassured, sensing its anxious demeanor. He had an inkling as to why the small Snorlax was so frantic. It feared that Yuyang and he might think it had deceived them and abandon it in frustration, which spurred its frantic search. Snorlax. The small Snorlax halted its actions, looking up at Zhengling with pleading eyes. It did not wish to wander alone any longer. Rest assured, I will not blame you, Zhengling spoke softly, wanting to embrace the little Snorlax. However, just as he took a step forward, a stream of water, as thick as a thumb, suddenly gushed forth from the mud, striking the forehead of a small Snorlax. The little creature merely flinched slightly, scratching its head and tilting it to gaze curiously. Emerging from the mire was a fully azure-colored waterleap fish, its head half exposed, glaring at the Snorlax with evident ire. Both Yuyang and Zhengling had also discovered the concealed waterleap fish, simultaneously expressing their surprise with soft exclamations. The Snorlax, however, remained indifferent to the fish's aggression, excitedly pointing at it. Whether it was a marsh-leap fish or a waterleap fish, merely finding them was a cause for joy. Upon noticing the gathering of several beings, including humans and other Pokémon, the waterleap fish, startled, promptly retreated back into the mud, vanishing from sight. Yuyang, well-versed in dealing with such first-stage evolution Pokémon, approached the edge of the mire, crouching down. He retrieved a half-empty bottle of Moo Moo milk, left over from the Pokémon, and a can of fragrant honey fish, placing them on the ground. With the presence of a Snorlax, there was no concern about leftovers. This was a strategy he had long anticipated, saving these tidbits to entice the Pokémon. He poured a small amount of Moo Moo milk, allowing its delightful aroma to seep into the earth. Before long, the previously vanished waterleap fish cautiously reemerged, its face filled with longing as it fixated on the food. Come, eat up, Yuyang coaxed, donning a gentle, maternal smile akin to that of the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. As he channeled his power, a comforting aura radiated from him. It is no wonder that this strength was deemed a powerful tool for communicating with Pokémon. Sensing Yuyang's benevolence, the waterleap fish carefully approached the food, inching closer until it confirmed there was no danger, succumbing to the temptation and began to feast voraciously. Seizing the moment, Yuyang reached out to stroke its smooth back, applying gentle pressure. The waterleap fish initially jolted at the touch, but soon felt a wave of comfort where he pressed, gradually lowering its guard and relaxing completely. The efficacy of Yuyang's soothing technique was undeniable. Even after the fish had consumed its modest meal, it remained nestled in his embrace, eyes half closed, emitting contented sounds. Well done, Yuyang. Zhengling, standing a short distance away, discreetly gave him a thumbs up, impressed by how swiftly he had garnered the affection of a Pokémon. Waterleap fish, do you have any companions? Yuyang inquired softly, cradling the fish in his arms like a small child. The fish nodded affirmatively. Have you seen them? He pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a marsh-leap fish. The waterleap fish eagerly nodded in response. Can you lead us to them? Yuyang surmised that this particular waterleap fish was likely a small leader, and to relocate more than 20 of its kind, communication with the little leader was essential. To abscond with the little waterleap fish privately would surely incite the wrath of the entire population. The waterleap fish gave a slight quiver, wriggling free from Yuyang's embrace, and leaped onto the ground, flicking its tail at them. Excellent. It is leading us. Everyone, please follow closely. Yu Yang's face brightened, and he hastily beckoned everyone to trail behind the water leap fish. The water leap fish guided the group northwest across the wetlands for about 100 meters, revealing several small ponds scattered like chess pieces before them. It hopped joyfully to the largest pond and called out a couple of times. After a brief pause, ripples gently spread across the water's surface. Suddenly, a figure with a sky-blue body and head and black fins, reminiscent of the water leap fish, burst through the surface and agilely leaped onto the ground. The swamp leap fish initially regarded the water leap fish with confusion, but upon noticing the humans standing behind it, its expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Swamp leap fish, do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent. Yu Yang summoned the power of eternity, attempting to soothe the swamp leap fish. However, it was evident that the swamp leap fish was far less amicable than the water leap fish. Upon seeing Heracross beside Yu Yang, it took a step back, its mouth slightly agape. The surrounding humidity thickened ominously. What is happening? This swamp leap fish seems far more astute than I had envisioned. A sense of urgency washed over Yu Yang as he detected an intensifying odor of water. Block it, he urgently instructed Heracross. No sooner had he spoken than the swamp leap fish opened its mouth, unleashing a high-pressure water jet as thick as an adult's arm. With a swift motion, Heracross crossed its claws in front of the group. The impact of the water blast struck Heracross, sending it stumbling backward until it landed heavily on the ground. It seemed that earning the respect of these wild spirits would require strength. In a moment of clarity, Yu Yang seized the opportunity while the swamp leap fish hesitated. Rushing to Heracross's side, he channeled the power of eternity with all his might, infusing it into Heracross until darkness clouded his vision and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally, he halted and whispered, Heracross, you have been empowered. Go forth and defeat it, but do not harm it. He was curious to witness just how formidable Heracross could become with the blessing of the eternal power. Chapter 62. An unexpected discovery. A fleeting azure glow enveloped Heracross, its eyes shimmering with intensity as it crouched low, launching itself into the air. Meanwhile, the swamp leap fish, astonished by the lack of injury, emitted a low, incredulous sound and immediately plunged its claws into the mud. In an instant, brownish mud projectiles shot forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards Heracross in midair. Empowered by the eternal force, Heracross's speed escalated to a new level, deftly maneuvering through the air to evade the mud projectiles, while its pincers radiated a dazzling white light. Amidst the shimmering radiance, it constantly altered its trajectory, swiftly closing in on the marsh leaper, descending with a swift strike above the creature's head. Whoosh! A beam of white light sliced through the air, as a pair of deep blue insect claws hovered mere centimeters above the marsh leaper's head. The marsh leaper sensed the imminent danger overhead and hastily retreated several paces. Remarkable. Judging by its power and speed, it was at least 10 levels stronger. Yu Yang silently marveled at the formidable might of the eternal power, pondering how potent it would become once his body reached the limits of human capability. Not knowing the extent of its effects, the intimidation had been achieved. He called back Heracross. Return. Heracross, with a flash of emerald in its compound eyes, retracted its claws and flew back to Yu Yang's side. Under the sunlight, its deep blue form reflected a metallic sheen. Marsh Leaper, you have seen that we harbor no malice towards you. If we truly wished to harm you, we could have done so just now. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, the Marsh Leaper fell into silence. Noticing the creature's lack of its previous aggression, Yu Yang boldly stepped forward, attempting to approach it. Indeed, the intimidation, or perhaps his sincerity, had taken effect. While the Marsh Leaper's body remained tense, it no longer resisted his approach. Yu Yang crouched down 5 paces away from the Marsh Leaper. Presenting the last morsel of food, he carried along with some moo-moo milk before it. If only I had some berries. The creature would find it even harder to resist my sugary offerings, he muttered to himself with a smile. This is a small gift. Would you care to try? At that moment, the nearby small water leaper provided excellent support. It clung to the Marsh Leaper's forelimbs, chattering in a high-pitched voice as if promoting human food. Encouraged by the water leaper's endorsement, the Marsh Leaper gradually lowered its guard, picking up a can of fish and tasting it. Yaku, this sensation is quite peculiar. Somewhat unfamiliar. It then sampled the moo-moo milk. Yaku, the Marsh Leaper smacked its lips, its eyes lighting up as it gulped down the entire can of moo-moo milk, which contained around 100 milliliters. It then looked expectantly at the human before it. Excellent. Now, we shall proceed to the third step of the plan, the massage initiative. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yu Yang's eyes. Under the vigilant protection of Heracross, he stepped forward and gently stroked the Marsh Leaper's head, activating the dwindling eternal power within him. Like the water leaper, The marsh leaper initially tensed but soon relaxed. Akin to a kitten having its chin scratched by a human, surrendering to the massage. Yaku, that feels delightful. After a thorough massage lasting several minutes. Until Yu Yang's fingers grew weary, he finally withdrew his hand. Yaku, the swamp-dwelling fish, blissfully closing its eyes, reluctantly opened them to gaze at Yu Yang, who was flexing his fingers. Noticing that the fish had significantly relaxed its vigilance, a subtle smile crept across Yu Yang's lips as he gently inquired, "Did you enjoy the food just now?" The fish responded affirmatively with a nod. "Was my massage technique comfortable?" It nodded again. Finally, Yu Yang, direct and forthright, extended an invitation. "Would you and your aquatic companions like to accompany us? There, you will find an abundance of food, as well as kin much like yourselves." Despite realizing the abruptness of his proposal, they were running low on provisions and needed to return to the village today. If the village were closer, he could have taken the time to cultivate a friendship. However, the wetland where the swamp fish resided was a daunting 20 kilometers each way, making the journey quite taxing. Staying in the wild to accompany them posed significant risks, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. With that, Yu Yang showcased a video of the playful water fish frolicking in a small lake beside the training ground. The footage depicted several small water fish joyfully cavorting in the water, while humans stood by the shore, smiling at their antics. As the playtime drew to a close, a human blew a copper whistle, calling the fish to the bank. Bottles of delectable fresh milk and lively fish were presented before them, allowing the creatures to feast to their heart's content. What a splendid and harmonious scene it was. This was, of course, a clever tactic devised by Yu Yang. Before his journey through time, he had been a planner, well-versed in the art of packaging and promotion. He knew that a utopian video would likely resonate with these intelligent, yet naive creatures. A captivating video could even deceive titans of the investment world. Moreover, it was not a fraudulent promotional video designed to misappropriate funds. It was a genuine portrayal, devoid of any fabrication. As the swamp fish turned its head halfway, it suddenly straightened up, becoming serious as it focused intently on the video. The brief clip, lasting mere seconds, soon concluded, leaving the fish in deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, it reluctantly withdrew its gaze and ultimately shook its head. The bond simply wasn't strong enough. Yu Yang sighed inwardly and asked, "Why not? Is the place we offer not satisfactory? There will be no dangers, and you need not fear hunger." The fish, however, did not respond to Yu Yang's queries. Instead, it dashed a few steps to the north, turning back to wave its dorsal fin at him. Was it perhaps akin to the walking grass, with some unique reason for its actions? Yu Yang was taken aback, but quickly realized, signaling to the others to follow. They trailed the swamp fish across the muddy and slippery grass, traversing nearly 2 kilometers. Just as confusion began to mount among them, a vast expanse of lake materialized before their eyes. Xingling took out his phone and opened the map application, exclaiming, "Here lies the second largest lake of the Tingjiang wetland, Qingshui Lake." Yu Yang, somewhat distracted, merely responded with a nonchalant HM, his gaze fixed on the lake ahead, his expression transforming into one of excitement. For in the heart of the lake, he spied a small island spanning over 1,000 square meters. Upon this island thrived clusters of verdant trees, their branches adorned with a few vividly colored fruits. Remarkably, they were tree fruits. As the third installment unfolds, Chapter 63, The Marsh Leaper, Yu Yang pondered the significance of the fruits on the island. Could it be that the marsh leaper's reluctance to depart stemmed from a fondness for these fruits? He pointed towards the distant fruits and inquired, "Marsh leaper, is it those fruits that make you hesitate to leave this place?" To his surprise, the marsh leaper slowly shook its head, leaving Yu Yang feeling a touch embarrassed. "Then what is the reason?" he pressed, but the marsh leaper fell into a contemplative silence, its expression tinged with sadness. Yu Yang gently placed his hand on its head, trying to sense its emotions. Indeed, it was saddened. What connection could there be between the fruits and the marsh leaper? Why did it feel sorrow? For a moment, he found himself bewildered. "Marsh leaper, what is your purpose in bringing us here?" The marsh leaper opened its mouth, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately emitted a despondent sound. The atmosphere descended into a brief stillness, interrupted only by the soft murmurs of two little spirits, Little Fortune Egg and Walking Grass, huddled together in the background, engaging in a quiet conversation. After Walking Grass joined Yu Yang's team, it quickly reconciled with Little Fortune Egg, and in just one evening, the two spirits had become close sisters. Given Little Fortune Egg's gentle nature, it was difficult not to form such a bond. The silence lingered for a minute or two, until Yu Yang suddenly noticed a water leaper surfacing from the lake ahead. Is there a water leaper here as well? Is it your companion?" His tone was one of surprise as he glanced at the marsh leaper with questioning eyes. The water leaper, perched by the lakeshore, immediately spotted the conspicuous group of humans. Their vibrant colors of blue, green, and pink making them impossible to overlook. To his astonishment, the water leaper did not approach to greet them. Instead, upon catching sight of the marsh leaper, it promptly turned and dove back into the lake, as if it had encountered a predator or an adversary. The marsh leaper sensed the commotion ahead, its expression shifting to one of vigilance. It raised its paw and tugged at Yu Yang's pant leg, urging him to retreat. Just as questions swirled in everyone's minds, the surface of the lake erupted with the sound of two objects breaking through the water. Two light blue figures leapt from the water and landed gracefully on the ground. They were both marsh leapers, their blue skin and dorsal fins unmistakable. The creature on the left was considerably larger than the one beside Yu Yang, while the one on the right was slightly smaller. As soon as the two swamp leapfrogs emerged from the water, they rushed towards them. The swamp leapfrog next to Yu Yang released its grip from his pant leg, cautiously stepping forward with a wary expression. Suddenly, the larger swamp leapfrog increased its speed dramatically just as it was about to reach them, charging forth like a cannonball. Its momentum formidable. Despite its smaller size, the swamp leapfrog in front of Yu Yang showed no fear, bravely colliding with the larger one. The outcome was evident. The smaller swamp leapfrog was knocked back and fell to the ground, emitting a muffled groan of pain, struggling to rise. Swamp leapfrog. Yu Yang's expression turned serious as he urgently instructed Heracles, block it. Just then, the fallen swamp leapfrog let out a sudden cry, interrupting him. Swamp leapfrog. Yu Yang furrowed his brows, signaling Heracles to step aside, for he sensed a tinge of pleading in the creature's voice. Was it imploring him not to interfere in this confrontation? Meanwhile, the larger swamp leapfrog attempted to continue its assault, but was intercepted by its companion. The two swamp leapfrogs exchanged hushed words. The smaller one swiftly approached the fallen leapfrog, extending its claw in an effort to help it up. However, the downed swamp leapfrog turned its face away, struggling to regain its footing. At that moment, Zheng Ling, who had been silently observing beside Yu Yang, gently tapped the latter's shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Yu Yang, do you think they're in a love triangle?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's expression turned peculiar. To spare the swamp leapfrog from embarrassment, he took the initiative to step forward and assisted in standing. The larger swamp leapfrog loomed over the smaller one, looking down at it with a somewhat hoarse voice, calling out, "Swamp leapfrog, swamp leapfrog." After that, it turned and strode back towards the lake. The other swamp leapfrog did not leave. Once the larger one had distanced itself, it performed a slight trick, producing two red and white fruits from its gills and placing them before Yu Yang. These fruits resembled peeled lychees, revealing glistening white flesh adorned with star-like droplets, speckled with hues reminiscent of strawberries. Yu Yang quickly consulted his Pokédex. Is this a branch lychee fruit? In the game, consuming branch lychee fruit during a crisis would elevate a creature's attack by 1 level. Considering the size of the departed swamp leapfrog and the force with which it had knocked its companion aside, he surmised that in reality, branch lychee fruit might enhance a creature's physique and bolster its attack. No wonder its size had increased so significantly. What a delightful sight it is. Yu Yang gazed longingly at the scene before him. Yet, the swamp leapfish beside him turned away, resolute in its refusal to accept the fruit offered by its companion. Wearing a perpetually sullen expression, was this fish a female? Such a rarity among the leapfish community. Yu Yang pondered, aware that the male-to-female ratio in this species was approximately 125 to 875, with males vastly outnumbering females. The seemingly female swamp leapfish did not respond verbally. It merely emitted a few low sounds before gently nudging its head against the other fish, casting a glance at Yu Yang and his companions before departing. Were those two leapfish once companions, or perhaps parents? Their relationship did not resemble that of a familial bond. Yu Yang was filled with questions. Yet the concepts of family and kinship were foreign to these wild creatures, only becoming clear after spending time in human society. The likes of Little Fudon and Heracross were already beginning to grasp these notions. It was evident that Little Fudon was the one to engage in such heartfelt conversations. Thus, he turned to Little Fudon, who was busy muttering to the walking grass, and said, "Little Fudon, inquire about the relationship between the swamp leapfish and those two." With a chirp, Little Fudon promptly cradled the little egg and hurried to the swamp leapfish, engaging it in a flurry of inquiries. After a brief exchange, Little Fudon pointed at the beaver and Heracross, asking about their relationship. Naturally, they were partners. "Are you saying they are partners?" Yu Yang queried. Little Fudon nodded in affirmation. Could it be that this leapfish was an outcast, rejected after a failed courtship by a rival? A classic protagonist archetype. Yu Yang's thoughts wandered, and he continued to ask, to be continued. Chapter 64. Growing Stronger Together. Swamp Leapfish. Is your reluctance to leave this place due to concern for that leapfish who just gifted you the fruit? The leapfish initially nodded, a bashful expression gracing its face. Then shook its head. Little Foodon, using its tiny hands to gesture, provided an explanation. I understand. You are reluctant to part with that female leapfish. Yet you desire to defeat the stronger leapfish, which is why you refuse to accompany me. Yu clapped his hands, arriving at this conclusion. The leapfish nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it was unwilling to be bested by the stronger leapfish. With this realization, Yu squatted down, gently grasping the leapfish's forelimbs. His tone sincere. Swamp leapfish, do you wish to grow stronger and defeat the leapfish that collided with you? Without hesitation, the leapfish affirmed with a resounding yes. You should leave with me. I shall provide you with nourishing sustenance daily and ample training. The environment there is far superior to your current surroundings. Each meal will feature fresh milk and succulent fish, and once we locate and cultivate fruit-bearing trees, there will be an abundance of high-energy fruits to enjoy. Do not fret about the future. There are already 2 ripe fruits available. Yu cast a covetous glance at the branches bearing fruit on the ground. Extracting the seeds from one to cultivate a fruit tree. The Swampert had already reached its 2nd evolutionary stage, and to be frank, it was not suited for an ordinary officer. However, it could serve as a training instructor for other water-type Pokémon, imparting knowledge of various ground and water techniques, which would be highly beneficial. Time changes everything. Do not underestimate the Swampert. Yu gently shook the Swampert's forelimb, his voice brimming with excitement. The Swampert, though unaware of the human's words, sensed the fervor in his tone and inexplicably felt a surge of enthusiasm as well. Encouraged by Yu, he noticed the Swampert displaying a hint of interest and coaxed, "What do you think? Are you considering returning with us?" The Swampert hesitated, turning back toward the path they had come from. "Wait, Swampert, do you not want these 2 fruits?" Yu called out loudly, watching the creature's solitary departure. The Swampert did not look back, merely waving its claw dismissively. It appeared that even little Pokémon possessed their own dignity. "Oh, what a wasteful child," he sighed, shaking his head as he picked up the 2 damp fruits and beckoned to the grass-type Pokémon. "Can you keep these fruits fresh and help cultivate a fruit tree?" The grass-type Pokémon opened its leaves and patted his arm, displaying a look of contentment. "Oh, you mean I need to assist with my power?" it said, as Yu brushed his hand, imbued with the essence of the eternal force, against the Pokémon's cheek. Most of that power had already been bestowed upon her across, leaving him with only a faint residue of energy. "Very well," the grass-type responded, swaying its leaves. "For now, keep them safe. With the current heat, we must prevent them from spoiling." Yu placed the 2 fruits atop the grass-type's leaves, enveloping them alongside the Pokémon egg. After more than half an hour, they returned to the pond where they had first encountered the Swampert. The moist grassland was dotted with several small and large ponds. The Swampert dashed to the intersection of a few ponds and let out a mighty cry. Soon, from the depths of each pond, a dozen water-type Pokémon emerged, with 1 or 2 from the smaller ponds and 3 or 4 from the larger ones. The small water-type Pokémon that Yu had initially encountered was also among them. They scampered before the marsh leapfish, resembling a group of obedient and understanding infants, dutifully squatting on the ground, awaiting commands from the marsh leapfish. To their surprise, a total of 49 water leapfish revealed the considerable charm of this particular marsh leapfish. Xingling, counting the well-behaved water leapfish seated on the ground, wore an expression of astonishment. Here were 19 water leapfish. One could only speculate how many inhabited the vast lake beyond. Yu conjectured that they once belonged to a single clan, now separated due to territorial disputes, with the somewhat weaker marsh leapfish leading its close companions to settle in these small ponds. Yet, the conditions here were harsh, with insufficient food to sustain their daily needs. The number of these rare creatures in the wild was not as scarce as he had imagined. However, should these precious beings fall into the hands of human trainers, they would indeed become quite rare. At that moment, the marsh leapfish pointed at the dozen or so water leapfish before it and called out to Yu, "YKU, YKU, YKU?" The meaning was clear. "Can you provide for my little brothers and sisters? Rest assured, even if you were to bring over 200 water leapfish, I could support them all." Yu confidently patted his chest in assurance. With these nearly 20 water leapfish, combined with the 7 residing in the small lake of Rongzhou, 27 would be ample for them to interbreed and nurture the next generation of little water leapfish. If there weren't enough females, it mattered not. Unlike beings in the human world, Pokémon do not face reproductive isolation. As long as they pair with others of the same egg group, they could produce identical Pokémon. It was indeed time to find a few Ditto to return. Yu Yang stated earnestly. Let me confirm once more. Are you and your companions willing to come with us? YKU. The marsh leap fish lowered its head, scanning the innocent eyes of those seated before it. Reflecting on the days they had endured hunger alongside it, their faces grew somber and resolute, nodding in agreement. A wise choice. I shall not betray your trust. Yu Yang extended his palm, and the marsh leap fish understood, reaching out its claw in return. Before all witnesses, their palms clasped firmly together. The nearest road to civilization lay at least 10 kilometers away. The challenge of transporting these 20 water leap fish, marsh leap fish, became the next issue Yu Yang and his companions needed to address. Xinggu, what is your transportation plan? Zheng Ling contemplated the map and replied, let us contact a large freshwater transport truck to drive to the road. And we can walk them there. What do you think? It seemed the only feasible option for now, as no better methods were apparent. There was, however, an alternative involving helicopter transport, but I would need to consult Captain Liang about that. Zheng Ling promptly dialed Liang Tai's number. Chapter 65, Characteristics. After a thorough discussion, Zheng Ling ultimately decided to transport the water leap fish using a freshwater fish transport vehicle, as the helicopter option proved excessively costly. Accompanied by Yu Yang, who remained with the water leap fish, they embarked on a 6-hour journey to Rongzhou City. Upon reaching the lakeside of the small lake in the detachment, Yu Yang beheld 20 water leap fish voraciously devouring the fresh milk and live fish prepared by humans, a joyful smile gracing his face. At last, he had fulfilled Liang Tai's commission, successfully gathering the first batch of 20 water leap fish as members of the fairy squad. On the return journey, he had already conferred with the swamp leap fish, who agreed to collaborate with humans in exchange for a stable living environment and a high-quality food source for their kin. The next phase involved mutual acclimatization between them and humans, deepening their bond. Gazing at the satiated water leap fish returning to the lake to reacquaint themselves with their surroundings, he shifted his attention to the walking grass beside him, inquiring about the suitability of the environment for planting branch lychee fruit. The walking grass transformed its dual feet into shapes reminiscent of tree roots, delving into the lakeshore soil to sense the conditions. Subsequently, it gently waved its leaves at Yu Yang, indicating that an attempt could be made. Very well, teach me how to proceed, he encouraged. The walking grass revealed 2 branch lychee fruits from its leaves, skillfully peeling away their surface to extract 2 tiny seeds. It placed the seeds into Yu Yang's palm. Understanding the task, he summoned the little remaining power of eternity, channeling it into the seeds. As they absorbed this energy, a faint green luminescence emerged on their surfaces, exuding an oddly sweet and spicy aroma. Is this sufficient? He inquired, his face pale as the power of eternity was nearly depleted. The walking grass nodded, swirling its leaves around the seeds, its root-like feet stirring the soil to create a shallow pit, into which it deposited the seeds, covering them with earth. It moved a few meters to the right and repeated the process with the second seed. Excellent. I shall entrust the care of these 2 branch lychee fruits to you. The small lakeside had temporarily been commandeered by the detachment, ensuring no idle individuals would intrude, with patrolling personnel and water leap fish overseeing security. Thus, Yu Yang resolved to plant the seeds there. 2 days later, Liang Tai returned from the Jiangkou power station, where he had sought the small magnet creatures. Accompanying him were a total of 25 small magnet creatures and 3 pale blue kittens. Upon seeing the 3 round-eared kittens, Yu Yang's face lit up with astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Leader Liang, I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Liang Tai, however, appeared unfazed, perhaps unaware of what these peculiar kittens were, and inquired of Yu Yang, what are the origins of these 3 oddly shaped kittens? I have observed that they have developed a profound bond with the small Magnemite group, unwilling to part ways, which is why they were brought back together. They are referred to as Meowflings, and their ultimate evolutionary form is a creature known as the Incan cat, an electric-type Pokémon of considerable strength and great potential for training. Yu Yang paused momentarily, reflecting for a few seconds before continuing. Since the 3 types of Pokémon required to form the team have all been located, I would appreciate it if you could find a moment to mobilize those members of the team who are preparing to become Pokémon trainers. At a suitable time, I will provide them with systematic training. Previously, whether during live broadcasts or in discussions with the officers offline, I had not comprehensively and systematically explained the characteristics of a Pokémon. This was due to the need to consider the audience's level of understanding. Many Pokémon do not warrant discussion of their traits, attributes, or battle aspects, as there is little of substance to convey. Since the public does not currently require battle knowledge, there is no necessity to elaborate, as it might even lead to adverse effects. However, the situation has changed. We have preliminarily completed the configuration of the Pokémon team, and it is imperative that we clarify the battle characteristics without delay. Liang Tai nodded decisively. Very well. True to form, as a leader, Liang Tai acted swiftly. The following morning, in the cafeteria hall of the Yongzhou Special Police Team, over 60 personnel from the police force gathered. The choice of the cafeteria as the training venue was purely due to its ample space and shade. At that moment, the cafeteria had been transformed into a classroom setting, with a blackboard and a simple podium suspended on the front wall. Below it sat officers dispatched from various districts of Yongzhou. These individuals had been specially selected as elite representatives from their respective areas to address incidents of ghostly disturbances affecting humanity. Aside from 20 special police officers, approximately 10 gray-furred digger dogs were seated beside the others. In the future, they would collaborate with the digger dogs and any subsequent Pokémon discovered to manage issues related to Pokémon invasions within the city. Furthermore, among those present were Liang Tai, the leader who had previously met with Yu Yang, several other officials of notable rank, as well as a black Houndoom, a Swampert, a water-type leapfrog, a few Magnemites, Meowthlings, Yu Yang's Heracross, a Bidoof, a Happiny, and a Oddish, all seated below. Several cameras were directed toward the podium. Observing the orderly and serious expressions of the elite officers from the provincial department and Yongzhou police force, even Yu Yang, a traverser with 2 lifetimes of experience, felt his heart race, overwhelmed by a sense of tension. Glancing at the time, Yu Yang adjusted the small bee pin to his collar, clearing his throat nervously. Ahem. I welcome all esteemed leaders who have taken time from their busy schedules to hear this humble lecture from someone relatively unknown. Without further ado, let us delve directly into today's lesson. Yu Yang picked up the chalk and turned to write 2 large characters on the blackboard. Traits. He pointed to the words on the board and inquired, "Is there anyone who would like to venture a guess as to what traits are?" Below, several team members immediately raised their hands. Yu Yang casually selected one of the volunteers. The individual stood and responded, "Is it akin to the innate abilities each Pokémon possesses?" To which Yu Yang replied, "Yes, and yet no." With a smile, he gestured for the individual to sit down and continued, "Abilities are unique skills that every Pokémon possesses. To unleash the full potential of a Pokémon in battle, one must thoroughly explore its abilities. The reason I say no is that innate talents generally confer beneficial effects upon a creature, whereas abilities do not necessarily guarantee the same. Some abilities can significantly enhance a Pokémon's combat prowess or yield unexpected supportive effects, while others may induce lethargy in the Pokémon. However, the majority of abilities are advantageous. Detrimental abilities, such as lethargy, slow start, or frailty, exist only in specific Pokémon, like the slothful Slaking, the slow-starting Regigigas, and the frail Archeops. Now, I will provide a detailed explanation of the abilities of the Pokémon selected by our police squad. Behold, Houndoom. Chapter 66, Demonstration of Abilities. Hello. Upon hearing Yu Yang's call, Houndoom rose from the front row, making its way to the space between the podium and the seating area. Yu Yang crouched down, gently stroking Houndoom's back while stating, "A single Pokémon may possess multiple abilities, categorized as the primary ability, secondary ability, and hidden ability. However, a Pokémon can only possess one of these 3 abilities at any given time. When a Pokémon evolves, its abilities may change. But the continuity of the evolutionary chain's primary, secondary, and hidden abilities remains unchanged, excluding certain cases where a Pokémon can possess both a primary and secondary ability, or has no abilities at all. In simpler terms, if a Pokémon has a primary ability before evolution, it retains that primary ability after evolution. A Pokémon originally with a primary ability will not transform into a secondary ability upon evolving. Given that the blame can be attributed to Uxie, Yu Yang saw no reason to conceal his knowledge of abilities. Primary and secondary abilities are relatively common, while hidden abilities are exceedingly rare. For instance, the Houndoom species may have abilities such as Early Bird or Flash Fire, with the hidden ability being Intimidate. The Houndoom before me possesses the ability Flash Fire. What is Flash Fire? Yu Yang inquired, rising and casting a knowing glance at Zheng Ling, seated below. The latter understood the cue, retrieving a specially prepared flamethrower. He activated the device and addressed Houndoom. "Houndoom, are you ready?" "Hello." Houndoom slightly raised its head. "Excellent." In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Zheng Ling aimed the flamethrower at Houndoom and pulled the trigger. Boom! A torrent of searing flames erupted, engulfing Houndoom before all eyes. However, in an instant, the flames that had been hurled at Houndoom seemed to be influenced by an enigmatic force converging upon its form. In mere moments, the fiery tongues were completely absorbed into its being. As the flames dissipated, Houndoom remained unscathed, a few errant sparks flickering from its mouth, its gaze shimmering with intensity. This was truly astonishing. The team members seated behind, witnessing the formidable presence of Houndoom, were overtaken by disbelief. How could this great black beast effortlessly absorb flames of such extreme temperatures? It was akin to the legendary Monkey King in a furnace. With such an ability, it could play an immense role in fire rescue operations. Overwhelmed by their astonishment, their earlier solemnity gave way to excitement as they whispered among themselves, buzzing with conversation. The leaders seated at the front exhibited a more composed demeanor, likely accustomed to the extraordinary capabilities of higher-tier Pokémon. Nevertheless, their faces betrayed a keen interest. While formidable Pokémon may not heed human commands, the ones before them could indeed have their powers harnessed by humans. Houndoom might possess two additional traits. The first enhances its awakening speed from sleep induced by other Pokémon, while the second instills a sense of fear and tension in its adversaries. Since these traits could not be tested at the moment, they would remain undisclosed for now. After Yuyang had elucidated Houndoom's characteristics, he surveyed the audience. Does anyone have questions? Feel free to inquire. Several team members raised their hands, and he selected a female member to pose her question. Hello, Advisor Yu. I would like to ask if Darumaka, the first evolutionary form of Houndoom, experiences a change in traits when evolving to its second form? That is an excellent question, he replied. The answer is yes, changes do occur. Although both Darumaka and Houndoom share the three traits I previously mentioned, certain Pokémon may indeed exhibit the phenomenon described by this colleague. Some Pokémon may alter their forms, types, and traits due to environmental influences. For instance, there exists a Pokémon named Caracosta, whose first and second traits are Shell Armor and Lightning Rod, respectively. Due to time constraints, I shall not elaborate on the effects of these traits at present. However, the evolution of Caracosta, known as Caracosta, can result in different traits depending on regional environments. A standard Caracosta has a ground type with the traits of Shell Armor and Lightning Rod, yet one influenced by the environment may take on a fire or ghost type, with its first trait transforming into Cursed Body. To reiterate, the first trait remains unaffected by the evolution into the second trait. Thus, a Caracosta with the Shell Armor trait may evolve into one with the Cursed Body trait under special environmental conditions. After Yuyang finished speaking, the female team member inquired, can the same characteristics manifest in different Pokémon? Upon posing her question, she took her seat. The former regarded her with approval, responding, indeed. I will elucidate this matter in conjunction with the demonstration later. Acknowledging the preciousness of time, Yuyang was reluctant to squander it on further inquiries regarding other Pokémon characteristics and shifted the focus. Now, let us discuss the second type of Pokémon, the Waterleap Fish. The Waterleap Fish possesses three evolutionary forms: the Waterleap Fish, the Marshleap Fish, and the Giant Marsh Monster. Each of these forms exhibits only two characteristics: the primary ability, Torrent, and the hidden ability, Damp. The Torrent ability enhances the efficacy of water-type moves when they sustain damage. This effect is rather impractical to demonstrate. We certainly cannot deliberately inflict harm upon them for display. However, I can showcase their special combat capabilities. Black Lugia, you may step down. Marshleap Fish, please come forward. No sooner had Yuyang's words fallen than Zheng Ling, who had rehearsed the procedure with him, produced a 5-centimeter thick circular wooden board and placed it before the Marshleap Fish. He gestured towards the thick wooden board, instructing, use water gun. Yeah, responded the Marshleap Fish, opening its mouth to unleash a high-speed, arm-thick jet of water that violently struck the wooden board. Bang! The board shattered into countless pieces, and the jet continued unabated, crashing against the rear wall and leaving a wet mark behind. Indeed, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. This display was even more powerful than a fire brigade's high-pressure water gun. Moreover, its mobility rendered it exceptionally useful, whether for extinguishing fires or engaging adversaries. One team member, hailing from a firefighting background, could not suppress his excitement. Yuyang smiled gently and raised his hand to calm the crowd. Please, everyone, maintain a little silence and step back 3 meters. Next, I will present an even more combat-effective characteristic. As the crowd retreated 3 meters, clustering together, the Marshleap Fish waved its paw at the obediently seated Waterleap Fish, which promptly approached. The Damp ability, a hidden trait of the Waterleap Fish, is exceedingly rare and can rapidly increase the surrounding humidity through water vapor, rendering explosive moves like self-destruct unusable. Before his words had fully dissipated, Zheng Ling approached with a hand grenade in hand. Chapter 67. Attributes, Characteristics, are Entgen. Upon sighting the grenade, Every face in the assembly lit up with intrigue. A shared question ignited in their minds. Were they to prevent the grenade from detonating? Swiftly, Yang provided an answer. He directed his attention to the quietly seated water-leap fish, commanding, "Water-leap fish, use damp." Yeah. With this command, the humidity around the water-leap fish surged instantly. To avert any unforeseen incidents, the marsh-leap fish raised its claws and struck the ground, causing a low earthen wall to rise before the water-leap fish. Zheng Ling seized the opportunity, removed the safety pin from the grenade, and tossed it forward. Immediately, all eyes were riveted on the grenade soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc. With a resounding thud, the grenade landed before the earthen wall, rolling gently several times before coming to a halt. The anticipated explosion did not occur. After a brief silence of several seconds, Yang finally spoke. The moisture in the environment has rendered the gunpowder inside the grenade damp and incapable of ignition. Any weapon that relies on gunpowder for detonation is susceptible to failure due to moisture. Conventional arms such as firearms, grenades, and rocket launchers all depend on gunpowder. He suspected that the excessive humidity was not the sole reason for the dampness of the gunpowder. The grenade, encased in metal, should be entirely waterproof, making it improbable for moisture to penetrate in such a short time. This phenomenon likely involved some mysterious aqueous energy. No wonder this is what is meant by the property of moisture. It explains why our conventional weapons fail entirely against certain elemental beings. The leader gazed thoughtfully at the inert grenade, a pensive expression crossing his face. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, the others once again fell into fervent discussion. As the atmosphere gradually settled, Yang spoke up. "I can now address the question posed by the young lady earlier. The property of moisture is also present in certain common water-type spirits. Should you require it, I can compile a corresponding list. The property of moisture is quite useful. For instance, the mosquito tadpole, possessing this trait, can not only extinguish fires by spraying water, but also prevent flames from continuing to burn. The mosquito tadpole is relatively common in waters of high quality." Next, the water-leaping fish began the introduction here, followed by the presentation of another spirit, the Magnemite. He instructed the swamp-leaping fish and the water-leaping fish to step aside and allow the Magnemite to take the stage. Two Magnemites floated into view, gradually moving closer to one another, and with a crack, they adhered together. The Magnemite possesses electric and steel attributes, with its primary ability being magnetism, its secondary ability being sturdiness, and its hidden ability being analysis. Yu Yang pointed at the two Magnemites that had fused together. "Behold, this is the property of magnetism, which allows it to attract steel-type spirits, making escape difficult for them. Of course, this is contingent upon the opposing steel-type spirit being of comparable strength. If there is a significant disparity in power, this trait becomes less effective. At this juncture, I wish to elaborate on another conceptual attribute. Surely, you have all heard me mention that every spirit possesses attributes, but how many distinct attributes exist among the spirits that have invaded our human realm?" As he spoke, Yu Yang took up a piece of chalk and began to swiftly inscribe on the blackboard. These attributes include fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, normal, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. Oh my, it is truly astonishing to discover the myriad attributes possessed by different species of sprites. This is nothing short of miraculous, reminiscent of beings from myth. Some members of the team, upon witnessing the extensive list of attributes penned by Yu Yang, widened their eyes in disbelief, hastily recording the information. Meanwhile, others were lost in contemplation. Could the unique characteristics of sprites, when paired with their attributes, yield an infinite array of tactical possibilities? Much like the 5 elements theory of our summer nation, where each attribute interacts with the others in a system of mutual restraint. I shall refrain from elaborating further here. However, I will compile a chart detailing these attribute interactions for future reference. Take the Magnemite, for instance. It possesses the magnetic attribute that enables it to attract steel-type sprites. Its second characteristic, sturdy, is particularly intriguing. As we all know, the term one-hit kill implies a fatal blow, yet a Magnemite endowed with this characteristic can withstand an attack that would typically obliterate it, surviving with a sliver of life. At this juncture, Yu Yang pondered. If the Magnemite were to endure an assault far exceeding its physical limits, would it truly evade death? A tactical nuclear missile could easily melt steel, after all. Thus, he speculated that the sturdy characteristic must indeed have its limits, which would ultimately depend on the sprite's strength. Ultimately, Yu Yang vaguely elucidated the effects of the analysis characteristic. This hidden attribute could enhance the power of the Magnemite's moves. However, He was uncertain of how this characteristic would manifest in reality. Unlike a game where the final move is executed with amplified power, in reality, does the Magnemite's attack gain strength if other sprites unleash their moves first? This notion seemed somewhat far-fetched. Could it be that the Magnemite, witnessing its companions act before it, becomes anxious and, in a surge of urgency, unleashes its full potential, resulting in an explosive output? This explanation, albeit somewhat plausible, could only be confirmed through empirical testing with a Magnemite possessing the analysis characteristic. He reined in his wandering thoughts and added, given that the last two characteristics of the Magnemite are challenging to test, and as we have yet to encounter one with the analysis characteristic, we shall refrain from further testing these traits for now. Glancing at the time, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, over an hour had elapsed during his exposition, with the demonstration session scheduled for an hour and a half, allowing for 10 minutes of questions. Only a mere 10 minutes remained. At present, only two sprites were left to discuss, the Rockruff and the newly acquired Meowth. After careful consideration, he chose to introduce the Meowth, which Liang Tai had unexpectedly brought back. Yu Yang turned his gaze towards a solitary blue kitten crouched in the corner, distanced from the others. With the remaining time, I shall provide a brief introduction to the Meowth. The audience, hearing that he would speak of the Meowth rather than the Rockruff, exchanged curious glances. The three kittens accompanying the little electric monster, could they possess some extraordinary significance? Are they more important than the coyote dogs? Subsequently, the young man at the forefront posed a question that left everyone in bewilderment. Are you all familiar with X-ray rays? As soon as the inquiry was made, someone from the crowd promptly responded. Of course, they are rays commonly used in hospitals. Yu Yang nodded, gesturing towards the little monster. The little electric monster belongs to the pure electric type of spirits, and it undergoes 3 evolutionary stages: little electric monster, electric cat, and X-ray cat. X-ray cat? The seated leader momentarily paused, slowly articulating the name. Perhaps everyone had an inkling of what was to come. The X-ray cat possesses a unique innate ability, one that transcends typical traits. Its eyes can perceive through objects like rays. Upon this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Perceive through objects? Surely, one did not mishear. Chapter 68. A flurry of activities to have the ability to perceive through objects is immensely advantageous. Whether it be for rescue missions, infiltration, counterterrorism, reconnaissance, or apprehending criminals, the application of such sight is indispensable across various tactical operations. The significance of this ability is monumental for law enforcement officers. In an instant, the focus shifted away from the coyote dogs, as everyone's attention was captivated by the solitary little electric monster. The X-ray cat can utilize the electrical energy stored within its body to achieve this ability. When its pupils emit a golden glow, it signifies that it is employing its power of perception. After Yu Yang concluded his explanation, the previously silent leader cleared his throat and posed a question for the first time. Is there any difficulty in training them? Can they be cultivated in multiples like other spirits? In theory, it is indeed possible. However, the temperament of the little electric monster is rather fierce, necessitating substantial patience for domestication. The evolution from the little electric monster to its final form, the X-ray cat, is a protracted process. Furthermore, being an electric-type spirit, it can discharge electricity when agitated, posing significant danger to humans. Upon hearing Yu Yang's elaboration, the leader refrained from responding, merely gesturing for him to continue, while jotting down notes in his notebook. During the remaining time, Yu Yang elucidated the characteristics of the little electric monster, and with a sliver of time left, he swiftly touched upon the traits of the coyote dogs. Ultimately, amidst a flurry of questions from the team members, the session on characteristics concluded. As per the leader's decision, henceforth, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning, those participating in the course are required to attend the training grounds to study the theoretical knowledge concerning characteristics, attributes, and techniques. This arrangement placed considerable pressure on Yu Yang. Once the other members departed, the expansive cafeteria was left with only the middle-aged leader, Liang Tai, Yu Yang, and his few spirits, seated at a round table in the corner. The leader closed his notebook, scanned the expressions of the other two, and spoke in a gentle tone. Young Yu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. You might surmise that the government has long established contact with certain sprites. The various sprite action groups across provinces have developed differing perspectives regarding the incursion of these beings. Some advocate for the direct use of force to expel and eradicate the dangerous sprites concealed within our borders. Others, like us, aspire to forge cooperative relationships with the more temperate sprites, employing them as allies against their more malevolent counterparts. Consequently, the higher authorities appear rather indecisive. Setting aside those who propose violent expulsion, it is certain that no such incidents will occur within our Minua province. This moment is both sensitive and a precious opportunity. If we can facilitate events that shield humanity from the disturbances of wild sprites, the higher-ups may well lean in our favor. Whether the leadership genuinely desires peaceful coexistence with sprites remains uncertain to Yu Yang, yet he suspects an ulterior motive. Are they hoping to leverage this opportunity for personal advancement? As he pondered, the leader continued, in about a month or two, regional sprite action groups inclined towards peaceful coexistence will jointly organize a combat exercise competition between humans and sprites. I wish for our Minua action group to emerge victorious. The notion of utilizing sprites to counteract other sprites is one that Yu Yang can conceive, and naturally, others can as well. Forming a sprite combat team is entirely reasonable. However, unlike others, he possesses the Arceus scope system, which provides him with a comprehensive encyclopedia of all sprites, an extraordinary advantage. Noticing the contemplative silence of the two, the leader's tone grew slightly more emphatic. This is a rare opportunity, not only to showcase our training results to the outside world, but also to our superiors. We must not be negligent. Indeed, as the leader stated, if they could exhibit the full prowess of their Minua team, it would undoubtedly elicit significant societal impact. Such societal resonance is precisely what he requires. Comrade Yu, if you have any questions or difficulties, feel free to bring them forth. We can discuss them. Yu Yang silently scoffed, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, I assure you that I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the training of sprites, living up to your expectations. Additionally, may I request your assistance in communicating with other departments in Rongzhou? I hope to introduce sprites that can assist humanity in addressing daily life challenges into the city, establishing Rongzhou as a pioneering model for sprites, improving human life. I naturally support this initiative, but it requires discussion with other colleagues. Please allow me some time. The leader lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. You must first focus on training the Dairubi and the hyena dog. If we can reduce the incidence of ghost-type sprite-related incidents in Rongzhou City, it would be highly persuasive. The conversation lasted for over half an hour. Under the arrangement of the leader, Yu Yang's authority was further elevated. Prior to the sprite combat exercises, all matters pertaining to sprite training and cultivation would require the group members to prioritize his directives. The two escorted the leader to the parking area of the training ground. As they watched the car depart, Liang Tai had no inclination for idle chatter. He waved to Yu Yang and led him into his office. Liang Tai retrieved a bright red cone from the drawer and placed it in Yu Yang's palm. Take a look and see if there are any abnormalities. What abnormalities? Yu Yang questioned, perplexed, as he examined the cone closely. At the moment the cone was brought near, a faint odor of decay emanated from within, wafting into his nostrils. Realization dawned upon him as he carefully rotated the cone, discovering slight signs of rot on its surface. Ah, I see. The harvested cones indeed have a shelf life. He exhaled slowly, returning the cone to Liang Tai with a furrowed brow. This fresh cone may require preservation treatment, specifically dehydration through roasting the skin. I am not versed in this area. Could you perhaps reach out to an expert in the relevant field? Perhaps someone proficient in preservation or metallurgy. He was somewhat uncertain. From the sprite's animations and games, he understood that freshly picked cones indeed required roasting. However, he was oblivious to the specific procedures involved. This endeavor would necessitate human experimentation step by step. Fortunately, the fresh cone still possessed the capacity to contain sprites. It merely had a limited shelf life, which would not hinder team members from carrying it for the time being. Liang Tai nodded. Understood, I will find someone. But I will need your guidance when the time comes. Not a problem. After finalizing the discussion, Yu Yang had just exited Liang Tai's office when he noticed a walking grass, precariously balancing a sprite egg nearly the same size as its own body. Hastily approaching him with an anxious expression, other companions followed closely behind, providing protection. What's wrong? Yu Yang inquired. Donata. The walking grass called out urgently, promptly placing the sprite egg before him. Yu Yang glanced down. The blue-green patterned sprite egg was swaying considerably. Is it about to hatch? The sprite egg continued to rock, yet its surface remained uncracked. Yu Yang estimated that the sprite inside still required a bit more time before breaking free. He quickly shouted to the team members playing with sprites on the training ground. Brothers, quickly help me squeeze out 500 milliliters of Moo Moo fresh milk and bring a basin of warm water. Also, I need someone to help me find a quiet room and some soft strips of cloth. In recent days, Yu Yang has established a camaraderie with the members of his team. Upon hearing his beckoning, they readily complied. Some hastened to procure milk from the large milk can, while others approached him directly, guiding him to a tranquil room. One team member escorted him to a secluded medical room, gesturing toward the soft sheets on the bed. Advisor you, is this suitable? Yes, indeed, thank you. I'll step outside. Call us if you need anything. The team member smiled and closed the door gently behind him. Yu Yang fashioned the sheets into a cozy nest and carefully placed the spirit egg within, his hand tenderly caressing its surface as he channeled his life force into it. He continued to transmit a significant portion of his energy until he finally withdrew his hand. The spirit egg's rhythmic pulsing intensified. The hatching of a spirit is an exceedingly rare event. It is imperative that I broadcast this moment. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he promptly retrieved his phone, opened the streaming application, and initiated a live broadcast. Though there had been no prior announcement for this stream, he had amassed a considerable following. Within mere seconds of going live, the viewer count surged past 1,000, growing at an astonishing pace. Why didn't Brother Yang send out a streaming announcement? Thankfully, the system dispatched a notification. Wow, this is a spirit egg. Could the little one inside be hatching? No wonder the streamer went live. He's sharing the hatching process with us. How thoughtful. Viewers speculated on when the spirit within the egg would emerge, as today. The host would provide a complete live feed of the hatching process. Don't wander off, don't use the restroom, and certainly don't engage in anything inappropriate, lest you miss the exciting moments. In a bid not to disturb the fragile life within, Yu Yang instinctively lowered his voice. Given the movement, I wager it will hatch within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I was just in the middle of something when I noticed Brother Yang had gone live. I immediately wrapped it up to join the stream. Patience, everyone. ISNT 10 minutes, ample time for you to showcase your prowess. By the way, is the little one in the egg a walking grass? Can walking grass truly hatch from a spirit egg? Let us come up with a cute name for the little one. He chuckled softly. The host himself was uncertain whether the spirit within the egg was indeed a walking grass, but there was no need to fret. Answers would soon be revealed. I predict it will definitely hatch within 5 minutes. Yu Yang smiled subtly, engaging in the lively discussion in the chat. When they first discovered the spirit egg, it had already developed significantly. During the days following their return to Rongzhou, he had consistently supplied it with life force energy. Under such abundant nourishment, it was indeed time for the hatching. At that moment, a team member responsible for caring for the large milk can quietly entered the room, silently placing a glass bottle filled with 500 servings of fresh milk and a basin of warm water on the table. He offered Yu Yang a friendly smile before discreetly exiting the room. Meanwhile, Jackaloo, Hercules, and the big beaver all poked their front paws over the edge of the sickbed, revealing half of their heads. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at the Pokémon egg. The little walking grass directly settled beside the egg, its blue cheeks brimming with hope. Gully. The small fortune egg stood atop Hercules's forehead, its tiny arms wrapped around the large horn, eagerly watching the Pokémon egg. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the emergence of the new Pokémon. The egg, swathed in the sheets, seemed to sense the eager gazes directed at it, shaking more vigorously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds later, tiny, web-like cracks began to appear on the surface of the teal egg. It's coming. So exciting, so anticipated, wow. Ready for a group photo. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Is it about to arrive? Yu Yang instinctively swallowed, feeling an inexplicable tension, despite it being merely the hatching of a small life. Perhaps this egg, having absorbed the essence of his eternal power, fostered a sense of intimacy, much like watching one's own child. Crack. Within the delicate web of fissures, a faint white glow began to emanate. How marvelous. It actually glows. Oh, the birth of a Pokémon has such special effects. As the light overflowed, more and more cracks appeared on the egg's surface, growing longer and narrower. The blue and green speckled egg emitted a series of soft cracking sounds, as uneven pieces of the shell began to fracture from the top, cascading downwards. Soon, the top of the shell shattered completely. Like a domino effect, the central portion of the shell also broke away in large chunks. Jackaloo exclaimed. Everyone widened their eyes. In the next moment, a round, short, slightly chubby little paw emerged from the shell. Was it a paw? Not the walking grass. Following closely, another paw appeared. Finally, a teal head popped into view. This Pokémon stretched its tiny paws, pressing against the cracked shell, causing it to shatter entirely onto the bed, revealing its full form. It bore a resemblance to a toad, with red irises, pure white sclera, and a pair of protruding ears atop its head. Its nose was short and blunt, and it possessed a large mouth that dominated its face. At that moment, its mouth slightly opened, revealing a pair of small, sharp teeth in the upper jaw. Its skin was teal with deep green patterns, and each paw was divided into 3 toes, each ending in a small white claw. Most striking was the green seed on its back, resembling a garlic bulb. Not the walking grass. What kind of Pokémon is this? It looks so peculiar. Haha. How amusing. Why is there a large green garlic behind the little baby sprite? Although it resembles a toad, its big eyes and chubby limbs make it 1,000 times cuter. Round and adorable. I can't help but love it. That's Dreamer. May I inquire if it is called Garlic Toad? To my surprise, it is actually a Bulbasaur. Upon seeing the little sprite before him, Yu couldn't contain his excitement. The newly hatched Bulbasaur twitched its tiny nose and lifted its head. Chapter 70. Certification Change. No longer hesitant name. Bulbasaur gender ratio. Male 875. Female 125 type. Grass. Poison category. Seed Pokémon ability. Overgrow or chlorophyll base stats. 318. As Bulbasaur gazed upon the familiar presence before it, a puzzled expression adorned its cute little face. Tilting its head, it emitted a curious sound. What is this creature with a long, black, square face? Oh dear, I forgot to put my phone down. Yu handed his phone, which had been obscuring his face, to her across for the live broadcast. Bulbasaur's bright red eyes sparkled with life. Upon seeing Yu's true form, it staggered forward, wrapping its chubby little forepaws around his hand. Hello, Bulbasaur. Yu beamed, instinctively lifting the Bulbasaur into his arms. Just as Bulbasaur and Yu were engaging in their affectionate interaction, a low, sulky hum emanated from the bed. There sat Oddish, gazing at them with its dim red eyes. Ha ha, Oddish is quite the jealous one. Oddish, I'm feeling a bit neglected. After taking such care of the Pokémon egg, who would have thought the little one wouldn't pay me any attention? User Bald No Worries sent a prominent message. Her photographer, please steady the camera and raise the angle a bit. I want to see the expressions of the streamer and Oddish. Her across, upon hearing the mechanical voice from the phone, scratched its head with one of its claws. Being rather short, it had to call upon the large Beedrill to fetch a stool from the corner, standing atop it to broadcast for everyone. Ha ha, little Hee is such a delightful darling, so clever. I absolutely adore this entire family. The ugly Beedrill is indeed a perfect tool. On another note, Yeong also noticed Oddish's slight mood. It was understandable, as the viewers pointed out, after nurturing the Pokémon egg with such care. It was only natural for Oddish to feel a bit disheartened when the newly hatched sprite didn't focus on it first. He brought Bulbasaur closer to Oddish, gently stroking its head and smiling. Bulbasaur, do you see who this is? The Bulbasaur gazed intently at the walking grass before it, momentarily struck by a sense of familiarity. The creature before it was the very Pokémon it had tenderly cared for since its birth. The walking grass, with gentle and warm eyes, looked back at Bulbasaur affectionately. It seemed Bulbasaur recognized the walking grass, timidly inching closer until their faces nearly touched, and then nuzzling its rounded, curved cheeks against the walking grass's face. The walking grass, dear one, I recognize you. The walking grass, feeling a hint of emotion, sensed Bulbasaur's affection, and any lingering feelings of grievance vanished as it swayed its tender leaves, brushing softly against Bulbasaur's cheek. Such love. After all, it is my dear mother. I knew the little one would not forget her. One tree at a time, while the two share this tender moment, dear host. Please swiftly introduce us to this little tadpole's pertinent information. Everyone, pay attention. Hasn't Yang already called it Bulbasaur? Though I wonder if those characters are correct. Well, let us not rush. A newly born Pokémon should best be bathed gently in warm water. This statement, of course, was not an original thought of Yu Yang. He recalled it being mentioned in the animated series by either Brock or Shinji. Despite Brock's dark complexion and rugged appearance, he is, in fact, quite the expert Pokémon doctor. Walking grass, would you mind if I gave it a wash? The walking grass released Bulbasaur. Yu Yang moved a basin of warm water to the bed, cradled the little creature, and placed it into the basin. He then retrieved his spare phone, opened the live stream, and prepared to respond to viewers' questions. Heracross, Swablu, and Bidoof clustered together, their eyes wide with excitement as they focused on the phone held by Heracross, momentarily dazzled by the myriad of gift effects flashing across the screen. The newly born Bulbasaur was diminutive, measuring less than 30 centimeters in height, a stark contrast to its eventual height of 70 centimeters. As he scooped water to cleanse Bulbasaur of the remnants of its egg fluid, he explained to his viewers in the live stream. Its name is Bulbasaur, the Wondrous Bull, and the Frogsaur. Why not name it Garlic Frog? Such an image, haha. Questioning Yang? Did you not see? Yang's homepage has gained a new certification. I only just noticed after switching out to the one before. It's merely a reasonable discussion. Is it necessary to be so sycophantic? Are you the host's beloved child? So protective? Quiet down, everyone, go see. Yang's certification has indeed changed. Changed certification? Yu Yang paused slightly. At that moment, A viewer had already shared the contents of the certification. Personal certification, renowned Pokémon science communicator. And has everyone noticed? Several official blue accounts from Fujian province have followed Brother Yang, which speaks volumes, doesn't it? It seems Brother Yang has indeed found a powerful ally. Initially, his profile verification section was bare. Now, it boasts an official certification from the website. Undoubtedly, this is the result of efforts from the department led by Liang Tai. With this certification, his future live streams will carry greater weight, and he will no longer need to concoct far-fetched explanations for the name of the spirit. Yu Yang reined in his thoughts and steered the conversation towards educational content. The Bulbasaur is merely a name I have given it based on its appearance. Feel free to call it Garlic Toad if that suits your fancy. He cleaned the bulbous structure on the back of the Bulbasaur and explained, Bulbasaur is a grass and poison-type Pokémon. The bulb on its back, resembling garlic, stores nutrients, allowing it to thrive for days without food when nourished adequately. For some time after its birth, it absorbs the nutrients stored in its back to grow. Bulbasaur adores sunlight. After basking in ample rays, the bulb on its back flourishes, promoting its growth. Their nature is quite gentle, akin to that of Oddish, making them excellent gardeners. Regarding its attributes and combat, Yu Yang maintained his policy of not elaborating until the official release of related content. Perhaps the concept of attributes will only be permitted for promotion once the official entity controls a sufficiently powerful team of Pokémon to decisively combat illegal activities related to them. Chapter 71. Training begins. The emergence of a Bulbasaur from the Pokémon egg indeed brought an unexpected delight to Yu Yang. After briefly educating his audience about Bulbasaur, he ended the live stream. After all, the training ground was hardly a suitable venue for broadcasting. Post-broadcast, he brought his Pokémon to the lakeside near the training area. Grass-type Pokémon like Oddish and Bulbasaur are ill-suited to reside in apartment settings. Conversely, Heracross, Happiny, and Bibarel adapt well regardless of their surroundings. However, grass-type Pokémon thrive in lush outdoor environments, which accelerate their growth. Oddish requires its root-like feet to be planted in the soil at night to absorb nutrients and grow under the moonlight. Bulbasaur, on the other hand, needs sunlight to nourish the bulb on its back to meet its developmental needs. He currently has not established his own farm, and the decision regarding the living arrangements for his two grass-type Pokémon posed a challenge. After much contemplation, he concluded that only the small grove by the lakeside would be suitable for their habitation, secure and accompanied by the playful fish. However, the separation of the two grass-type Pokémon from him posed a slight inconvenience for their daily communication. However, there was no alternative for their growth. This was the only course for the time being. Once I completed the task entrusted by the police force, it would be time to seek a piece of land to establish my very own little farm. This thought flashed through my mind as I gently placed the Bulbasaur onto the grassy bank by the lake. It was the afternoon, the hottest time of the day, and the newly hatched Bulbasaur was in dire need of energy. As soon as it touched the grass, Bulbasaur sprang to life, energetically darting across the meadow. Under the intense sunlight, the edges of the green seed on its back shimmered with soft golden glimmers. A Butterfree, adorned with a cheerful smile, accompanied Bulbasaur, softly murmuring to itself while the leaves atop its head swayed gently in the breeze. Heracross rested its head on its claws, leaning against a sturdy tree, its eyes half closed in a state of utter contentment. Nearby, a Happiny and a Bibarel approached the edge of the small lake, the latter leaping into the water with a splash. Moments later, bubbles began to rise in the lake, revealing Bibarel's head as it emerged, cradling a Magikarp. Beside it, two smaller heads popped up, belonging to two tiny Froakies. The Magikarp was placed atop Bibarel's head, its expression vacant as it gazed at Happiny on the shore, and Yu Yang not far away, repeatedly slapping its robust tail against Bibarel's forehead, causing it to grimace in response. Long time no see, Magikarp, ignoring the water dripping from the fish. Yu Yang lifted it from Bibarel's head and cradled it in his arms, gently stroking its scales. Bloop. Magikarp released a flurry of bubbles, dampening his shirt front. He had indeed neglected it during his recent travels. At that moment, the two Froakies leaped from the water, scampering over to him and nuzzling against his shins. You too. Yu Yang paused, recognizing them after a moment's contemplation. These were the two leading Froakies from the wetlands of Misty Bay. They had grown slightly larger over the past few days, a clear indication that they were well fed. From now on, you two shall reside by the lake. Please take good care of each other. Should they encounter any danger, I kindly ask that you lend them your assistance. Yu Yang freed his hands to gently rub the backs of the Froakies, speaking to them softly. The Froakies displayed expressions of comfort, eagerly nodding in response. Having settled Bulbasaur and Butterfree temporarily by the lake to shield them from harsh weather, He later returned to the police force to request the construction of a modest wooden cabin by the lakeside, ensuring they would remain sheltered from fierce winds and torrential rain. In truth, Yu Yang understood that rain was not detrimental. It could even nourish the growth of grass-type Pokémon. However, as a human, witnessing these creatures endure the elements tugged at his heartstrings. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. On a Monday morning, at the training ground of the unit, Yu Yang stood under the blazing sun, clad in a moisture-wicking camouflage outfit. Heracross, Bidoof, Houndoom, and Swampert were lined up on either side of him. Unfortunately, Oddish and Bulbasaur were absent. The latter had only recently hatched and was unfit for training, while Oddish was tasked with its care. Moreover, whether to train or engage in battle depended on Bulbasaur's willingness. Opposite him stood 20 members of the elite Pokémon combat team, all standing tall and radiating vitality. Each member was accompanied by 3 Pokémon, which included Darumaka, Feebas, and Magnemite. After more than a week of rigorous selection, these 20 individuals had finally begun to forge a preliminary bond of friendship with their Pokémon, earning their trust. The 60 Pokémon present were all in their juvenile stage, the most opportune moment for forming emotional ties with humans, and also the period of their most rapid growth. Training during this phase would maximize their physical potential. Moving forward, I will conduct a month-long foundational training alongside everyone. Although my experience pales in comparison to yours, I shall refrain from overshadowing your expertise and will emphasize the following key points. Yu Yang raised 2 fingers and proclaimed, "Our foundational training consists of 2 parts. The first is physical conditioning, and the second is technique training. Physical conditioning pertains to the training of the Pokémon stamina. The members of the police force are elite individuals with physical capabilities far surpassing the average, making physical training a mere trifling task for them. Conversely, the young Pokémon, having only been born a month or 2 ago, require opportunities to stretch their limbs. The first phase primarily focuses on enhancing the Pokémon's running abilities. Feebas is expected to run 5 kilometers daily without any load, while Darumaka is to cover 20 kilometers. Magnemite, leveraging its electromagnetic powers, will float and move for 10 kilometers. Although Feebas is an amphibious Pokémon, it typically prefers aquatic environments, which might hinder its running ability on land. As for Darumaka, being a canine, running is inherently advantageous. Thus, 20 kilometers is essentially a warm-up. Regarding Magnemite, its physical limits remain uncertain, considering that these juvenile Pokémon are in their developmental stages. The intensity of training should not be excessive. This initial running distance is a tentative measure to gauge their capabilities. During training, members must maintain a consistent running pace with their Pokémon and diligently observe their condition. Should any signs of discomfort arise, training must be halted immediately. Secondly, for technique training. After completing the physical conditioning, the team will consume moo milk and high-calorie meats for a brief respite before transitioning into the technique training segment. In terms of which techniques to train, Yu Yang had already devised a plan. For Darumaka, it is imperative to learn its first Dark-type move, Bite. According to the Pokédex records, Darumaka will only be able to master Bite at level 16. In the realm of reality, the elevation of one's rank translates into an enhancement of physical strength and internal energy. It is essential to cultivate the overall quality of the body to a certain level to fulfill the conditions necessary for mastery. Beyond mere grasping, the Dairube must also acquire techniques such as Spark, Howl, and Mist. Spark endows them with the capability for fire-type attacks. Howl amplifies their offensive prowess, and Mist serves as a tactical maneuver, facilitating teamwork. Moreover, Yu Yang aspires for them to learn Iron Tail, a steel-type move that resides within Darube's repertoire, synergizing with Howl to unleash formidable physical assaults. As for the Water Leap Fish, the selected moves include Water Gun, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Sonic Boom, encompassing the water, rock, fighting, and normal types. Furthermore, through conversations with the Swampert, Yu Yang discovered that the Swampert possesses self-encouraging moves, which is indeed fortuitous. As the esteemed head coach of the 260,000 Water Leap Fish, it implies that the young Water Leap Fish will likewise inherit this capability. The first form of the Water Leap Fish is rather diminutive, and for the time being, their role is designated as support for the Darube's offensive endeavors. Lastly, the Little Magneton, also multi-type, possesses moves such as the normal-type Sonic Boom, electric-type Electromagnetic Wave and Thunderbolt, as well as the steel-type Euroball. The techniques that Darube and Water Leap Fish are to master are also known to the Black Houndoom and Swampert, ensuring that even if either Darube or Water Leap Fish is unfamiliar with any of the aforementioned moves, they can learn from their instructors. However, the current batch of Magneton is not particularly strong. Only when they attain greater strength can their learned techniques be tested. Moreover, Yu Yang's prior week of assessments revealed that simply reaching a certain Pokémon level does not guarantee the automatic acquisition of the moves displayed in the Pokédex. Rather, some moves are instinctively learned while others are not. This necessitates mutual teaching and learning among them, with human trainers providing support. After all, Pokémon are not mass-produced entities with identical capabilities. It is entirely normal for some to possess certain moves while others do not. Additionally, Yu Yang believes that the process of move training is akin to the accumulation of energy. Mastering the release and operation of energy through one move will yield substantial benefits when learning other moves of the same type. Now, let us proceed to the physical training segment, and I ask everyone to prepare for a run. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, the team members approached the track, initiating communication with their respective Pokémon. Alright, on my command, 3, 2, 1, go. At Yu Yang's signal, Dairubi dashed from the starting line, followed closely by the somewhat slower water leap fish, while the Magneton floated above the crowd, and finally, the team members trailed closely behind. Observing the departing figures, Yu Yang gradually stepped onto the track, smiling at the gathering of Pokémon beside him. They are truly invigorated. Let us not lag behind. Apart from Yu Yang, all other Pokémon bore varying weights of barbell plates. The Black Houndoom, being the strongest, carried a weight of 50 pounds. The swamp-striding fish bore a weight of 30 pounds. Although Heracross possessed great strength, its endurance was somewhat lacking. Yu Yang prepared a set of 25-pound weights for it. The weakest Pokémon in the team, the Bidoof, was tasked with carrying 15 pounds. Run. With a sweeping gesture, Yu Yang led the charge forward. Following the guidance of the squad instructor, as a novice, he was advised that for stamina training, interval sprints would be most effective. Thanks to the enhancement of the power of the earth, Yu Yang's stamina had improved slightly since his initial arrival in this world, allowing him to complete the first lap with relative ease. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, beneath the shade of a towering tree, Liang Tai sat on a small stool with a notebook in hand, diligently recording the state of the team members and their Pokémon as they ran. The sound of thunderous snores erupted intermittently, prompting him to frown. Beside him lay a peacefully sleeping Snorlax, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, a thin stream of drool trickling from the corner of its mouth. A Happiny sat atop Snorlax's belly, at just the right height to toss treats into a small tank beside them, where a Magikarp swam. After completing 3 laps of interval sprints, totaling 1,200 meters, Yu Yang, bolstered by the power of the earth, initially felt confident, but his speed began to noticeably decline. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his chest heaved like a bellows, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. The other 4 Pokémon had long since disappeared from sight. Slow your pace, regulate your breathing. A fellow team member, who had completed countless laps, approached him and offered guidance. Excellent. Take a deep breath, slow down. Breathe. With this encouragement, Yu Yang reduced his speed further, continuously adjusting his breathing until his chest's tumultuous heaving gradually stabilized. In that moment, he felt the power of the earth within him, akin to an unceasing fountain, gently nourishing his fatigued muscles, preventing him from succumbing to exhaustion. Without the physique of a prodigy, he understood that strength must be cultivated gradually. Abundant stamina and a robust body were fundamental for wilderness adventures. As time passed, after Yu Yang had completed 5,000 meters of interval running, he could no longer endure. Darkness clouded his vision, and he felt dizzy, forcing him to stumble off the track to catch his breath. Lacking the life-and-death urgency to push himself to extremes, he recognized that his physical condition could be improved step by step through training. That lad's physical condition leaves much to be desired. When I was your age, I could run 10,000 meters without breaking a sweat. Seeing Yu Yang approach slowly, Liang Tai's stern expression softened into a smile as he tossed him a bottle of electrolyte drink. Upon observing Yu Yang's somewhat pale complexion, Xiao Fu Dan leapt from the belly of the little cabby beast and hurriedly clutched at his pant leg, tilting his small face upwards with a look of concern. You are a professional trained through rigorous trials. How could one compare to you? Yu Yang managed to force a faint smile, took a shallow sip from his beverage, then lifted Xiao Fu Dan, soothingly stating, "Call me, I am merely a bit fatigued." Liang Tai ceased his jesting, pointing towards the water leap fish that had begun to lag after approximately 8 kilometers. "Oh, and your big-toothed beaver seems on the verge of collapse." Not far off on the playground, the big-toothed beaver was laboriously running along the track, burdened by a 15-pound iron weight, nearly colliding with the panting Dai Lu Bai that passed by. Its mouth agape, it resembled a small dog, tongue lolling out as it gasped for breath. Upon noticing, Yu Yang realized its stamina was nearing its limit and called out urgently, Big-Tooth Beaver, come here. With a weary response. The big-tooth beaver cautiously exited the track and slowly made its way to Yu Yang's side. Running with added weight was an entirely different concept from running unencumbered, especially since the big-tooth beaver species had significantly lower base stats than several other Pokémon, lacking the inherent physical advantages. Its small size rendered it the first to succumb to fatigue, which was entirely within Yu Yang's expectations. You've worked hard. Have a bit of water and take a moment to rest. Yu Yang opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it into a basin for easier access. The big-tooth beaver blinked its eyes and began to sip cautiously. As time progressed, the water-leap fish gradually fell behind, followed by their leader, the swamp-leap fish, which bore a 30-pound weight. Next came Heracross, followed by the Magnemite and Dai-Lu-Bai, with the 50-pound burdened Black Houndoom persevering until the end. Compared to the other Pokémon, the Dai-Lu-Bai and Black Houndoom appeared the most at ease, although they too were panting heavily after the ordeal. It was evident they still had some reserves of energy, based on the performance during the first physical training session. The running regimen for the water-leap fish shall remain unchanged, while the Magnemite and Dai-Lu-Bai shall each increase by 5 kilometers. After conferring with Liang Tai, Yu Yang gathered them together to announce the revised physical training plan. Once everyone gradually adapted to the training intensity, the volume and frequency of the training could be incrementally increased, transitioning from once a day to morning and evening sessions. The simple task of running 10 to 20 kilometers left the Pokémon utterly exhausted, as they were still in their juvenile stages, incapable of unleashing fiery breaths, commanding lightning, or summoning rain as their final evolutions could. True strength is cultivated step by step. With physical training concluded and nearing noon, the logistical staff had brought over 40 liters of freshly squeezed milk and various cuts of meat, all stored in stainless steel containers, to the shaded area beside the playground. Due to the invasion of sprites, many wild animals in the wilderness have tragically fallen prey to these mystical beings. In contrast, domesticated poultry and livestock, under human protection, remain largely unaffected. A flock of 20 Magnemites flocked to the base of the office building, aligning themselves beside a specially modified charging device, seamlessly connecting their bodies to it for recharging. It is worth noting that this row of charging stations was professionally upgraded through coordination with the electricity department by the police force. Otherwise, the simultaneous charging of 20 Magnemites would undoubtedly result in a power outage. As the tantalizing aroma of food wafted nearby, the slumbering Snorlax abruptly halted its snores, its nostrils twitching as it groggily opened its eyes. Using its paw, it rubbed its eyes and was immediately captivated by the sight of food, tears of joy involuntarily streaming from the corners of its mouth. This lovable creature, so focused on eating and sleeping, elicited a disapproving shake of the head from Team Leader Liang. Oh, Leader Liang, do not be too harsh on it. It possesses extraordinary talent. Unlike other sprites, it need not endure arduous training. It merely has to eat incessantly to grow stronger, Yu Yang chimed in, attempting to restore some dignity to the Snorlax. The Magnemites, however, did not require moo-moo milk. The 40 units of milk were divided among the remaining 40 sprites. Each sprite received less than 1,000 units of milk daily, a necessity given the limited supply of large milk containers. After a few more days, it was rumored that 3 additional large milk containers had been discovered near Jiyuan Mountain, and our team was already actively communicating to secure their delivery. Watching the little sprites who had just finished drinking their milk, with expressions of lingering delight, Liang felt a tinge of helplessness. After lunch, everyone took a brief respite before commencing the next segment, move training. Interestingly, there was no need for Yu Yang's guidance during this exercise. The Swampert and Houndoom stood at the forefront, instructing the sprites on their moves. In our first month, our goal was not to achieve dazzling combinations, but solely to enhance their physical capabilities and ensure they could proficiently execute basic moves. Everyone is familiar with the tale of the oil vendor. Why was he able to skillfully drip oil from the money hole? Simply put, it was due to his practiced hands. Subsequently, trainers were responsible for overseeing their respective sprites as they executed their moves, with the 2 coach sprites demonstrating in the front. Yu Yang briefly addressed the group, signaling the training to commence. Each Darubi was instructed in the move Spark, as Houndoom continuously emitted sparks in front, with the Darubi mimicking the action behind. Meanwhile, Swampert led the water sprites in shooting jets of water skyward, leaving delicate rainbows in their wake. The training for the Magnemites was straightforward and raw. They simply needed to discharge electricity towards the ground until their internal energy was nearly depleted. Through this relentless cycle of consumption and replenishment, they would gradually enhance their move proficiency and incrementally strengthen their internal energy. entrusting the training of battle spirits to their trainers. Yu Yang, as the caretaker of Heracross, Happiny, and Bidoof, remained diligent in his efforts. Naturally, he devoted even more attention to the training of his three companions. As a bug-type Pokémon, Heracross, despite the guidance from professors and inherited abilities, could only learn its first bug-type move upon reaching level 35. Yu Yang instructed Heracross to harness the bug-type energy within and channel it to the prominent horn atop its head, preparing to strike the robust tree ahead, which he had specially modified for training purposes by encasing it in thick rubber. Heracross, it responded, promptly closing its eyes as a faint green aura began to envelop its horn. In Yu Yang's strategy, he hoped that Heracross could swiftly master moves from three categories: offense, defense, and mobility. For offensive capabilities, he aimed for Heracross to learn the fighting-type move Brick Break, an excellent technique, along with the normal-type move Tackle and the flying-type move Aerial Ace. In terms of defense, he wished for it to acquire the moves Endure and Protect. Regarding mobility, Heracross had limited options in its move pool and could currently only rely on its physical explosiveness for movement. However, these were merely Yu Yang's anticipations. Some moves might elude Heracross's understanding, necessitating consultation with fighting-type Pokémon. As for Bidoof, Yu Yang initially envisioned it as a mere auxiliary. Yet, the breadth of moves available to Bidoof was astonishing. It could learn Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Strength, and even Blizzard. This was just Bidoof before it evolved into Bibarel at level 15, theoretically expanding its repertoire further. Truly, a versatile creature indeed. Given this potential, Yu Yang found himself inclined to focus on its training. After all, apart from Heracross, he had no formidable Pokémon at his disposal, making it wise to prioritize Bidoof's development. Moreover, this particular Bidoof appeared quite clever and sprightly, leading Yu Yang to believe that it would grasp new moves swiftly. Currently, Bidoof's strength was modest, possessing only basic moves such as Tackle and Growl. Yu Yang pondered deeply, considering whether Bidoof, with its charming appearance, could genuinely attract opponents through cuteness. He remained skeptical, yet a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to enhance Bidoof's physical capabilities, cultivating robust muscles to lay a strong foundation for learning more powerful moves in the future. With increased strength, a single tackle could potentially incapacitate an adversary. Once it learned the move Taunt, paired with Bidoof's mischievous expression, the results would undoubtedly be impressive. Very well, Bidoof, he concluded. Continue your running, but this time, bear the weight of a 15-pound barbell. Yu Yang brought over the little backpack for the large raccoon and personally strapped it on. Come on, you can do it. When you return, I shall treat you to a grand feast, he encouraged, gently ruffling the raccoon's head. The raccoon's eyes sparkled with determination as it donned the small backpack and scampered towards the playground on its short, stubby legs. In truth, Yu Yang intended for the raccoon to practice push-ups and sit-ups among other training exercises. However, upon observing its plump, short limbs and round physique, he swiftly abandoned that notion. Sit-ups would likely result in rolling around rather than proper exercise. Instead, running and swimming would better engage its muscle groups. Perhaps later, he could introduce weightlifting and pull-ups. Next came the little lucky egg. Gazing at its adorable face and round little body, Yu Yang found himself at a loss for how to train it. He recalled that the conditions for the lucky egg's evolution involved carrying a round stone, enabling it to evolve during the day without requiring a specific level. Yet, he pondered where such a round stone could be found, and whether a smooth pebble could suffice as a substitute. Ultimately, he decided to let the lucky egg develop naturally, curious to see if, through their growing bond, it could evolve into a Happiny with the aid of a pebble. He felt quite confident about their closeness. The little creature had grown quite dependent on him, often searching for him if he was out of sight for even a moment. As time flowed gently during their training, the day's tasks came to a close. After finishing the training, Yu Yang took his 3 Pokémon to the lakeside. 2 pink Lickilickis comfortably settled in a patch of lush grass, tugging at the blades and stuffing their mouths with them. Thanks to the presence of these 2 grass-type Pokémon, Yu Yang assigned them the task of cultivating high-quality grass and berries. After a week of diligent work from the walking grass and Bulbasaur, the transplanted premium grass had flourished in a small area by the lake. The 2 Lickilickis had moved from the training grounds to this serene spot. Upon hearing Yu Yang's arrival, the Bulbasaur, curled up in the grass, opened its eyes and joyfully bounded to his feet. He instinctively scooped up the now considerably larger Bulbasaur, gently rubbing his nose against its cheek while speaking affectionately, "Little one, you've grown heavier. Soon, I may not be able to carry you at all. Did you miss me during our time apart?" "Bulba." The Bulbasaur nodded vigorously, wrapping its limbs around Yu Yang and burying its head in his embrace. Truly, it was as clingy as a little baby. Wouldn't you agree, Garlic Baby? After a tender moment, Yang set the Bulbasaur down on the grass and affectionately patted the head of the walking grass beside him, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard these past few days, walking grass." As he spoke, he channeled a stream of verdant energy to nourish the body of the walking grass. In contrast to the clingy garlic, the walking grass had matured considerably. It would tenderly await by the side like an elder sister, silently observing the other sprites with a gentle smile. After replenishing the energy of the walking grass, Yang walked over to two saplings of the lychee tree to examine their growth. In just a week, they had transformed from seeds into two saplings standing less than 50 centimeters tall, indicating robust growth. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept across the lakeside, bringing with it a cool breath of air. Yang took a deep breath of the fresh air, infused with the scent of grass, and made a decision. Tonight, he would stay with the sprites. The following day, training resumed as usual. In the middle of the session, Yang was invited by other trainers to assist with the training of the Earthhound, the Supersonic Bat, and the Pidgey. Regarding the training of these sprites, his approach mirrored that of the Special Operations team. First, to build physical strength, and then to hone their techniques. There were professionals studying sprite training nearby to provide assistance, which did not require much effort on his part. Thus, time slipped away amidst the busy training sessions. Before long, half a month had passed, and August had arrived. On the morning of the first day of August, a high-profile meeting convened at an important venue in Rongzhou City. Over 20 distinguished men and women occupied the meeting room. The individuals seated at the conference table appeared to be predominantly middle-aged, with the elder at the head of the table sporting a full head of white hair. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of scholarly wisdom, his silver hair neatly combed back. As he perused the documents, he spoke slowly. At this first routine meeting of August, let each department report on last month's progress. As his words concluded, the leaders of various departments began their reports. After several leaders overseeing different aspects of Minhua Province presented their updates, it was finally the turn of the middle-aged leader who had previously met with Yang. He detailed the progress in various sectors before clearing his throat to discuss the advancements concerning sprite incursions from the previous month. After introducing several sprites capable of countering ghost-type sprites from the wild, the cases of ghost-related injuries in Rongzhou City have significantly decreased, from an average of 50 cases per week at the beginning of the month to an average of merely 3 by the end. The results have been remarkably effective. Chapter 75, Affirmation O. Upon hearing about the substantial reduction in ghost-related incidents, a faint look of surprise crossed the elder's otherwise stern countenance as he inquired, "Please elaborate on the specific measures you implemented." The middle-aged leader cleared his throat and recounted the events starting from when his subordinates first encountered Yang's live stream, detailing everything up to the formation of the Sprite's Special Operations team. All of this owed thanks to that young man named Yang. Without him, the situation regarding sprite incursions in the city would have been far more severe. The elder, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. The leaders gathered around the conference table also exhibited expressions of thoughtful consideration. After a moment, the elder spoke. "If we could stabilize and control the spirits, enlisting their aid in resolving the various intricate issues within our city, it could indeed be a commendable approach. However, can you assure me that these summoned spirits harbor no malicious intentions? Will they genuinely assist humanity? Ensuring the safety and stability of our people's lives is of utmost importance. Although it remains to be seen, the current prospects indicate that summoning these spirits may yield more benefits than drawbacks. Firstly, the mere fact that you have managed to reduce the incidence of spirits causing harm is commendable and praiseworthy. At the very least, other provinces have not achieved this, whereas we in Minhua Province have succeeded. This is a promising beginning." With a long sigh, marked by a subtle weariness, he continued, "The higher authorities are keenly focused on the incidents involving spirits harming humans occurring across various regions. Numerous plans are in place, yet they are still in the implementation phase. I hope that our Minhua Province can set a precedent nationally. You may continue with the summoning of spirits. I will personally oversee the progress of this matter, and you are to submit a weekly report to me." Pausing briefly, the elder added, "Furthermore, you need to prepare an emergency response plan as a countermeasure against any sudden aggression from the summoned spirits. We must not only consider the immediate benefits, but also think comprehensively. Perhaps this is merely a cunning ploy by these clever spirits. Comrade Yilin, your colleagues engaged in scientific research should communicate more frequently with Comrade Shihong to see if any new insights can emerge from their discussions." "Understood," replied the middle-aged leader and another middle-aged woman in unison. Finally, the elder spoke earnestly. "Do not forget to strive for progress, but also never lose sight of safety. Under the blazing sun, the training ground simmered with heat, punctuated by the resonant shouts of commands. 3, 2, 1, water guns fire. With a swift command from Zhongling, a total of 20 water-spraying fish synchronized their movements, expelling torrents of water from their mouths with remarkable precision. The stream struck the red target situated 20 meters away, shattering the wooden bullseye into a flurry of splintered fragments. Not far off, Yu Yang stood beneath the shade of a large tree, observing the towering Heracross. Approximately 1.5 meters in height, and commanded, "Hold your ground, fend off its attack. Claw it." Heracross responded with a low growl, crossing its claws before its chest, a faint sheen emanating from its body. Opposite it, the Beartic rose, adorned with a pair of boxing gloves on its claws. "Yali." Beartic nodded slightly at Heracross and, with a powerful stomp, advanced a few steps, muscles tensing in its forelimbs, launching a punch directly at the defending Heracross. Bang! Hertier's upper body swayed slightly, yet it remained steadfast, while the beaver Pokémon stumbled backward, retreating 3 steps due to the recoil. Commendable strength training, beaver Pokémon. Alter your attack strategy and employ a headbutt. Should you succeed in pushing Hertier back even a step today, I shall reward you with an extra large fish for dinner. Upon hearing the promise of a sea fish as a reward, the beaver Pokémon's eyes sparkled with excitement. It promptly discarded the boxing gloves from its paws, positioned itself on all fours, paused momentarily, and then charged forward with fervor. As the beaver Pokémon raced towards Hertier, it aimed its head directly at Hertier's body and collided forcefully. Bang! Upon contact, Hertier staggered, evidently unable to withstand the beaver Pokémon's vigorous assault, and took a step back. The brown figure of Hertier was sent flying backward, landing a meter away on the sandy ground. With a grunt, the beaver Pokémon expelled the sand from its mouth, rising from the ground with a dazed expression in its eyes. Very well done. Managing to push Hertier back is an impressive feat. You shall indeed receive 2 extra fish for dinner. Yu Yang approached, gently rubbing the beaver Pokémon's fluffy head, imparting a touch of vitality to sharpen its senses. Instantly, the beaver Pokémon's eyes brightened, and a joyful expression spread across its face as it happily circled Yu Yang, bobbing its head. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, both of Yu Yang's Pokémon had made significant progress. Just a week prior, while training, Hertier had unexpectedly pierced a thick rubber mat during its horn attack, even embedding itself several centimeters into a tree. From Yu Yang's assessment, it was clear that Hertier had mastered the horn attack technique, a move that could only be learned at level 20, classified under the normal type. This signifies a notable advancement in its power. After all, it had only recently grasped the move Quick Attack in the wetlands of Tingjiang. Moreover, its height had increased from 13 to over 14 meters, a testament to its burgeoning strength. Not only Hertier, but the beaver Pokémon had also shown rapid improvement. Yu Yang estimated that it was nearing level 15, close to fulfilling the requirements for evolving into a Bibarel. With its mastery of the headbutt, it possessed a formidable move at its disposal. The ample food supply and vigorous training distinctly highlight the advantages of a trained Pokémon over a wild one. Meanwhile, the little Happiny retained its adorably petite and rosy appearance, showing no signs of growth. It sat atop a Snorlax's belly, earnestly feeding the Magikarp with fish food. Feeding the Magikarp was one of Happiny's favorite activities, though whether the fish enjoyed it was another matter entirely, as it was subjected to this feeding every hour or so, an inevitability for any creature. In order to deepen the emotional bond with his cherished Cho-Cho fish, Yu Yang now diligently places it in a transparent acrylic aquarium each day, bringing it along to the training grounds for collective training sessions. After the training concludes, he returns to the lakeside to frolic with his walking grass and Bulbasaur. Such a busy schedule. While Yu Yang enjoys some leisurely moments with his family of Pokémon at the training grounds, a discreetly luxurious sedan slowly glides through the entrance. The long-absent leader steps out of the vehicle. Chapter 76, The Abandoned Farm. Inside the office of the training grounds administrative building, Yu Yang sits alongside a middle-aged leader and Liang Tai, gathered around a tea table. The leader personally pours a cup of tea for Yu Yang, smiling as he says, "You have worked hard during these past few days." Yu Yang responds with a modest grin, exuding humility. "It's nothing." The leader, evidently pleased with Yu Yang's humble demeanor, smiles warmly and continues, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. After half a month of training, your suggestion to recruit and train malevolent Pokémon such as Darubi and the Wolfhound has played a significant role in clearing the ghostly Pokémon from the city. This morning, the highest-ranking officials in the province commended our efforts. Young Yu, please share any challenges or requests you may have in life or work. Do not hesitate. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall assist you." observing Yu Yang's beaming countenance. It was clear to any discerning eye that the leader intended to reward him. Internally, Yu Yang mused, his face revealing a yearning expression. Leader, to be candid, I have always harbored the aspiration of establishing a Pokémon farm. I seek a suitable location to create an environment conducive to both Pokémon habitation and visitor exploration. Might you lend me your assistance? Is that all? The leader appeared somewhat taken aback by Yu Yang's request. You do not wish to join us or find a place in Rongzhou City. I could facilitate those matters. Yu Yang shook his head. Those are not my desires. I have but this one request. What do you think? Not a problem. Here's the deal. I shall cover the rental fees for the first 30 years of the land you lease. Where do you intend to establish it? The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. I suggest the vicinity of Rongzhou, as it would facilitate mutual interaction. Very well, Liang Tai will assist you in this endeavor. And I will make sure to notify the relevant departments. Ah, how splendid. Yu Yang silently marveled, as what he had longed for was effortlessly resolved with a mere utterance from the esteemed leader. After a brief pause, the leader added, as for the second matter, you recently proposed integrating Pokémon into the daily lives of the general populace to enhance their quality of life, correct? This morning, I convened a small meeting with various departments, and they expressed tremendous interest in your suggestion. You may expect to be contacted by relevant personnel soon to discuss matters pertaining to how Pokémon can improve human lives. Please stay attentive. Upon finishing his tea, the leader drained his cup and rose. I have matters to attend to. Please continue your work. After the two escorted him to the parking lot and watched him depart, Yu Yang finally exhaled. Is it really such a significant matter that such a high-ranking leader would come personally? Young man, your awareness is lacking. He undoubtedly came to acknowledge your contributions, Liang Tai remarked, casting a look that suggested Yu Yang was ill-suited for the organization. He then glanced at his watch. It was 2 in the afternoon, still early. I'll leave the routine training to Zhonglang. Let us take a stroll around the vicinity of Rongzhou and finalize the selection of your farm site. Already? Yu Yang was taken aback. Efficiency is key. I am often busy and seldom have the time to spare, Liang Tai replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yu Yang's 3 Pokeballs had completely rotted beyond use. Thus he could only take her across, Diggersby, and Swablu with him. The latter was personally supervised by Diggersby. As the car glided smoothly along the road, Liang Tai inquired, what are your thoughts regarding the farm's environment? Yu Yang pondered for a moment and articulated his vision, close to the mountains, but with a slight distance from the forest, ideally near a pond or lake, and not far from transportation routes. In his imagination, his farm would be an idyllic haven nestled between mountains and water, with ample flat land for planting various fruits and grasses, accommodating dozens, if not hundreds, of Pokémon roaming freely, with some delightful aquatic Pokémon inhabiting the pond. Moreover, such a farm would not merely be about agricultural produce. He envisioned that once Pokémon became commonplace in households, his farm would evolve into a prototype for a gym, encompassing all types, transcending mere grass or fire-type gyms. I believe I may know of a suitable location for you. This area has recently experienced frequent Pokémon incursions, but that should not pose a problem for you, Liang Tai, a connoisseur of Rongzhou, declared, navigating without the need for a GPS as he turned the car towards the southwestern outskirts of Rongzhou City. This location was not far from the training ground, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers in a straight line, situated at the foot of the Qishan mountain range. As the team approached the outskirts, venturing further would lead to the village limits of the city. Naturally, a farm could not be established within the city due to the exorbitant land costs. The traffic in this area was light, and before long, the car exited the city, traveling west-southwest for about 8 kilometers until it reached the foot of a low-lying forested mountain. At the base lay a small town named Lianin, surrounded by several quaint villages, lush with greenery and picturesque scenery. The vehicle entered a village marked by a sign for Lianqing Village. Liang Tai parked in front of a modern 3-story house. Soon, the inhabitants of the house heard a commotion. The door swung open, revealing a vigorous middle-aged man in his 50s, with streaks of gray in his hair. Upon seeing Liang Tai, his face immediately registered surprise. Captain Liang, what brings you here? Please come in. 2 months prior, I had visited this place to address a case of fairy invasion. Liang Tai briefly explained his purpose and addressed the man before him. No need for formalities, Lao Huang. I'm here on business. Has that farm, the one with the disturbances, been sold? Lao Huang shook his head with a sigh. Not yet, it's still lying vacant. Such a fine farm wasted. What a pity. Well, take us to see it again. I believe I may have found a buyer, Liang Tai said, gesturing toward Yu Yang. A buyer? Lao Huang shot a curious glance at Yu Yang, but refrained from further comment. The two returned to their vehicle, with Lao Huang leading the way on an electric bike. While in the car, Liang Tai explained to Yu Yang, Initially, there were mere rumors about disturbances at that farm. Later, we received reports of incidents, and upon investigation, we discovered fairies were at play. However, there were many pressing cases at the time, and this one was not critical. The fairies hiding in the farm were merely engaging in some mischievous antics, with no casualties, which is why it has remained unresolved until now. Haunting? Yu Yang pondered. Not merely haunting, there are also peculiar fairies. Liang Tai's expression turned strange. Chapter 77, Supernatural Events. Oh, what kind of peculiar fairies? Yu Yang initially speculated that the haunting might involve less dangerous ghostly fairies, such as wraith dolls or dream spirits. How should I put it? They are a peculiar group of feline fairies. Feline fairies? Could they be meow meows? Yu Yang quickly dismissed this notion. As meow meows are characterized by a large gold coin atop their heads, meow meows are not particularly formidable fairies, and the presence of a gold coin could provoke greedy humans to act rashly upon encountering them. This might explain why Yu Yang seldom glimpsed meow meows in the city. What exactly is the situation with the haunting at the farmhouse? Liang Tai contemplated for a moment before responding. It's said to be haunted because the former owner often heard something crashing in the middle of the night. On several occasions, he awoke in the night and stealthily ventured into the living room, only to discover pillows, dishes, brooms, and other household items all floating in midair, as if an invisible force was manipulating them. However, upon our investigation, we found no evidence of any anomalies. Household items floating in midair? Yu Yang was taken aback at the revelation. To speak frankly, this situation indeed resembles the mischievous antics of spirits depicted in Hong Kong and Taiwan horror films, where a ghost seeks to frighten the living. Anyone, upon hearing the sudden clatter of sounds in the dead of night, would surely be terrified. However, upon hearing Liang Tai's account, Yu Yang contemplated another possibility. Could the manipulation of floating and moving objects perhaps be attributed to a psychic-type spirit? Such entities are exceedingly rare, which piqued his curiosity even further regarding what truly resided within the cottage. As they conversed, the car approached a dirt embankment about a kilometer from the village. Lao Huang halted the electric vehicle, gesturing towards a few self-constructed houses in the distance, encircled by overgrown fields of weeds, and remarked, "This entire area belongs to the farm. It has remained abandoned for over 2 months due to the presence of monsters." Following his indication, Yu Yang observed that the farm was of moderate size, encompassing approximately 30 to 40 acres, akin to 3 or 4 football fields. A cement road, wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, extended right up to the entrance of the house. Moreover, behind the dwelling lay a small lake, with the Qishan mountain range a mere 1 or 2 kilometers to the west, in close proximity to the national highway, all of which satisfactorily met his expectations for a farm. The only downside was that the surrounding land had been transformed into farmland. In his childhood imagination, a farm was envisioned as a lush green expanse, with cows and sheep frolicking on the grassy plains, complemented by barns and windmills. It was only upon growing up that he realized such a place was indeed a ranch. Considering Lao Huang's potential fear of the spirits that might inhabit the house, Liang Tai advised him, "Lao Huang, you wait here. I shall take him inside to have a look. Cross, Diggersby, and Swablu, you come down. Shinshou, you stay put in the vehicle and refrain from wandering about." Concerned about the possibility of ghost-type spirits lurking within, Yu Yang summoned his 3 companions from the car. Swablu's natural recovery ability could potentially prove advantageous in an unusual situation. Oh my, a monster! At the moment Lao Huang caught sight of the imposing Heracross with its massive horn, he was so startled that he immediately sought refuge behind Liang Tai. "Lao Huang, for goodness sake, you are the village chief, and you have encountered countless creatures that disturb humanity. Must you be so frightened?" Liang Tai shook his head in exasperation, took the key from Lao Huang, and disregarded him further. Accompanied by Yu Yang and the 3 spirits, he proceeded along the cement path towards the iron gate of the cottage. The gate was firmly closed. Liang Tai produced the key, unlocked the iron clasp, and unfastened the heavy chain that bound the door before pushing it open. Within the courtyard stood 3 buildings. The central 3-story brick house appeared to be the residence of the owners. The 2 adjacent single-story structures seemed to serve as storage for grains and miscellaneous tools. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a pink, cat-like figure darted past the corner of the building. With a raised brow, Yu Yang discerned that what he observed was likely a tail meow, a diminutive feline sprite. He had come to understand the peculiar cat Liang Tai had mentioned. Indeed, it was not a mere meow, but a tail meow. It exhibited little aggression and required no attention. In front of the farmhouse lay a spacious courtyard. Due to neglect, the yard was overrun with weeds, strewn with an assortment of decaying branches and leaves, emanating a curious aroma of decaying vegetation intermingled with the fresh scent of grass. As they stepped onto the thick carpet of weeds, there arose a rustling sound from the adjacent thicket. Girly girly. Little Fudon excitedly pointed towards the spot where the sprite had vanished. This place was quite lively indeed. Yu paid no heed to the sprites and turned to Heracross and Ditali, instructing, "You two brothers, lead the way." Gyakulu. The two brothers patted their chests and advanced, pushing open the door to the central hall of the house. The furnishings within were no different from those he had encountered during his previous visit to the mountain village. An altar, tables, chairs, and some farming tools adorned the space. To Yu Yang's surprise, entering this house did not evoke the chilling sensation he had experienced last time. Rather, due to the summer heat, the interior was unusually warm and stifling. Heracross, do you sense anything unusual? Gyakulu. Heracross swayed its antennae and attentively scanned the surroundings before shaking its head. The current Heracross was considerably more perceptive than before. All right, let us ascend to the upper floor for a closer inspection. The two followed Heracross and Ditali upstairs, searching through the various rooms on the second floor, yet found nothing amiss. Let us proceed to the third floor. Gyakulu. Upon reaching the entrance to the third floor lounge, Heracross suddenly halted, its antennae twitching, and swiftly grasped Ditali, who had attempted to dash forward. Jilly? Ditali obediently halted, wearing a bewildered expression. Gyakulu. Heracross pressed its antennae against the wall, listening intently for a moment, then pointed towards a door on the right and emitted a low call. Is there something inside? Yu Yang whispered. Gyakulu. Heracross nodded emphatically, seeing its resolute demeanor. The two exchanged glances. Chapter 78. Casey? Yu Yang lowered his voice, addressing Liang group leader. What do you think? At this moment, curiosity flickered across Liang Tai's face. Since no incidents involving sprites causing harm have occurred here, it suggests that their nature is not malevolent. Let us investigate further. Yu Yang gestured for Heracross to take the lead, and the two stealthily approached the door behind their guide. As they reached this point, even the two humans heard the sounds emanating from behind the door. The soft whooshing noise resembled the unconscious exhalations of someone in slumber. Could it be that the one capable of levitating objects and shifting them in their sleep is none other than Casey? At this thought, Yu Yang's expression shifted to one of excitement. It was his first encounter with a psychic-type Pokémon. Yet, shouldn't Casey be more alert? How could they be so close without noticing? At his signal, Heracross gently turned the doorknob, opening the door just a crack. 5 heads, varying in size, peered through the narrow opening. Inside lay a modest single bedroom, simply furnished with an old-fashioned bed. At that moment, nestled upon the pink rose-patterned bedspread, was a cute little kitten, curled up and sound asleep. The continuous snoring emanated from its tiny nostrils. This kitten was adorned with a coat of gray fur, while the tips of its paws and ears were a creamy white. Not Casey. Could it be Meow? Yu Yang's expression turned peculiar. He had expected to encounter the psychic Casey, but instead, he found himself face to face with the psychic Meow. Name: Meow. Gender ratio: male 50. Female 50. Type: psychic classification, custom Pokémon abilities, keen eye or infiltrator or unburden, hidden ability, base stats, 355 in its dreams. Meow seemed to sense the presence of nearby beings. Its snoring gradually ceased as it slowly opened its eyes, which were a clear pink with deep purple pupils. Baga. Upon seeing the 5 peculiar heads peering through the door crack, Meow's fur stood on end in sheer terror, its face displaying extreme fright as its pink eyes suddenly illuminated with a bright blue glow. Imagine waking up in a daze and finding 5 heads silently staring at you. Such a scene would be far more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Seeing this, Yu Yang quickly pulled Liang Tai and ducked behind the door. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting digger, who had not managed to evade in time, was enveloped in a faint blue light, floating up as if propelled by a cannon, crashing violently into the living room wall. Ouch! Digger rubbed its dizzy head, standing up in confusion. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Fortunately, its tough skin protected it from serious injury. Beside it, Heracross merely drifted back a few steps before regaining its balance. The pale green energy of the bug type enveloped its body, rendering Meow's psychic powers less effective against it. While psychic attacks inflicted normal damage on bug-type Pokémon, bug-type attacks could deal double damage to psychic types. Baga. Baga. Meow sensed the intense aura of danger emanating from Heracross, her blue pupils gleaming brighter, forcing him to retreat repeatedly until he was cornered against the wall, firmly imprisoning him. Such formidable psychic power. Yu Yang, who was huddled in the corner of the staircase, couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. All right, Heracross, let us cease the play and capture it. Gyakulu. Upon hearing Yu Yang's command, Heracross lowered his head slightly, resolutely braving the relentless onslaught of Meow Meow's psychic force. With sturdy strides, he countered the psychic waves, gradually approaching Meow Meow in the room. Baga. Just as Heracross was about to step through the doorway, Meow Meow suddenly let out a piercing shriek, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that sent Heracross staggering. Moments later, outside the room, Yu-Yang heard the sound of a window opening. The faint blue psychic energy enveloping Heracross vanished in an instant. Jackaloo. Following this, Heracross dashed into the room. What is going on? Yu-Yang peeked into the room and found that Meow Meow, who had been seated on the bed, had vanished without a trace. Heracross stood beside the windowsill, helplessly pointing at the half-open window, unable to squeeze through his rotund form. Has it escaped? Meow Meow truly was relentless. Jumping from the third floor was no small feat perhaps. Being a cat-like creature, the height of the third floor posed no challenge for her. Jackaloo, Jackaloo. Heracross signaled whether they should pursue the mischievous little cat. No need. And besides, capturing her won't be that simple. Yu-Yang shook his head. Standing alongside Liang Tai at the windowsill, gazing at the overgrown courtyard, his thoughts swirling. It was rumored that Meow Meow possessed psychic power capable of blowing away anything within 100 meters. Indeed, today's encounter proved that legend true. Liang Tai observed the scene in the yard, paused in silence for a few seconds, and then spoke. Xiaoyu, that little cat was a psychic-type sprite, wasn't he it? Indeed, psychic is a rather rare attribute. Yu-Yang had previously listed 18 attributes and described their interactions and counters, so Liang Tai's recognition was not surprising. The light blue psychic ability it displayed just now. I've encountered something similar elsewhere, Liang Tai continued. Where? Psychic-type sprites are quite uncommon, Yu-Yang inquired, intrigued. 3 months ago, in a direct confrontation with sprites, there was one that was entirely blue, resembling a weeble, capable of halting every bullet we fired and reflecting our attacks. Oh, that must be Wobbuffet. You're right. That too is a psychic-type sprite. In terms of notoriety, the most famous would be the Wobbuffet from the animated Team Rocket. Can psychic-type sprites be captured? At the mention of Wobbuffet, Liang Tai clearly became interested. The extraordinary Pokémon, to some extent, possessed the ability to perceive human emotions, making it rather challenging to win them over, as Yu-Yang candidly remarked. Well, let us defer this matter for now. What are your thoughts on this farm? It's quite decent. Do you have any alternative locations in mind? Shall we explore elsewhere? In truth, Yu-Yang harbored a certain satisfaction with this place. Nestled amidst mountains and water, exuding tranquility. The rumors of hauntings deterred the average person from approaching, yet driven by a desire to compare options, he resolved to seek out other sites, perhaps discovering an even more suitable locale. You certainly know how to enjoy life. Come, let us venture to other locations. Chapter 79. Finalizing the farm location for the remainder of the afternoon, Liang Tai drove Yu-Yang around the vicinity of Rongzhou City, exploring several picturesque farm sites nestled against the hills and waters. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, their vehicle navigated the bustling thoroughfare. Liang Tai casually inquired, So, have you found a suitable place? Upon hearing his question, Yu-Yang found himself momentarily ensnared in contemplation. The various sites they had visited that afternoon boasted commendable geographical features. Notably, these locations had all, to varying degrees, been affected by Pokémon invasions, rendering the farms nearly defunct. Some were besieged by Rattatas, pilfering crops and leaving the farmers in despair. Others, primarily aquaculture farms, suffered devastating losses as wild Pokémon descended upon their ponds, consuming the aquatic life in a matter of moments, leaving the owners financially devastated. There were even instances akin to the previous chicken farm incident, where Arbok had infiltrated, devouring eggs. These circumstances starkly illustrated the scarcity of personnel dedicated to managing such incidents, as the majority had been assigned to more pressing matters. Yu-Yang had previously discussed strategies for addressing these Pokémon invasions with Liang Tai, yet with grassroots personnel and their accompanying Pokémon still undergoing training. He believed that conditions would improve with time. Alone, his energy was limited. Such matters were best left to the authorities, with him providing ancillary support. The farm to the east was inconveniently distant from the training grounds, while the southern farm was overly populated, potentially hindering his Pokémon's activities. After much deliberation, Yu-Yang resolved to settle on the farm located in Lianqing village, where he had encountered the Meowth. This decision was primarily based on several factors: the seclusion of the farm, the relatively non-aggressive nature of the Pokémon residing there, and the potential for fostering amicable relations, which would aid in fulfilling future tasks assigned by the system. If memory served, the Meowth could learn singing techniques. Once the farm underwent renovations, a serene healing room could be established for the Meowth to sing in, providing solace to urban professionals seeking relief from their stresses. Most importantly, The presence of the rare psychic-type Meowth would ensure that, upon forging a bond with it, the farm would have its own little guardian. Like other farms, such as those featuring the Arbok, Rattata, and Meowth, it is not to say they are lacking. On the contrary, when properly trained, they can provide substantial assistance. However, overall, the spirits within the Lianqing Village farm offer him the greatest support. Thus, Yu Yang made his choice. I select the farm in Lianqing Village. Liang Tai wore an expression that seemed to say he anticipated this decision. I might be traveling for a few days the day after tomorrow, so I will take you tomorrow to sign the relevant contracts. Prepare the necessary documents, such as your ID card and household registration. So soon? Aren't we going to negotiate the price? Yu Yang was somewhat astonished by his efficiency. The price is already quite low, after all. It is not you who is footing the bill, so why worry? May I ask, is the money truly coming from the higher-ups? Yu Yang inquired cautiously, tinged with curiosity. Naturally, it will come from the operational funds. Hiring you to manage the property is akin to talent acquisition. It is the safest method. Understood. Yu Yang replied and fell silent, resuming his playful interaction with the little food wand in his arms. The little food wand sported a straw hat that was several sizes too large, enveloping its entire being. Gulu gulu. The little creature sat in Yu Yang's embrace, excitedly raising its tiny hands to grip the brim of its hat, spinning it wildly until it resembled a rapidly whirling top. Yu Yang lifted the spinning hat and placed it upon his own head, gently pinching the little food wand's cheek, jokingly saying, "Stop spinning, I might get car sick." Gulu. The little food wand pouted, climbed onto his shoulder, and leaped backward, clutching the round stone in his arms, executing a daring 360-degree turn in the vehicle, crashing into the chest of the drowsy Dia Li. Yali. The previously drowsy Dia Li jolted awake, its fur bristling, instantly alert. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes of driving along an unfamiliar route, Yu Yang, seated in the front, could not help but inquire. Team Leader Liang. This is not the direction to the training ground. Where are you taking me? Last time, I brought a young man to consult you about the method of preserving pine cones. This morning, he called to inform me that there has been progress, so we are stopping by to take a look. Oh, I see. Yu Yang understood, although he referred to it as consulting. The young man could hardly articulate anything substantial and could only vaguely recall the method of preserving pine cones, ultimately providing no valuable information. Consequently, the individual Liang Tai brought had not gleaned any useful insights. The car soon exited the ring road and arrived at a remote furniture factory in the eastern part of the city. Liang Tai engaged the handbrake and instructed, "Bring the little food wand along. We may need to test the quality of the pine cones shortly." "Oh, all right." Yu Yang turned and lifted the little food wand onto his shoulder. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he was taken aback by the cacophonous sound of a chainsaw slicing through wood emanating from the factory ahead. He had anticipated that Liang Tai had recruited a prodigy from a scientific research institute, but to his surprise, this professional was laboring in an obscure furniture factory. As he entered the workshop, Liang Tai called out to a craftsman diligently cutting wood. "Hello, may I inquire if Master Xiao Zhang is present?" The craftsman replied in a similarly loud tone, "Ah, Boss Zhang is in the office, navigating through stacks of unrefined furniture and timber." The two men stepped into a well-lit small compartment. Inside, a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old with a buzz cut, sat engrossed in his computer screen. "Xiao Zhang, we have arrived," Liang Tai announced as he rapped on the door and entered. "Oh, it's Uncle Liang. Please, have a seat," Xiao Zhang exclaimed, quickly rising to usher them to a nearby coffee table. However, his gaze frequently drifted back to the computer screen, revealing his distraction. What could he be watching? Curious about Xiao Zhang's demeanor, Yu Yang followed his line of sight to the screen, which displayed a monochromatic image. In the bottom left corner, a chat box was incessantly refreshing. Remaining revival time 59 IU. Realizing the impoliteness of his behavior, the young man promptly shut off the game, opened the desk drawer, and retrieved 3 brownish spherical objects, placing them on the coffee table. "Uncle Liang, I have completed the preservation treatment on these 3 fruits. Would you care to give them a try?" Xiao Zhang said, lifting his gaze to the small fortune egg nestled in Yu Yang's arms, a smile breaking across his face. "Ah, Yu Yang, seeing the real fortune egg offline for the first time is undeniably delightful. By the way, why haven't you streamed in the past few days?" Xiao Zhang's demeanor clearly indicated that he was a regular viewer of Yu Yang's streams. "I've been a bit busy lately, but I might resume streaming in a couple of days," Yu Yang replied with a smile. "Shall we give it a try?" Liang Tai tossed one of the spherical objects to Yu Yang, who caught it deftly, cradling it in his palm for inspection. He noted that, compared to the fresh fruit, the treated sphere was now coated in a smooth, brown, oily substance and had shrunk slightly in size. The stem at the top had been specially treated, with its edges engraved in a spiral pattern, allowing it to rotate freely like a bottle cap. At the very top, a metal ring had been affixed, facilitating easy attachment for carrying. It appeared quite promising from an external perspective, but how effective would it truly be? Yu Yang twisted the stem and aimed it at the fortune egg, saying, "Shall we explore inside?" According to his understanding, the ability of the sprites to enlarge or diminish may be attributed to their intrinsic characteristics, intertwined with the nature of the containers, suggesting a peculiar energetic influence between them. It is recalled that ancient texts indicate that humans in the sprite realm discovered pine cones long ago and utilized them to contain sprites. What level of technology did prehistoric humans possess? Their methods for handling pine cones likely involved rudimentary preservation techniques and the carving of decorative patterns to enhance their aesthetic appeal. With the advancement of sprite technology, the invention of capturing devices known as sprite balls gradually materialized. As for the pine cone before them, it undoubtedly lacks the capacity to ensnare sprites, rendering it currently unnecessary for their purposes. Gully, the small, clutched the pine cone, peering through the opening with its adorable head, letting out a charming call before transforming into a red light and diving into the pine cone. "Come forth." Yu Yang mimicked the stance of a sprite trainer from the animation, extending his arm towards the ground ahead. With a sudden flash of red light, a crimson streak shot from the opening and landed on the ground, coalescing into a plump figure. Joyfully twirled in place and bounced excitedly. It was irresistibly cute, stirring a desire within Xiao Zhang to raise one. Clenching his hands together, he murmured repeatedly, "Who claims that adorable creatures only hold a formidable allure for women? Their charm proves even more potent for men. Otherwise, why would the internet abound with such content?" In the ensuing moments, Yu Yang repeatedly summoned, encountering no unforeseen incidents. On the fifth summon, clutching a round pebble, scurried to Yu Yang's side and tugged at his trousers, expressing an adamant unwillingness to return inside. So, what is the outcome? This was the question of utmost concern for Liang Tai. The ability to summon freely and harbor sprites should pose no issues. However, the quality aspects would require time for validation. The fundamental functions of storage and summoning appeared sound, indicating readiness for practical application. Upon hearing Yu Yang's uncertainty, Xiao Zhang, brimming with pride, insisted, "Are you jesting? This is our family's time-honored preservation formula, ensuring the integrity of the sphere for at least a decade. The external oil-based coating enhances its durability. Do you comprehend how many days it takes to artificially modify a pine cone?" "How many?" the other two inquired in unison. Xiao Zhang extended 5 fingers, stating, 5 days. The entire process requires that duration. However, we can produce them in bulk. 20 to 30 at a time poses no issue, primarily depending on the capacity of our baking furnace. Ultimately, the efficacy of the endeavor would require time to ascertain. They would reassess after a period of use. Liang Tai remained unmoved by his self-congratulatory assertions. After discussing the matter of the pine cones, the trio settled on the sofa, engaging in light conversation for a while. From their conversation, Yu Yang learned that this young Zhang was the son of a former comrade of Liang Tai, indicating a bond that was quite strong. "Oh, by the way, Uncle Liang, Yu Yang, you both support the promotion of spirits, suggesting that you intend to integrate them into human life, correct?" Young Zhang remarked while refilling their tea, his gaze fixed on the small spirit egg as he rubbed his hands together with an air of eager anticipation. "Do you think I would be suitable for raising a spirit?" "Raising a spirit?" Yu Yang opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. The decision on whether to allow young Zhang to nurture a spirit was not his to make. "You?" Liang Tai raised an eyebrow. "You're nearly 30. Instead of seeking a girlfriend, you wish to raise a spirit? Your father has been waiting for a grandchild. What does that have to do with anything? Is there a conflict between finding a girlfriend and raising a spirit? Perhaps if I raise a spirit, I might even find a girlfriend." This statement was rather precarious. "Young man," Yu Yang observed with a peculiar expression. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Tai glanced at young Zhang and replied coolly, "If you wish to raise one, it is not impossible. However, you must consult Yu Yang on which spirit to nurture, and I shall need to assess your suitability for caring for a spirit and your patience. Here is the plan. During this period, Yu Yang will be occupied with his farm, and you shall temporarily serve as his assistant, helping him with work and spending time with the spirits to gauge how you interact with them. Note, there will be no salary." "Yu Yang, what do you mean by that?" "Not a problem at all. I happen to have a patch of uncultivated land on my farm," Yu Yang jested. "Having a free assistant could be quite beneficial. You can help with the live streams and such." Liang Tai recommended young Zhang to him, assuring that his character was unlikely to be unsatisfactory. As a seasoned police officer, He surely had stringent standards for selection. However, Brother Zhang, if you become my assistant, what will happen to the factory? We can't just shut it down, can we? Yu Yang inquired, casting a curious glance at the relatively large factory outside. Although the location was somewhat remote, its scale was considerable, making it a reasonable choice to employ a few strong workers. Just have my father oversee it for a while. After all, it is his enterprise. Young Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, another little rich kid, Yu Yang silently scoffed. As the hour grew late, young Zhang proposed, tonight. I'll treat you both. Shall we go out for a feast? He grabbed the keys to the 5-ring car from the desk, powered down the computer, and led them away from the furniture factory to a well-known restaurant in Rongzhou City for a sumptuous meal. Early the next morning, Liang Tai drove Yu Yang to Lianqing Village, where they completed all necessary contracts and formalities. The time had come for the transformation of the farm. Chapter 81. Initial plans for farm renovation. After finalizing the relevant paperwork, it was nearly noon when the group returned to the training grounds. After Liang Tai brought the car to a halt, he turned to Yu Yang, who was seated in the passenger seat, and said, "The training grounds operations are steadily gaining momentum. Henceforth, you should come to the training ground every morning to oversee their training activities. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, you can spend your afternoons tending to your farm." Naturally, Yu Yang was more than willing to accept Liang Tai's suggestion, as he was already contemplating how to carve out time to enhance his farm. Before Yu Yang could respond, Liang Tai continued, "Do not celebrate too soon. During this period, it is likely that personnel from other departments in Rongzhou City will seek your counsel on various matters, particularly regarding the integration of sprites into everyday life. You may find yourself quite occupied. Busy work can indeed enrich one's life." Yu Yang smiled, uttering a polite remark. Integrating sprites into human existence was, after all, part of his envisioned plan. He had no qualms about a busy schedule. After finishing lunch, Yu Yang and Zheng Ling discussed the training plan for the next 10 days, temporarily setting aside their routine training of the police force's combat sprites. The training of sprites would be entrusted to their respective trainers. He merely needed to serve as the overall commander, providing guidance as necessary. Little Snorlax, lie still and refrain from moving too much. Yu Yang playfully tugged at the ears of the little Snorlax. Cabby. The little Snorlax opened its mouth, joyfully accepting the snacks offered by Xiaozhang, shifting its body to ensure Yu Yang could recline more comfortably. The sensation of being a lazy person is truly delightful. It had become a rather unique presence at the training ground, consuming the leftover meals daily, and apart from eating and sleeping, it also served as the group's mascot. Whenever the team members took a break, they couldn't resist rubbing its fluffy head. The gentle and unassuming little Snorlax had unexpectedly become the most beloved sprite at the training ground. Yu Yang sat beneath the shade of a tree, resting his head on the soft belly of the Snorlax, observing the sprites frolicking with the team members in the distance, while his mind began to devise plans for transforming his farm. First and foremost, he needed to thoroughly clean the farmhouse, both inside and out, to evict any wild sprites lurking within, thus preventing any nighttime ambushes. He vividly recalled encountering a pack of rattatas and aspers in the grass during his visit to the farm yesterday. Should he inadvertently let his guard down, he could easily find himself in peril during the night. Although the farmhouse was indeed somewhat dilapidated, as per the village chief, Lao Huang, it had been built within the last decade, so he might as well make do with it. The critical issue was the lack of funds. Income from live streaming and short video platforms would not be available for another month. In reality, the largest expense, the purchase of the farm, had already been reimbursed by the police force, and while the location was remote, it still amounted to a 7-figure sum. Without the police force and their collaboration, his plans for farm development would inevitably be postponed. Maintaining cleanliness is indeed a monumental task. With 3 houses and the additional responsibility of clearing weeds from the yard, even with the assistance of a few sprites, it could take a day or 2 to accomplish. Once the tidying is complete, the next step involves reworking the farmland, recompacting the soil, paving pathways where necessary, and pouring concrete as required. It is essential to redefine the zones for fruit cultivation, sprite activities, leisure, and floral planting, among others. Currently, the entire farm consists predominantly of neglected fields, where the ground is uneven and overrun with weeds, urgently needing leveling. In Yu Yang's vision, the farm is centered around his residence, with the yard encircled by a pavement of blue stones or concrete, adorned with flowers and greenery. Surrounding the yard would be the area designated for fruit trees, followed by the outer zone for sprite activities. This arrangement is deliberate, as the precious fruit trees should be planted within the core area. Overall, this is the preliminary plan. to establish the initial framework of the farm before engaging a professional designer to craft a more detailed development once the debris and uneven ground are addressed. Moreover, there is a necessity to acquire a vehicle for transporting materials. While a small truck may be out of reach financially, a second-hand Wuling Hongguang van would suffice. With an anticipated expenditure of no more than 1 yuan, this would facilitate the transport of food, cleaning supplies, and decorative items with ease. Given that this is a sprite farm, he does not intend to hire workers. Instead, he plans to delegate all transportation tasks to the sprites. The transformation and construction of the farm would serve as excellent content for a live broadcast, showcasing the gradual evolution of the land from barren to a picturesque farm through the diligent efforts of the sprites. Sprites specialized in strength would handle the transportation of building materials, while those of the grass type would sow seeds and plant flowers and trees. Water sprites would be responsible for irrigation and cleaning, while moles would aerate the soil, enriching it further. The thought is exhilarating. Aside from technical and intellectual tasks, he wishes to entrust all other responsibilities to the sprites. Engaging and captivating the audience is one aspect, yet, fundamentally, all of this requires a considerable number of sprites and financial resources. Transforming over 40 acres of desolate land into lush greenery cannot be achieved solely with walking grasses and Bulbasaur seeds. It necessitates the recruitment of more sprites. When it comes to fertile soil, Yu Yang immediately thinks of Uncle Lin's burrowing moles. There is no one better suited for this task. As the weekend approaches, he plans to visit Shanming to request a few moles from Uncle Lin. While moles can be found in various places, none compare to those readily available at Uncle Lin's. Searching for new mole colonies in the wild would require winning their favor, which could be quite the endeavor. It is far more prudent to visit Uncle Lin's home. Additionally, he intends to visit his parents and grandparents before returning to the cabin in the woods to check on the shadow doll. Upon contemplating this, Yu Yang directly inquired of his companion, the stout little Zhang, Brother Zhang, do you happen to know of any second-hand car markets in Rongzhou? I wish to purchase a used Wuling Hongguang van for the convenience of transporting goods. Zhang, whose full name is Zhang Qibao and who is 3 years his senior, bears a name that, combined with his tidy buzz cut and stubbly beard, evokes a certain contrast. Looking for a used car? You've come to the right person. I have a friend who specializes in second-hand car transactions. Purchasing from him guarantees you won't incur a loss. When are you free? I can arrange a meeting with him. How about now? I'm available right this moment. With that, Yu Yang sprang to his feet. Chapter 82. A tumultuous journey. The transformation of the farm cannot be rushed. All preparatory work must first be meticulously completed. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. The first significant purchase for Yu Yang's farm was a second-hand luxury Wuling Hongguang van, valued at 500 yuan. Its sleek silver finish, compact yet rounded body, and manually operated doors all attest to the vehicle's remarkable status. After a bustling afternoon, with the assistance of Zhang and his friend, Yu Yang successfully completed all the transfer procedures for the van. All that remained was the review period, which would take approximately 1 to 3 working days. In the evening, as a gesture of gratitude for Zhang's assistance, Yu Yang treated his 2 friends to a delightful meal at a respectable restaurant. His Heracross, Swablu, Bidoof, and Fiba were happily frolicking on the grass by the lake, playing alongside the walking grass Pokémon. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, as the alcohol began to take effect, Yu Yang felt a slight dizziness, yet his mind remained relatively clear. Shaking a small porcelain cup that could hold goldfish, he slurred, Zhang, Brother Zhang, what type of Pokémon would you like to raise? In contrast to Yu Yang, Zhang had a commendable tolerance for alcohol. His cheeks were merely flushed, and his gaze was sharp. Upon hearing Yu Yang's question, his eyes lit up with excitement. How about a Snorlax? Or maybe a Swablu? A Snorlax? Haven't you seen my live streams? Did you not notice its immense appetite? The mindset of a wealthy individual differs greatly from that of the average person. To clarify for Zhang, Yu Yang recounted Snorlax's astonishingly large food consumption. Moreover, Snorlax is not simply a Pokémon one can readily find. Zhang hesitated. Indeed, its appetite is quite substantial. Then perhaps a Swablu would suffice. This fellow certainly knows how to choose, opting for the rarer Pokémon. Apologies, but Swablu is also quite uncommon and may be difficult to encounter. Zhang scratched his chin, pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone. He opened an image and presented it to Yu Yang. What about this Pokémon? It appeared in your live stream as well, and I find it utterly adorable. Sigh, Brother Zhang, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, how is it that you have such an affinity for cute Pokémon? Shouldn't you prefer robust and formidable ones? The young man thought to himself that the formidable strength of the fighting-type Pokémon would be ideal for him, as well as for his family's furniture factory. The notion of a Pokémon capable of demolishing a building with a single punch and effortlessly transporting 100 tons of timber in a day was rather amusing to him. A picture shared by Xiao Zhang prominently featured an Eevee, likely captured during their live broadcast at the Tingjiang wetland. To be candid, such Pokémon are indeed quite rare, and encountering one is largely a matter of luck. It is said that Eevees tend to resemble their trainers more as they grow together, making it hard to imagine what a scruffy-looking Eevee might be like. As a hint of regret crossed Xiao Zhang's eyes, Yuyang shifted the conversation. However, rarity does not equate to scarcity. In a couple of days, we could venture into the wild and perhaps have the fortune of encountering one. Furthermore, he added, I believe this particular Pokémon would suit you better. He pulled out the photo of a Maghop he had previously shared with a netizen to show Xiao Zhang. It looks quite adorable, but I'm not particularly fond of its muscular appearance. It feels a bit excessive, Xiao Zhang replied, scratching his head and forcing a smile. The transfer paperwork was completed on Wednesday, and after 2 days, by Friday, Yuyang had received the necessary documentation for the van. After finishing the training session that afternoon, he drove to the grassy shores of the lake, loading his beloved Pokémon, Bulbasaur, Magikarp, and the 3 companions that always accompanied him, into the vehicle. Having obtained his driver's license during his university days, driving was second nature to him. Once the Pokémon were settled, Yuyang activated the navigation system. Welcome to G-Day Navigation. This journey covers approximately 399 kilometers, with an estimated duration of 4 hours and 2 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are now departing. As the sweet voice of the female announcer filled the air, he started the engine and headed towards Shaming City. The spacious 7-seater van comfortably accommodated them, with the ever-helpful Xiao Zhang in the passenger seat. The 6 little Pokémon were arranged in 2 neat rows in the back, creating a delightful atmosphere reminiscent of a father taking his children out for an adventure. Yuyang assumed that with his presence, the 6 little creatures would behave well. To his surprise, it wasn't long before the car erupted with excitement. The mischievous Bulbasaur, seated in the last row, curiously leaned forward, its chubby paws resting on the front seat, intently watching the little egg cradled in the arms of the Togepi in the front. Tap, tap, it playfully poked Togepi's cheek, gesturing toward the precious egg. Goo, replied Togepi, whose gentle nature made it protective of the egg it cherished most. It would only reveal it if it felt guilty or wished to share with others. Facing Bulbasaur's request, Togepi softly uttered a goo and, after a moment's hesitation, produced the egg from its embrace to share with Bulbasaur. Tap. The Bulbasaur extended 2 vine whips from beside the verdant garlic and gently caught the small egg. It maneuvered the vines to secure the egg in front of itself, observing it meticulously for a while. Ultimately, it discerned no abnormalities. It was neither edible nor entertaining, merely an unremarkable little stone egg. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Bulbasaur flicked its vines, intending to return the egg to the Happiny. However, perhaps due to its lack of familiarity with the control of the vines, the force with which it swung them was a tad excessive. The small stone egg hurtled through the air like a fast-moving softball, crashing against a pillar beside the car window with a dull thud, causing a slight indentation in the pillar. Upon retrieving the small stone egg, Happiny discovered, to its dismay, that fine cracks had appeared at the top of the egg. Its adorable face scrunched up, tears welling in its eyes. Then, with a wail, the car was filled with a cacophony of cries. The comforting voices of Heracross, Bidoof, and Sprigatito mingled with the splashes of the constantly leaping Magikarp, while Bulbasaur, aware of its blunder, offered a stream of apologies, all accompanied by Happiny's loud sobs. Inside the van, chaos ensued. Having noticed the disturbance when the stone egg struck the pillar, Yuyang, who had pulled over, turned his head with a frown to see the inconsolable Happiny. He gently scooped it into his arms, speaking soothingly, "Don't cry, little one. How about I find you a new egg once we get back?" Bulbasaur hadn't meant to cause any trouble. Happiny, amidst its sniffles, waved its tiny hands, indicating that this particular egg was its favorite. "I understand. I'll get you 10 identical ones later," Yuyang reassured. And with the gentle words of Yuyang and the Pokémon, Happiny finally ceased its tears, clinging to the egg with a look of grievance as it curled up in its seat. Truly, it was just a little sister who hadn't grown up yet. By the way, is there any gender difference in grip strength? Chapter 83. A family after 4 hours of raucous chatter and laughter. Yuyang drove the silver-painted Wuling Hongguang van, finally arriving at Qinning County within the bounds of Shanmingxi. The village of Xiago, where his grandparents resided, belonged to this county. The reason for visiting the county rather than the village was that his parents had opened a restaurant in the town. Since his arrival in this world, he had not seen his parents, only communicating with them through mobile phone and WeChat. The last time he had been invited for tea by the police, his parents had called numerous times. Fortunately, after Yu Yang's earnest explanations and the village committee's announcement, his innocence was established, allowing his parents to finally feel at ease. Yu Yang felt it was important, both emotionally and logically, to visit them this time, to clarify what he had been up to, and to put their minds at rest. The sky had darkened, and twilight was approaching. The Wuling Hongguang vehicle came to a halt in the bustling streets of Qinning County. Yu Yang opened the car door and retrieved 3 newly modified Pokeballs gifted by Liang Tai, carefully capturing her across, a larger-than-average Bidoof and Bulbasaur within them. He cradled the diminutive Happiny and Oddish in his arms, while the Magikarp was secured in a fishbowl held by Xiao Zhang. The petite Happiny and Oddish, if they remained still, could easily be mistaken for mere toys by passers-by. Zhang, after such a lengthy journey, you must be weary. Let us have a meal first. Later this evening, we shall explore the county town, and you can stay at my home for the night before heading to the countryside tomorrow, Yu Yang suggested, gesturing towards a restaurant across the street named Ingbin Rustic Cuisine. Ah, you are right. I am indeed feeling a bit fatigued. Your Wuling is quite convenient for transporting goods. Yet the seats are rather rigid, Xiao Zhang replied, gently massaging his back, evidently exhausted from the vehicle's somewhat coarse seating arrangement. The two crossed the bustling street and entered the restaurant, where they were greeted by a refreshing blast of cool air and the lively chatter of diners. Yu Yang inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the various dishes, and soon spotted a middle-aged woman jotting down the menu at a nearby table. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached her, calling out, "Mom." Yu's mother turned in surprise, her face lighting up with joy upon recognizing her son. She promptly pointed upstairs. "The private room 209 is ready. Take your friend up. The dishes will be served shortly." "All right, you carry on," Yu Yang replied, aware that it was the peak dining hour, with many patrons filling the establishment. He placed Happiny and Oddish on his shoulders, recalling the layout of the place, and moved towards the refrigerator, asking Xiao Zhang, "What would you like to drink? Beer or something stronger? Or perhaps a soft drink? On a hot summer day, we should indulge in some chilled beer." Once upstairs, Yu Yang set several bottles of beer on the table and invited Xiao Zhang to sit down. "You must try the local specialty, Yaojiang tofu. Its flavor is simply unforgettable after just one taste." Observing the bustling activity of his mother's restaurant, Xiao Zhang remarked, "With such a thriving business, it's evident the food must be delightful." He then picked up the bottle opener and deftly uncapped 2 bottles of beer. Glancing at the 2 little Pokémon, Happiny and Oddish, huddled together, he inquired, "Do any Pokémon partake in drinking?" "Bidoof enjoys it, but there's no need to open a bottle for him," Yu Yang replied, summoning the other 3 Pokémon. As Bidoof emerged from its Pokeball, its nose twitched like a radar, detecting a familiar scent. "Ah," it exclaimed, quickly spotting the golden beer on the table. Come, Bidoof, take a seat." Yu Yang placed the large raccoon on the table, presenting it with a bottle of beer. "Yali," the raccoon exclaimed in delight, its paws cradling the beer as it expertly bit off the cap. "Shall we clink glasses?" Yu Yang and Xiao Zhang poured their beers. "Yali," the raccoon extended its paw, gently tapping glasses with the 2 humans, before eagerly gulping down half the bottle, letting out a satisfied burp. "Impressive, raccoon brother. Your tolerance is quite remarkable," Xiao Zhang remarked, admiring the raccoon's unflinching demeanor. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man and woman, each carrying a large basin filled with vividly red spicy crayfish. "You're here? Please, have a seat," Yu Yang exclaimed, rising to introduce the newcomers. "Zhang, allow me to introduce my parents. Mom, Dad, this is a new friend I met in Rongzhou." Xiao Zhang stood as well, wearing a bright smile as he slightly bowed and greeted, "Hello, Uncle and Andy, you can just call me Xiao Zhang." Yu Yang's parents felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing their son had not brought a girl home, but their expressions transformed into surprise and intrigue upon noticing the 5 adorable Pokémon beside the 2 young men. However, there was no trace of fear or trepidation. Suppressing their mixed emotions, they smiled warmly. "Very well, Xiao Zhang, please sit, don't be shy, and be sure to try our specially made spicy crayfish." With that, Yu's father pulled out a chair and seated himself, while Yu's mother began to turn to leave. Yu's father grasped her hand, saying, "Oh, our son has returned after such a long time. Let the others handle the shop for now. It won't make a difference if you're not there. Right, Mom? Didn't you want to know what I've been up to lately? Look at these adorable ones here. Sweethearts, say hello to my parents." Yu Yang chuckled, gently stroking the foreheads of Heracross and Bulbasaur, addressing the Pokémon. Jigglypuff, Bullpen. The charming Pokémon displayed their most endearing antics, greeting Yu's parents with sweet calls. "All right then." Yu's mother also pulled out a chair and sat beside Yu's father, offering the Pokémon a faintly friendly smile as she waved her hand, saying hello. Then, glancing at the charming creatures, she turned her attention back to Yu Yang, her expression revealing a complex mix of amusement and mild annoyance, stating, "Birds of a feather flock together. You two really are cut from the same cloth." Upon hearing his mother's words, Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what do you mean?" Chapter 84. The Fisherman's Delight. Yu's mother shot a sidelong glance at Yu's father. Let him explain himself. Father Yu glanced over the group of elves seated in chairs, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing of great concern, really. Just a few days ago, while I was fishing at Silver Lake, I inadvertently caught a monster. The television and the streets have been warning everyone not to venture into the wilderness during this time. Yet you ignored the advice and brought back such a bizarre creature." Mother Yu shot her husband a reproachful look, but her expression grew even more severe upon noticing the cluster of elves around their son. Yu Yang understood that his father was an avid fisherman. Warnings about monster invasions and potential harm were utterly insufficient to deter someone who would fish even on the brink of apocalypse. Qingning County is a tourist destination, home to the expansive and picturesque Silver Lake, classified as a level 5 tourist attraction. The lake is abundant in aquatic resources, renowned for its delectable freshwater delicacies throughout Minhua Province. The enchanting Silver Lake draws seasoned anglers from across the province to cast their lines. However, with the influx of elves, the exact number of species residing in Silver Lake remains a mystery. So where is that monster now? Is it at our home? Perhaps residing in our toilet? Looking dazed and foolish, appearing far less menacing than the reports suggest, Mother Yu remarked, her tone tinged with irritation. Dazed and foolish? Could it possibly be another ugly fish? A king carp? Yu Yang's expression brightened. What does it look like? It's a yellow-skinned duck, Father Yu interjected, a faint smile appearing on his lips. It seemed to be lured by the scent of the bait. When I caught it, the little creature had its entire mouth pierced by the hook. Yet it remained blissfully oblivious, not uttering a single sound. From my fishing experiences over the past month, I feel these monsters are not nearly as terrifying as the media portrays. Most of the creatures inhabiting Silver Lake are harmless little beings, blue-skinned mice, water-splashing tadpoles, and peculiar fish with lanterns. The only truly dangerous encounter was with a group of fish sporting fangs, yet they were too timid to approach the shore, posing no real threat to me. As he spoke, excitement grew on Father Yu's face. This is far more entertaining than ordinary fishing. Every catch brings an element of surprise regarding its identity. So you've become addicted to fishing? Mother Yu's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Xiaozhong, sitting nearby, had forgotten about the lobster in front of him, utterly captivated by the tales of various monsters. Mary Lou, mosquito tadpoles, lantern fish, fong-toothed fish. Yu Yang could empathize with his father's enthusiasm. After all, catching an array of peculiar aquatic spirits was undoubtedly more intriguing than reeling in common carp or crucian carp. Naturally, the level of danger was significantly heightened. Amusing as it may be, as a son, Yu Yang felt it was his duty to advise his father. "Dad, heed my counsel. Please refrain from fishing at Silver Lake in the future. It is far too perilous. What one might catch while fishing, such as the harmless marl, mosquito tadpoles, or lantern fish, can only be attributed to good fortune. In reality, not to mention the fierce piranhas, lantern fish can pose a certain degree of danger. Should an electric shock occur, the current could travel through the fishing rod and into the human body, leading to a tragic outcome." Previous news reports have recounted numerous instances of anglers who, due to improper handling of their fishing rods, inadvertently came into contact with high-voltage power lines, resulting in fatal consequences. Lantern fish are known to emit electric shocks, and theoretically, a similar situation could arise, which must be taken seriously. Moreover, should one encounter the intimidating Gyarados, drawn by the scent of bait, and it becomes displeased, the devastation it could wreak is a scene that Yu Yang dares not envision. Gyarados is notoriously known for its ferocity and volatility. While the notion of it unleashing a hyper beam may be somewhat exaggerated, the likelihood of an encounter is very real. Even a casual spray from its mouth could be unbearable for an ordinary human. Thankfully, Yu Yang's father possesses remarkable luck. Upon reflection, Yu Yang felt a chill of sweat. It is indeed reckless for an ordinary person to venture into the wild for fishing. Thus, leveraging this topic, he took the opportunity to inform his parents about his recent work and educate them on the dangers of fishing in the wild. He presented them with several videos of battles featuring Heracross and various Pokémon, urging them to watch and stating, as Dad rightly pointed out, a significant portion of water-dwelling Pokémon are benign, yet a small fraction can be exceedingly perilous. Therefore, starting today, you must refrain from fishing in the wild. At most, you may fish in the nearby ponds in the county for a bit of leisure. After much persuasion from Yu Yang, his father's demeanor turned serious. finally comprehending the risks associated with wild fishing. By the way, what about our yellow-feathered duck at home? He asked. Oh, that's unnecessary. The yellow-feathered duck is known as Psyduck, a rather clumsy and silly Pokémon, posing no threat whatsoever. You can keep it at home. It might even assist you with some household chores. As for what specific chores Psyduck could manage, he had not yet considered. In the ensuing time, the family engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Yu Yang's parents exhibiting great curiosity and inquiries regarding his line of work. Particularly, Yu Yang's father, who, on the spot, retrieved his phone, downloaded an app, and eagerly browsed his son's profile. Son, it seems you don't have many followers. Why not upload your videos to Douyin or Xiaohongshu? Those platforms have a larger audience and can generate more revenue, he suggested, clearly unfamiliar with the nuances of social media. Indeed, that is my plan. Once I return, I shall upload the videos to various platforms, Yu Yang replied, taking his father's advice to heart. The meal continued, filled with conversation, lasting a remarkable 4 hours. By the time they descended from their table, the restaurant was nearly empty, with only the hired staff remaining to clean up. In response to the inquiry regarding how he possessed such extensive knowledge about Pokémon, Yu Yang fabricated a tale, asserting that he had acquired this information during a collaboration with experts from the police force. Given the official nature of his work, it appeared to be a legitimate endeavor. Coupled with an official Pokémon nurturing permit, the couple could not question him further, merely advising their son to prioritize safety. Perhaps due to the passage of time since their last meeting, and Yu Yang's deliberate imitation of certain daily habits from his previous self, his parents noted a subtle transformation in his demeanor. He seemed more mature and composed. However, they attributed these changes to the trials of work and societal experiences, deeming it a natural progression. Yu Yang took the keys from his mother and, accompanied by little Zhang and the Pokémon, walked back to their residence, which was situated in one of the most upscale neighborhoods within Qining County. As he unlocked the door, he was greeted by the sight of a yellow-skinned Psyduck, tilting its head in confusion as it emerged from behind the sofa, staring blankly at the humans and Pokémon in the foyer. Quack, the Psyduck inquired, perplexed. Chapter 85, Psyduck and the Fisherman Quack? Psyduck furrowed its brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it initially seemed, as it did not recognize the individuals before it. Deep down, it felt an obligation to act, though it pondered what that action should be. Hello, Psyduck, Yu Yang said, smiling as he picked up the bewildered yellow duck. A wave of tranquil energy flowed from his palms to Psyduck's forehead. Quack, that feels nice, Psyduck thought, as the cool sensation alleviated its headache, momentarily distracting it from its previous contemplation. Is this yellow duck truly a Pokémon? It seems rather dim-witted. Even less clever than the meat ducks raised outside, little Zhang remarked, suppressing a chuckle as he observed the dazed Psyduck in Yu Yang's arms. Upon hearing this, an idea struck Yu Yang. Brother Zhang, could you assist me in carrying the Eevee to the bathroom? I intend to film a brief educational video about Psyduck, and in doing so, I shall provide you with the answers. Educating about Psyduck would also yield material for another video, as it was inconvenient to live stream at home, and lacking engaging content for such, a short video would suffice. Cradling Psyduck, Yu Yang gathered the necessary tools for filming and addressed the other Pokémon. Dear little ones, you may play in the living room for a while. I shall put on a cartoon for you. He then turned on the television, selecting the currently popular children's animation, Peppa Pig, before making his way to the bathroom. His bathroom lacked a large bathtub, containing only a sizable basin used by his father for fish. Nonetheless, it was ample enough to accommodate both Psyduck and Eevee. Once the basin was filled with fresh water, they placed Psyduck and Eevee inside. Brother Zhang, are we ready to begin? Yu Yang crouched beside the basin, striking a pose. All right, let us begin, he said. Xiao Zhang, holding his phone, adjusted the angle for filming, nodding to indicate that Yu Yang could commence his educational segment. Hello, dear netizens. I have been quite occupied lately, which has delayed my video updates. Without further ado, today I, Xiao Yu, will introduce a new Pokémon. Some of you may have already spotted them by the water's edge. With that, Yu Yang spread his palm, gesturing toward the nearby Psyduck. Xiao Zhang smoothly panned the camera to the right, revealing a yellow-feathered duck with its claws cradling its head, its gaze vacant. Half of its body submerged in the water. Perched atop its head was a diminutive yellow rubber duck toy. Surrounding Psyduck were the unrelenting movements of a school of Magikarp, their expressions equally blank. Xiao Zhang took the opportunity to engage with the viewers in the comments. What kind of Pokémon is this? It looks rather dim-witted. This is Psyduck, a water-type Pokémon that enjoys inhabiting the shores, Yu Yang explained. Why does it constantly clutch its head? Is it simply in its nature? He picked up the small rubber duck from Psyduck's head and pressed it a couple of times, producing a series of high-pitched squeaks. Psyduck's gaze slowly shifted to the toy, tilting its head and letting out a sound. As you can see, its expression mirrors that of the Magikarp, often lost in a daze. However, unlike Magikarp, Psyduck's stupor is due to a unique circumstance. Within its body lies an astonishing power that it is currently unable to control, which results in persistent headaches. These headaches frequently cause it to forget things, leading it to abandon thought altogether. It allows time to slip by in a stupor, which is why it appears so vacant. That sounds rather pitiable. It resembles a protagonist from a novel, burdened by the shackles of a seal that prevents its power from being unleashed, Xiaozhong remarked, adopting a somewhat gruff tone. His sudden use of a sympathetic voice to describe Psyduck struck Yu Yang as incongruous, akin to a warrior embroidering flowers. Sighing, he thought to himself that future videos should feature a voiceover by someone with a sweeter tone. Indeed, it is a bit tragic. Our poor Psyduck often suffers from headaches. So when you see it looking dazed, please refrain from mocking it. In truth, it is quite adorable and endearing, Yu Yang replied, gently tousling the 3 tufts of hair atop Psyduck's head. Psyduck remained focused on pressing the rubber duck in its hands, oblivious to Yu Yang's comments. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yu Yang withdrew his hand, lifted Psyduck, and grabbed a towel to dry it off, signaling to Xiaozhong. Alright, that concludes our video. In today's fast-paced world, the ideal duration for educational short videos is ideally kept under 2 minutes. Filming a Psyduck in a water basin is purely to align with its water-type essence. As Yu Yang gently wiped the Psyduck's round body, a thought struck him. Alright, Brother Zhang, what do you think of Psyduck? Raising one could be quite delightful. It's adorably clumsy. He shrugged and decided to search for his little Eevee instead. Xiaozhong turned off the video recording, casting a glance at the dazed duck, and chuckled awkwardly. At least Snorlax can interact. With Psyduck, even if you say 3 things, it might not respond once. It's terribly dull. Oh, but you don't know about Golduck after Psyduck evolves. Golduck possesses decent strength and intelligence, and it can even be a little weather forecaster, though its looks are rather ordinary. Nevertheless, when it comes to choosing a Pokémon, it's all about the connection. If you like it, even if it seems silly, you'll want to keep it. Such things cannot be forced. Yu Yang thought it would be quite nice for his father to have a Psyduck, as it could serve as a plush companion. Once it evolves, Golduck could accompany him on outdoor fishing excursions. Golduck is an excellent swimmer and can wield psychic powers with its abilities. It could easily escape from any formidable Pokémon, except perhaps a Gyarados, ensuring a high level of safety. Before bed that night, Yu Yang edited the educational video from earlier and uploaded it to his personal page, followed by a post announcing tomorrow's live stream. After spending a night in the county, the next day, he bid farewell to his parents and the newly welcomed Psyduck, setting off with Xiaozhong to visit his grandfather in Xiago Village. Due to their early start, they arrived at his grandfather's home before 9 in the morning. Originally, Yu Yang had intended to stop by Kong Village to inquire about the situation with the gophers from Uncle Lin, but to his surprise, he learned that Uncle Lin had gone to the city for errands and wouldn't return until the evening. With plans altered, he proceeded to his grandfather's house, chatted with the elderly couple for a while, and prepared to start his live stream to explore the forest cabin. Chapter 86. And in at 9:30 in the morning. Having reached the entrance of the forest, Yu Yang activated the live stream. He handed his streaming phone to Xiaozhong while he held a backup device to monitor the comments. At that moment, all 6 Pokémon were present with him. Even the Magikarp was cradled by Bidoof, standing by the roadside. While Magikarp could have been left at his grandfather's house, considering they were all family, it wouldn't be right to exclude it from the fun due to its mobility issues. Furthermore, as Magikarp evolves into Gyarados through beauty, Yu Yang planned to frequently compliment it and even purchase custom little dresses and charming outfits online to adorn it, showering it with praise. He mused that he should buy a metallic crown for Magikarp, transforming it into a princess of the pond. Dad, you finally started the live stream. It's been a week. Do you know how I've spent this week? How did you spend it? Playing games every day? Regarding his long-delayed live stream, Yu Yang felt a twinge of guilt within. He recalled that the last live stream, which took place over a week ago, was merely an hour-long exploration of the whimsical daily life of sprites, hardly qualifying as substantive content. This scenery looks familiar. Is that Mausaga? Could it be the mountains near Brother Yang's hometown? I remember there's a dilapidated restroom nearby. Wow. Has Brother Yang upgraded his equipment? Has he enough funds to hire a photographer? As the live stream commenced, the audience, akin to pin-up young men longing for an outlet, eagerly flooded the chat with comments. The barrage of messages left Yu Yang momentarily dazzled. Indeed, he had promised yesterday that he would host a live stream from his hometown, pledging that today's session would certainly last a full 10 hours. With a playful grin, he adopted a humble demeanor, urging everyone to ready their snacks and beverages. Additionally, he introduced his new partner. He took the phone from Xiao Zhang, directing the camera toward him. Xiao Zhang, a non-sensitive identity and his assistant, would frequently appear in future streams, thus necessitating an introduction to foster a sense of familiarity among the viewers. Hello everyone, just call me Xiao Zhang. I will be assisting Yu Yang with the live streams. Facing the camera for the first time, Xiao Zhang was somewhat bashful. Oh, I recognize that voice. You are the narrator from yesterday's video. Xiao Zhang. Old Zhang. Brother Zhang, do you have a boyfriend? I thought you were a young lady. Cough, cough, everyone. Please refrain from teasing Brother Zhang. He is quite shy and turns red even when speaking to girls. If any female viewers are interested in Brother Zhang, feel free to reach out privately. Yu Yang, remembering team leader Liang's request, took the opportunity to promote Xiao Zhang. Without further ado, let us embark on our adventure. He handed the live stream back to Xiao Zhang, instructing the 4 sprites to lead the way so that the mobile camera could capture them all within the frame. Why 4 sprites? Because the other 2, Little Food Wan and Walking Grass, were nestled in a bamboo basket on his back. Their slower pace was one reason, and the other, naturally, was that girls require attentive care. Wow, it seems this is everyone's first outdoor adventure. The garlic has grown so large, nearly surpassing Walking Grass's mother. It appears they have been well fed lately. My Little Food Wan is still as adorable as ever. Moi. We're the fans of Little Hee Hee. The diligent Little Hee Hee is the favorite among the strong men. I'm sorry, I am merely a tool fan of Ugly Lily. She guards her fish princess even while outdoors. It truly brings me to tears. Strictly speaking, this marked the first time Bulbasaur had ever ventured into the wild since its birth. It resembles a curious kitten, drawn to the allure of a butterfly, filled with wonder at everything in the forest. It incessantly sways its slender vine whip, flipping this way and that. As it frolics, a rustling sound emerges from the thicket to its left. In the next moment, a pale blue rodent-like creature, seemingly disturbed, bursts forth from the underbrush, glaring fiercely at the nearby Bulbasaur and emitting sharp squeaks. Yu Yang swiftly shifts his gaze, immediately recognizing this Pokémon, which had never before graced the livestream. What fortune! Upon entering the woods, I encounter an unfamiliar Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon is this? It appears slightly cuter than Rattata and seems less aggressive. That said, after watching Brother Yang's livestream for so long, most of the Pokémon encountered have been quite docile, and many are genuinely adorable. If I weren't so timid, I would yearn to capture one in the wild. This Pokémon's body is predominantly a soft blue, adorned with a few deep blue circular spots. Its eyes are triangular with red irises, a single white incisor protrudes from its mouth. It has 2 pairs of whiskers and large ears, and a tiny poisonous spike graces its forehead, with sharp spines affixed to its back. He points at the Pokémon confronting Bulbasaur and states, "It is called Nidoran, a very gentle creature." Name, Nidoran. Gender ratio, 100. Female type. Poison classification, Poison Pin. Pokémon abilities, Poison Point or Rivalry or Hustle. Hidden ability, base stats, 275 now. Faced with the irate Nidoran, Bulbasaur refuses to back down, swinging its vine whip in an attempt to strike the former. Bulbasaur, do not do that. You are the one disturbing it. Yu Yang promptly halts the antics of his companion, advancing a few meters to a distance of several steps from Nidoran. He waves his hand, signaling Xiao Zhang to crouch alongside him, directing their focus toward Nidoran. Upon spotting the approaching humans, Nidoran is startled, preparing to flee back into the thicket. However, a deep blue, tower-like figure blocks its escape. Yu Yang tosses a piece of cooked chicken before Nidoran to soothe its nerves. Aware of Nidoran's toxic nature, he keeps a safe distance, refraining from touching it, and explains, Nidoran does not relish combat. Note how it instinctively sought to flee rather than retaliate when we approached. But do not underestimate Nidoran's potential danger. It is a poison-type Pokémon, and the spikes and horns on its body harbor lethal venom. A single drop from its poisonous spines can swiftly bring down an adult, possessing toxicity even more potent than that of a 5-step snake. The 5-step snake might allow you a few steps yet. Its temperament, however, resembles that of a silver-ringed snake. It will not easily initiate an attack. The 5-step snake can indeed be subdued. One merely needs to walk 45 steps. It is evident that one cannot solely judge their danger based on their charming appearance. Look at those prominent front teeth. They must be related to the small Rattata. It seems to be the 3rd watch of the night, and there will be another soon. Chapter 87. Has someone been here? Relatives? It appears that there is no familial connection between it and Rattata, although Psyduck could certainly be considered a progenitor. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yang contemplated the intriguing and worthy topic of the Nido family. Both Nidoqueen and Nidoking are formidable Pokémon. However, upon evolving into Nidoqueen, Nidoran loses its reproductive capabilities. This unfortunate reality means that Nidoking can only mate with the petite Nidoran, which is rather disheartening. Yet, such peculiar knowledge was not something Yu Yang intended to share in the livestream. Instead, he began discussing the gender differences within the Nido family. It is noteworthy that Nidoran is exclusively female, while its male counterpart is known as Nidorino, a Pokémon that bears a similar appearance but is strikingly different in color. The female Nido family member is called Nidoran, and the male is Nidorino. The female's body is a light blue, while the male's is purple, and their temperaments vary greatly. The gentle Nidoran is peaceful and amiable, whereas the brave Nidorino will fearlessly confront adversaries to protect the Nidoran they cherish, even if the opponents are significantly stronger. Is that not the epitome of a devoted partner? I truly appreciate this. After hearing the host's explanation, I've already sent my dim-witted boyfriend packing. Hey, how do I look? I'm definitely the Nidorino type. According to Brother Yang, if I were to catch a Nidorino, would it protect me like a mate? Do not underestimate Nidorino. As long as you share a deep bond with your Pokémon, even Rattata and Arbok would lay down their lives for you. The most crucial factor is how you treat them. Ahem, let us return to discussing Nidoran. Should anyone encounter a blue Nidoran or a purple Nidorino in the wild, it is advisable not to attempt to capture them. While their temperaments are generally amicable, they possess toxins that can pose a serious threat upon contact. Always remember, there are countless Pokémon to choose from, but your life must take precedence. Considering the likelihood of personnel from official departments seeking to introduce Pokémon to him, Yu Yang has decided to gradually promote Pokémon that are suitable for human care during his live streams. Generally, Pokémon of the normal, grass, and water types are more appropriate for beginners. As for the Nido family, it is wise to have a protective Pokémon before attempting to capture one. Moreover, Nido family members tend to be social creatures. If one is caught, it signifies the presence of a nearby group. Should an ill-advised individual attempt to capture a young Nidoran, it is likely that the entire group would direct their wrath towards the nearby human population. To capture a spirit, one must undoubtedly respect its own will. Brother Yang, I enjoy battling. Which spirit should I choose? Normal type? I recall that Eevee is a normal type. I would like to raise one. The comments are rather foolish. If you want to raise one, go for a Bounsweet. It's cost-effective, can help tend to crops, and grows quite well. Zhang, what do you think of Nidoran? Isn't it adorable? Would you like to capture it? Despite the promotional remarks, Yu Yang possesses the strength of a stalwart guardian. If Xiaozhang wishes to capture it, he can certainly assist by providing a few special treats and facilitating communication with the Nidoran family. In response to his inquiry, Xiaozhang remained steadfast. I shall not be swayed by other spirits until my Eevee has turned me down. Very well. After a brief introduction to Nidoran, Yu Yang left behind some chicken breast and led everyone onward toward the cabin in the woods. This route had been traversed before, so he had some recollection of the distribution of spirits along the way. They were merely small spirits like Metapod, Caterpie, Beedrill, Pidgey, and Rattata, which had already been discussed. Soon, the group passed through the lush forest and arrived at the hillside, where terraced fields were once spread out. A crooked, muddy path descended the slope. Unlike their previous visit, this time, deep yellow warning signs had been placed at intervals around the perimeter of the hillside, stating, "Beware of fierce monsters ahead. Please exercise utmost caution." Furthermore, a thin wire fence barred their path. Undoubtedly, this had been established as a precautionary measure following Yu Yang's advice. Particularly at the muddy path leading down the hill, it was densely lined with barbed wire. Naturally, such arrangements could only prevent human entry and would not hinder the passage of incorporeal ghost-type spirits. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, ha ha ha, little Shuppet, have come to wish you ascension. Look, just see how tall he stands, and the muscles faintly appearing on the ugly raccoon. What is there to fear from a mere Shuppet? It feels as if an entire era has passed in less than a month. The viewers were wildly exhilarated. Regarding the Shuppet they mentioned, Yu Yang had yet again not brought a spirit that could counter ghost types. The reason was simple. Darumaka, or rather Black Houndoom, required training. He could summon a Darumaka, but considering that it would necessitate negotiations with the police force and was not particularly urgent, he decided against it. His Heracross had significantly strengthened. Although bug types were not particularly effective against ghost types, when combined with the poison-type moves of Bounsweet, they posed no threat. The slender wire fence was no obstacle for Yu Yang, who was determined to enter the cabin. Unable to traverse the muddy path, he opted instead to ascend the hillside along the uneven terraces, stepping cautiously between deep and shallow spots. Upon reaching the summit, outside the rustic farmhouse, there were no barriers to impede passage, save for the iron gate ahead, which bore 2 white seals affixed to it. These seals appeared intact, showing only signs of wear from exposure to the elements, yet nothing seemed amiss. However, as Yu Yang scanned the surroundings, he was astonished to discover that several slender bars at the far edge of the gate exhibited signs of having been forcibly bent. A few iron bars were pressed together, creating an opening wide enough for an adult to curl through. Yu Yang rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Indeed, there was a breach. The bars have been pried open? Has someone ventured inside? Who, dare I ask, possesses such audacity to traverse the formidable barriers and enter this perilous locale? Not only was Yu Yang taken aback, but his audience also ceased their self-indulgence, beginning to speculate as to who might have pulled apart the bars and entered the courtyard. Could it be law enforcement? Yet, with the seals in place, it was customary for the authorities to refrain from entering so readily. He rattled the iron gate, which was secured by a hefty chain, rendering it impossible to budge. Moreover, should the vengeful doll within require attention, the police would undoubtedly consult him regarding their apprehension strategy. Just as Yu Yang stood before the iron gate in contemplation, faint footsteps emanated from within the 2-story farmhouse behind the gate. 3 updates tonight. I shall refrain from reiterating this for the coming week. As long as my readers remember my merits and my resolve, I shall be content, he lamented. Chapter 88. The master is someone there? Not only Yu Yang, but even Xiao Zhang, who stood beside him, heard the footsteps. The sound unmistakably resembled the scrape of shoes against the ground, rather than the delicate patter of ethereal beings. They exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. What is happening? Why does the host appear so incredulous? Could there truly be someone alive inside? Surely, this isn't merely for show. Transitioning from educational content to a ghost hunting live stream? Ghost hunting? Quite intriguing. Due to the lightness of the footsteps, combined with the mobile phone's recording and processing, the sound transmitted to the live stream was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. Thus, the audience remained oblivious to the unfolding events. There might be someone in the house, Yu Yang murmured. Generally, one would not expect a normal person to venture into such desolate wilderness. Could it be an outdoor exploration host? He suddenly recalled the adventurer previously drained of vitality by the spectral entity. Or perhaps a fugitive. Yet if it were indeed a person, there was little to fear. He boldly called out, "Hello, is anyone inside?" To his surprise, even before a response could be heard from within, a rustling sound emerged from the dense underbrush in the courtyard behind the iron gate. Pop, pop, pop. 6 tender green leaves emerged from the thicket. The tender leaves quivered slightly, and shortly thereafter, 3 diminutive pink heads emerged from the grass. Ah, what kind of sprite is this? So adorable. A pink radish? It bears a slight resemblance to walking grass. Where's the resemblance? Walking grass looks like a radish, whereas this pink sprite resembles a tiny kitten. Oh, it is 3 tufted grasses. The tufted grasses danced in the breeze, drifting into the courtyard. And Yu Yang did not find this peculiar. Just as their attention was captured by the tufted grasses, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. The footsteps were accompanied by an aged, hoarse voice. Who is it? A shuffling figure appeared at the entrance on the 1st floor. Following the sound, Yu Yang beheld an elderly woman with silver hair, leaning on a cane, standing at the door. Upon seeing the old woman, the 3 pink tufted grasses turned their tender leaves, floating to her side and affectionately circling around her. Good girl, the old woman said, embracing one of the tufted grasses, cradling it in her arms while gently rubbing its cheek, a tender smile gracing her face. How could there be an old woman here? Could it be? Indeed. The road is blocked. How did the old woman end up here? Could she be the original owner of this place? Observing the strands of her hair blowing in the wind and her pajamas adorned with cartoon characters, Yu Yang was convinced she was certainly no ghost, especially since her pajamas featured the currently popular Kuromi. That said, it was a bit odd for an elderly lady to wear Kuromi pajamas. He turned back to Xiao Zhang, signaling with his eyes towards the camera, gesturing to lower it slightly. Xiao Zhang promptly understood, adjusting the camera's height to avoid capturing the old woman's face. Hello, dear lady. We are villagers from Xiago village visiting for leisure. May we come in for a drink and a moment's rest? Besides, as you can see, we have little sprites with us, so there's no need to worry about any harm coming to them. The old woman seemed somewhat hard of hearing. It took several calls for her to comprehend his words, and she eventually nodded, albeit belatedly. Come in, young man. Thank you. Yu Yang was the first to crouch down and squeeze through the opening in the iron gate. Xiao Zhang and the other sprites followed suit. Upon seeing guests arrive, the old woman set down the tufted grass she had been holding, waved to Yu Yang and the others, and walked into the living room on the 1st floor. In the courtyard, Dada, Guli, and Xia Fujuan, along with the walking grass and Bulbasaur, joyfully played among the grass. Heracross, acting as a bodyguard, closely followed the two humans. The great beaver was responsible for watching over its fish princess. Although the courtyard remained overgrown with weeds, upon entering the living room, Yu discovered it had been tidied up. Some simple furniture had been meticulously cleaned. The altar in the center has once again been graced with incense. On the wall hangs a monochromatic photograph of an elderly man. The previously chilly atmosphere has considerably softened. The room seems imbued with a vibrant sense of life. Please, have a seat. The old woman, stooped and moving slowly, approaches the altar, lifts a water jug, and retrieves two porcelain cups, her trembling hands pouring water for them. Oh, allow me, she says. You sit. Yu steadies the jug for her, pouring hot water, taking a sip before offering a cup to Xiaozhang. Young man, please take a seat as well. The old woman, leaning on her cane, settles into a weathered wooden chair, paying no heed to the two drinking water. Instead, she gazes out at the little spirits frolicking at the doorway, lost in her thoughts. Her thin, withered hands unconsciously caress the cane, her lips slightly curling to reveal a few missing teeth, the wrinkles on her face resembling the mottled patterns on the wall. Bright sunlight streams in through the door, illuminating her murky eyes, glimmering with a faint light. Oh, I can't quite explain it, but I inexplicably feel that the old woman is very lonely. The weather is splendid, the scenery is exquisite, the lush grass sways like waves in the breeze. Everything seems so beautiful, yet I feel so isolated. Where are her children? Not only were the viewers curious, but Yu also found himself intrigued. He finished the water in his cup and, with a somewhat resonant voice, inquired, "Grandma, is this your home?" He repeated the question 2 or 3 times before the elderly woman snapped back to reality. Seemingly organizing her thoughts, and after a few seconds of silence, replied, "Yes, I have lived here ever since I got married." "You've lived here all this time?" Yu recalled that when he last visited, the house was shrouded in dust. "I remember this place was abandoned, wasn't it? And it was sealed off by the authorities due to a monster causing trouble. How did you get in?" Perhaps the weight of his inquiries overwhelmed her, as the old woman fell into a daze, blinking blankly, and took a long time to respond. The atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. Given the old woman's condition, could she be suffering from Alzheimer's? Surely not. Who would leave an elderly person with dementia alone in the mountains? Chapter 89. Pure emotion. Just as the viewers in the live stream were exchanging suggestions to aid Yu, footsteps echoed once more from outside the courtyard. "Grandma, I'm back," came a melodious female voice from the door. It's a girl. My sister sensor is activated." From her voice, she sounds quite lovely. I thought so. How could such an immobile old woman be left without care? She must be the old woman's granddaughter, after all. Who else would have bought her the Kuromi pajamas? Ah, what an adorable little spirit. Wait, are you little blessing egg? Gulyuri? The master of voices evidently spotted the playful little Feudens in the courtyard, his tone imbued with surprise. At that moment, the elderly woman, leaning on her cane, rose and made her way outside. Yu stepped forward to assist her as they approached the entrance. Amidst the overgrown weeds in the courtyard stood a young girl with a bamboo basket slung over her back. She sported a bob haircut, her features delicate, with a pair of metal-framed glasses perched on her nose, clad in loose-fitting athletic wear. Her light gray outfit was speckled with bits of grass and mud. Within the bamboo basket, a hodgepodge of items was crammed together, including soy sauce, cooking oil, sugar, rice, and flour, alongside everyday necessities like towels, dish soap, and a drying rack. What astonished Yu the most was the vibrant green, snake-like spirit standing beside the girl. It was a viper. The viper raised its head, its two vine-like tendrils extending from behind, tightly coiling around a red bucket filled with clear water. Hearing the commotion, the girl lifted her gaze. Upon seeing Yu and Xiaozhang next to the elderly woman, along with the selfie stick in Xiaozhang's hand, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her face, a wary expression crossing her features. Yet, as she blinked and recognized the two, her demeanor shifted from caution to surprise. "You are Yu?" she inquired, glancing between the little Feudens and the Heracross, her tone transitioning from uncertainty to conviction. "It truly is Yu." The viper immediately dropped the bucket and leaped in front of the girl, baring its fangs at the familiar humans and Heracross. Moreover, a ghostly figure gradually emerged from the basket behind the girl, floating above her shadow. A pair of pale blue eyes glimmered, fixated intently on Heracross. It was a case of old adversaries meeting, and tensions ran high. "Goodness, the viper and the grudge doll. What old acquaintances we have here." Xiaozhang, raise the camera angle a bit. I can't see what the girl looks like. From her voice, she must be quite beautiful. I'm utterly enchanted. Given the demeanor of these two spirits, could it be they have been tamed by the girl? Yu Yang was somewhat taken aback by the girl's immediate recognition of him. Clearly, his efforts in live streaming had borne fruit. Suddenly, he recalled the exam papers he had seen on the second floor and tentatively asked, I am Yu Yang. You must be Zhao Jing. You recognize me? Zhao Jing was quite surprised, but then a realization dawned upon her, and a shy, embarrassed expression crossed her face. Oh, I've watched the replay of your live stream. You came to my home to broadcast before. The Viper and the Grudge Doll, they are friends. Please don't be alarmed. Viper, the elegant vine snake, with an air of aloofness, turned its head away, ceasing to regard Yu Yang and her across. Instead, it cheerfully called out and scampered over to the old lady, gently nudging her calf with its head while emitting soft, affectionate sounds. The vengeful doll cast a wistful glance at her across, and, mirroring the vine snake, floated to the old lady's side, circling around her incessantly, its cerulean eyes narrowing into slits. Jacket Lu? Heracross scratched his head, somewhat bemused. Why do these two little rascals harbor such animosity toward me? The old lady, retrieving a large white rabbit milk candy from her nightgown pocket, trembled as she attempted to crouch down to feed it to the vine snake. Understanding her frailty, the vine snake adeptly used its tendrils to prevent her from bending over while simultaneously curling one around the candy and tossing it into its mouth. Vine. Relishing the sweetness of the candy, the vine snake joyfully wrapped itself around the old lady's calf. It appears everyone has misjudged the situation. The two spirits were not tamed by Zhao Jing, but rather by this dear old lady. I recall Yang Go mentioning that spirits possess a pure heart, able to discern kindness from malice. Perhaps it is the old lady's selfless love that has earned their friendship. With the heat of the day bearing down outside, Zhao Jing suggested, shall we all go inside and take a seat? She entered the house, carrying a basket. The vine snake returned to the courtyard, disregarding the playful grass-type spirits, such as walking grass and Bulbasaur, before seizing a plastic bucket and making its way into the house. Zhao Jing set down the basket and assisted the old lady into a chair. Leaning in close, she whispered softly, Grandma, the vine snake has brought you water from the stream. You can bathe tonight. The old lady paused, her expression contemplative as she gazed at Zhao Jing's face, before breaking into a smile and replying, Thank you, dear girl. No need for thanks. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Zhao Jing's eyes. Sighing inwardly, Yu Yang sought to divert the conversation. Well then, Zhao Jing, may I ask why you have returned here? You must be aware, having seen my live stream, that the wilderness can be perilous. While you coexist peacefully with the vine snake and the vengeful doll, it does not imply safety in this realm. Today, we encountered relatively harmless spirits like the Jinsu grass and the vine snake. But what if next time we encounter a truly dangerous spirit, like the abominable monster? Zhao Jing bit her lip. You must have noticed that my grandmother's condition is deteriorating. The doctor has stated that Alzheimer's disease cannot be cured, only alleviated. In truth, these symptoms began to manifest over a year ago, and I find myself somewhat implicated in this matter. She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Ever since I entered university, my grandmother's condition has deteriorated significantly. A month ago, her illness worsened to the point where she could barely recognize her loved ones and frequently wandered off. Yu Yang recalled Zhao Jing's diary, understanding that she had been raised by her grandmother, with a profound bond between them. The sudden absence of such a dear one can indeed lead to such distressing circumstances. Chapter 90. Let us have a meal with a soft plop. A single crystalline tear cascaded from Zhao Jing's eyes, landing on her pant leg. It's all my fault. This is not your doing, Yu Yang reassured her, offering a packet of tissues. As a child, my parents worked away from home, and it was my grandparents who nurtured me. After I entered high school, I moved to the city for my studies. Fortunately, my parents earned some money working in distant places and returned to the city to open a breakfast shop, bringing my grandmother to live with us. Just a month ago, my father called to inform me that my grandmother had gone missing. My mind went blank, and I immediately booked the next train ticket from Rongzhou to Shanming. Ultimately, with the assistance of the police, we located her on the road to Qinning County. At this point, Zhao Jing could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her and sobbed. When we found her, she was so weak from hunger that she could not walk. Collapsed by the roadside, repeatedly murmuring my grandfather's name and mine, lamenting that no one tended to the rice fields back home. Considering that returning to our hometown might benefit my grandmother's condition, I discussed with my parents the possibility of bringing her back to live there. Don't cry. My shoulder is here for you to lean on. Is anyone still being clever up front? Where's the house manager? Having an elderly person with Alzheimer's at home can be quite challenging. If the condition is severe, it can be quite tormenting for the children. Regardless of the torment, these elders are our dear ones. If it were me, I would undoubtedly care for them until the end. Yu Yang pondered for a moment. About a month ago was when he encountered the vengeful shadow doll. It was likely just days after that incident that Zhao Jing's grandmother went missing. When the local authorities came to seal off the area, did you all move in? Yes, we did. Someone came specifically to talk to us, warning that the house was dangerous, but at the time we did not perceive any abnormalities. We merely agreed on the surface, and once the area was sealed, we secretly returned. That was rather reckless, Yu Yang thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it in front of the viewers. Later, we encountered the vengeful shadow doll and the vine snake. Oh, at that time, I had not yet watched your live stream, so I was unaware of their names and simply referred to them as Little Gray and Little Green. The vengeful shadow doll seemed quite fond of my grandmother. It enjoyed being near her, resting within her shadow. Hearing Zhao Jing's words, a ripple of thoughts stirred within Yu Yang. The vengeful doll is particularly sensitive to emotions. Could it be that the myriad feelings emanating from the old woman attract it? The mischievous vine snake initially caused harm to the grandmother with its whip, yet she mistakenly identified it as me and did not reproach it. Instead, she continuously offered it comfort, and gradually, a bond formed between them. When the vine snake injured the grandmother, I was asleep in the house and therefore did not realize the situation immediately. Zhao Jing, with reddened eyes, expressed her embarrassment. After a brief silence, Yu Yang continued to inquire, has there been any improvement in grandmother's condition? There has been a noticeable improvement. Since returning here, she no longer wanders aimlessly, and each day she occasionally recognizes me. Her smiles have also increased compared to before. The vine snake and the vengeful doll accompany her on daily walks in the yard and assist us with household chores. The vine snake wipes the tables with its whip, while the vengeful doll acts like a natural air conditioner, keeping the house pleasantly cool. User Yao Yao the Great sent a striking message, Brother Yang. Upon hearing what the young lady said, I thought of a possibility. Could the spirits help humanity alleviate or even cure some perplexing ailments? Perhaps the vengeful doll or the vine snake possesses the ability to treat Alzheimer's disease. Zhao Jing across from him also heard the striking message's voice playback, pausing her conversation with an expression full of anticipation directed at Yu Yang. Cure perplexing ailments? Yu Yang pondered carefully and replied, while I cannot guarantee that spirits can completely cure complex ailments, assisting humanity in research and alleviating certain conditions is entirely feasible. Aromatherapy, water flow rings, healing waves, and other techniques contain boundless mysteries. It is not impossible for humanity to discover new theories through the study of these techniques and enhance technological advancement. Regarding the possibility of the vine snake treating Alzheimer's disease, I believe it is not significantly relevant. However, as I previously mentioned, the vengeful doll enjoys absorbing various human emotions. Perhaps there is a connection in that regard? As he spoke, Yu Yang displayed a contemplative expression. However, from my perspective, it seems more likely that the two spirits have positively influenced the grandmother's mood. If a person maintains a healthy psychological state daily, it can have a significant effect on the recovery from illness. Alzheimer's is a neurological disease, and given that the vine snake currently possesses a low level and lacks many grass-type techniques, even he cannot determine the effectiveness of the vengeful doll's emotional absorption ability in treating the symptom. What is certain is that the collaboration of spirits with medical practices will undoubtedly become a prominent field in the future. Though he knew little about the medical domain, he redirected the conversation. Miss Zhao Jing, do the relevant authorities know that you and your grandmother reside here? Zhao Jing shook her head. No, they do not. I understand. I will propose to the higher-ups to consider removing the barricade at the entrance. Originally, the most perilous entity within this dwelling was the vengeful shadow doll. However, it has now transformed into a docile companion akin to an obedient infant, forging a bond with humanity. While there may still be an element of danger, it is considerably diminished. The complex emotions it craves are now supplied by the elderly lady, alleviating any concerns of food scarcity. Despite Yu Yang's perception that a single individual's emotional contribution is exceedingly limited, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance, sustaining the doll's existence without rendering it excessively powerful. Initially, his purpose for visiting was to assess the situation of the shadow doll and to seek an opportunity to cultivate a friendship with the vine serpent. It appears that they have found a more suitable abode, which is quite pleasing. Zhao Jing rubbed her reddened eyes, glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and rose from her seat. Everyone must be hungry. Why not stay for lunch at my place? Yu Yang was about to decline, but upon noticing the pleading look in Zhao Jing's eyes, he surmised she had further inquiries for him. The words of refusal lingered on his lips, but he swallowed them back and nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll go prepare the meal. Vine Serpent, come assist me. Zhao Jing's expression brightened as she turned to walk into the inner room. Before long, The vine serpent emerged, dragging a lively rooster from the house with its tendrils. "I know the outdoors can be perilous, so I kept the chicken in the restroom," remarked the bespectacled young woman, a glimmering knife in hand and a smile gracing her face. Chapter 91. The diligent vine serpent. Do not underestimate Zhao Jing's youth. She worked with remarkable efficiency. The rooster was firmly bound by the tendrils, rendered immobile, holding the knife in one hand and a large bowl in the other. She sat on the steps before the door, poised to strike the rooster's neck. In a swift motion, the blade glinted as it severed, causing the blood to flow and fill the bowl. The scene was somewhat gruesome, prompting Xiao Zhang to direct the live stream towards the frolicking sprites. "Ching Ching, please fetch the thermos and the large basin from the kitchen," commanded Zhao Jing. "Vine serpent." The vine serpent responded lightly, prancing into the adjacent kitchen, soon returning with a bright red thermos and a large silver basin. This thermos was reminiscent of those utilized decades ago, featuring a vacuum interior and emblazoned with a prominent character for happiness. In a house devoid of water and electricity, self-sufficiency was paramount. Zhao Jing cheerfully remarked as she opened the thermos, pouring out a full container of boiling water, expertly scalding and plucking the feathers. Yu Yang and Xiao Zhang stood beside the elderly lady, observing the seemingly delicate young woman busily attending to everything, caught in a state of indecision, unable to sit or stand comfortably. They could not help but inquire, "Do you require assistance? You are our guest. It is improper to ask you to help. Please sit and enjoy some tea while chatting with the online friends," Zhao Jing replied without lifting her gaze. "Very well," he conceded. Regardless of the past or this present life, Yu Yang has yet to acquire the fundamental skill of cooking. While he is adept at explaining various concepts, culinary arts remain an enigma to him. "Brother Zhang, could you kindly keep an eye on the elder? I shall step into the courtyard to introduce the Pokémon known as the Jinsu grass," he requested. Upon receiving Xiao Zhang's assent, he took the selfie stick from his hands and ventured into the courtyard, gently stroking a Jinsu grass that was playfully interacting with a Bulbasaur. Thanks to the blessing of the power of Eternatus, most grass-type Pokémon do not shy away from his touch, with the exception of the somewhat proud Vine Whip Pokémon. While Sister Zhao Jing is busy preparing a meal, allow me to present the Jinsu grass, he began. As he spoke, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the Jinsu grass under his tender caress to sway like a delicate pink puffball, its leaves dancing before his eyes. Name: Jinsu grass. Gender ratio: male 50, female 50. Type: grass. Flying classification: cottonweed. Pokémon abilities: chlorophyll or leaf guard or penetrate. Hidden ability: base stats 250. How hard Sister Zhao Jing works, tending to her grandmother while cooking. She truly embodies the spirit of a devoted partner, a worthy candidate for marriage. "Brother Yang, could you inquire where the young lady studies? My future happiness hinges on your assistance. In this day and age, where can one find such a remarkable girl?" Although the Jinsu grass is undeniably charming, the conversation in the live stream remained focused on Zhao Jing. Ahem, dear viewers, do you not find the Jinsu grass adorable? Yu Yang cradled the floating Jinsu grass in his arms, angling its pink head toward the camera. "Haha, I've noticed. The Jinsu grass has a little pink tail, reminiscent of a cat. I'll take a wild guess. It must be a grass-type Pokémon. I can't help but notice how short its legs are. I just want to tug at them." The viewer's observation is indeed accurate. Jinsu grass is a grass-type Pokémon, but it possesses an additional flying attribute. As I previously mentioned while discussing the Pidgey, Pokémon with flying attributes can typically lift off the ground and exhibit swift movement. Pure flying-type Pokémon are quite rare, as this attribute often appears as a secondary trait. In the case of Jinsu grass, its secondary attribute is flying. Yu Yang released the Jinsu grass from his embrace, and it began to drift and twirl gracefully in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of a dandelion. As you can see, the Jinsu grass is remarkably light. Even a slight gust can send it floating effortlessly. Can it, like the walking grass, tend to flowers and assume the role of a gardener? It's so soothing to watch. Amidst the lush green grass, several Jinsu grass joyfully dance in the wind, evoking the essence of summer. Grass-type Pokémon can indeed serve as gardeners, and beyond this role, Jinsu grass can also detect impending strong winds. When Jinsu grass clusters in the mountains and fields, it heralds the arrival of spring. Indeed, contemporary scientific methodologies have rendered the unique abilities of the kite grass somewhat superfluous. In response to inquiries from viewers, Yu Yang addressed each question meticulously. Following the kite grass, there exist two subsequent evolutionary forms, namely the kite flower and kite cotton. I shall elaborate on these when the opportunity arises. Host, may I pose another question? It seems from your words that kite grass is quite suitable for human care? Indeed, they are gentle, charming in appearance, and possess amiable temperaments. Yu Yang gazed at the 3 kite grasses gracefully suspended in midair. Well, to be honest, I do not advocate for everyone to cultivate kite grass. As you can observe, they are ethereal beings akin to the wind, destined not to linger in one place for too long. They delight in drifting through nature, seeking their favored locales. However, should any viewer happen to own a mountaintop, then disregard my earlier remarks. In an urban environment, where everyone resides in commercial housing, keeping kite grass would only confine their freedom. A walking grass is preferable, with a limited range of motion, diligently engaged in its tasks. After introducing the kite grass, Zhao Jing had nearly finished plucking the feathers from the rooster. Yu Yang, holding his phone, followed Zhao Jing into the kitchen. Due to the lack of electricity, the kitchen appeared somewhat dim, illuminated only by the flickering flames of the stove, casting alternating shadows across his face. A large cast-iron pot lay covered by an oversized round lid, from which wisps of steam ascended. Upon spotting the traditional earthen stove typical of rural households, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. He had found a task suited to him. Allow me to tend the fire. Tung Tung, the vine serpent, walked past him with an air of disdain, coiling its vine-like whip around a dozen dry twigs in the kitchen corner, snapping them with a crack, and then unceremoniously stuffing the broken branches into the stove. Subsequently, the vengeful shadow doll emerged from an unknown source and forcefully blew towards the burning pit. Instantly, the flames blazed brighter. The degree of proficiency displayed indicated that this was a well-rehearsed collaboration. This is hilarious. The host seems to have been scorned by the vine serpent. The vine serpent is wonderful, so obedient. I wish to keep one. Do you truly wish to keep one? Or are you merely seeking a sprite to assist with chores? Zhao Jing placed the slaughtered rooster into the iron pot for blanching. Ching Ching, go to the basket and fetch a few chili peppers, the long red ones. Tung Tung, she removed the cutting board, retrieving a handful of washed scallions from a plastic bag, swiftly chopping them into fine pieces. Wee wee, keep an eye on the fire. Chapter 92, where help is offered. Zhao Jing moved with remarkable agility. The chicken soup is ready. After approximately 40 minutes, she brought forth a large basin of fragrant stewed chicken to the dining table. Brother Yu, Brother Zhang, it's time to eat. The table was modestly set with only 3 dishes: stewed chicken soup, stir-fried chicken offal, and sautéed seasonal vegetables. The rice was prepared in a traditional steamer, resulting in a delightful texture. Merely gazing at the array of dishes and the rice on the table, Yu Yang's stomach began to grumble audibly, and his appetite was piqued. Naturally, he did not forget about the little sprites. The small creatures were seated at a slightly smaller table, forming a circle around it. Yu Yang retrieved a large bottle of fresh milk from his backpack, which he had brought from the police station, and shared a bit with each sprite present. Each type of sprite had its own preferred food. Heracross savored honey-infused milk, while the little Togepi and Bidoof enjoyed chicken breast and fish-flavored milk. The grass-type Pokémon, including Oddish, Bulbasaur, Snivy, and Tanglia, could only consume fruit-flavored milk. As for the Magikarp, it required no feeding, as Togepi would seize the opportunity to offer it treats, ensuring it was never hungry. The Shuppet, however, seemed indifferent to the food. Although the portions were modest, each adorable creature relished their sip of milk, their faces lighting up with joy. At the dining table, Zhao Jing's grandmother quietly consumed a bowl of rice without uttering a word. While Xiaozhang focused intently on his meal, Yu Yang picked up a piece of tender chicken, combining it with rice before speaking. Zhao Jing, you are still a university student, right? It is already August, and in about a month, classes will resume. After the semester starts, do you plan to return to school, or will you remain here? Zhao Jing replied, my parents want me to go back to school, and they will take turns coming to the old house to care for my grandmother. However, they are quite busy managing the breakfast shop, and they hardly have time to return. Therefore, I plan to take a year off and stay home to take good care of my grandmother. Zhao Jing is truly filial and understanding. What a good girl, I want to marry her. Host, please quickly ask which school she attends. It seems her parents are rather indifferent. To the commenter ahead, have you not entered society yet? If her parents do not earn, how can they support her education and the family? As an outsider, Yu Yang felt it inappropriate to interfere with their decision. He glanced at the comments and casually inquired, I remember you mentioning that you study in Rongzhou. Which university? What year are you in? Rong University. Just started my freshman year, she replied. Ah, that's wonderful. Rong University is considered the second best university in the province, Yu Yang responded, giving her a thumbs up. Once I return, I will apply for the officials to restore the water and electricity in the house. If you have any questions regarding the sprites, feel free to reach out to me. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Living without water and electricity is quite inconvenient. Cunning Yu Yang. Stealing my wife. Beware of Yu Yang. Beware of Yu Yang. Beware of Yu Yang. Could it be that Brother Yang has developed feelings for Zhao Jing? Zhao Jing was also watching the live stream. Upon seeing the playful banter of the audience, she lowered her head in embarrassment, quietly exiting the live room. She opened her Goose Letter app and displayed her QR code, then resumed her meal. What nonsense are you saying? Do not pay attention to the audience's remarks. Yu Yang appeared quite composed, betraying no signs of shyness. He held no particular feelings for Zhao Jing. Rather, he admired her diligence and filial piety from the bottom of his heart. He merely wished to assist her in any way he could. I usually work in Rongzhou. If you ever return to Rongzhou, feel free to contact me. I can help you with things like finding part-time jobs. He thought it might be nice to collaborate with Zhao Jing on some voiceover work for her videos, of course, on a paid basis. Let me add you as well. I also work in Rongzhou. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to me, Xiao Zhang said, casually scanning Zhao Jing's QR code with a smile. Wow, Zhang, you're acting strangely. Come on, Zhang, you're quite a bit older. How can you have feelings for a younger girl? So pathetic, so pathetic. Quickly move the camera. I want to add the girl's Goose Letter too. Are there any Rome University fans in the live chat? Hurry and find the girl's information. User 2018, who claimed to be constipated, was muted by the moderator Rain After Clear Skies. Rain After Clear Skies. This live stream strictly prohibits any discussion of illegal activities. Any violations will result in a permanent ban. Wait, did the moderator just speak? Is this her first time talking? I thought it was a bot. It seems like she is actually a person from the website. Thank you, two big brothers. Zhao Jing felt the kindness in their words, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. All right, stop crying, let us eat. After finishing lunch, the three chatted in the living room for a while. Due to the afternoon live stream, Yu Yang and Xiao Zhang bade farewell to Zhao Jing and ventured deeper into the mountains. Unfortunately, until the sun began to set, the two had wandered for several hours in the forest near Xiago village without discovering any trace of Eevee. Sometimes it is just like that. The things you yearn for so deeply do not appear easily before you. Yet when your desire is less intense, you may unexpectedly encounter them in a fleeting moment. Aside from Eevee, they did come across several rare Pokémon, such as the startled deer, the bear cub, and the hyperactive monkey, as well as the bug-type hunting butterfly, making their journey worthwhile. Alas, Zhang, our luck is not great. We can only wait until we return to the Rongzhou farm. I will take you to the nearby mountains to search for Eevee's traces. The van from Wulong Glory traversed the rural road leading to Shanking village. As Yu Yang drove, he suggested to the nearby Xiao Zhang. In truth, the shiny antlered deer or the bear cub would be splendid companions. From my observations, that particular bear cub seems to be an orphan, making it quite suitable for your care. The shiny antlered deer, upon evolution, possesses extraordinary abilities, qualifying it as a formidable spirit. The value of the shiny antlered deer was so significant that upon spotting it, Yu Yang contemplated capturing it. However, he ultimately refrained, considering the plethora of spirits he was already responsible for nurturing. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, a flicker of interest crossed Xiao Zhang's face as he hesitated. Yu Yang, my dear brother, do not sway my resolve. After a moment, he conceded, well, I shall not press you. Yu Yang shook his head, focusing intently on driving. What more could he say? After all, Eevee boasts numerous evolutionary forms, and aside from water and electric types, each possesses remarkable beauty, making them far easier to care for in an urban setting than the aforementioned spirits. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, swallowing back the words he was about to utter. If you persuade me a bit more, perhaps I might change my mind. Chapter 93. A transformative change at Akun's chicken farm earlier. Yu Yang had made plans with Uncle Lin to dine at his chicken farm that evening. Hey, Uncle Lin, have you arrived at the chicken farm yet? Oh good. I shall be there shortly. As the car ascended the driveway of the chicken farm, the two spotted a middle-aged man in a white tank top, standing at the iron gate, waving at them. At his feet, several round, brown heads peeked curiously from the ground, their pairs of eyes fixated on the van parked below. After Yu Yang parked the vehicle, accompanied by a multitude of spirits, he approached Lin Kuan. Well, my dear nephew, it has been a month, and your entourage has grown considerably. Lin Kuan beamed, patting Yu Yang on the shoulder, then waved to her across, handing over a bag he held in his left hand. Her across, long time no see, this is a gift for you. Yu Yang truly appreciated this gesture, as it addressed the significant challenges he faced at the chicken farm. Her across, puzzled, accepted the bag and peered inside, instantly captivated by the array of honey products it contained. There were wildflower honey, locust flower honey, osmanthus honey, and even some delightful tree sap beverages. Feeling bashful, her across scratched its head and looked towards Yu Yang. Since it is a gift from Uncle Lin, you should keep it. Be sure to thank him. Her across, with its eyes gleaming, nodded and approached Lin Kuan, gently wrapping its bug limbs around him. This is the camaraderie of true men. Hello, dear Diglets. Do you remember me? Yu Yang bent down, affectionately stroking the heads of the 3 Diglets, allowing a flow of life energy to circulate within their bodies. The power of the Tokiwa excels against bug and grass-type Pokémon, though its efficacy diminishes against others. However, it does enhance the bond between creatures and promotes the healing of wounds. As the trio of Diglett sensed a refreshing coolness from above, their shiny heads rubbed against Yu Yang's palm in delight. After a moment of gentle affection, he withdrew his hand and said, "Ahem, Uncle Lin. Allow me to introduce my friends." Following the introductions, Lin Kuan stepped aside, gesturing for everyone to enter. "Thanks to these Diglett, my dear nephew. Since the day we drove away the Arbok, they have not truly ventured into the factory again, merely lingering at the edges before being swiftly ushered back by their wandering kin." As they strolled and conversed, gratitude illuminated Lin Kuan's face upon the mention of the Diglett. In the midst of their dialogue, they passed through the Iron Gate and officially entered the confines of the chicken farm. The environment of the farm had undergone a remarkable transformation since Yu Yang's last visit. Notably at the periphery, Lin Kuan had evidently heeded his advice, erecting a low wall of sandy stone, upon which lay scattered dark remnants resembling Diglett droppings. Beyond this wall, aside from the factory and necessary pathways, rows of vibrant green saplings flourished, while occasionally, a small brown head would emerge from the soil, cautiously surveying the surroundings before retreating once more. With a hint of pride, Lin Kuan pointed to the scenery of the chicken farm, asking, "What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is lush and vibrant." "What sort of saplings are these?" "They are cypress saplings. Through my observations, I have discovered that the roots of cypress are the Diglett's preferred sustenance." The little Fubutin, visiting the chicken farm for the first time, sat curiously in the basket behind Yu Yang, watching the inquisitive Diglett in the distance. Meanwhile, the Bulbasaur appeared more captivated by the orderly rows of saplings, scampering joyfully towards them, sniffing the air, and gently brushing the leaves with its paws. Everyone was filled with joy, except for the large Bidoof, who stood silently at Yu Yang's feet, holding a tank containing the princess fish, wearing a forlorn expression. "Are you hungry? Let us head inside. Dinner is ready," Lin Kuan said warmly, draping his arm around Yu Yang's shoulder and leading everyone to a shaded area in the southeast corner of the chicken farm. The metal supports of the awning were adorned with colorful lights, while a bright energy-efficient lamp illuminated the surroundings brilliantly. Beneath the awning stood a large round table, accompanied by a long chopping station cluttered with frying pans and an assortment of utensils. The table was already laden with various dishes, as a middle-aged woman stood at its edge, slicing fruit. The discarded fruit peels were carelessly tossed to the ground, and in an instant, a round, inquisitive head emerged, mouth agape, devouring the peel with gusto. "Alas, guests are arriving. 7 and 8, please assist me in retrieving the beer from beneath the cutting board." The groundhog, known as Dagu, responded with a nod, and beside it, a slightly smaller groundhog emerged. The two of them scurried to the area beneath the cutting board, their eyes fixed on a box brimming with beer bottles, and without hesitation, they burrowed into the earth. Soon, 2 heads were hoisting a crate of beer, moving it to the dining table like a conveyor belt. "Remarkable, Uncle Lin. This setting is nothing short of a paradise." Yu Yang marveled at the scene before him. He had yet to commence his own farm construction plan, yet Uncle Lin's establishment was already taking shape. Notably, the ground beneath the awning was not concrete, but rather a compacted gravel surface. The hardened concrete would have required time for the groundhogs to burrow through. "Haha, everyone. Please take a seat, including the sprites. The table is spacious enough. Allow me to introduce you to my wife." "Hello, Auntie." "Greetings, everyone, please sit." The table could comfortably accommodate over 10 diners. Little Fudon, Walking Grass, and Bulbasaur promptly took their places atop the table, while Yu Yang shared some fruit and vegetables with them. Larger sprites like Heracross and Bidoof either sat or stood on stools, eagerly indulging in the feast. Bidoof, being an omnivorous sprite, relished everything humans consumed, delighting in the abundant spread before it. Heracross, on the other hand, had a particular fondness for honey and sweets. Uncle Lin's transformation was nothing short of astounding. He had gone from being apprehensive of the sprites to affectionately calling them by names like Big Pillar and Second Pillar. Even more endearing than a son. "By the way, Uncle Lin, did you name the groundhogs Big Pillar and Second Pillar?" Yu Yang inquired curiously as he sat at the table, having heard Lin Kuan beckoning the groundhogs to join the meal. "Indeed, there are too many groundhogs to simply call them all groundhog, so I categorized them by size," Lin Kuan explained as he dragged over several burlap sacks filled with tree roots. emptying them for the groundhogs to feast upon.